Short fiction. By Mack Reynolds. Tourists to Terra. Diamond of Argos, son of Tydeus, drew his sword with a shout and rushed forward to finish off his Trojan opponent before help could arrive. Suddenly he stopped and threw up a shielding arm before his eyes. When he could see again, one who could only have been Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, stood between him and the unconscious enemy. She was dressed as though for the bridal room, her goddess body, breathtakingly beautiful, revealed through the transparent robe she wore. She was attired for love, but held a short sword in her hand. Aphrodite smiled at him in derision. "Now, then, Prince of Argos, would you fight the gods?" She advanced the sword, half mockingly. But the Greek was mad with bloodlust, half crazed with his day's victories. He snatched up his spear, muttering, "Pallas Athene aids me," and rushed her. Her eyes widened, fear flashing in them, and she began to rise from the ground. The barbaric spear flashed out and ripped her arm, blood flowed and she dropped the sword, screaming. Diamond heard a voice call urgently, "Go back. Go back immediately to," and the goddess Aphrodite disappeared. He whirled to face the newcomer and saw another god confronting him. The extent of his action was beginning to be realized, but Diamond had gone too far to turn back now. He charged his new opponent, shield held high and sword at the ready. The god lifted his hand, sending forth a bolt of power that brought the Greek to his knees. Diamond's eyes were filled with sudden fear and despair. "Phoebus Apollo," he quavered. The god was scornful. "Beware, Diamond," he said. "Do not think to fight with gods." The Greek cowered before him. Later, in the invisible spaceship, hovering 500 feet above the battle, Cajun faced her, his features impassive and his tone of voice faultless. He was boiling with rage beneath his courtesy. "I will present your complaint to the captain. But I would like to remind the Lady Jan that she has been warned repeatedly against appearing in the battle clothed as she is and without greater defenses. It was fortunate I was able to appear as soon as I did. If you'd been injured seriously, I hesitate to say what repercussions would have taken place on the home planet." Her eyebrows went up. "Injured seriously? Just what do you mean by that? Do you realize this horrible wound will probably take half the night to heal? You saw that barbarian was insane, why didn't you come to my assistance sooner? You haven't heard the last of this, you inefficient nincompoop. When we return home I'll have you stripped of your rank." Cajun's face remained blank. "Yes, your ladyship," he said. "And, before I go, may I deliver a message from the Lady Merid? She said they await you in the salon." She drew a cape about her and without speaking further, swept from the compartment. A muscle twitched in his cheek. "Parasites," he muttered savagely, and turned to go to his own quarters where he could change from this ridiculous glittering armor, into his own uniform as ship's officer. The Lady Jan stormed into the salon where the others had gathered to try the new concoction the steward had named Ambrosia. Some of them still wore their costumes, others had changed into the more comfortable dress of their own world. Her eyes blazed at them. "Who in the name of Macred told that Greek he would conquer anyone he fought today, even a god? The damned barbarian nearly killed me." The Lord Darren laughed gently. It was Merid. She was playing the goddess Athene. The sport was rather poor with that new bow of hers, so she thought she'd inflame one of the Greeks and see just how berserk he would become if he thought he had the protection of a goddess. "He could have killed me." "Oh, come, now, Jan, you were barely scratched. Besides, Merid didn't know this Greek, Diamond, was going to run into you, or that he'd have the fantastic nerve to attack whom he thought one of his gods." She took up a goblet of the new drink, but she wasn't placated. "I'm of the opinion this stop shouldn't be made, it's too dangerous. I'm going to insist Captain Furin blast the city and obliterate both sides of this barbaric conflict." The Lady Merid, who was still dressed in her Pallas Athene armor, broke in. "Don't be so upset, January. We're sorry that brute hurt your arm, but what can you expect on this type of cruise? They guaranteed us thrills, didn't they? The very dangers we face are what we're paying so highly for. She laughed lightly. Besides, that costume you wear is Aphrodite. Really? I don't know why you didn't get worse than a scratch on the arm. These Greeks aren't exactly civilized, nor exactly cold-blooded, either. The other's face went red and she snatched another of the drinks from a tray. Nevertheless, I'm going to complain. This war is absolutely too perilous to be part of the tour. And after all the trouble we went to in order to learn their fantastic languages and customs. Why I was under that damned psycho-study impressor for nearly 2 hours. Captain Foran had entered behind her. I agree with you, Lady Jan, and can only apologize. I should have realized last week when Lord General Barys, fighting in the battle as the god Ares on the Trojan side, was speared by this same Greek. The company would never hear the end of it, if, on one of these cruises, a passenger was seriously injured. The Lord General Barys shrugged. It was wonderful sport. I killed a score of the beggars that day. I don't know how that one found a chink in my armor. I'll take measures against my customer when we return home. He grinned wryly. I doubt if the Emperor would appreciate having one of his generals killed in a primitive war, while on leave. I think I'll have to take a crack at this diamond, myself, Lord Doran said. The Lady Merid laughed. If I know you, you'll do it with a blaster from 100 feet in the air above him. Doran smiled in return. Of course. Do you think I'd make a fool of myself by going down into their battle as Barys does? It's insane. This hand-to-hand conflict is much too risky. The captain changed the subject. I'm sure you'll all appreciate our next stop, he said. I plan to visit an even more astounding planet than this. We are to fight the swamp dragons of Venus. From what distance, Captain? Lord Doran drawled. The captain smiled. Their poisonous breath reaches half a mile, so it will be necessary to use long-distance weapons. Lord General Barys scowled. It sounds too easy. I like to fight humanoids. There's more thrill in killing when your opponent looks like yourself, as do these earthlings. The Lady Jan was nearing the nasty stage of intoxication. It wouldn't be so thrilling if you weren't provided with defenses making it practically impossible to be hurt. You wouldn't enter these battles if you weren't sure you'd come out safely. I wouldn't deny it. Sport is sport, but I have no desire to be killed at it. At any rate, I'm opposed to killing these swamp dragons. It sounds as though it would be boring, and, Mack Red knows, we had enough boredom butchering those dwarfs at our last stop. The Lady Merid backed him. She also thought Venus unattractive. If the captain was of the opinion this war was too dangerous, wasn't there some other conflict on this planet? The captain told them he'd consult with his officers and let them know in the morning. One thing was sure, Captain Foran thought, as he made his way toward the officers' mess. He'd have to get this group of thrill-crazy wastrels away from Troy. If one of them was hurt badly, he'd undoubtedly lose his lucrative position on the swank cruise ship. The idea was his own, really, and a good one. In a luxury-mad world the cry was for new titillations, new pleasures, new planets on which to play, new drugs to bring ever wilder dreams, new foods, new drinks, new loves. But, most of all, new thrills. Yes, the idea of taking cruise ships of wealthy thrill-seekers to the more backward planets and letting them join in primitive wars, had been his. It proved the thrill supreme. His cruises were the rage of half a dozen planets, and the company had increased his pay several times in the past few years. But he knew it could crumple like a house of cards, given one serious injury to a wealthy guest. The theory of the cruise was to let them kill without endangering themselves. The stop at Troy had, as a rule, been a successful one. The Greeks and their opponents were both highly superstitious and readily accepted the presence of the aliens from space as gods taking place in the battle. Usually, they were too terrified to take measures against the strangers in their gleaming armor, but today had been the second occasion in which a tourist had been injured, in spite of scientific protective armor. His officers were awaiting him in the mess hall. They too had been conscious of the wounds suffered by the thrill-seeking guests, and hadn't liked it. Lady Jan was the daughter of a noble strong enough to have them all imprisoned, if the whim took him. Captain Foran growled, "Have any of you an idea?" I proposed the Venus trip, but, although they admit being leery about further risks here, they prefer fighting humanoids. First Officer Cajun said, "Perhaps it would be better to head for the home planet, Captain." Captain Foran shook his head. "We can't do that, the cruise has another week to go. If we went back now it would be obvious that something had happened and just bring matters to a head. If we can give them another week of thrills, possibly they'll have forgotten their wounds by the time we return." The chief engineer turned to Cajun. "At what stage of development is this planet?" "I believe it's at H2S. Why?" "I was wondering at the possibility of going forward a few thousand years in time and participating in a war that dealt less in hand-to-hand conflict. They could have their fill of killing, with a minimum of danger, protected, of course, with suitable anti-projectile force fields." Cajun went over to the ship's predictinformer and spoke into its mouthpiece. "What will be the military development of this planet in 2,000 or 3,000 years? And would it be safe to take the ship into that period?" They awaited the answer, which came approximately 1 minute later. "Probability shows the inhabitants of Terra will begin utilizing explosives for propelling missiles in 2,000 years. About 500 years later they will have developed this means of warfare to its ultimate. Safety for the ship is indicated." Captain Foran mused, "That sounds practical. We could participate in some war in which our passengers could use such weapons as snipers, from a distance." Another thought struck him. Besides, the Lord General Baris is quite intrigued with the possibilities involved in fighting the humanoids here. He had spoken of transporting large numbers of his troops to Terra and using the planet for a training ground in actual combat. Undoubtedly, the Earthlings of the future would make better victims for his soldiers than these more primitive types. It might be well to look at the future of this planet. The first engineer said, "Such a step would wipe out the development of civilization on the planet." Captain Foran shrugged impatiently. He ordered Cajun to make immediate preparations to take the ship forward 2,500 years, and gave instructions to a sub-officer to locate a suitable conflict as soon as they arrived, so that the guests could begin their participation when they awoke in the morning. The ship arrived effortlessly in its new location in time, but when the sub-officer returned from his patrol, First Officer Cajun took him to the captain's quarters himself. He saluted. "I don't believe this is quite it, Captain." "Why not? Weren't there any wars in progress?" Cajun said, "It wasn't that. There were several. They don't seem to have reached the development for which we were looking. For instance, in the region in which we've landed, the first stage of a conflict between two nations have begun. The countries are called Mexico and the United States, and they're fighting over the northwestern possessions of the former, although, as always, both sides claim they are involved for idealistic reasons. However, the fighting still consists, to an extent, of hand-to-hand conflict. The soldiers carry explosive-propelled missile weapons, but they're usually slow in loading and single-shot in operation. Swords are carried at the ends of these weapons so that after it is fired the soldier may dash forward and engage his enemy personally." The captain was glum. "That's as bad as before, and I can't risk our passengers in any more hand-to-hand combat. Sir, these humanoids on Terra seem slow in progressing, but I have an idea. If we move forward another 100 years they will be using automatic weapons, and hand-to-hand combat will be antiquated. The calendar system they use calls this the year 1845. I suggest we travel forward to 1945. Captain Foran made a snap decision. "All right, we'll go forward a century. As soon as we arrive, have a patrol go out again." When Captain Foran awoke in the morning, the hot desert sun was already well into the sky. The invisible spaceship had stationed itself 100 feet off the ground in an area in which there were no signs of habitation and few of the works of man. He strode leisurely to the control room and returned the greetings of the morning watch. "Any word from the patrol as yet?" he asked. First Officer Cajun was worried. "No, sir, and he should have been back long before this. I trust nothing has happened to him." "Has he reported at all?" "Only once, several hours ago. Evidently there is a globe-wide war raging." Cajun ran his tongue over thin lips. "Our passengers should have excellent sport. In fact, Captain, if you can spare me, I would like to participate myself." Captain Foran looked at him and laughed. "You, also? I'm afraid this must be a racial characteristic, this love of imposing death. I must confess, on my first trips, I too like to join in the sport." He turned and glanced out an observation port. "What is that steel tower down there on the desert?" "We couldn't decide, Captain, unless it's some structure for conducting tests of some sort or other. The surprising thing about it is that our instruments detect radioactivity." The captain interrupted sharply. "Has anyone checked the ship's predict informer on whether or not this era is completely safe?" Cajun said, "I assumed that you had, sir." He stepped to the instrument and spoke into its mouthpiece. "What is the military development of this planet? Is the ship safe?" The predict informer began its report. "In the past 35 years military science on Terra has developed tremendously under the impetus of two worldwide conflicts. At present the dominant power on this continent is experimenting with nuclear fission." Sudden fear came into the eyes of the captain of the Thrill ship. "That radioactive steel tower. Blast off," he shrieked, "blast off." The predict informer went on dispassionately, "and is about to test an atomic bomb against which this ship's defenses would be." It got no further. "How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Not in the rules. I got the bad news as soon as we landed on Mars. The minute I got off the spacer, the little yellow Marty was standing there with a yellow envelope. He said, "Gladiator Jack Dempsey?" I admitted it and he handed me the envelope. Made me feel kind of good, as though I was somebody important, which I'm not. I'd been taking plenty of guff on the trip. Not only from Susie, but from Alger Wilde, who was also along. Yeah, between them they'd ridden me as well as the liner, all the way from Terra. I handed the Marty a kopeck and put the yellow envelope in my pocket, as though I was used to getting spacegrams. I said to Susie, "Let's hit the chow line." I don't usually talk that fancy, but I was trying to impress her with my knowledge of antique phrases. Both Susie and Alger Wilde are students of ancient times and love to lard their conversation with such stuff. Susie said, "Sure, Jack. Come on Alger," which wasn't what I'd meant at all. And then she said, "Aren't you going to open that spacegram, Jack? It might be important." "Probably is," I said carelessly. "But it can wait, whatever it is." And it did. I opened it after we'd ordered at the spaceport restaurant. I should have waited until after I'd eaten, but I couldn't know that until I read. "Spacer transporting Gladiator Earth, Mars for interplanetary games lost. You have been appointed emergency replacement representing Earth. Good luck." I gulped. If you don't know all about the interplanetary meet which is held every decade, then maybe you don't know why I gulped. If you do, you do. It's tough enough being a gladiator on Terra, but at least you have a chance of coming out alive, you've even got a chance of winning. But at the interplanetary meet, who ever heard of a Terran coming out in one piece? Not to speak of winning. Sure, I'm a gladiator, but I've always been strictly a second-rater. In fact, some of the sports writers call me a third-rater. Anyway, I've always worked in the smaller meets where the gladiators, even when they lose, usually get off with their lives. In the small town stuff, they don't kill expensive gladiators, if they can help it. My head was doing double flips trying to figure out some way of making myself scarce, when Susie said, "What is it, Jack?" Like a fool, I handed the message to her and she and Alger read it together. Susie's eyes widened and she started to say something, worriedly, but Alger stuck out his hand and said, "Congratulations, Jack. I knew you had great things in you. Now they'll be coming out. That is, just think, one of the 3 gladiators representing Terra. What an honor." I was sunk. The interplanetary meet was just 3 days off and I had 3 days to live. I wouldn't have been on Mars in the first place if it hadn't been for an argument I had with Susie back on Terra just before she was scheduled to blast off for Mars to cover the interplanetary games. Susie is a sports reporter, see. She covers the meets from the woman's angle. What she really wanted to do was write books about primitive culture. And what I wanted her to do was spend the rest of her life being my wife. Neither of us seemed to have much of a chance of making good. As usual, Susie was giving me curt. "If you'll pardon my language. I don't know why I bother with you, Jack," she said scowling. "You've had the book a week and don't know a thing about it. You're nothing but a drip, a square." "Listen," I said resentfully. "Don't use those mythological terms on me. Last time it took me all day to look them up. Besides, I try, don't I? My manager's going crazy because I've been spending so much time reading instead of training for my next meet. You get the idea." The girl was just gone on the ancients. She wouldn't have tolerated me for an hour if I hadn't been willing to let her cram her nonsense into me at every opportunity. "How long do you expect to be on Mars?" I asked her. She shrugged. "Perhaps 3 months, Terra time." 3 months. She patted my hand. "Don't worry about me, Jack. I'm taking along an extensive microfilm library dealing with the literature and drama of 20th century North America. As you undoubtedly know, it reached its height in the comic books and cartoon movies of the time. Besides," she went on, "Alger Wilde will be there, covering the meet from the society angle. He'll be good company. Alger is quite an authority on prehistoric literature. And also on today's women," I yelped. "You didn't tell me that Macron was going to be on Mars with you." She held her hands over her ears and said indignantly, "Please, Jack, save your vulgarities for the games." "I'm going with you," I grated. "I don't trust that guy with my woman." She flared up at that. "Your woman? Let me tell you, Jack Dempsey, when you begin to display the cultural achievements of Alger Wilde, you may begin, just begin, mind you, to think of me as your woman, as you so crudely put it. Meanwhile, I have no desire to link myself with an ignoramus. Besides, I'm beginning to believe that you have no interest in cultural pursuits. You've merely deceived me these past months with pretended." "Ah, Susie," I began. I had trouble enough raising credits for my fare, but more still getting last-minute reservations on the crowded excursion liner to Mars. It took some string pulling on my manager's part to get me the tickets. Nobody who can raise the credits would dream of missing the interplanetary meet, and every spacer to Mars was packed. Susie was surprised when I stepped up to her table in the Spacer's Lounge. At least, her eyebrows raised. The little minx was as pretty as a Venusian rose orchid. She was sitting with Alger Wilde, a Macron from the word glorm. "Hi," I said, using a prehistoric formal salutation in hopes of pleasing her with my knowledge of olden times. "By Jove," Alger Wilde exclaimed. "If it isn't Jack Dempsey." He added, smirking, "Pardon the expression. Jove was an ancient deity. I sometimes slip and use such terms." Did he think I was stupid? Hadn't I been reading up on all that stuff for months? I sat down casually in an empty acceleration chair. Of course, I said. An Egyptian god. Also known as Jupiter by their neighbors, the Aztecs, and by the name of Zeus, by the Chinese. And that's the way it was all the way to Mars. I tried to hang on and stick it out with them, but I came in a bad third. I was fighting out of my class. In fact, just before we arrived on Mars, Susie made it plain that she thought I might as well give up my attempts to become cultured. She said I just didn't assimilate the stuff, that it didn't come off on me. I could read whole libraries of the ancient classics and recall none of the significance of what I'd read. In short, I wasn't doing so good with Susie. Well, 3 days after getting the telegram, I met the other 2 gladiators from Terra in our dressing room at the arena. They weren't much happier about the meet than I was. It's one of the occupational hazards of our trade. If you get too good, you'll probably be chosen as Terra representative to the interplanetary meet and your chances of surviving are almost nil. Of course, the pay is high and your survivors get a big chunk of credits, but it's a chilly prospect at best. The other 2 were pretty well armored and had chosen spears as weapons, but I left off all armor and took a short sword. I planned on moving fast, and the less weight I carried the better. When the various preliminaries were over and the crowd shouting for the main event, we trotted out to the field. Joined the gladiators from the other planets and paraded toward the stand at which the judges and diplomats were seated. There was a mob of these, each with his assistants and secretaries. You could bet that little that happened would miss them. After all, on this meet hung the destinies of planets. Thousands of spectators from every planet and every principal satellite in the system stared down from their arena seats. I knew that the majority of them had expended a fortune in transport from their homes and for tickets to the meet. But why not? It was the equivalent of having a box seat at a full-scale war of the type held in legendary times. Certainly, the ultimate effect was as great or greater. Each spectator knew that upon the manner in which their planet's representatives fought this day, their fates depended. The planets have long since abolished war, but they put great store by these interplanetary meets. The theory is, why fight a war and kill off billions of population when you can figure out before the fighting ever takes place who'd win? It's the natural ultimate development of diplomacy. Everything is settled by the diplomats without resorting to armed conflict. Suppose, for instance, that Mars decided to assume domination of Terra. She notes, as do the Terran diplomats, that, at the interplanetary meet, the Martian gladiators wiped up on those from Terra. Obviously, if the same fighting would take place on a gigantic scale, the same thing would result. So why fight the war? Terra simply accepts the domination. Of course, it's all done in very diplomatic language so that nobody loses face, but the results are the same. As a matter of fact, I'm surprised that one of the other planets hasn't already taken over Terra. The most recent addition to the League of Solar System planets, we're by far the weakest. Probably our strongest defense has been the fact that several different League members have had their eyes upon us and each has counteracted the other. It's certain that Venus, Saturn, and even Pluto would like to assimilate Terra. Actually, any one of them could do it. As is customary, a beauty from the planet upon which the meet is being held, a Martian princess in this case, opened the main event by throwing out the prize. It was a tremendous Venusian emerald, the largest ever discovered and the size of a man's hand. It doesn't really make much difference who catches the prize, except that it's considered to be a lucky sign. The gladiator who survives the contest is the one who finally takes it. I could see Susie in the press box, sitting next to Alger. She seemed pale. I thought I might as well show her that some of the stuff she'd given me to read had been remembered. So just before the princess tossed out the emerald and while the others stood about nervously and impatient, I drew my sword, flourished it, and called out, "We who are about to die, salute you." The Martian princess smiled down at me. "Good fortune to you, gladiator from Terra," she said, and deliberately threw the stone. I'd just as well she hadn't. The man with the prize is always the center of conflict, and to have 100 or so of the most efficient killers in the system out after you is no way to live to a ripe old age. But I caught the emerald and the battle was on. I'd hardly got it into my belt before I heard a swish and a Mercurian bouncer, the steel knives on his heels flashing, missed me by a fraction of an inch. Before it could jump again, a 4-armed Martian pierced it with a javelin. The Martian went down in his turn under a crushing blow from a slabber. I ran backward quickly, knowing that where there's one bouncer there's another. They fight in a group of 20 or 30. Sometimes I wonder about that rule. Each planet is represented in the final free-for-all, the climax of the interplanetary meet, by weight. The Mercurians, who are about the size of Terran chickens, have 30 gladiators in the battle. The group from Calypso numbers 8, and looks like a gang of human dwarfs. Jupiter and Saturn have only one representative each because of their gigantic size. Mars has 4, Terra 3. The others have varying numbers. The other 2 gladiators from Terra tried to cover me, but went down in the rush. The first fell victim to the heavy, ponderous and nearly weapon-proof gladiator from Saturn, victor of the last interplanetary meet. The Terran tried to run in close, beneath the other's guard, but was smashed with a sweeping blow that broke half the bones in his body. The crowd cheered for the nice try, and the Saturnian brandished his half-ton club again and peered about nearsightedly for another enemy. My second companion in arms had an arm severed near the shoulder by a fast-moving Plutonian gadabut. He fell to the ground bleeding profusely. At least, he'd probably survive and get back to Terra. I had seconds to live. As I said, we Terrans don't show up so well in the games. The gladiators from any planet can take us. Oh, I don't mean that a Terran couldn't defeat one Mercurian bouncer, or one Calypso dwarf, but face our 3 Terrans with the whole Calypso. Or the whole Mercurian delegation and we don't last very long. I had seconds to live. They were all centering toward me, taking side swipes at one another if the opportunity allowed, but heading for me. Ordinarily, before a contest, my manager fills me full of last-minute advice and instructions, but I'd hardly seen him in the past few months. I'd been too busy reading Susie's books about the ancients. I was on my own. I didn't have time to figure it out. It just happened automatically. I remembered something, and before I had time to place the memory, I had taken the emerald from my belt, held it up momentarily so they could all see it, and yelled, for the greatest fighter of all. And threw it into the midst of them. Later, I recalled a guy in one of Susie's books having done something similar, except I believe he yelled, for the fairest, and threw a golden apple. At any rate, the result seemed to be about the same. That guy started the Trojan War. It gave me a breathing spell. They piled on one another until I thought that the meet would end then and there. A Venusian Spider-Man bent to pick up the emerald and had 5 of his limbs and his head cut off before he could straighten again. A gadabut grabbed it and tried to dart out of the crush but ran into the darting rapier of a Uranian. Rising dust swirled up and enveloped the rest. In moments, the fight had settled down into a series of individual combats all over the field. I could see the slow-moving slabber from Jupiter stalking about weaponless, seizing and crushing all with whom he came in contact. I could see the Mercurian bouncers dying like flies, but killing their share and more of opponents with the razor-sharp spurs attached to their feet. They would fling themselves high into the air and come down from above, heels slashing death. I had no more time to observe. 5 remaining Calypso dwarfs disengaged themselves from a fight centering about 2 Venusians, spied me, and dashed in my direction. Ordinarily, the Calypso gladiators would be even weaker than we Terrans, but they have the advantage of a universal mind. That is, they think together. Each knows what every other dwarf is thinking, it goes beyond mere mental telepathy. They act as though they were a single individual. Talk about teamwork. You get 3 or 4 of them about you, all working in complete and perfect harmony, and you're sunk. I groaned for my manager's advice again and resigned myself. When they got within 15 feet of me they opened their mouths and cried in unison. "Prepare to die, Terran Macron." For a second that did it. I raised my short sword and started toward them. They spread out like a fan to encircle me. Once again I didn't consciously figure it out. The idea came spontaneously with my acting upon it. I just suddenly turned on my heel and started to run. They followed me like a pack. I'd gotten halfway across the arena and could hear the thousands in the arena seats booing me like thunder, before it came back to me what I'd read. It was a trick some gladiator from Rome or Greece had pulled once. I looked over my shoulder. Sure enough, they were still coming, but now they were strung out in a line. The fastest runner of them all was only a short distance behind me, the slowest, quite a ways back. The other three were in between at varying distances. This next is going to sound like it took some time, but actually it was all over in split seconds. I stopped, whirled, and said tightly to the one pressing me, "Who's calling who a Macron now?" At the same time my sword parried his and ripped into his unprotected belly. He died, his eyes wide with surprise and pain. I hardly had time to disengage my sword before the second dwarf was upon me. I dropped to one knee and slashed upward, cutting completely through his right arm. The arm fell to the ground, his hand still clutching the three-pronged javelin with which he'd expected to spit me. He screamed in agony and stumbled away, hopelessly trying to staunch the flow of blood with his left hand. The third came running up, both hands high over his head, ready to bring down his battle axe. I kicked him savagely with a spiked shoe, cracking a knee and bringing him to the ground. I could have finished him then and there but didn't have the time. The fourth, yelling like a maniac, slashed into me, his blade ripping my right arm from elbow to shoulder. He brought up his sword for another stroke. I was short-winded from the long run across the arena and from the fast action of the past few moments. I drew all my strength together and lunged desperately forward. My sword pierced his throat. He fell, writhing, taking my blade with him. I stood up wearily to confront the fifth one. My arm was bleeding freely and I had no weapon nor time to get one. He came shouting, raging with bloodlust and desire for revenge. His arm flew back for the javelin cast when a Plutonian gadabut shot out from a nearby melee and struck him from the rear. The dwarf collapsed, bleeding his life away in moments. The gadabut straightened up, shrilling its death whistle, preparatory to darting at me, but a Mercurian bouncer, wounded and fluttering, came down from above and made a last desperate stroke. They died together. I shook my head to clear it, and reached down to disengage my sword from the neck of the fallen dwarf I'd killed last. I looked about. There were no others near me. For a moment there was a breathing spell. In the past 10 minutes, 2/3 of the contestants had either died or had been carried off the field incapacitated. Those of us that remained were wounded but still in the fight. As I stood there staggering, panting, aching, it occurred to me that never before had a Terran lasted so long in an interplanetary meet. As though by common consent, we all gravitated toward the center of the arena. This was it. In the next few moments the contest would be over. And so would I. As I stumbled forward, a wounded Martian staggered to his feet and made a half-hearted stab at me. I bypassed him. He was too far gone to fight. Shortly, the judge's assistants would get to him and take him from the field, possibly he'd have a chance to survive. I had no desire to finish him off. In fact, I envied him. We were quiet momentarily, and so was the crowd. A hush hung over the whole arena. I noted in seconds that among the survivors were 2 of the 4-limbed Martians, half a dozen bouncers, the gigantic slabber from Jupiter. One of the Calypso dwarfs almost helpless now that his fellows were all gone, 3 or 4 gadabuts, and a Venusian Spider-Man. I wondered vaguely if my namesake, that gladiator of the fabulous days of the legendary United States, the original Jack Dempsey, had ever found himself in a spot like this. I suppose that he had, possibly worse. Susie, who gave me the name, saying that it would be good for publicity, claimed he was one of the greatest of all. I shook my head again, trying to clear it, my loss of blood making me faint. And then it broke. The dust swirled high as we rushed together. I felt a crushing blow, tried to deal one back, was struck again by the ponderous gladiator from Jupiter and was thrown heavily to the ground. I tried to push myself to my knees, my already bloody sword still in hand, still at the ready. I was in the center of the crush. This was the end. Susie flashed before my mind. Well, there was a tremendous controversy afterward and I was brought before the judges and the diplomats more like a prisoner than the victor of the interplanetary meet. I was laden down with bandages and weak from loss of blood, but they didn't look in the least sympathetic, not even the judge and diplomats from Terra. They got right to the point. The Martian judge, as senior, since the meet was taking place on his planet, acted as spokesman. He was excited and indignant and would wave 3 or 4 of his arms at a time to emphasize his point. I thought vaguely of one of the olden-time windmills I'd seen pictured in one of Susie's books. Gladiator Jack Dempsey, he rapped, our tendency is to rule your conduct in the affray so unbecoming that not only will the prize not be awarded you, as last standing contestant on the field, but we are considering. I wasn't having any. After coming through that scrap, I wasn't ever figuring on taking a back seat again. I interrupted him, growling. I'm willing to stand behind anything I did in the arena on the grounds that it was compatible with Terran custom and therefore allowable on the part of a Terran gladiator. The Venusian judge sneered, without bothering to say anything. The Plutonian tittered his disbelief. The Terran judge blinked at me, shocked by my words. I was getting mad. In the press box, you'll find 2 reporters from Terra. Bring them here. They are both students of Terran history and ancient custom and will support what I say. Susie and Alger Wilde were located and brought before us after a brief debate between the judges. By their appearance, it was obvious that the press box boys had similar ideas to those of the judges. Susie showed signs of concern about my wounds, but she also half indicated that I was a leper. There was no half about it as far as Alger Wilde was concerned. You might have died like a man, Dempsey, he said sharply, instead of bringing disgrace to Terra. The Martian judge said coldly, this gladiator claims that his astounding actions in the arena were excusable on the grounds that everything he did is in accord with Terran customs and, consequently, permissible by the rules of the interplanetary meet. Susie's eyes widened. Alger Wilde began to protest. I didn't give them a chance to deny anything. Just what are the complaints? I asked the judge. As though they weren't obvious, he snorted, beginning to wave his arms again. First, your trick of throwing the emerald, the princess was so kind to honor you with, into the midst of the others and thus diverting the strife from yourself. This was an act of strategy, I interrupted him. The custom is to be found in Terran history. An old maxim of the Sioux Indians was, divide and conquer. That's what I did. I got my opponents to fighting among themselves so that I could defeat them easier. The Romans, not the Sioux Indians, Alger muttered. Then you mean that this was actually a maxim of Terra? The judge said in surprise. I could see the other judges and diplomats, including those from Earth, were as shocked as the Martian. Well, yes, Susie told him. Of course, they usually didn't use quite the method that Jack did. The judge snorted again. Be that as it may, I don't see how Dempsey can justify his fleeing before the Calypso gladiators like a common coward. Meet rules are that each gladiator must fight any who oppose him. Susie shot a worried look at me. Right in accord with Terran history and custom, I said decisively. For one thing, it was always a basic rule with a Terran general to choose the battlefield where the fight was to be joined. It was considered a major advantage. Another maxim was, get there fustest, with the mostest. I merely ran to the ground that best suited me, and then, when the Calypso dwarfs were no longer the mostest, I fought them one at a time. The judge raised his eyes questioningly at Alger and was rewarded with a grunting nod. The Martian shook his head as though in disbelief but went on. Those two matters you have explained, surprisingly, but acceptably. But to this last charge there can be no possible honorable background in Terran custom. I refer to the fact that in the final conflict you fell as though dead and remained on the ground until the other contestants had all but eliminated each other. When only the badly wounded Slabber and the half-dead Venusian gladiator remained, you got up again and, re-entering the fight, finished off these opponents. The judge threw up his forehand in horror. Certainly, you can't claim justification for that. Not on any grounds, not by and. I stood up as straight and defiantly as my heavy bandages would allow. Listen, I growled. It's one of the oldest traditions of Terra. It's called playing possum. For a full minute silence fell on the whole group. Then I could hear one diplomat whisper questioningly to another. Playing possum? What does that mean? And then with one of the most outstanding bits of pure statesmanship the system has even seen, Susie took up the cue and spoke in collaboration. He's quite right. Playing possum is in full accord with Terran custom. Why, she added innocently, Earth always acts in that manner. She pretends she's weak, helpless, someone to be ignored. And, then, suddenly, and without warning, she shows her full strength. The various judges and diplomats shot glances at each other from the sides of their eyes, especially those from Venus, Saturn, and Pluto. The Terran judge was no Macron. When somebody yelled Glorm he knew enough to grab the gamut and run with it. He looked at Susie and I severely. Say no more, either of you. You are not here to reveal Terran secrets. The other diplomats eyed each other again, nervously. The Martian judge, more genial now, said, undoubtedly, a mistake has been made due to our lack of knowledge of Terran customs and practices. The emerald shall be awarded the Terran gladiator, Jack Dempsey, as soon as it is found. It is undoubtedly still in the arena in the possession of some slain contestant. I took it from my belt. As a matter of fact, I have it here. I picked it up while playing possum under that heap of corpses. It's an old custom handed down from a Terran city named Brooklyn. When you see something that ain't nailed down, latch onto it. Alger Wilde left the room hurriedly, followed hand in hand by Susie and I. It was time for the diplomats to begin their wrangling, the wrangling that would settle the fate of worlds. As we passed through the door, I could see the anticipation on the faces of the diplomats from Terra. From what I heard later, they must have given the other diplomats curt. If you'll pardon my language. The Martians and the Coys. Ma Coy climbed the fence down at the end of the south pasture and started up the side of the creek. Carrying her bundle over her shoulder and puffing slightly at her exertion. She forded the creek there at the place where Hank's old coon dog Jigger was killed by the boar 3 years ago come next hunting season. Jumping from rock to rock across the creek made her puff even harder. Ma Coy wasn't as young as she once was. On the other side she rested a minute to light up her pipe and to look carefully about before heading up the draw. She didn't really expect to see any Martins around here, but you never knew. Besides, there might have been a revenue agent. They were getting mighty thick and mighty uppity these days. You'd think the government'd have more to do than bother honest folks trying to make an honest living. The pipe lit, Ma swung the bundle back over her shoulder and started up the draw. Pa and the boys, she reckoned, were probably hungry as a passel of hound dogs by now. She'd have to hurry. When she entered the far side of the clearing, she couldn't see any signs of them, so she yelled, "You Pa! You Hank and Zeke!" Ma Coy liked to give the men folks warning before she came up on the still. Hank, in particular, was mighty quick on the trigger sometimes. But there wasn't any answer. She trudged across the clearing to where the still was hidden in a cluster of pines. Nobody was there but Lem. She let the bundle down and glowered at him. "Lem, you no account, why didn't you answer me when I hollered?" He grinned at her vacuously, not bothering to get up from where he sat whittling, his back to an old oak. "Huh," he said. A thin trickle of brown ran down from the side of his mouth and through the stubble on his chin. I said, "How come you didn't answer when I hollered?" He said, "You called Pa and Hank and Zeke, you didn't holler for me." "What you got there, Ma, huh?" His watery eyes were fixed on the bundle. Ma Coy sighed deeply and sat down on a tree stump. "Now what you think I got there, Lem? I been a-bringing your vittles to you every day since Pa and you boys started up this new still. Where's Pa and Zeke and Hank?" Lem scratched himself with the stick he'd been whittling on. "They went off scoutin' around for the revenuers or maybe the Martins." He let his mouth fall open and peered wistfully into the woods. He added, "I wish I could shoot me a martin, Ma. I wish I could. I sure wish I could shoot me a martin." The idea excited him. He brought his hulking body to its feet and went over to pick up an ancient shotgun from where it leaned against a mash barrel. Ma Coy was taking corn pone, some cold fried salt pork, and a quart of blackstrap molasses from her bundle and arranging it on the top of an empty keg. "You mind yourself with that gun now, Lem. Mind how you shot up your foot that time." Lem didn't hear her, he was stroking the stock of the shotgun absently. "I could do it easy," he muttered. "I could shoot me a martin easy. I sure could, Ma. I'd show Hank and Zeke, I would." "You forget about the Martins, son," Ma Coy said softly. "You're my simple son, there's at least one in every family, mostly more, and it ain't fittin' that you get into fights. You got a strong back, strongest in the hills, but you're too simple, Lem." "I ain't as simple as Jim Martin, Ma," Lem protested. "Son, they don't come no more simple than you," his mother told him gently. "And mind that gun. You know how you bent the barrel of Zeke's Winchester back double that time, absent-minded like." He stroked the gun stock, patted it, half in anger, half in protest. His lower lip hung down in a pout. "You stop talkin' thataway, Ma," he growled, "or I'll larrup you one." Ma Coy didn't answer. She reckoned she'd better set off into the woods and see if she could locate the rest of the men folks, so they could eat. Lem said under his breath, "I could shoot me a martin real easy, I could. To the Most High, the Glorious, the Omnipotent, Omnipresent, and Omniscient, the Lord of the Seven, the Leader of the Chosen. Neo Geek XXXVI. In regard to testing of special weapons designed to eliminate present population of the third planet with the eventual view of colonizing." From Sigil Wan, Commander of Space Cruiser 12B-44. Your Omnipotence. Upon the receipt of your orders, we proceeded to the planet in question, known to its inhabitants as Earth. Or Terra, first touching at its satellite, Luna, in order to pick up the observation group which has been studying the potential foe for several decals. Commander of the observation group, Baron Darrell, has enjoyed the reputation of being our most outstanding authority on Earthlings. It has been principally through his recommendations that the secret, supplementary weapons, worked upon for the past decal, were devised. Baron Darrell has successfully deciphered the principal language of Earth and though listening to their radio emanations has compiled a formidable work on his findings. But of his abilities, more later. It might be added here that Baron Darrell and all his group were more than ready to proceed to Earth and begin the slaughter of its inhabitants. It seems that these investigators have for decals listened most carefully to every radio emanation possible to pick up. This has evidently led them to the edge of complete frenzy, especially those who have been assigned the morning programs, sometimes known as soap operas, by the Earthlings. Baron Darrell inspected the newly created weapons with considerable care and proclaimed them excellent for our purposes. In particular he was impressed with the IQ depressor, the deadly poison, narc, and the bubonic plague-carrying fleas. He was convinced that these secret weapons would give our forces that advantage we seek before launching our all-out attack upon Earth. Acting on Darrell's suggestions, we avoided the more heavily populated areas of Earth and landed our space cruiser in a mountainous area of the planet known as Kentucky. A subdivision of the United States of America, one of the more advanced Earth nations. Our plans did not work out exactly as expected. Keeping well in mind the need for secrecy, we made every attempt to land the space cruiser without detection. We settled in a small valley near a stream and immediately sent out scouts to determine if there was any sign that our craft had been sighted in descent. Evidently, the population of the vicinity was so small that our plans were successful. Our patrols reported only one small group of Earthlings in the immediate area. Deciding to test the new weapons on this gathering, we disembarked a force of 12 warriors, all disguised as Earthlings and with myself as commander and Baron Darrell as our technical advisor. We must keep our senses alert for Sam Spade, Superman and the Lone Ranger, Baron Darrell said nervously, peering around among the strange exotic trees and other vegetation that grows on Earth. I was somewhat surprised at his tone and obvious unease. Who? I asked. What? 3 Terran warriors of amazing ability and viciousness, he told me. I have been gathering reports of their activities from the radio for some time. They seem to have clairvoyant minds, one or the other of them almost invariably appears on the scene of violence. I said impatiently, without doubt, our weapons would mean the end of these warriors. I did not share his belief that any Earthling warriors might be our equals or superiors, but to remain on the cautious side, I immediately ordered that the Elecno be switched on. This weapon, one of the several designed for the Earth campaign, as your omnipotence is undoubtedly aware, is so constructed as to prevent the use of any internal combustion engine within 12 miles of the Elecno. In this case, no aircraft, nor land craft, utilizing internal combustion, could enter our zone. Baron Darrell seemed somewhat relieved at this precaution, but his attitude to a certain extent began to affect the rest of us. To prepare for any eventuality, I had the fission suppressor activated. This, of course, automatically made it impossible for nuclear fission to take place within 100 miles of our ship. That measure pleased Baron Darrell exceedingly in view of the fact that the Earth nations seemed to be spending practically all of their military appropriations on their so-called A-bombs and H-bombs. According to the radio emanations our Luna base had picked up, the Earthlings were interested in little else in a military way, except possibly bacteriological weapons, and, of course, we were prepared to deal them a strong blow along that line with our bubonic plague-spreading fleas. At any rate, knowing that we had suppressed the use of their major weapon, the fission bomb, and had prevented transportation from entering the vicinity, we proceeded toward the clearing where the Earthlings had gathered, determined to test the I.Q. depressor, narc, and the bubonic plague fleas, for it was upon the success of these weapons that our Earth campaign depended. We proceeded with care toward the clearing on the edge of which our scouts had detected the Earthlings, and carefully approached from behind the one specimen we saw there. Evidently, the others had gone off. Baron Darrell, the only member of our little group who was familiar with the language, acted as spokesman, and we concealed for the moment at least, the purpose of our visit. The following conversation was recorded by Baron Darrell himself and later translated as literally as possible into our own superior language. Earthling, huh? What's that? Baron Darrell, have no fear. Earthling, revenuers. Paw. Hank. The meaning of the word revenuers was completely unknown to Baron Darrell, but from the Earthling's tone of voice it is to be assumed that the term is a derogatory one. Baron Darrell, we are not revenuers. We are friends. Earthling, huh? Baron Darrell, we are not revenuers. We are friends. Earthling, suspiciously, well, you can't have no free corn, if that's what you're looking for. Can't buy none neither. Paw won't sell no raw corn. Says corn ain't fittin' to drink unless it's been aged a week. This conversation seemed to puzzle Baron Darrell, and I was beginning to suspect already that his knowledge of the Earthlings was somewhat less than he had led me to believe. Baron Darrell, where are the others? Earthling, huh? This continual inability on the Earthling's part to understand the questions put to him by Baron Darrell also caused me to wonder whether or not the decals spent on Luna in observing Earth were quite as fruitful as they might have been. Baron Darrell, where are the others? Earthling, oh, you mean Ma and Pa and Hank and Zeke. They're off looking for Martins. Your omnipotence is of course aware that in the language of the Earthlings our glorious planet is known as Mars, and we as Martians, or, evidently, as this Earthling pronounced it, Martins. This information was, as you can well imagine, startling, since we had supposed that our landing had been made in the most complete secrecy. What means they had utilized to discover us is unknown. Baron Darrell, and, what made them suspect there were Martians in the vicinity? Earthling, huh? Baron Darrell, what made Ma and Pa and Hank and Zeke think there were Martians around? Earthling, oh. Baron Darrell, what made them think there were Martians about? Earthling, Pa says he can smell him a Martin from most 20 miles away. Pa's got a regular feelin' for Martins, like. Pa'd rather shoot him a Martin than eat fried chicken. I wish I could shoot me a Martin, I wish. Yup, I sure wish I could shoot me a Martin. I wish. This sixth sense of some of the Earthlings had been unsuspected by Baron Darrell in spite of his decals of investigation. Evidently, the Earthlings have an unusual ability to detect the presence of alien life forms. Also surprising was the fact that the Earthlings were evidently aware of our plans to conquer their planet and were already worked up to a pitch of patriotism which made them extremely anxious to destroy us. Baron Darrell turned to me and explained that there were 4 more of the Earthlings in the woods searching for us and that undoubtedly they would soon return. He suggested that we immediately try some of our weapons upon this specimen. The plan seemed feasible enough, so I ordered one of the warriors to find a suitable liquid in which to place a portion of the poison narc. Ultimate plans, as you are aware, had been to drop, by spacecraft, small containers of narc in the reservoirs, rivers, and lakes of the Earthlings. One drop was designated to be, as your omnipotence knows, sufficient to poison a reservoir capable of supplying the water needs of 100,000 Earthlings. Although water was not available, the warrior was soon able to find what was obviously a container for some type of beverage. It was nearly full of a colorless fluid. The following conversation then took place between Baron Darrell and the Earthling. Baron Darrell, what is this? Earthling, huh? Oh, that's White Mule. Yup, sure is. Baron Darrell, puzzled, I thought a mule was a 4-legged animal of burden particularly noted for kicking. Earthling, vaguely, Pa's white mule's got lots of kick in it. Yup. Upon finding it was a beverage, as we had suspected, a small quantity of narc was quickly inserted. Baron Darrell, try a drink. Earthling, what say? Baron Darrell, have a drink? Earthling, maybe I will, but don't tell Pa. Pa says I'm simple enough without no white mule. Here he took a long draught without seeming effect, although we were expecting him to fall dead at our feet. We stood there staring at him, unbelievingly. Earthling, that tasted mighty good. Got more of a kick than usual. Yup, sure did. Tasted like maybe somebody put in a wallop of turpentine. He seemed perfectly at ease. I turned to Baron Darrell and snapped, the type of poison you recommended seems less than effective. Baron Darrell was obviously shocked. It is inconceivable, he said. Possibly the fluid in which we dissolved the narc acted as an antidote. I turned my back on him angrily. I begin to wonder about the effect of your other weapons. He waved to one of the warriors who had been burdened with the IQ depressor. We'll try this immediately, he said, anxiety in his tone. While the machine was being readied, Baron Darrell explained its workings to me in some detail. Meanwhile, the Earthling continued to sip at the jug which supposedly contained sufficient poison to eliminate an average large Terran city. As you know, Baron Darrell told me, the mind, whether of Earthlings or Martian type, is capable of being either stimulated or depressed. For hundreds of decades our race has possessed chemicals capable of such depression or stimulation. However, to my knowledge, this device is the only one yet developed which can suppress the intelligence quotient of anyone within an area of many square miles. The plan for utilizing it is a simple but effective one. When we confront a body of Earthling soldiery, our men need only to turn on the IQ depressor to turn the enemy into brainless idiots. Their defeat would then obviously be quite simple. Very well, I told him stiffly, let us proceed to try it on this Earthling. The device seemed quite elementary in construction. Baron Darrell activated it by the simple flicking of a switch. We ourselves, of course, were immune to its workings since it was tuned only to the Earth-type brain. It is now in operation? I asked Baron Darrell. Definitely. Watch the Earthling. I am watching. The supposed top authority on Earth and Earthlings approached the specimen and eyed him carefully. The following conversation ensued. Baron Darrell, how do you feel? Earthling, huh? Baron Darrell seemed pleased at this response, and, indeed, it would seem that the subject was on the verge of idiocy. Baron Darrell, how do you feel? Earthling, I guess I feel fine. Yup. Feel fine, how do you feel, stranger? Baron Darrell, scowling, does your head feel somewhat different? Does your mind seem more sluggish? Earthling, huh? Baron Darrell, does your thinking seem weaker? Earthling, nope. Can't say it does, stranger. Fact is, it'd be pretty hard to make my thinking much weaker. Yup, sure would. Baron Darrell stared at him for a long period, unbelievingly. Obviously, the IQ depressor had been worthless as far as undermining the Earthling's intelligence is concerned. Finally this alleged authority on Earthlings and upon Earth affairs flashed a look of despair at me, and at the others of us who stood around him. The fleas, he blurted finally, the lipbonic plague fleas. This weapon alone might well destroy the whole population of Earth. Bring the fleas. I said coldly, we shall see, Baron Darrell. Then to one of the warriors, bring the fleas that carry this so deadly, so Baron Darrell tells us, lipbonic plague. The Earthling was ignoring us now and had gone back to taking an occasional drink from his jug. Our warrior approached carefully from behind him and dropped a half-dozen of the supposedly deadly insects upon the Earthling's back. We then stood back and watched cautiously. According to Baron Darrell, the fast-spreading disease should take effect almost immediately. The Earthling sat there, the IQ depressor still tuned on but obviously unable to lower his intelligence an iota. He continued to sip from the jug of white mule, which had enough narc in it to kill thousands. Occasionally, he scratched himself. I guess I'll take me a nap, he said thickly, his words slurred. He scratched himself once again, yawned deeply, and slumped against the tree, obviously in sleep. Baron Darrell looked at me triumphantly. The reaction is somewhat different than we'd expected, but obviously the fleas have given him lipbonic plague. This weapon at least is as successful as we had. I peered down at the Earthling suspiciously. His clothes were disarrayed and torn. I pointed at a speck on his uncouthly hairy chest. And what is that? I snapped at Baron Darrell. He bent down to see what I indicated. It seems to be one of the fleas, he told me. Then what is it doing on its back with its feet up in the air? It seems indisposed. It seems dead, you numbskull. I roared at him. After biting this Earthling your fleas have died. In a high rage, I strode up and down the clearing trying to coordinate my thoughts to the point where I could make an intelligent decision on this situation. Obviously, a crisis was at hand. Using these weapons devised by our scientists, after detailed instructions on their construction by Baron Darrell and his group of efficient experts, would obviously be suicidal. They were completely worthless. I came to a snap conclusion. Our plan must be to reveal ourselves to the Earthlings as Martians and pretend to come bearing them only goodwill and desire for peace and commerce. A few months on their planet, closely, but unbeknown to them, studying their life form, should give us ample opportunity to plan more effective weapons against them. This then was my decision. I snapped to Baron Darrell. Awaken the Earthman, tell him that we are Martians and that we seek peace with the inhabitants of Earth. There was some difficulty in the awakening, but finally Baron Darrell succeeded. The Earthling shook his head groggily and scowled at my interpreter. The following conversation ensued. Baron Darrell, awaken. We have a message of great importance for you. Earthling, huh? Baron Darrell, we have a message for you. Earthling, rolling over on his other side, oh. Baron Darrell said impressively, in the name of the Most High, the Glorious, the Omnipotent, Omnipresent, and Omniscient, the Lord of the Seven, the Leader of the Chosen, Neo-Geek XXXVII. We bring you greetings from the Martians. Earthling, huh? Baron Darrell, we Martians offer you the friendship and the goodwill of a people that. Earthling, Martins. Are you UNS Martins? Baron Darrell, that is correct. We Martians come with the greetings and. At this point, your omnipotence, my account must of necessity be somewhat vague, for even after we had made good our escape back to the space cruiser, bearing our more serious casualties with us, we were unable to agree among ourselves on just what had happened. Baron Darrell, who is now under arrest and in the darkest recess of the space cruiser 12B-44 laden down with chains, is of the opinion that the Earthling was none other than either Superman or the Lone Ranger in disguise. He contends that both of these Earthling warriors are prone to adopt disguises in this manner, revealing themselves only at the last moment to their enemies. Suffice to say, however, that we were all successful in making good our retreat to the space cruiser, although all of our equipment and supplies were destroyed in the melee. Upon regaining the spacecraft we blasted off hurriedly, to return to our own sacred planet. I recommend, your omnipotence, that the plans to subjugate the planet Earth be indefinitely postponed in view of the fact that our specially designed weapons proved worthless and in particular view of the abilities of Earthling warriors. I further recommend that the unspeakable Baron Darrell, who obviously frittered away his time during the decal spent on Luna supposedly studying the Earthlings, be sent to the Nerabes salt mines. Yours, obediently. Sigil Wan. Commander Space Cruiser 12B-44. Ma and Pa Coy and Hank and Zeke came back into the clearing wearily. The boys had done a lot of tramping and were hungry for their victuals, and Ma was feeling bodacious about their taking off to go hunting for martins. Pa had told her to shut up 2 or 3 times but it hadn't been much use. Lem was sitting on an upended mash barrel loading his old shotgun and grinning vacuously. He seemed unaware of the fact that the stock of the gun was a splintered ruin. "Guess what, Pa?" he yelled. "I got me a martin. I got me a whole passel of martins, Pa, I sure did." "Yup, Pa Coy grunted, and started poking around in the victuals Ma had brought up from the cabin. The boys leaned their rifles up against the oak and each picked up a handy fruit jar of corn squeezins. Hank said nastily, "Sure you got a whole passel of martins, Lem. In your sleep, you got a passel of martins." Lem said belligerently, "Don't you go a-talkin' that-away Hank, or I'll throw you up into the tree the way I did that time you hit me with the axe. I did so get me some martins. I was a-sittin' here when a whole passel come out in the woods. Didn't know they was martins at first. Then Ma Coy handed him a chunk of corn pone. "Now you be quiet, Lem, and eat your victuals. Sure you got yourself a martin, Lem." A thin trickle of brown ran down from the side of Lem's mouth. He spit on the ground before him, with an air of happy belligerence. "I sure did, Ma. I sure got me a passel of martins. Yup, I sure did." Mercy flight. The phone rang and Ed Carey wasn't doing anything so he picked it up and said, "Yeah?" He said yeah a few more times, his eyes widening infinitesimally each time, and finally wound up with, okay, Bunny. He hung up and said, that was Bunny, up in Oneonta. She says a guy is coming in from Luna with a kid for emergency hospitalization, radiation burns or something. Jake was sitting back in his swivel chair, his feet on the desk and his hands clasped behind his head. He growled, that's the trouble with women in this game, they've got no story sense. She phones all the way from Oneonta on a story that's been run 100 times. Every time somebody gets good and sick up on Luna they bring them to Earth for treatment. He shrugged. Okay, so it's a kid this time. Do up about a stick of it, Carrie, and we'll put it on page 3 if you can work it into a tearjerker. Ed Carey said, you didn't let me finish, Jake. Something's wrong with this guy's radio. Somebody on the rewrite desk said, something wrong with his radio? He's gotta have his radio or he can't come in. Jake took his feet from the desk and sat up. What'd you mean, something's wrong with his radio? Bunny said he's calling for his landing instructions but they can't get anything back to him. He's just reached Brenchless and he's in free fall now, it'll be 4 days before he gets here. That's the way they work it, he's supposed to get in touch with the spaceport he wants to land at, and... I know how they work it, Jake growled. See if there's anything on the last newswire from Luna about him. Phil Mooney flicked his set on again and repeated carefully, calling Oneonta Spaceport. Phil Mooney outbound Luna, calling Oneonta Spaceport. Come in Oneonta. Calling Phil Mooney. Calling Phil Mooney. Oneonta Spaceport calling Phil Mooney. Come in Mooney. He cast a quick glance back at the child, strapped carefully in the metal bunk. She was unconscious now, possibly as a result of the acceleration in leaving Luna. He'd had to reach a speed of approximately 2 miles per second to escape Earth's satellite, and that had called for more G's acceleration than Lillian's sick body could bear. His lips thinned back over his teeth. It would be even worse when they came in for landing and he had to brake against Earth's gravity. He switched on the set again to give it another try. Instructions were to contact the spaceport at which you planned to land as soon as possible. There was plenty of time, of course, but the sooner the better. He said, calling Oneonta Spaceport. This is Phil Mooney, Luna, calling Oneonta. Come in Oneonta. Calling Phil Mooney. Calling Phil Mooney. Oneonta Spaceport calling Phil Mooney. Come in Mooney. Ed Carey came back to the city room with a sheet of yellow paper that he'd torn off the radiotype. He said, here it is, Jake. This kid, her name is Lillian Marshall, is the only survivor of an explosion at that nuclear fission laboratory they had on the dark side. Her old man and her mother were working under this Professor Deems, both of them killed. His eyes went on scanning the story. Evidently this Phil Mooney runs an unscheduled space line. Anyway, he blasted off to rush the kid to an Earth hospital. Jake took the dispatch and scowled at it. Carrie, he growled, see what we got on this Phil Mooney in the morgue. He rubbed the end of his nose thoughtfully. They'll probably pick him up all right when he gets nearer. Somebody on rewrite said, it doesn't make any difference how far he is. They should be able to reach him even if he was halfway to Mars. Something's wrong with his set. He decided to try one of the other spaceports. As a matter of fact, it made very little difference at which of them he landed. There'd be suitable hospital facilities within reasonable distance of any spaceport. He was 3 days out now, and, according to Spaceway's custom, had to let them know he was coming in. It wasn't like landing an airplane, they want plenty of time to prepare for a spacecraft's arrival. He said, calling New Albuquerque Spaceport. Calling New Albuquerque Spaceport. Phil Mooney, Luna, calling New Albuquerque. Please come in New Albuquerque. Calling Phil Mooney. Calling Phil Mooney. New Albuquerque Spaceport calling Phil Mooney. We are receiving you perfectly. Come in Mooney. He tried once more. Calling New Albuquerque Spaceport. Calling New Albuquerque Spaceport. Please come in New Albuquerque. Emergency. Repeat emergency. Please come in New Albuquerque. Calling Phil Mooney. Calling Phil Mooney. We are receiving you perfectly, Mooney. Come in Mooney. Kitty Kildare took up her notes and prepared to make her way back to her own tiny office. I've got it, Jake, she said breathlessly. Kitty was always breathless over any story carrying more pathos than a basketball score. My column tomorrow'll have them melting. Actually, I mean. Jake shuddered inwardly after she left. Ed Carey came up and drooped on the edge of the desk. Here's the dope on this Phil Mooney, Jake, he said. He's about 30. Was in the last war and saw action when we had our space forces storming New Petrograd. Did some fighting around the satellites, too. Piloted a one-seater, got a couple of medals, but never really made big news. Got any pics of him? Ed Kelly shook his head. Like I said, he never really made the big news. Just one more of these young fellas that saw plenty of action and when the war was over was too keyed up to settle down to everyday life. Jake picked up the thin folder and riffled through the few clippings there. What's he doing now? He growled. Evidently when the war ended he got one of these surplus freighters and converted it. Name of his company is Mooney Space Service, sounds impressive, but he's the only one in it. Probably going broke. Most of those guys can't make the grade against the competition of Terra Luna Spaceways and the other big boys with the scheduled flights. The city editor scratched the end of his nose speculatively. Maybe we ought to have Jim do up an editorial on these unscheduled space lines. Something along the line of how heroic some of these guys are, that sort of stuff. Do up the idea that they're always ready, fair weather or foul, to make an emergency trip. Carey said, there isn't any weather, fair or foul, in space. Jake scowled at him. You know what I mean, wise guy. Meanwhile, get some statements from some authorities. Ed Carey said painfully, what statements from what authorities? The city editor glared at him. So help me, Ed. I'm going to stick you on obituaries. Any statements from any authorities. You know damn well what I mean. Get some doctor to beef about the fact there aren't suitable hospitalization facilities on Luna. Get some president of one of these unscheduled space lines to sound off about what a hero Mooney is and how much good these unscheduled space lines are, and that reminds me of something. He yelled to a tall lanky reporter at the far end of the city room, hey. Ted. Get Bunny on the line up in Oneonta and tell her I said to look up some of these unscheduled spacelines guys and see if she can get a photograph of Phil Mooney from them. Maybe he's got some buddies in Oneonta. There was one thing about being in free fall. You had lots of time to sit and think. Too much time, perhaps. You had the time to think it all over. And over again. There was the war which had torn you from the routine into which life had settled, from friends and relations and sweethearts. And thrown you into a one-man spacefighter in which you sometimes stayed for weeks on end without communication with anyone, friend or foe. There had probably been no equivalent situation in the history of past warfare to the one-man space scouts. The nearest thing to them might have been the flyers of 1914, in the First World War, but, of course, they were up there alone only for hours at a time, not weeks. You develop self-reliance, men, was the way the colonel had put it. You develop self-reliance, or you're sunk. You're in space by yourself, alone. You can't use your radio or they can locate you. If something happens, some emergency, or some contact with the enemy, you're on your own. You have to figure it out. There's no superior officer to do your thinking, you're the whole works. And the colonel had been right, of course. It was a matter of using your own wits, your own ability. Fighting in a space scout was the work of an individual, not of a team. Perhaps it would be different someday in the future when machines and instruments had been developed further. But now it was an individualistic game, each man for himself. And probably it was because of this training that he, Phil Mooney, was unable to get back into the crowd after the war had ended. He was an individualist who rebelled against working not only for but even with someone else. He should have known better. Industry had reached beyond the point where one man goes out by himself and makes a fortune, or even a living, he thought wryly. It's the day of the big concerns, of tremendous trusts and cartels, who didn't even have to bother with the task of squeezing out tiny competitors like himself. He was out before he started. The Mooney Space Service. He snorted in self-deprecation. Oh, well. He pulled himself erect and made his way to the bunk. The kid was awake. He grinned down at her and said, "How's it going, Lillian?" Her eyes seemed glazed, even worse than they'd been yesterday, but she tried to smile back at him. "All right," she whispered, her child's voice so low he could hardly make it out. "Where's Mother?" Phil Mooney held a finger to his lips. "Maybe you'd better not talk too much, Lillian. Your mother and father they're all right. The thing now is to get you to the hospital and make you well again. Understand?" Kitty Kildare was saying indignantly, "What's this about no insurance on Luna?" "Use your head, Kitty," Jake grunted. "What company'd be crazy enough to insure anybody working on Luna? By the way, that was a good piece on Mooney and the Marshall kid. Did you read it?" Kitty Kildare was pleased. He shuddered. "No, but the letters have been pouring in. Maybe you ought to do another. Take it from some other angle this time. That's why I wanted to know about the insurance. Do you realize that this child, this poor, sick, defenseless child, is penniless? Actually, I mean. Bad enough that her parents have left her an orphan, but, Jake, that child is penniless." All right, he told her, "work on that for tomorrow's column." Ed came up with another radiotype report, just as Kitty was leaving. "This guy Mooney's calling all the other spaceports now, Jake. Evidently he's getting desperate, he's only 2 days out. And by the way, here's a new angle. This guy Harry Marshall, the kid's father, was a wartime buddy of Phil Mooney, they went to cadet school or something together." Jake growled thoughtfully, "He hasn't got a chance, but it makes a tremendous story. Get somebody to rig up a set in the radiotype room, Ed, and we'll see if we can listen in." There was a desperate, tense, taut inflection in his voice now. "Calling New Albuquerque Spaceport or Oneonta Spaceport. Phil Mooney calling any Earth spaceport. Phil Mooney calling Oneonta, New Albuquerque, Casablanca, Muckton, any Earth spaceport. Emergency. Emergency. Request landing instructions. Have Lillian Marshall, 8 years old, needing immediate medical care, aboard. Please come in any Earth spaceport. Calling Phil Mooney. New Albuquerque calling Phil Mooney. Ambulance waiting on grounds. Receiving you perfectly. Come in. Calling Phil Mooney. Casablanca Spaceport calling Phil. Calling Phil Mooney. Muckton Spaceport calling. Calling Phil Mooney. Oneonta Spaceport calling Phil Mooney." Ed Carey looked up over the set in the radiotype room at the city editor. He wet his lips carefully and said, "He's only got 1 day now. They've got to pick him up in hours or he's sunk." Jake said, "I never did understand how that works. Why can't he land himself?" "I know he can't, but why?" The reporter shrugged. "I don't quite get it either, but evidently the whole operation is pretty delicate stuff. They bring him down with radar, somehow or other. It's not like landing an airplane. Landing a spacecraft is done from the ground up, not from the spacecraft down. The pilot has comparatively little to do about it. At least, that's the way it is with 9 ships out of 10. The set began to blare again, and they both listened tensely. It was Phil Mooney. "Listen, you guys down there. If you're sitting around playing craps or something, I'm going to have a few necks to break when I get down." The two newspapermen stared at each other over the set. Ed Carey ran his tongue over his lips again. The strained tone had gone from the voice of the space pilot now and had been replaced by one of hopelessness. He said, "I don't know who I think I'm kidding. I know darn well that something's wrong with my receiver and I can't find out what it is. Maybe my sender is off too, for all I know. All I can pick up is some girl singing something about white roses. White roses, yet. I want landing instructions and I get white roses." Ed Carey jerked his head up and snapped, "Holy jumping hell, he's able to pick some commercial station." Jake came to his feet, stuck his neck out of the door and yelled at the top of his voice, "Phil Mooney is receiving some commercial station. Some dame singing something about white roses. Check every station in the city. Find out if any of them are broadcasting some dame singing about white roses. Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt this program for an emergency situation. Undoubtedly, you have heard on your newscasts and have read in your papers of the tragic case of Lillian Marshall. Child victim of an atomic explosion on Luna which orphaned her and necessitated her immediate flight to an Earth hospital. For the past 3 days the spacecraft carrying her, piloted by war hero Philip Mooney, has been having trouble with its radio. Due to circumstances surrounding landing of spacecraft, the two have been given up as lost in spite of the fact that almost hourly it has been possible to receive messages from Mooney. It is now revealed that he is able to pick up this program on the Interplanetary Broadcasting System network. We are not sure which of the nearly 2,000 stations of our system he is receiving. But we will now attempt to reach Philip Mooney with relayed messages from the Oneonta spaceport where expert medical care is awaiting little Lillian Marshall. Come in Oneonta. Calling Phil Mooney. Calling Phil Mooney. Come in, Phil. This is Oneonta spaceport, relaying through the Interplanetary Broadcasting System. Come in, Phil. Phil Mooney, calling Oneonta. I'm getting you, Oneonta. Come in, Oneonta. Over. Okay, Phil. Now this is it. We should have had you 2 hours ago, but we'll make out all right. Your velocity is a little too high. Give it 6 more units on your Kingston valves. Get that? Over. Got it. 6 more units on the Kingstons. Over. All right now. Switch on your remote control, Phil. We'll take it from here. Stand by the coordinators. It was night, but a blaze of lights illuminated the Oneonta spaceport. Hundreds of land cars stood on the parking lots, thousands of persons crowded the wire fence which kept all but port personnel from the field itself. The old space freighter sank easily to the apron and in seconds the rocket flames died. A surge of humanity ebbed over the field toward the craft. Phil Mooney opened the pilot compartment's hatch and stuck his head out, blinking in surprise at the mob beneath him. I don't know what this is all about, he began, but I've got a sick kid aboard. There's supposed to be an ambulance. Police wedged through the crowd, convoying a white-haired, white-jacketed man. He called up to the space pilot, "We won't need an ambulance, Mr. Mooney. I've already made arrangements for facilities here at the airport for immediate treatment." Phil Mooney made his way to the ground and scowled, still obviously startled by the swelling crowd. "Who in Kurt are you?" he asked. The other motioned for 2 assistants to enter the ship and bring out the child. "I'm Dr. Kern," he said. "I'll see. Dr. Adrian Kern, the radiation expert?" The pilot frowned worriedly. "See here, Doctor, the Marshalls were friends of mine, and I've taken over the care of little Lillian, but I'm afraid I couldn't afford to pay you." "I mean..." The famous doctor smiled at him. "I've been retained by the Interplanetary Golden Heart, Phil. You needn't worry about my fee. Besides," and he smiled easily, "I'm not going to accept any fee for this case. You see, I was listening to Marcia Malloy singing 'Love of White Roses' when your call came through. I believe it was the most poignant experience I have ever been through. A girl next to the doctor gushed, "I'm Bunny Davis, Mr. Mooney. The managing editor of our newspaper chain has authorized me to buy your story for $5,000. If you'll just..." Phil Mooney blinked. I. A heavy-set man in a business suit grasped his hand and shook it with fervor, while flashbulbs went off blindingly. "Phil," he said huskily, as though moved by deep emotion, "as president of the board of directors of Terra Luna Spaceways, I wish to take this opportunity to offer you a full... Hey! Give us a smile, Phil," a man on top of a television truck yelled. He was headed back for Luna the next day. They'd been indignant, of course. There was Hollywood, and the television networks, and that Terra Luna Spaceways guy who wanted to get in on all the publicity by offering him a vice presidency. And the newspaper editors, and the magazine editors, and all the rest of them. Approximately 1 billion persons had been tuned into the interplanetary network when the emergency landing instructions had been broadcast to him through that system. 1 billion persons had sat on the edge of their chairs, tensely, as his ship had been brought in. He and little Lillian had received more publicity in the past 24 hours than anyone since Lindbergh. And the child would be all right now. Before he'd left, checks totaling over $250,000 had come in for her. Donations from all over the Earth and from Mars and Venus and even some from the Jupiter satellites. And offers of adoption. Thousands of them, from rich and poor, even including Marcia Malloy, the video star who'd been singing that song, "Love of White Roses." Yes, Lillian would be all right. He wouldn't have been able to pay for the medical care she'd needed, but now she had the most capable experts on Earth at her disposal. They had been indignant when he blasted off again for Luna. They'd wanted to make a hero of him. This leaving on his part they interpreted as modesty, which, come to think of it, would make him all the more of a hero. Phil Mooney slipped a hand down to his set and flicked it on. He dialed over a dozen different stations. The news programs were all full of him and of Lillian. You'd think, to hear them, that he was the noblest, the most daring, the greatest man since Alexander the Great. He grinned wryly. One of the reasons he'd been so anxious to leave was to get away before somebody thought to check his set to see what was wrong with it. Why, if anybody had found that it was actually in perfect shape, they'd probably have lynched him. Yeah. The colonel had been right. In the Space Forces you learned to be self-reliant. When you got in a bad spot, you figured it out yourself. You're on your own, it's you against everything and everybody. Anything goes. His grin broadened. Maybe he wasn't a hero, the way they were all painting him, but at least Lillian was all right now, and no longer penniless the way her parents' death had left her. And he wasn't doing so badly himself. Halftripper. This section of New Sante Fe was off my beaten track. I've been on Mars a long time and am more than usually familiar with the various centers where we Terrans do our congregating. However, it had been years since I'd come through here. I was sitting in an obscure tavern, called, with commendable restraint, simply Sam's Bar. Lapping up Martian brandy and facing the prospect of returning to the spaceport in a few hours with no particular enthusiasm. I only half noticed the old man who got up on the stool next to me. Sam came over and asked him what he'd have. The oldster carefully counted out some coins on the bar and said, "Wine, Sam. A glass of Martian wine." "You know I don't want your money, Joseph," Sam told him. The old man answered reproachfully, "The wine would taste that much the less, my friend, if I had not earned it by the sweat of my..." "Okay," Sam sighed. He poured the wine and rang up the money and went off to wait on someone else. A half-tripper sidled up to me. "How about a drink, spaceman?" he whined. "I'm a graduate of the academy myself, class of '72. He must have noted my United Space Lines uniform. "Sorry," I said gruffly, keeping my back to him. Any spaceman can tell you that if you talk to a half-tripper for long you'll soon be showing symptoms of space cafard yourself. The underlying terror in him, the mind-shattering fear of space. The way he stares at you, thinking that you can go home, while he is afraid to risk the trip. There are few of them that can hide their disease. "I need a shot bad," he whispered urgently. He probably did, too. Few half-trippers are able to secure jobs on the planets of their exile. Most of them become beachcombers of space. Of course, there are some exceptions, especially if they have money and connections. I shuddered. Beat it, I grated, hating myself and him. The fear of space cafard must be somewhat similar to that of seasickness every new sailor had back in ancient days when man sailed the oceans of Terra. He never knew until he made his first voyage if he was going to be susceptible, and, if he turned out to be, it meant the sea wasn't for him. Of course, space cafard goes tragically further. A new man usually succumbs his first few hours in space, if he is going to get it at all. He probably makes it to the next planet, sometimes not, sometimes he goes incurably mad, right off the bat. But even if he does make it, wild horses could never get him on another rocket ship. He becomes a half-tripper, marooned on an alien world. Usually, although I have known of several exceptions, if you don't get it on your first trip, it seldom bothers you, you're immune for the rest of your life. He repeated, "How about it, spaceman?" Sam began to approach threateningly. He couldn't afford to have half-trippers hang out in his place. For one thing, the shipping lines would soon declare him out of bounds for their crews. You just can't let good men come in contact with obvious victims of space cafard. The old-timer Sam had called Joseph was distressed. "You know not what you say," he told me gently. I managed a sneer. "Am I supposed to buy a drink for every space bum that comes along?" The half-tripper's eyes lit up and he came closer to the old man. "How about it, Pop? Could you loan me the price of a nip of wojie?" Joseph's face was compassionate. "I am sorry, brother, I myself have nothing, but I commend you to the generosity of the tavern keeper." I snorted at that. I could imagine how much generosity the space leper would get from the bartender. That's where the surprise came. Sam sighed. "Okay, half-tripper, what'll it be?" The space bum ordered a double wojie, got it down quickly, as though he was afraid Sam might change his mind. And then beat it to find a place to have his dreams when the full force of the also-narcotic drink hit him. I finished my brandy, ordered another, and grinned wryly at the old-timer. You give me Kurt for telling him to beat it, but you give Sam the high sign to let him have wojie with which to rot out his brains. I'd think I was being the kinder of the two of us. "Each man's salvation is within himself," Joseph said softly. "You won't redeem him by attempting to keep him from his weaknesses. You talk like a saint, but I notice you're sitting here at a bar." He looked at me penetratingly, and there was vast emptiness behind his eyes. "There is little to enjoy in life," he said softly, "but I have had ample time to investigate all of the supposed pleasures. At one time I drank greatly and kept myself in a state of continual intoxication for a period longer than you could believe. Then I went through a state when I let nothing pass my lips but water. Now I see the mistake of both extremes and can enjoy an occasional glass without feeling the need of swilling it down until intoxication dulls me." He had me interested now. I said, "You sound as though you found the way in which to get the greatest satisfaction from everything in life, but I notice that you don't appear particularly happy." He was silent for a long time. Finally he sighed and answered, "Happiness is not to be found in wine, nor in food, nor in beautiful women, nor even in wealth and power. It is from within, what you have done, what you are in the eyes of your fellow man." He looked as though he was about to say more, but he fell silent, his eyes on something far away, although he seemed to be looking directly into my face. Then a light returned to them and he came back to our conversation. "I am sorry," he said. "For a moment you reminded me of someone I knew long and long ago. But now I must be on my way." He left his drink half-finished on the bar and walked wearily to the door. Sam took his glass away and wiped the bar reflectively. Whenever he's here, I can't turn down any half-trippers or other space bums, he complained. I tried it once, and the old boy looked so pathetic that I damn near cried myself. He seems to be quite a character, I said, only half interested. Sure, Sam said. Haven't you heard about Joseph? He's immortal. What? I said, startled. Immortal. You know, he lives forever. He poured me another brandy and leaned on the bar. His other customers had left and he was obviously in the mood for talking. I thought everybody knew about Joseph, he went on. He was one of the first space barons, a real big shot, controlled the whole of Calypso, him and his brother. They not only personally owned all of the satellite, but even all of the space lines that served it. When it came to law there, he was judge, jury, and owner of the courthouse and jail. Brother, that was one monopoly. You mean that old man that was just here? I said in amazement. That's right. Joseph, we call him now. He probably had a longer name then. It was a long time ago. Anyway, to get back to the story, one day a space liner radios in that it wants to make an emergency landing on Calypso for medical assistance. They had some virulent disease on board and the passengers and crew were dying like flies. Well, this brother of Joseph, Michael, or something like that his name was, advises Joseph not to give them permission to land. The captain of the liner pleads with him, but Joseph tells him to move on, he doesn't want to take any chances. The ship tried to make the next port, I forget just what it was, but, anyway, to cut it short, they all died. That's what started things churning in Joseph's bailiwick. A full-scale revolution, no less. You missed something there, I said. The people wouldn't have been expected to be so upset. After all, no matter how mistaken, he must have thought he was acting in the interests of everyone on Calypso. Yeah, Sam pointed out, but the thing is that among the passengers was Joseph's own boy, the most popular person on the satellite and the apple of his old man's eye. Nobody had known it, but the kid was playing hooky from his school on Terra and was making a cruise of the Jupiter moons. Joseph himself had never been very popular with his people, neither had this younger brother of his, Michael. Too strict, see. But everybody liked the boy and were looking forward to the day when he'd take over the reins of government. When it came out what happened, they went berserk. They cornered Joseph and Michael and a dozen or so of their close associates in the palace, which was actually more of a fortress than anything else. Sam wiped the bar again without need, and said reflectively, it must have been quite a fight. Not that Joseph himself participated. The boy had been his whole life, and he just moved around like he was in a trance. They threw everything at that palace. Every weapon, every device, that had been thought up for centuries. But it didn't crack. Finally, the fight was ended by a fleet of battle cruisers from Terra. Joseph and Michael and the rest were removed and brought here to Mars. None of them dared to remain on Calypso. I poured myself another brandy from the bottle that Sam had left on the bar. You make quite a story of it, I told him, but you didn't tell me what you'd started to, about the immortality. Yeah, he said, that's right. Well, it seems that in the atomic bombardment of the palace something happened that wound up with Joseph and his friends all immortal. Don't ask me what. I don't know, and neither did these scientist guys when they tried to figure it out. Of course, it didn't become known for years, not until it became obvious they weren't dying, or even aging. They continued to appear as they had at the time of the fight. I don't mean they couldn't die at all, one by one they dropped away. 2 were lost in space, 1 was blown up in an explosion on Terra. Another was burned to death, but the only way they could die was through accident, or suicide. After a few hundred years they were all gone but Joseph, and, of course, he'd gone batty. I interrupted. You mean he's insane? The bartender grinned. Crazy as a macron. I said slowly, he seemed normal enough to me. Perhaps a bit eccentric. Sam said, brother, he's as far around the corner as you can get. You know what he thinks? He thinks that he's wandering through space, going from planet to planet, trying to find a situation similar to that in which he sent away the person he loved most to his death. He thinks that if he ever finds that similar situation, he'll be able to make the opposite decision from the one he made before, and that will redeem him. I frowned. Where does he get the money for his wandering around the planets? He don't need no money. He's good luck. There's not a captain in the system that would refuse free passage to old Joseph. Sam shrugged his beefy shoulders. And who am I to say otherwise? That's why I give the bums free drinks when he's around, so does every other bartender. 2 customers had entered and Sam made his way down to them, leaving me alone. A half-tripper scurried through the door and cringed up to me. He whimpered, "How about a drink, spaceman?" I flipped him a coin. "Sure, buddy," I said, repressing my usual nausea at the sight of him. I got down from my stool and made my way out. It was time for me to return to the spaceport and my job. I suppose that I forgot to tell the cabbie to take me to the administration building entrance, the first time I'd made that mistake in years. I was preoccupied with thoughts of Joseph and the story Sam had told of him. The guards at the main gate must have let us through without question when they saw my United Space Lines uniform. At any rate, when I looked up, it was too late. Not only was I on the landing field and in full view of the concrete takeoff aprons, but one gigantic freighter was in the process of blasting off. All the horror of it flowed over me with a rush. The careful training of years, the work of the doctors who had treated me, all my own self-discipline, were gone. I shook with terrified frenzy. The depths of space. The free fall. The black emptiness. The utter, uncontrollable terror. I screamed shrilly and the cabbie turned, wide-eyed, to stare at me. He knew the symptoms. Space cafard. A half-tripper, he gasped, and spun the cab about to get me to a hospital. He must have realized then that my uniform didn't necessarily mean that I worked on the liners themselves, but that I could be an office employee who only on rare occasions went near the ships. He knew too, that the very sight of a spacecraft blasting off was enough to put me in bed for a week, and that I was uncommonly lucky to have the funds for the hospitalization. Mars was strewn with the human wrecks of half-trippers who hadn't. As we whirled from the yard, we passed the bent figure of Joseph walking unhurriedly toward a liner which was loading for the Venus run. My heart cried out, even through my terror, my sickness. Joseph, Joseph. So you too are still alive, and still seeking forgiveness. I had thought I was the last. But you are by far the better off of we two, Joseph. For at least you have been free to wander while I have stayed on this one hated spot since all those centuries ago when we fled from Calypso and the wrath of the people who had loved the boy so. As though we hadn't loved him ourselves, Joseph. Yes, you are the better off, you can seek throughout the stars for forgiveness. Then, too, your mind is forever dulled with your madness, while mine is horribly aware, always, of what we've been through and of the centuries ahead. It is only blurred when the space cafard comes. Joseph, Joseph, you didn't even recognize your brother Michael, nor I you, when we met. The Cosmic Bluff. To everyone in the solar system I was a big shot, understand? Everyone but 2, the 2 that counted most. One of the 2 was Susie, and the other was me. The difference was that Susie made no bones about telling me I was a fake. In my own mind the knowledge was there but more or less subconscious. On this particular occasion Susie was standing in the center of the half-acre living room of my new penthouse on top the 200-story spa center building in New Los Angeles. She had her hands on her hips and was glaring around at the furniture, the pictures, the statuary. She said bitingly, "Jack, you're a phony." "A what?" I complained. "Listen, Susie, don't start calling me those prehistoric names again. A phony," she said, "a humbug, a four-flusher, a quack, a faker." She'd finally got to a word I knew. "Hey, I protested, "What's this all about?" She indicated the portraits of me hanging on the wall. She pointed out the statuettes. She picked up a magazine and showed me the ad on the back page, me, endorsing a boomerang. I'd got 1,000 credits for that. She went over to the bookcase and pulled out a copy of How I Became Champ and the first volume of Gladiator Technique. Both by me. That is, Ghost written for me, but my name was on the cover. She indicated 2 or 3 other books I was cashing in on. "You're a phony, Jack," she repeated. "You used to be a nice quiet fellow, actually more shy and retiring than was good for you. Now your head is swollen beyond bearing." I was getting a little hot about this. For the past few months I'd been acquiring the habit of having people look up to me, admiring me, asking for my autograph, that sort of thing. "Look here," I said. "Just because you've known me for years and just because for most of that time I've been chasing you, doesn't mean that the gladiator champion of the solar system is a nobody." I finished with what I thought would be the clincher. "Let me tell you, there isn't one girl in a billion who wouldn't be glad to be in your shoes, engaged to Jack Dempsey." It was the clincher all right. She took her hands from her hips and folded them over her breasts and glared. "Oh yes there is," she told me. "There's exactly one girl who isn't interested in being engaged to you, Gladiator Jack Dempsey." "Me," she snapped. I glared back at her. "Are you crazy?" I asked. "We're going to be married the day after tomorrow." "That's where you're wrong," she snapped again. I became engaged to a nice, quiet, thoughtful, second-rate gladiator. A mistake happened and he wound up solar system champion, and a stuffed shirt. The engagement is off. Second-rate gladiator. I blurted indignantly, but she was already on her way, stamping across the Venusian chameleon rug to the door. I was so surprised I stood there, letting her go. It took me a full minute to understand that Susie had just run out on me. Me. The victor at the interplanetary meet. The sole survivor of the scores of gladiators who fought it out once every 10 years to see which planet of the system would dominate interplanetary affairs. I went over to the bookcase and wrenched out one of the many books on prehistoric times that Susie was always insisting I read. That's Susie's bug, if you didn't know. Prehistoric times, customs, history, language, legends, all of a period that most people don't even know ever existed, and don't care. The book was glossary of ancient terminology. I thumbed through it and finally found my words. Stuffed shirt. I yelped indignantly. A stuffed shirt. Me? 10 minutes later I was in the gladiator room of the spa center building and already had 3 or 4 slugs of woji under my belt. A stuffed shirt, yet. Me. Solar system champ. I grunted sarcastically and made with a curt flip of my hand to the bartender. He was a Venusian Spider-Man, who of course, make the best barkeeps in the system. Another woji, I ordered. A guy drifted down to me from the other end of the bar. Hanging one on, champ, he asked. You must be out of training. I looked him up and down. I'd never seen him before. However, in my position you have to be nice to the fans. I said, woji doesn't bother me. I train on it. Susie's words were still burning. I added, out of the side of my mouth, if you really got it, you got it, and if you haven't and all the training in the world won't give it to you. I flexed my muscles. Woji isn't going to hurt a man like me. He blinked in admiration. Guess you're right at that, champ, he said. It's the second-raters that have to be watching everything they eat, everything they drink, everything they do. Right, I told him, condescendingly. He climbed up on the stool next to me. Have a woji? I asked him. I was glad to have his company, at least it'd keep my mind off Susie. No thanks, he said, shuddering. But I wouldn't mind a bluer. So I ordered him a bluer and another double woji for me. My new friend said hesitantly, champ, what'd you think of these visitors, explorers, or whatever you want to call them, from Centaurus? How is it that when you become a celebrity, no matter in what field, your opinions on every subject seem noteworthy to everybody else? I'd read a little about the Centaurians, seen an item or two on the Visiscreen, but I didn't know anything about them worth mentioning. I was too busy with my own rapidly developing affairs to spend much time keeping up with solar system news. What about them? I asked, noticing that my tongue was at last beginning to get a bit thick. I ordered another drink. The bartender started to protest, but then shrugged 6 of his shoulders and began mixing it. Didn't you hear the latest? The guy asked. They're looking for room for colonization and the solar system attracts them. It was shortly after this that the fog rolled in, and it didn't roll out again until the following morning when my manager gave me a dealcoholizer. He was hopping mad. And when I say hopping mad I mean just that, since Mari Noun, my manager, is a chicken-headed Mercurian bouncer. A nationalized citizen of Terra, of course, but a Mercurian with all their characteristic excitability. When my head cleared, he was jumping up and down in front of me and waving a sheet of newspaper he'd torn off the recorder on the Visiscreen. Simmer down, I told him. My head still aches, and besides, I can't understand what you're yelling about. I added nastily, in fact, I can't understand how anything could happen that you'd yell about. All you do is sit around and let 10% of everything I make roll into your pockets. You're probably the richest gladiator manager in the system, Ann. He stopped hopping long enough to fix me with a beady eye. Finally he became coherent. And that's exactly what I want to remain. He shrilled. You stupid Macron, what are you trying to do, get yourself killed? He waved the news sheet again. I began to catch on to the fact that I must have done something the day before while under the influence of, I couldn't even think of the word without my stomach churning. All right, I said. What is it? I don't remember. He was prancing again. You don't remember. I'll say you don't remember. If you did, you'd be hiding under the bed. That got to me. I raised up indignantly. Hiding under the bed? Me? I don't have to hide from anything. I'm Champ. That's pronounced chump, he whistled nastily. He tossed me the news sheet. The headline read, Interplanetary Champ says issues between Solar System and Centaurus should be settled in the arena. Did I say that? I said interestedly. When? He was almost hopping again. To that cub reporter in the gladiator room, you stupid Macron. Don't swear at me, I growled. I didn't know he was a reporter. Besides, what are you so excited about? Maybe it'd be a good idea. Look at that next head, he shrilled. It read, Centaurians accept challenge of Jack Dempsey. Hey, I said, that ought to be quite a fight. Who do you think will have representing the solar system? A slabber from Jupiter would be a good bet. There he went again. He screamed, of course. Of course, a slabber would be best, but you're the champion. A stupid idiot, but champion. I gaped at that, then let my eyes go down to the news account. He was right. As champion, I was scheduled to meet the Centaurian gladiator. On the outcome would depend the fate of the system. Well, I said slowly. Guess it makes sense at that. I am the best gladiator in the system. He closed his little bird eyes in anguish. I added, as a matter of fact, I could use the exercise. I haven't had a meet in months. I eyed him accusingly. What kind of a manager are you? Here I am, solar system champ, and you haven't got me a fight since I won the interplanetary meet. The biggest drawing card in. He'd got to the point where he was so mad he wasn't hopping anymore. Just breathing real deep. He said. The reason you haven't had any meets since you became champ is because I'd rather have a live champ making a good living endorsing Calypso snack goat cheese, and me getting 10%, than I would have a dead champ. What did you mean? I scoffed. Nobody gets killed in an exhibition match. I flexed my muscles. Besides, I can take care of myself up against any Earthside gladiator after. He glowered at me. Anybody who killed the champ, by accident or otherwise, in an exhibition match, would have a nice reputation for himself. You might go into the arena with the idea of not killing your opponent, but would he? I shrugged uncomfortably. I can take care of myself. Look, he shrilled, let's go back over a little recent arena history. Less than a year ago you were a second-rater fighting at the state fairs. You went to Mars to watch the interplanetary meet which is held once every decade to decide interplanetary affairs. The ship carrying Terra's gladiators was lost in space and you were tossed in as an emergency replacement. Sure, I said. The first time a Terran ever won an interplanetary meet. He whistled disgustedly, the first time a Terran ever lasted more than 5 minutes. Well? I said proudly. He pointed a few fingers at me. By a fluke. By using a lot of ideas you got from that quotation-spouting girlfriend of yours, you won by a fluke. Among other things, you played possum, as you called it, under a heap of corpses until all the others were either killed or wounded and then got up and finished them off. The fans throughout the system are still screaming about that. Well, I'm still champ, I said truculently. I licked them once, and... Ah, shut up, he shrilled. He whirled about and started for the door. I'll see what I can do. I didn't know what he meant by that, but I shrugged and rang for my breakfast. The twinge of conscience I felt inside, I manfully suppressed. I suppose that I really knew he was right, but I'd been getting a good deal of ego boo the past months and it was hard, almost impossible, in fact, not to listen to it. By noon the de-alcoholizer had completed its work and I felt more or less normal. I suppose I should have been worrying about the bout with the Centaurian, but I wasn't. Not particularly. I was worrying about Susie. Susie worked for a chain of publications as a female sports reporter covering the gladiator meets from the woman's angle. What she wanted to do was write books about primitive culture, and for years that had been the barrier between us. She couldn't stand the fact that I wasn't particularly interested in the ancients and spent half the time we had together in trying to fill me with the lore she thought the big interest in life. She'd even given me my professional name, explaining that the original Jack Dempsey was one of the outstanding gladiators in ancient times. At any rate, I knew where she usually had her lunch and made my way there, hoping to be able to patch things up. She'd promised to marry me, after I'd won the championship for Earth, and if there was anything I could do about it, I was going to see her hold to the engagement. The Interplanetary Visa-Screen Service, the IVS, occupies a building in New Los Angeles nearly as large as Spa Center. Almost all of the IVS people eat in the auto cafe, and it was there I made my way. Soft music was playing as I entered and looked over the 3-acre expanse of tables. Of course, I didn't have to check them all. Susie always sat in the sports section with perhaps a few hundred others. The soft pleasant dining music cut off abruptly and the autorch started blaring out an ear-splitting tune that brought back enough of my headache to make me grimace. Several thousand heads came up and looked toward the entrance where I stood. A movement started somewhere or other and before you knew it, everybody in the place was standing on his feet and slapping his hands like crazy. Everybody but two. I could spot them now. Susie and Alger Wilde were sitting at a table in the sports section. I made my way toward them. Alger Wilde, I might as well explain here, is a macron from the word glorm, if you'll pardon my language. He's been trying, in his smirking way, to get in with Susie for almost as many years as I have, and until I won the championship was doing at least as well as I. His strong point was the fact that he was even further around the corner in regard to the ancients than was Susie. They could sit and talk for hours about the primitive comic books and other cultural matters that the average person had no interest in whatsoever. I still didn't know what all the clapping was about, and I still didn't like the raucous music, but I ignored it all and made my way toward their table. rehearsing to myself what I was going to say to Susie. When I got nearer, the two of them, self-consciously, also came to their feet and both made with feeble applause to the extent of clapping their hands together once or twice. I said, "What goes on here?" We all sat down, with me congratulating myself that Susie didn't object, and Susie, her eyes shining, gushed, "Oh Jack, isn't it wonderful?" I said, "I guess so." "What?" I looked around the room in irritation. "What's all the noise about? I can hardly hear ourselves talk." Alger Wilde said stiffly, "It's the new anthem, The Solar System Forever. Very patriotic. It was just completed by a staff of more than 300 of the system's outstanding musicians. I understand that it's being played on every visiscreen on 9 planets and 20 satellites. On order of the governments of all Solar System League members, the musicians rushed it through." "It sounds like it," I growled. At least everybody had sat down again and were eating their lunch. The stars were still in Susie's eyes. She said softly, "It's dedicated to you, Jack." "Huh?" Alger Wilde bit out, "Why do you think everybody was clapping?" "You're the hero of the system." He added, barely audibly, "They know not what they do." It was beginning to dawn on me. My mind had been so full of Susie that I'd almost forgotten about the Centaurian fight. Susie cast her eyes down to the table and said softly, "I'm sorry about yesterday, Jack. When I heard about your heroic challenge I realized how wrong I was." I scowled and said, "I didn't exactly challenge them, just suggested that the whole thing ought to be settled in the arena. Maybe a slabber or a Saturnian gladiator, or..." Alger said, satisfaction oozing, "But you're the champ, Jack." And Susie gushed, "So you'll certainly have the honor." "Oh, Jack, our engagement will have to be postponed until after the fight." There was a gleam in Wilde's eye. He said, "And after the fight the marriage can take place. Only the brave deserve the fair, and, to the victor belongs the spoils, as the ancients used to say." I knew what he was thinking. If I was killed in the arena, he'd be back in the running for Susie. I growled, "What the Kurt do you mean by that, Wilde?" Susie placed her hands over her ears. "Please, Jack, your language." Alger Wilde said indignantly, "Yes, what the hell is the idea talking that way before Susie?" I said disgustedly, "I'll be a Macron." She covered her ears there, too, "if I understand how you two figure." I say Kurt and you're shocked. 5 seconds later Wilde says hell, an ancient word meaning practically the same thing, and it's all right. Wilde said indignantly, "It's an entirely different matter. Hell is now a scholarly word, and quite acceptable. Of course, in ancient times it wasn't, and when a cultivated person wished to use a strong expletive he said Hades, which was still a more ancient word meaning the same thing. Using the scholarly expression made it all right." "I give up," I said and turned to Susie. "Let's get out of here. I want to talk to you." She said demurely, "Yes, dear." I grunted a goodbye to Wilde and arose. There was applause again and the autorch started blaring "The Solar System Forever" as we left. "You could get awfully tired of music like that," I said. Susie said, "Not me, Jack." The usually crowded street outside the Ivius building was curiously empty, but I didn't pay much attention. I was trying to figure out some way of talking Susie into marrying me before the fight, so it was several minutes before I noticed what was out of whack. 100 yards before us, 100 yards behind us, and across the street, were several scores of white uniformed officers, Solar League police, clearing the pedestrians. And even vehicular traffic from our way. I started to say, "What goes on here any?" But Susie looked at me soulfully and said, "Your guard of honor, Jack. There's been some talk that the Centaurians might try to get at you before the meet." To quote one of Susie's favorite primitive exclamations, "Oh, brother. Look," I said. "I can't talk to you in front of all this. I feel like a parade. Let's go into a theater, take a box and have this out." Susie wasn't disagreeing with anything today. We entered the theater and made our way as quietly as possible toward a soundproof box where we could be alone. Suddenly, the three-dimensional figures on the stage faded, the lights went on and the autorch started blaring that confounded tune again. Everyone in the theater turned, spotted us and arose and began whistling and clapping. I winced, but Susie seemed to be in her glory. I hurried her along and we entered the enclosed box where at least we couldn't hear them after I'd turned off the sound device. Finally, the lights went out again. Instead of resuming the play, however, we had a flash of the face of the president of Terra. He spoke very seriously, very earnestly, and I had to sit through it after Susie had switched on the sound again. He pointed out at some length that we all must maintain faith and calm and hold in our hearts the image of the champion of the solar system, our own Terran gladiator, Jack Dempsey. The president's face faded and was replaced with a still of mine. The audience rose to a man, faced our box and applauded like crazy. I had a sneaking suspicion that the show wasn't going to go on as long as Susie and I were there. I said, "Let's get out of here before that autorch," but I was too late. It started blaring "The Solar System Forever" before we reached the door. Everybody was singing too, which made it worse. I hadn't known before that it had words. Otherwise, it was a successful evening. Particularly after I convinced the Solar System League officers that there was no need for around a dozen of them to be stationed in my apartment. I told them that they could patrol the corridors, my roof, and the street outside to their heart's content, but my apartment was out. The officer in charge took another look at Susie and evidently decided I was probably right. There are things more important than personal safety. The rest of the evening was spent by Susie proving that she still loved me. She offered some excellent evidence. Anyway, it satisfied me. I was awakened again the next morning by Marinown who, as he had the morning before, was waving a sheet of newspaper before my eyes. This could grow into a very unpleasant habit. But at least he wasn't hopping this time. In fact, he seemed quite pleased with himself. I turned over on my other side and growled, "Go away, I was having a beautiful dream about Susie." He whistled happily, "I've done it for you, Jack. Everything'll be fine now." "That's good," I began sleepily, but then I sat upright in bed, with quick suspicion. "You've done what?" I grabbed the newspaper from his hand. It read, "Champ's manager reveals he has Venusian elephantiasis." I stared at it and then at him. "What in Kurt is Venusian elephantiasis, and where'd you get the idea I have it?" He shrilled proudly, "I had to do a lot of research. It's one of the few diseases left in the system that's incurable. So rare, for one thing." I was still half asleep. I shook my head. He said, "Don't you get it? You won't have to fight now. You can retire from the arena, as undefeated champ, and make a top-notch living for the rest of your life endorsing." I jumped out of the bed and dashed to the tello. But even before I could reach it, it glowed on and Susie's face, cold as a winter day on Pluto, was there. Her eyes seemed to focus about 3 feet beyond my head and she said, "Jack Dempsey, you're a phony. A cheap, petty, cowardly phony. Venusian elephantiasis, indeed." Her voice dripped scorn. "I never want to hear from you again." "Susie, wait a minute. I can explain," I yelled. "My manager," but the screen had died. I spun on him, but he wasn't at the side of the bed where I'd seen him last. Instead he was over at the visiscreen, the glee gone from his chicken-like face, and anxiety beginning to become evident. He shrilled, "They can't do this to me. We're being robbed." I started for him, my fingers stretched out like claws. Here was one Mercurian bouncer who was going to have his neck wrung, like the fowl he resembled. Something in his attitude stopped me. I came up beside him and growled, "What now, you Macron?" He pointed at the news sheet which had recorded the item. 43,000 solar system scientists working on cure for Venusian elephantiasis. He shrilled despairingly, they'll have you cured in days. I snorted, especially since I haven't got it in the first place. Listen, what gave you the idea I wanted to get out of this fight, anyway? I'm not afraid. He started hopping at that. You're not afraid. You're too stupid, too conceited to be afraid. I'm afraid, understand? I'm your manager, I know how good a gladiator you are, and I'm afraid. I'm afraid first that you'll get killed and I'll lose the best thing I've ever had. But even more than that, I'm afraid that this solar system isn't going to be fit to live in after you lose this fight and the Centaurians take over. I growled truculently, I can whip anybody in the solar system and I can whip. He flung two of his wing arms up in despair. We have slabbers, we have fast-moving Spider-Men, we have 4 armed Martians, but who do we get to represent us in the most important gladiatorial fight in history? A second-rate, inflated, balloon-headed. Hey, I protested indignantly. But he'd stopped of his own accord and clicked his heels in the Mercurian version of snapping of fingers in sudden inspiration. Look, he whistled. If they can put 43,000 scientists to work figuring out a way to cure a disease they think you have, why can't they put 10 times that number, 1,000 times, to work on some new weapons you can use against this Centaurian Macron? I scowled at him, not getting it. You know better than that. In the arena the only weapons allowed are primitive ones, swords, spears, battle axes, boomerangs. Yes, yes, he shrilled excitedly, beginning to hop again. But this is different. They, the Centaurians, don't know that. He clicked his heels together again. It's the solution. We'll devise, in the next month, some sure-thing weapon. You can't lose. But I was worried more about Susie than about the fight. I growled at him, I don't need anything but my short sword. All I want to be sure about is that I'm in that fight, see? If I'm not I'll never see. But he was already darting for the door. Well, within the week the scientists had cured me of the disease that Mari Noun had dreamed up. I was scheduled for the fight again. But no word from Susie. And no way of getting in touch with her. I tried everything, but Susie just wasn't having any of me. We started my training, and it became more or less of an Earth-wide secret that the scientists were fixing me up with some secret weapons which would guarantee the victory. Most of the sports writers who came to the training camp were tight-lipped and disapproving about it, not quite playing the game. You know, but the governmental big shots who were trembling in their boots over the Centaurian threat, made it clear that anything was going to go to ensure solar system victory. So the reporters didn't print the stories they might have. Except for Susie. Evidently the word got back to her about the weapons I was learning to use, and she let loose at me in her column. Nothing that the Centaurians would understand, of course, but the digs were there. She made it pretty clear that Jack Dempsey was a phony and that only with the use of unsportsmanlike weapons would he consent to go into the arena at all. She had some nasty comebacks, because sentiment was running pretty high throughout the League planets, and anybody saying a word against the champ was apt to find himself mobbed. They were frightened, understand? The whole solar system was frightened, and they couldn't bear the thought that I was less than their savior. But Susie kept it up. She was the only sports reporter in the system who dared point out what they were all probably feeling. The great trouble in the training was that we hadn't the vaguest idea of what the Centaurians looked like. Their tremendous ship, several times the size of the greatest of ours, hovered motionlessly over Krishna Krishna, the Venusian capital city, but thus far not one of them had been spotted. They communicated with us, blank-screened, and we had nothing to go on to decide whether or not they were humanoid, or even if they were air-breathers. Although the latter would seem likely if they wished to colonize the solar system since all our life forms are based on oxygen. The only thing was to provide me with several weapons, one each for the various different types of creature our Centaurians might be. In fact, it was only by dint of argument that I was allowed to take my short sword with me into the arena when the day finally arrived. The managers who'd had my training in hand wanted to use the space and weight the sword would take up to carry another half-dozen atomic grenades. I growled at them. Listen, if these grenades are going to work, and how the curt they could possibly fail to work, I don't know, one of them will do the job. I'll take my sword along if only for a good luck charm. I've never been in an arena without it yet. And I added sarcastically, this is going to be some fight, this is. I feel like a murderer. I kept the sword. Needless to say, the amphitheater was packed. Tens of thousands must have pauperized themselves for fare to Venus and for the highly priced seats. But whatever the cost, the stands were packed beyond belief. And, of course, throughout the system every man, woman and child, every brim, Mador and Lot, but you get the idea. Every intelligent living thing in the solar system was glued to his visiscreen. And above the arena floated the Centaurian ship, silent, sinister. There were no preliminaries. That would have been too much. Instead, when the moment of conflict arrived, I came out into the arena, staggered, might have been the better word. I had a burden of weapons that was just about all I could carry. When the stands first saw me enter, they came to their feet and began a cheer that should have echoed and re-echoed, but didn't. It died almost before it began. When they saw my equipment, the cheer faltered, then died in shame. They realized, those citizens from all over the solar system, what was happening. The stakes were too high. The solar system was trading honor for security. Instead of being armed with the traditional sword or spear, battle axe or boomerang, I was laden with the most deadly devices our scientists could develop. As I said, the cheers died almost before they began. Maybe I flushed a little. I don't know. But I tightened my jaw. At least they didn't boo. Everyone in the stands knew the issue. However he writhed in shame, there must be no indication to the Centaurians that we weren't playing the game, that we weren't living up to our own rules. I stood, my back to the judges' stand, and waited. To the left was the sports box, and I could make out Susie, even at that distance. Her face was expressionless. A great helicopter suddenly and deftly detached itself from the Centaurian ship and gracefully swooped down. It was beautifully handled, settling to the opposite side of the arena as gently as a butterfly. A large door in its side opened, the Centaurian emerged, and a gasp from the stands went up. A gasp louder than the cheer that had originally greeted me. Of all solar system intelligent life forms, Jupiter's slabber is by far the largest, and, for that reason, that and its natural armor shell. Jupiter had been winning the interplanetary meets 2 out of 3 times for centuries. But this hulking brute made the slabber seem a babe in arms. It resembled somewhat a 6-legged turtle, roughly twice the size of a Terran elephant. It had 2 lobster-like claws and 4 other limbs. Evidently, it had decided to end the battle as quickly as possible, because without either salute or warning it headed for me, the dust churning up behind it as it came. Its legs were short but fantastically fast. They seemed a blur of speed, and before I had got over the surprise of its appearance it was halfway across the arena toward me. A shout, almost a moan, of warning went up from the stands, and suddenly those citizens of the solar system were no longer ashamed of the weapons I carried, no longer contemptuous of my honor. I grasped my atomic grenade from its hook on my belt, dropped the projectile thrower to the ground to give my arm free play, and threw. Half the total acreage of the arena went up in a gust of dirt, dust, gravel and colored smoke. Seconds later I had been thrown prostrate by the blast. Probably half the amphitheater's occupants had been similarly treated, and how many blast casualties might have been among them, I couldn't know. But at least, I thought, the fight was over and I'd done the Solar League's dirty work for it. I'd never be able to hold up my head again in a circle of gladiators, but the system was safe. I came to my feet and turned to go. A shout, incredulous, unbelieving, arose from the stands, drowning out the cries of those wounded by the blast of my grenade. I spun and stared. Crawling laboriously over the lip of the crater my grenade had caused was the Centaurian. One of his many limbs seemed limp and useless, and his shell was battered and begrimed, but he was still alive, and not too much the worse for wear. When it got to level ground again it seemed to pause momentarily, seeking me out. I grabbed up the heavy submachine gat, as Susie tells me they called them in the old days, and threw it to my shoulder. The projectiles it threw were only half an inch in diameter, but each of them packed a charge of atomic explosive. I trained it and held the trigger down. The 200-round drum was exhausted in less than a half-minute, and the sound of the projectiles exploding against the shell of my foe was ear-shocking in intensity. Once again, a cloud of smoke and dust enveloped the Centaurian. And only after the last cartridge had been expended and the submachine gat now useless, was the sigh of relief that went up over the stands audible. But through the smoke, of a sudden, charged the six-legged Centaurian, and my eyes almost bugged out of their sockets. He was seemingly not further injured. I dodged quickly to one side, stumbling over the gat I'd thrown away, thinking the fight over, and it uselessly empty. It was only the stumbling that saved me. I rolled to the side and it was past me and spinning about for another attack. The Centaurian growled in a thunderous voice, and now the fight begins, Terran Macron. Its bulk evidently was no indication of a lack of intelligence. It had already not only learned to speak Ameringlish, but could swear in our language. I had one more major weapon in my deadly arsenal. I whipped the blunderbuss-nosed, pistol-like device from my belt and trained it. Even though shielded with my especially designed ear-plugs, the subsonic sounds flowed over me, enveloped me, terrified me. What it was doing to the enemy I could only guess. Shaking my head in an attempt to clear it of the desperate, soul-shaking fears brought on by the subsonic vibrator, I stared in the direction of the Centaurian. He seemed to be watching me, questioningly. And suddenly I understood that he was waiting for the weapon to work. He wanted to see what it was going to do. It wasn't doing anything. A quarter of a mile away, on the other side of the amphitheater, and supposedly out of range, spectators were fainting in droves, literally thousands of them screaming or keeling over. But a few yards before me he stood unimpressed. I swore and threw the thing down, ripped off the rest of the belts and equipment they'd foisted upon me and reached for my sword. It dashed forward, extending a tentacle from its body that formerly I'd been unaware of. I swung desperately and the sword clanged against the limb. I darted backward, noticing a large dent in the cutting edge. Like a flash one of the lobster claws snapped out at me, nipping a cut in my left side, just below the ribs. Had it been another 6 inches over, it would have been cut in half. I dashed to one side and it rushed past, stirring up a breeze as it went. How such a large creature could get up momentum so rapidly was a mystery to me. I grated out one of Susie's slogans to give myself courage. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. And then it came to me that the trouble was that if they're big enough perhaps they don't get around to falling at all. It was about and after me again. I stood in its path, sword in hand, waiting. A massive groan went up from the stands. Just before it reached me, I darted forward, crouched low, and dashed under its belly. Here, if anywhere, was the soft spot. As I ran, I thrust desperately upward with all my strength, then I was suddenly completely under and beyond it. I spun around and stood there panting and staring at the end of my broken pointed sword. It turned too, as though looking to find my trampled body, and surprised that I'd survived. It was about 30 feet away, and seemingly resting. Suddenly from its mouth gushed forth a stream of flame, reaching out for me. It was only by the merest chance that my grenade-made crater was immediately behind me. I tripped again and fell backward, and the sheet of flame passed over me. A sigh went up from the stands. Suddenly, over the ridge it came tearing. Hoping, evidently, to catch me before I recovered from my fall. It had miscalculated and passed a good 6 feet to my right. I sprung to my feet and dashed over in time to deal its tail a smashing blow, and to accumulate another dent in my blade. At this pace, my strength was rapidly giving out, and his seemed as great as ever, but I was still quicker in that my size and build enabled me to turn, spin, dodge, more effectively. He tried twice more to get me with his flaming breath, and both times I was able to avoid it by inches. Or nearly so, at least. I kept my life, though hair and clothes were singed. I had worked my way, involuntarily toward the press boxes, and took time to shoot up a desperate glance in Susie's direction. Her face had lost its coldness now, her lips were parted in fear. Almost, I was able to smile. Susie knew the signs, as did all the rest of the reporters. She'd seen too many meets not to know when a gladiator was using his last iota of strength and was on the verge of collapse. She knew, possibly even better than I, how long I could keep up this pace. And then, seeing her, recalled her way of finding a slogan, a quotation of the ancients, for almost every situation that arose. And in the recalling one came to me. Meet fire with fire. The Centaurian was emerging from the crater where its most recent charge had taken it. I ran with what speed I could muster to the judge's stand and grasped one of the sacred Venusian torches that flanked the judge's bench. I turned then and sped toward the enemy in hopes of getting him as he climbed over the crater edge. He saw me coming and tried ineffectively to scorch me with his flaming breath, but he was either growing weak, or had utilized all the fuel his body produced for the effort. The flame leaped out a mere 6 or 8 feet. Holding the torch in hand, I dashed straight at him. As I had hoped, one of the lobster claws darted at me. I leaped nimbly to one side, bounced up upon the claw and scampered up it toward the 4 glaring eyes. I thrust the torch out and into them, hearing as though from a great distance, the cheer of victory that went up from the stands. Then sliding, falling, tumbling, I was on the ground again and hurrying as fast as possible from what I expected to be the painful, blinded throes of the thing. I turned and stared. It stood there, watching me. Showing no signs of distress. It rumbled, finally, angrily, "You can't fool me all of the time, Terran. Soon you will tire, then I will get you." Susie's books came back to me again. What was it I was trying to remember? I stood there panting, realizing the ridiculousness of standing exhausted in the middle of the arena and remembering odds and ends that Susie had told me about the ancients. And then, just as the Centaurian headed for me again, it clicked. A silence had settled down over the crowd. Arena-wise, through years of watching gladiatorial events, they knew my knees were sagging, my reflexes slowed, my muscles screaming protest. I stood there, sword in hand, directly in its path, waiting. It had said, "You can't fool me all of the time, Terran." And that's what had clicked. You can fool some of the people some of the time. Praying that I had strength enough left for this, I waited until it was nearly upon me, its lobster claws outthrust, its 6 heavy feet pounding. Then I jumped, to one side, back again. I bounded high to the knee joint of the second limb on the left, as the Centaurian skidded to a halt. A second scrambling leap and I was on its back. Half on my feet, half on my hands, I scampered forward toward its head, even as several tentacles made their way gropingly toward me. No, I wasn't looking for a soft spot for my now dull sword. I knew there wouldn't be any. The tentacles were reaching, almost touching me, but I ignored them. I found the tiny door right behind its massive head. I was right. I found the lock and sprung it. The door swung open and inside the tiny, leaded-shielded compartment the little creature occupying it looked up at me fearfully. I grasped it by the scruff of the neck and hoisted it out of its seat. The Centaurian gladiator had stopped completely now. I dropped to the ground and tossed the thing before me. It was about the size of, and looked considerably like a small Terran pig. It was pink, fat, and, as Susie said later, cute. Right now I didn't appreciate its cuteness. "Please," it squealed, "don't touch me. I can't bear being hurt." I kicked it where its hams would have been had it really been a pig. It squealed again and started out, hampered in its speed by its fat, running across the arena with me after it, giving it curt with the toe of my boot. It dashed for the helicopter and I gave it one last kick as it scampered for the craft's door so that it flew the last 4 feet. In the background I could hear the crowd roaring like thunder. In seconds, the helicopter had taken off and returned to the spaceship above. It was swallowed up and the Centaurian ship blasted off and away. Evidently, it wasn't waiting to see what the solar system fleet would do when the farce was made known. I turned, and for a moment stared at the robot the Centaurian had occupied. Then my injuries and fatigue caught up with me. The fog rolled in and I slumped to the arena sands. I explained later in the hospital room to the diplomats, the IVS reporters, and the others. And I made the explanation as short as possible. In the first place, how could a thing that big and awkward have handled the helicopter so gracefully? How could any organic creature survive the explosion of an atomic grenade? How could it breathe fire? How could it stand a burning torch being thrust into its eyes? But it was the quotation that had brought it all home to me. I suddenly realized I was being fooled, and another of Susie's quotations came to mind. "This is a horse of another color." Then it clicked in its entirety. The Trojan horse, I had thought, something is inside. It's a robot, a mechanical fighting machine, like the tanks of old. Suddenly the diplomats and the reporters were gone and Susie was there, the star dust in her eyes again. Before she could speak, I told her, humbly, "You were right, Susie, I am a phony. I'm no champ. I was scared to death out there, when I found that all the super weapons they'd made for me were. But, darling, you won." She knelt beside the bed, but I turned my head away. "Won," I said bitterly. "Sure, by a fluke again. I won against a little half-pint that could have been defeated by a child." I snorted in self-deprecation. I wonder what the crowd out there is thinking. I enter the arena with enough weapons to depopulate a small planet, and it takes me half an hour to find out it's all a hoax. She remained kneeling there, but it was another voice that said, "The crowd doesn't see it that way, Jack." It was Alger Wilde, who had entered with my manager. "Of course not," Susie insisted. "You didn't know what you were against, but you were in there all the time, taking on something worse than any gladiator in the system. You proved yourself, Jack." Alger went to the window and opened it. "Listen to this," he said grudgingly. From the distance I could hear the arena crowd singing, "The Solar System Forever." Even Mari Noun was happy. It seemed as though the judges unanimously voted to make me interplanetary champ for the rest of my life. The situation was obvious. Terra couldn't afford to let anything happen to me now. As soon as I died, the next interplanetary meet would result in a new champ and a new change in the balance of power. Terra wouldn't allow me to fight, not even in exhibitions. Mari Noun's chicken head beamed as he bounced back and forth on his heels. "You're going to live to a ripe old age," he shrilled happily, "and the most dangerous thing you'll ever do is sign endorsements for Venusian saltwater taffy." He added, more happily still, "And I'll get 10% of everything you make." "Everything but Susie," I told him, sticking out an arm to encircle her. Alger Wilde frowned. "You know, Jack," he grunted, "I think you're right about that music. The Solar System Forever is a raucous thing." It was welling, ever louder, through the window. "Oh, I don't know," I said as soon as I took my lips from Susie's. "I'm beginning to like it." Dogfight, 1973. My radar picked him up when he was about 500 miles to my north-northeast and about 45 miles above me. I switched the velocity calculator on him as fast as I could reach it. The enemy ship was doing 16, possibly even 16 and a half. I took the chance that it was most likely an EVAR interceptor, at that speed, and punched out a temporary evasion pattern with my right hand while with my left I snapped an EVAR K-12 card into my calculator along with his estimated speed, altitude and distance. It wasn't much to go on as yet, but he couldn't have much more on me, if as much, Inwardly I congratulated myself on the quick identification I'd managed. He was near enough now for my visor screen to pick him up. At least he was alone, that was something. My nearest squadron mate was a good minute and a half away. It might as well have been a century. Now, this is what is always hard to get over to a civilian, the time element. Understand, it will take me a while to tell this, but it all took less than 60 seconds to happen. He had guessed my evasion pattern already, either guessed it or had some new calculator that was far and beyond anything our techs were turning out. I could tell he'd anticipated me by the bongsonic roll he slipped into. I quickly punched up a new pattern based on the little material I had in the calculator. At least I'd caught the roll. I punched that up, hurriedly, slipped it into the IBM, guessed that his next probability was a pass, took a chance on that and punched it in. I was wrong there. He didn't take his opportunity for a front-on pass. He was either newly out of their academy or insultingly confident. My lips felt tight as I cancelled the frontal pass card, punched up 2 more to take its place. The base supervisor cut in on the phone. It looks like old Dimitri himself, Jerry, and he's flying one of the new K-12A models. Go get him, boy. I felt like snapping back. He knew better than to break in on me at a time like this. I opened my mouth, then shut it again. Did he say K-12A? Did he say K-12A? I squinted at the visor screen. The high tail, the canopy, the oddly shaped wing tanks. I'd gone off on the identification. I slapped another evasion pattern into the controls, a standard set. I had no time to punch up an improvisation. But he was on me like a wasp. I rejected it, threw in another set. Reject. Another. Even as I worked, I kicked the release on my own calculator, dumped it all, selected like a flash an EVAR K-12A card. And what other estimations I could make while my mind was busy with the full-time job of evasion. My hands were still making the motions, my fingers were flicking here, there, my feet touching here, there. But my heart wasn't in it. He already had such an advantage that it was all I could do to keep him in my visor screen. He was to the left, to the right. I got him for a full quarter second in the wires, but the autogunner was too far behind, much too far. His own guns flicked red. I punched half a dozen buttons, slapped levers, tried to scoot for home. To the left of my cubicle 2 lights went yellowish and at the same time my visor screen went dead. I was blind. I sank back in my chair, helpless. The speed indicator wavered, went slowly, deliberately to 0, the altimeter died, the fuel gauge. Finally, even the dozen or so trouble indicators here, there, everywhere about the craft. $15 million worth of warcraft was being shot into wreckage. I sat there for a long, long minute and took it. Then I got to my feet and wearily opened the door of my cubicle. Sergeant Walters and the rest of the maintenance crew were standing there. They could read in my face what had happened. The sergeant began, "Captain, I grunted at him. "Never mind, Sergeant. It had nothing to do with the ship's condition." I turned to head for the operations office. Bill Dixon strolled over from the direction of his own cubicle. "Somebody said you just had a scramble with old Dimitri himself." "I don't know," I said. "I don't know if it was him or not. Maybe some of you guys can tell a man's flying but I can't." He grinned at me. "Shot you down, eh?" I didn't answer. He said, "What happened?" I thought it was an EVAR K-12, and I put that card in my calculator. Turned out it was one of those new models, K-12A. That was enough, of course. Bill grinned at me again. "That's 2 this week. That flak got you near that bridge and now you get." "Shut up," I told him. He counted up on his fingers elaborately. "The way I figure it, you lose 1 more ship and you're an enemy ace." He was irrepressible. "Damn it," I said, "will you cut it out?" I've got enough to worry about without you working me over. This means I'll have to spend another half an hour in operations going over the fight. And that means I'll be late for dinner again. And you know Molly. Bill sobered. Gee, he said, I'm sorry. War is hell, isn't it? Potential enemy. Alexander the Great had not dreamed of India, nor even Egypt, when he embarked upon his invasion of the Persian Empire. It was not a matter of being like the farmer, I ain't selfish, all I want is the land that jine's mine. It was simply that after regaining the Greek cities of Asia Minor from Darius, he could not stop. He could not afford to have powerful neighbors that might threaten his domains tomorrow. So he took Egypt, and the eastern satrapies, and then had to continue to India. There he learned of the power of Cathay, but an army mutiny forestalled him and he had to return to Babylon. He died there while making plans to attack Arabia, Carthage, Rome. You see, given the military outlook, he could not afford powerful neighbors on his borders, they might become enemies someday. Alexander had not been the first to be faced with this problem, nor was he the last. So it was later with Rome, and later with Napoleon, and later still with Adolf the Aryan, and still later. It isn't travel that is broadening, stimulating, or educational. Not the traveling itself. Visiting new cities, new countries, new continents, or even new planets, yes. But the travel itself, no. Be it by the methods of the 20th century, automobile, bus, train, or aircraft, or be it by spaceship, travel is nothing more than boring. Oh, it's interesting enough for the first few hours, say. You look out the window of your car, bus, train, or airliner, or over the side of your ship, and it's very stimulating. But after that first period it becomes boring, monotonous, sameness to the point of redundance. And so it is in space. Markham Gray, freelance journalist for more years than he would admit to, was en route from the Neptune satellite Triton to his home planet, Earth, mistress of the solar system. He was seasoned enough as a space traveler to steel himself against the monotony with cards and books, with chess problems and wire tapes. And even with an attempt to do an article on the distant Earth base from which he was returning for the Space Traveler Digest. When all these failed, he sometimes spent a half hour or so staring at the vision screen which took up a considerable area of one wall of the lounge. Unless you had a vivid imagination of the type which had remained with Markham Gray down through the years, a few minutes at a time would have been enough. With rare exception, the view on the screen seemed almost like a still, a velvety blackness with pinpoints of brilliant light, unmoving, unchanging. But even Markham Gray, with his ability to dream and to discern that which is beyond, found himself twisting with ennui after 30 minutes of staring at endless space. He wished that there was a larger number of passengers aboard. The half-dozen businessmen and their women and children had left him cold and he was doing his best to avoid them. Now, if there had only been one good chess player. Co-pilot Borman was passing through the lounge. He nodded to the distinguished elderly passenger, flicked his eyes quickly, professionally, over the vision screen and was about to continue on his way. Gray called idly, Hans, I thought the space patrols very seldom got out here. Practically never, sir, the other told him politely, hesitating momentarily. Part of the job was to be constantly amiable, constantly watchful of the passengers out here in deep space. They came down with space cafard at the drop of a hat. Markham Gray reminded Borman of pictures of Benjamin Franklin he'd seen in history books, and ordinarily he didn't mind spending a little time now and then talking things over with him. But right now he was hoping the old duffer wasn't going to keep him from the game going on forward with Captain Post and the steward. Just noticed one on the screen, the elderly journalist told him easily. The co-pilot smiled courteously. You must have seen a meteorite, sir. There aren't any. Markham Gray flushed. I'm not as complete a space neophyte as your condescending air would indicate, Lieutenant. As a matter of fact, I'll stack my space months against yours any day. Borman said soothingly, it's not that, sir. You've just made a mistake. If a ship was within reasonable distance, the alarms would be sounding off right now. But that's not all, either. We have a complete record of any traffic within a considerable distance, and I assure you that. Markham Gray pointed a finger at the lower left-hand corner of the screen. Then what is that, Lieutenant? He asked sarcastically. The smile was still on the co-pilot's face as he turned and followed the direction of the other's finger. The smile faded. "I'll be a Macron," he blurted. Spinning on his heel, he hurried forward to the bridge, muttering as he went. The older man snorted with satisfaction. Actually, he shouldn't have been so snappy with the young man. He hated to admit he was growing cranky with age. He took up his half-completed manuscript again. He really should finish this article, though, Space knew, he hadn't enough material for more than a few paragraphs. Triton was a barren satellite if he'd ever seen one, and he had. He had almost forgotten the matter 10 minutes later when the ship's public address system blurted loudly. "Battle stations. Battle stations. All crew members to emergency stations. All passengers immediately to their quarters. Battle stations. Battle stations?" Markham Gray was vaguely familiar with the fact that every solar system spacecraft was theoretically a warcraft in emergency, but it was utterly fantastic that. He heaved himself to his feet. Grunting with the effort, and, disregarding the repeated command that passengers proceed to their quarters, made his way forward to the bridge. Ignoring the hysterical confusion in passengers and crew members hurrying up and down the ship's passageways. It was immediately obvious, there at the craft's heart, that this was no farce, at least not a deliberate one. Captain Roger Post, youthful officer in command of the Neuve Los Angeles, Lieutenant Hans Bormann and the two crew members on watch were white-faced and shaken. Momentarily confused in a situation which they had never expected to face. The two officers stood before the bridge vision screen watching, wide-eyed, that sector of space containing the other vessel. They had enlarged it 100-fold. At the elderly journalist's entrance, the skipper had shot a quick, irritated glance over his shoulder and had begun to snap something. He cut it off. Instead, he said, "When did you first sight the alien ship, Mr. Gray?" "Alien?" "Yes, alien. When did you first sight it?" "It is obviously following us in order to locate our home planet." There was extreme tension in the captain's voice. Markham Gray felt cold fingers trace their way up his back. Why, I must have noticed it several hours ago, Captain." "But, an alien." He peered at the enlarged craft on the screen. "Are you sure, Captain? It seems remarkably like our own." "I would say." The captain had spun back around to stare at the screen again, as though to reassure himself of what he had already seen. "There are no other ships in the vicinity," he grated, almost as though to himself. "Besides that, as far as I know, and I should know, there are no Earth craft that look exactly like that. There are striking similarities, I'll admit, to our St. Louis-class scouts, but those jets on the prow, there's nothing like them either in existence or projected." His voice rose in an attempt to achieve decisiveness. "Lieutenant Bormann, prepare to attack." Suddenly, the telvis blared. "Calling the Neuve Los Angeles. Calling the Neuve Los Angeles. Be unafraid. We are not hostile." There was quiet on the bridge of the Earth ship. Screaming quiet. It was seemingly hours before they had recovered even to the point of staring at one another. Hans Bormann gasped finally, unbelievingly, "How could they possibly know the name of our ship? How could they possibly know the Ameringlish language?" The captain's face was white and frozen. He said, so quietly that they could hardly make it out, "That's not all. Our alarms still haven't been touched off, and our estimators aren't functioning. We don't know how large they are nor how far away. It's unheard of. Somehow they've completely disrupted our instruments." Markham Gray followed the matter with more than average interest, after their arrival at the new Albuquerque spaceport. Not that average interest wasn't high. Finally man had come in contact with another intelligence. He had been dreading it, fearing it, for decades, now it was here. Another life form had conquered space, and, seemingly, had equipment, in some respects at least, superior to humanity's. The court-martial of Captain Roger Post had been short and merciless. Free access to the trial had been given to the press and television systems, and the newscasts had carried it in its entirety, partially to stress to the public mind the importance of the situation, and partially as a warning to other spacemen. Post had stood before the raised dais upon which were seated Subspacecom Michelle and 4 other high-ranking officers and heard the charge read, failure to attack the alien craft, destroy it. And thus prevent the aliens, wherever they might be from, returning to their own world and reporting the presence of man in the galaxy. Markham Gray, like thousands of others, had sat on the edge of his chair in the living room of his small suburban home, and followed the trial closely on his telvis. Subspacecom Michelle had been blunt and ruthless. He had rapped out, bitingly, Roger Post, as captain of the New Los Angeles, why did you not either destroy the alien craft, or, if you felt it too strong for your ship, why did you not blast off into space, luring it away from your home planet? Post said hesitantly, I didn't think it necessary, sir. His attitude was, well, of peace. It was as if we were 2 ships that had met by chance and dipped their flags in the old manner and passed on to their different destinations. They even were able to televise us a message. The Subspacecom snapped, that was undoubtedly a case of telepathy. The alien is equipped in some manner to impose thoughts upon the human brain. You thought the telvis was used. Actually the alien wasn't speaking English, he was simply forcing thoughts into your minds. Markham Gray, watching and listening to this over his set, shook his head in dissatisfaction. As always, the military mind was dull and unreceptive. The ridiculousness of expecting Post to blast off into space in an attempt to fool the other craft in regard to his home planet was obvious. The whole affair had taken place within the solar system, obviously the alien would know that one of Sol's 9 major planets was mankind's home. Finding out which one wouldn't be too difficult a job. Roger Post was saying hesitantly, then it is assumed that the alien craft wasn't friendly? Subspacecom Michelle indicated his disgust with an impatient flick of his hand. Any alien is a potential enemy, Post, that should be elementary. And a potential enemy is an enemy in fact. Even though these aliens might seem amiable enough today, how do we know they will be in the future, possibly in the far future? There can be no friendship with aliens. We can't afford to have neighbors, we can't afford to be encircled by enemies. Nor even friends? Captain Post had asked softly. Michelle glared at his subordinate. That is what it amounts to, Captain, and the thing to remember is that they feel the same way. They must. They must seek us out and destroy us completely and as quickly as possible. By the appearance of things, and partially through your negligence, they've probably won the first round. They know our location, we don't know theirs. The Supreme Commander of Earth's Space Forces dropped that point. Let us go back again. When you received this telepathic message, or whatever it was, what was your reaction? Did it seem friendly, domineering, or what? Roger Post stood silent for a moment. Finally he answered, Sir, I still think it was the telvis, rather than a telepathic communication, but the tone of voice seemed to give me the impression of pitying. Pitying? Michelle ejaculated. The captain was nervous but determined. Yes, sir. I had the distinct feeling that the being that sent the message felt sorry for us. The Subspacecom's face had gone red with indignation. It was 3 years before another of the aliens was sighted. 3 hurried, crowded, harassed years during which all the solar system's resources were devoted to building and arming a huge space fleet and rushing space defenses. The total wars of the 20th century paled in comparison to the all-out efforts made to prepare for this conflict. The second view of the alien ship was similar to the first. This, Time the Pendleton, a four-man scout returning to the Venus base after a patrol in the direction of Sirius, held the intruder in its viewer for a full 5 minutes. Once again, no estimation of its distance nor size could be made. All instruments pertaining to such detection seemed to fail to function properly. And again the alien had sent a message, seemingly, at least, by Telvis. "We are no danger to you, mankind. Seek your destiny in peace. Your troubles are from within." The Pendleton would have attempted to follow the strange craft, but her fuel tanks were nearly dry and she had to proceed to Venus. Her captain's report made a sensation. In a way, the whole business had been a good thing for Markham Gray. As a freelancing journalist, he'd had a considerable advantage. First, he was more than usually informed on space travel and the problems relating to it. Second, he had been present at, in fact, had made himself, the first sighting of the aliens. His articles were in continuous demand in both magazines and newspaper supplements. Editors clamored for additional material from his vocotyper. There was but one complaint against his copy: it wasn't alarmist enough, sensational enough. Humanity had been whipped into a state of hysteria, an emotional binge, and humanity loved it. And it was there that Markham Gray refused to go along. He had agreed with poor Captain Post, now serving a life sentence in the Martian prison camps. There had been no sign of hostility from the alien craft. It was man who was preparing for war, and Gray knew of no period in history in which preparations for war did not eventually culminate in one. So it was not really strange that it was he the aliens chose to contact. It came in the early hours of the morning. He awakened, not without a chill of fear, the sound of his Telvis set in his ears. He had left it turned off, he knew that. He shook his head to clear it, impatient of the fact that with advancing years it was taking an increasing time to become alert after sleep. He had not caught the message. For a brief moment he thought the sound had been a dream. Then the Telvis spoke again. The screen was blank. It said, "You are awake, Mr. Gray?" He stared at it, uncomprehending. He said, I don't understand." Then, suddenly, he did understand, as though by an inspired revelation. Why they were able to speak English. Why their ship looked like a Terran one. Why they had been able to disrupt the Earth ship's instruments. He said haltingly, "Why are you here? We are familiar with your articles. You alone, Mr. Gray, seem at least to seek understanding. Before we left, we felt it our duty to explain our presence and our purpose, that is, partially." "Yes," he said. Then, in an attempt to check the conclusion at which he had just arrived, he added, "You are going from the solar system, leaving your home for a new one?" There was a long silence. "Finally, as we said, we were going to explain partially our presence and purpose, but obviously you know more than we had thought. Would you mind revealing the extent of your knowledge?" Gray reached to the foot of the bed and took up his night robe, partly because it was chilly, partly to give himself time to consider his answer. Perhaps he shouldn't have said that. He was alone in this small house, he had no knowledge of their intentions toward him. But he had gone too far now. He said, "Not at all. I am not sure of where we stand, but things should be much clearer, shortly. First of all, your spaceships are tiny. Probably less than 10 pounds. About 4, Mr. Gray. Which explains why our instruments did not record them. The instruments weren't disrupted, your ships were really too small to register. That's where we made our first mistake. We assumed, for no valid reason, that you were approximately our own size. We were willing to picture you as non-human and possessing limbs, organs, and even senses different from ours. But we have pictured aliens, as we've been calling you, as approximately our own size. Actually, you must be quite tiny. Quite tiny, Markham Gray. Although, of course, the way we think of it is that you are quite huge." He was becoming more confident now. Widely awake, it was less strange to hear the words come from his commonplace home model television set. "Our second mistake was in looking for you throughout space," he said softly. There was hesitation again, then, and why was that a mistake, Markham Gray? Gray wet his lips. He might be signing his death warrant, but he couldn't stop now. "Because you are not really aliens, but of Earth itself. Several facts point that way. For instance, your ships are minute models of Earth ships, or, rather, of human ships. You have obviously copied them. Then, too, you have been able to communicate with humans too easily. An alien to our world would have had much more trouble. Our ways, our methods of thinking, are not strange to you. You have discovered a secret which has been kept for many centuries, Markham Gray." He was more at ease now. Somehow there was no threat in the attitude of the other. Gray said, "The hardest thing for me to understand is why it has been kept a secret. Obviously, you are a tiny form of Earth life, probably an insect, which has progressed intellectually as far beyond other insect forms as man beyond other mammals. Why have you kept this a secret from humans? You should be able to answer that yourself, Mr. Gray. As we developed, we were appalled by the only other form of life on our planet with a developed intelligence. Why, not even your own kind is safe from your bloodlust. The lesser animals on Earth have been either enslaved by man, or slaughtered to extinction. And even your fellows in the recent past were butchered, man killed man wholesale. Do you blame us for keeping our existence a secret? We knew that the day humans discovered there was another intelligence on Earth they would begin making plans to dominate or, even more likely, to destroy us. Our only chance was to find some refuge away from Earth. That is why we began to search the other stars for a planet similar to this and suitable to our form of life. You could have fought back, had we attempted to destroy you," Gray said uncomfortably. The next words were coldly contemptuous. "We are not wanton killers, like man. We have no desire to destroy." Gray winced and changed the subject. "You have found your new planet?" "At last. We are about to begin transportation of our population to the new world. For the first time since our ancestors became aware of the awful presence of man on the Earth, we feel that we can look forward to security." Markham Gray remained quiet for a long time. "I am still amazed that you were able to develop so far without our knowledge," he said finally. There was an edge of amusement in the answering thought. "We are very tiny, Mr. Gray. And our greatest efforts have always been to keep from under man's eyes. We have profited greatly, however, by our suitability to espionage. Little goes on in the human world of which we don't know. Our progress was greatly aided by our being able to utilize the science that man has already developed. You've noted, for instance, how similar our spaceships are to your own." Gray nodded to himself. "But I'm also impressed by the manner in which you have developed some mechanical device to duplicate human speech. That involved original research. At any rate, neither man nor we need dread the future any longer. We have escaped the danger that overhung us, and you know now that we are no alien enemies from space threatening you. We wish you well, mankind. Perhaps the future will see changes in your nature. It is in this friendly hope that we have contacted humanity through you, Mr. Gray." The elderly journalist said quietly, "I appreciate your thoughtfulness and hope you are correct. Good luck to you in your new world." "Thank you, Markham Gray, and goodbye." The set was suddenly quiet again. Markham Gray stood before the assembled military council of the solar system. He had told his story without interruption to this most powerful body on Earth. They listened to him in silence. When he had finished, he waited for their questions. The first came from Subspacecom Michelle. He said, thoughtfully, "You believe their words to be substantially correct, Gray?" "I believe them to be entirely truthful, Your Excellency," the journalist told him sincerely. "Then they are on the verge of leaving the Earth and removing to this other planet in some other star system?" "That is their plan." The Subspacecom mused aloud. We'll be able to locate them when they blast off en masse. Their single ships are so small that they missed being observed, but a mass flight will be able to detect. Our cruisers will be able to follow them all the way, blasting them as they go. If any get through to their new planet, we'll at least know where they are and can take our time destroying it. The president of the council added thoughtfully, quite correct, Michelle. And in the early stages of the fight, we should be able to capture some of their ships intact. As soon as we find what kind of insect they are, our bacteriologists will be able to work on a method to eliminate any that might remain on Earth. Markham Gray's face had paled in horror. But why, he blurted. Why not let them go in peace? All they've wanted for centuries is to escape us, to have a planet of their own. Subspacecom Michelle eyed him tolerantly. You seem to have been taken in, Mr. Gray. Once they've established themselves in their new world, we have no idea of how rapidly they might develop and how soon they might become a threat. Even though they may be peaceful today, they are potential enemies tomorrow. And a potential enemy is an enemy, who must be destroyed. Gray felt sickness well through him, but this policy. What happens when man finally finds on his borders a life form more advanced than he, an intelligence strong enough to destroy rather than be destroyed? The tolerance was gone now. The subspacecom said coldly, "Don't be a pessimistic defeatist, Gray." He turned to the admirals and generals of his staff. Make all preparations for the attack, gentlemen. Off course. First on the scene were Larry Dermott and Tim Casey of the State Highway Patrol. They assumed they were witnessing the crash of a new type of Air Force plane and slipped and skidded desperately across the field to within 30 feet of the strange craft. Only to discover that the landing had been made without accident. Patrolman Dermott shook his head. They're gettin' queerer looking every year. Get a load of it, no wheels, no propeller, no cockpit. They left the car and made their way toward the strange egg-shaped vessel. Tim Casey loosened his .38 in its holster and said, "Sure, and I'm beginning to wonder if it's one of ours. No insignia and..." A circular door slid open at that point and Damery Tass stepped out, yawning. He spotted them, smiled and said, "Glork." They gaped at him. "Glork is right," Dermott swallowed. Tim Casey closed his mouth with an effort. "Do you mind the color of his face?" he blurted. "How could I help it?" Damery Tass rubbed a blue-nailed pink hand down his purplish countenance and yawned again. "Gora Manigan Horp Seratium," he said. Patrolman Dermott and Patrolman Casey shot stares at each other. "'Tis double talk he's after givin' us," Casey said. Damery Tass frowned. "Harama?" he asked. Larry Dermott pushed his cap to the back of his head. "That doesn't sound like any language I've even heard about." Damery Tass grimaced, turned and re-entered his spacecraft to emerge in half a minute with his hands full of contraption. He held a box-like arrangement under his left arm, in his right hand were two metal caps connected to the box by wires. While the patrolman watched him, he set the box on the ground, twirled two dials and put one of the caps on his head. He offered the other to Larry Dermott. His desire was obvious. Trained to grasp a situation and immediately respond in manner best suited to protect the welfare of the people of New York State, Dermott cleared his throat and said, "Tim, take over while I report." "Hey!" Casey protested, but his fellow minion had left. "Mandia," Damery Tass told Casey, holding out the metal cap. "Faith, and do I look balmy?" Casey told him. "I wouldn't be puttin' that dingus on my head for all the colleens in Ireland." "Mandia," the stranger said impatiently. "Bejasus," Casey snorted, "ye can't." Dermott called from the car, "Tim, the captain says to humor this guy. We're to keep him here until the officials arrive." Tim Casey closed his eyes and groaned. "Humor him, he's after sayin'. Orders it is." He shouted back, "Sure, and did ye tell em he's in Technicolor? Begorra, he looks like a man from Mars." That's what they think, Larry yelled, and the governor is on his way. We're to do everything possible short of violence to keep this character here. Humor him, Tim. Mandia, Damery Tass snapped, pushing the cap into Casey's reluctant hands. Muttering his protests, Casey lifted it gingerly and placed it on his head. Not feeling any immediate effect, he said, "There, 'tis satisfied ye are now, I'm supposin'." The alien stooped down and flicked a switch on the little box. It hummed gently. Tim Casey suddenly shrieked and sat down on the stubble and grass of the field. "Begorra," he yelped, "I've been murdered." He tore the cap from his head. His companion came running. "What's the matter, Tim?" he shouted. Damery Tass removed the metal cap from his own head. "Sure, and nothin' is after bein' the matter with him," he said. "Evidently the boy has niver been a wearin' of a carrot helmet afore. 'Twill hurt him not at all. You can talk," Dermot blurted, skidding to a stop. Damery Tass shrugged. "Faith, and why not? As I was after sayin', I shared the carrot helmet with Tim Casey." Patrolman Dermot glared at him unbelievingly. "You learned the language just by sticking that Rube Goldberg deal on Tim's head?" "Sure, and why not?" Dermot muttered, "and with it he has to pick up the corniest brogue west of Dublin." Tim Casey got to his feet indignantly. "I'm after resentin' that, Larry Dermot." "Sure, and the way we talk in Ireland is—" Damery Tass interrupted, pointing to a bedraggled horse that had made its way to within 50 feet of the vessel. "Now what could that be after bein'?" The patrolman followed his stare. "It's a horse." "What else?" "A horse?" Larry Dermot looked again, just to make sure. "Yeah, not much of a horse, but a horse." Damery Tass sighed ecstatically. "And just what is a horse, if I may be so bold as to be a skin?" "It's an animal you ride on." The alien tore his gaze from the animal to look his disbelief at the other. "Are you after Mayanine, that you climb upon the creature's back and ride him? Faith now, quit your blarney." He looked at the horse again, then down at his equipment. "Begorra," he muttered, "I'll share the carrot helmet with the creature." "Hey, hold it," Dermot said anxiously. He was beginning to feel like a character in a Shaggy Dog story. Interest in the horse was ended with the sudden arrival of a helicopter. It swooped down on the field and settled within 20 feet of the alien craft. Almost before it had touched, the door was flung open and the flying windmill disgorged two bestarred and efficient-looking army officers. Casey and Dermot snapped them a salute. The senior general didn't take his eyes from the alien and the spacecraft as he spoke, and they bugged quite as effectively as had those of the patrolmen when they'd first arrived on the scene. "I'm Major General Browning," he rapped. "I want a police cordon thrown up around this vessel. No newsmen, no sightseers, nobody without my permission. As soon as army personnel arrives, we'll take over completely." "Yes, sir," Larry Dermot said. "I just got a report on the radio that the governor is on his way, sir." "How about him?" The general muttered something under his breath. "Then, when the governor arrives, let me know, otherwise, nobody gets through." Damery Tass said, "Faith, and what goes on?" The general's eyes bugged still further. "He talks," he accused. "Yes, sir," Dermot said. "He had some kind of a machine. He put it over Tim's head and seconds later he could talk." "Nonsense!" the general snapped. Further discussion was interrupted by the screaming arrival of several motorcycle patrolmen followed by 3 heavily laden patrol cars. Overhead, pursuit planes zoomed in and began darting about nervously above the field. "Sure, and it's quite a reception I'm after gettin'," Damery Tass said. He yawned. "But what I'm wantin' is a chance to get some sleep. Faith, and I've been awake for almost a decal." Damery Tass was hurried, via helicopter, to Washington. There he disappeared for several days, being held incommunicado while White House, Pentagon, State Department and Congress tried to figure out just what to do with him. Never in the history of the planet had such a furor arisen. Thus far, no newspapermen had been allowed within speaking distance. Administration higher-ups were being subjected to a volcano of editorial heat, but the longer the space alien was discussed, the more they viewed with alarm the situation his arrival had precipitated. There were angles that hadn't at first been evident. Obviously he was from some civilization far beyond that of Earth's. That was the rub. No matter what he said, it would shake governments, possibly overthrow social systems, perhaps even destroy established religious concepts. But they couldn't keep him under wraps indefinitely. It was the United Nations that cracked the Iron Curtain. Their demands that the alien be heard before their body were too strong and had too much public opinion behind them to be ignored. The White House yielded and the date was set for the visitor to speak before the Assembly. Excitement, anticipation, blanketed the world. Shepherds in Xinjiang, multimillionaires in Switzerland, fakirs in Pakistan, gauchos in the Argentine were raised to a zenith of expectation. Panhandlers debated the message to come with pedestrians, jinrickshaw men argued it with their passengers, miners discussed it deep beneath the surface. Pilots argued with their co-pilots thousands of feet above. It was the most universally awaited event of the ages. By the time the delegates from every nation, tribe, religion, class, color, and race had gathered in New York to receive the message from the stars, the majority of Earth had decided that Damari Tass was the plenipotentiary of a supercivilization which had been viewing developments on this planet with misgivings. It was thought this other civilization had advanced greatly beyond Earth's and that the problems besetting us, social, economic, scientific, had been solved by the supercivilization. Obviously, then, Damari Tass had come, an advisor from a benevolent and friendly people, to guide the world aright. And 9/10 of the population of Earth stood ready and willing to be guided. The other 10th liked things as they were and were quite convinced that the space envoy would upset their apple carts. Vilhjalmur Anderson, Secretary General of the UN, was to introduce the space emissary. "Can you give me an idea at all of what he is like?" he asked nervously. President McCord was as upset as the Dane. He shrugged in agitation. "I know almost as little as you do." Sir Alfred Oxford protested, "But my dear chap, you've had him for almost 2 weeks. Certainly in that time." The president snapped back, "You probably won't believe this, but he's been asleep until yesterday. When he first arrived he told us he hadn't slept for a decal, whatever that is, so we held off our discussion with him until morning. Well, he didn't awaken in the morning, nor the next. 6 days later, fearing something was wrong, we woke him." "What happened?" Sir Alfred asked. The president showed embarrassment. "He used some rather ripe Irish profanity on us, rolled over, and went back to sleep." Vilhjalmur Anderson asked, "Well, what happened yesterday?" "We actually haven't had time to question him. Among other things, there's been some controversy about whose jurisdiction he comes under. The State Department claims the Army shouldn't." The Secretary General sighed deeply. "Just what did he do?" "The Secret Service reports he spent the day whistling Mother Machree and playing with his dog, cat and mouse." "Dog, cat and mouse? I say," blurted Sir Alfred. The president was defensive. He had to have some occupation, and he seems to be particularly interested in our animal life. He wanted a horse but compromised for the others. I understand he insists all 3 of them come with him wherever he goes. I wish we knew what he was going to say, Anderson worried. "Here he comes," said Sir Alfred. Surrounded by FBI men, Damari Tass was ushered to the speaker's stand. He had a kitten in his arms, a Scotty followed him. The alien frowned worriedly. "Sure," he said, "and what can all this be? Is it some ordnance I've been after breakin'?" McCord, Sir Alfred and Anderson hastened to reassure him and made him comfortable in a chair. Vilhjalmur Anderson faced the thousands in the audience and held up his hands, but it was 10 minutes before he was able to quiet the cheering, stamping delegates from all Earth. Finally, fellow Terrans, I shall not take your time for a lengthy introduction of the envoy from the stars. I will only say that, without doubt, this is the most important moment in the history of the human race. We will now hear from the first being to come to Earth from another world. He turned and gestured to Damari Tass, who hadn't been paying overmuch attention to the chairman in view of some dog and cat hostilities that had been developing about his feet. But now the alien's purplish face faded to a light blue. He stood and said hoarsely, "Faith, and what was that last you said?" Vilhjalmur Anderson repeated, "We will now hear from the first being ever to come to Earth from another world." The face of the alien went a lighter blue. "Sure, and ye wouldn't just be frightenin' a body, would ye? You don't mean to tell me this planet isn't after bein' a member of the Galactic League?" Anderson's face was blank. "Galactic League? Kushla Damari Tass moaned. "I've gone and put me foot in it again. I'll be after getting Kurt for this." Sir Alfred was on his feet. "I don't understand. Do you mean you aren't an envoy from another planet?" Damari Tass held his head in his hands and groaned. "An envoy, he's sayin', and meself only a second-rate collector of specimens for the Karthus Zoo." He straightened and started off the speaker's stand. "Sure, and I must blast off immediately." Things were moving fast for President McCord, but already an edge of relief was manifesting itself. Taking the initiative, he said, of course, if that is your desire." He signaled to the bodyguard who had accompanied the alien to the assemblage. A dull roar was beginning to emanate from the thousands gathered in the tremendous hall, murmuring, questioning, disbelieving. Vilhjalmur Anderson felt that he must say something. He extended a detaining hand. "Now you are here," he said urgently, "even though by mistake, before you go, can't you give us some brief word? Our world is in chaos. Many of us have lost faith. Perhaps." Damari Tass shook off the restraining hand. "Do I look daft? Begory, I should have been knowin' something was queer. All your weapons and your strange ideas. Faith, I wouldn't be surprised if ye hadn't yet established a planet-wide government. Sure, and I'll go still further. Ye probably still have wars on this benighted world. No wonder it is ye haven't been invited to join the Galactic League and take your place among the civilized planets." He hustled from the rostrum and made his way, still surrounded by guards, to the door by which he had entered. The dog and the cat trotted after, undismayed by the furor about them. They arrived about 4 hours later at the field on which he'd landed, and the alien from space hurried toward his craft, still muttering. He'd been accompanied by a general and by the president, but all the way he had refrained from speaking. He scurried from the car and toward the spacecraft. President McCord said, "You've forgotten your pets. We would be glad if you would accept them as." The alien's face faded a light blue again. "Faith, and I'd almost forgotten," he said. "If I'd taken a creature from this quarantine planet, my name'd be Nork. Keep your dog and your kitty." He shook his head sadly and extracted a mouse from a pocket. "And this amazin' little creature as well." They followed him to the spacecraft. Just before entering, he spotted the bedraggled horse that had been present on his landing. A longing expression came over his highly colored face. "Just one thing," he said. "Faith now, were they pullin' my leg when they said you were after ridin' on the back of those things?" The president looked at the woebegone nag. "It's a horse," he said, surprised. "Man has been riding them for centuries." Damari Tass shook his head. "Sure, and 'twould been my makin' if I could have taken one back to Karthus." He entered his vessel. The others drew back, out of range of the expected blast, and watched, each with his own thoughts, as the first visitor from space hurriedly left Earth. The Galactic Ghost. Despite the widely publicized radar posts encircling our nation and the continuously alerted jet squadrons at its borders, the spaceship was about to land before it was detected. It settled gracefully, quietly, onto an empty field in northern New Jersey. And so unexpected was the event, so unbelievable the fact that man was being visited by aliens from space, that it was a full half-hour before the first extra was on the streets in New York. And 40 minutes before the news buzzed through the Kremlin. It might have taken considerably longer for man in Earth's more isolated areas to hear of the event had not the alien taken a hand at this point. Approximately an hour after the landing, into the mind of every human on Earth, irrespective of nation, language, age, or intellect, came the thought telepathically. We come in peace. Prepare to receive our message. It was a month before the message came. During that period, more than 99% of the Earth's population became aware of the visitor from space. Radio, television, newsreel, telegraph and newspapers reached the greater number, but word of mouth and even throbbing drums played their part. In 4 weeks, savages along the Amazon and shepherds in Xinjiang knew that visitors from the stars had arrived with a message for man. And all awaited the message, scientist and soldier, politician and revolutionist, millionaire and vagrant, bishop and whirling dervish, banker and pickpocket, society matron and street walker. And each was hoping for one thing, and afraid he'd hear another. All efforts at communication with the alien ship had failed. The various welcoming delegations from the state of New Jersey, from the United States, and even from the United Nations, were ignored. No sign of life aboard was evident, and there seemed no means of entrance to the spacecraft. It sat there impassively, its tremendous, saucer-like shape seemed almost like a beautiful monument. At the end of a month, when worldwide interest in the visitor from space was at its height, the message came. And once again it was impressed upon the mind of every human being on Earth. Man, know this, your world is fated to complete destruction. Ordinarily, we of the Galactic Union would not have contacted man until he had progressed much further and was ready to take his place among us. But this emergency makes necessary that we take immediate steps if your kind is to be saved from complete obliteration. In order to preserve your race, we are making efforts to prepare another planet, an uninhabited one, to receive your colonists. Unfortunately, our means for transporting you to your new world are limited, only a handful can be taken. You are safe for another 5 of your Earth years. At the end of that period we will return. Have 1,000 of your people ready for their escape. The President of the United States lifted an eyebrow wearily and rapped again for order. Gentlemen, please. Let us get back to the fundamental question. Summed up, it amounts to this: only 1,000 persons, out of a world population of approximately 2 billions, are going to be able to escape the Earth's destruction. In other words, 1 out of every 2 million. It is going to be most difficult to choose. Herr Ernst Oberfeld tapped his glasses fretfully on the conference table. Mr. President, it need not be quite as bad as all that. After all, we must choose the Earth's best specimens to carry on our race. I believe we will find that the combined populations of Europe and North America total somewhat less than 1 billion. If we go still further and eliminate all inferior. Monsieur Pierre Duclos flushed. Herr Oberfeld should keep in mind that his presence at this meeting at all was opposed vigorously by some of the delegates. Isn't it somewhat too soon after his country's debacle to again broadcast its super-race theories? The British representative spoke up. My dear Duclos, although I agree with you completely in essence, still it must be pointed out that if we were to handle this allocation on a strictly numerical basis, that our Chinese friends would be allotted something like 200 colonists, while Great Britain would have perhaps 20. Maxim Gregorov grunted, hardly enough for the royal family, eh? Lord Harriman was on his feet. Sir, I might echo what Monsieur Duclos has said to Herr Oberfeld. It was in spite of the protest from a considerable number of delegates to this conference that your nation is represented at all. Gregorov's fist thumped on the table and his face went beet red. It is as expected. You plan to monopolize the escape ship for the imperialistic nations. The atom bomb will probably be used to destroy all other countries. The President of the United States held up his hand. This whole thing was getting more chaotic by the minute. As a matter of fact, instructions from Congress were that he explain that the United States expected to have at least 1/3 of the total. This, in view of the fact that the aliens had landed in New Jersey, obviously seeing that the United States was the foremost nation of the world, and, further, in view of the fact that this country was a melting pot of all nations and consequently produced what might be called the average member of the human race. However, that would have to wait. Order had to be brought to this conference if anything was to be accomplished. Gentlemen, please, he called. These accusations. We are getting nowhere. I have taken the liberty to make arrangements to have the representative of the newly formed Congress of American Sciences address you. Are you agreeable? He raised his eyebrows inquiringly, and meeting no objection, pressed the button on the table before him. Professor Menkelthorpe was ushered in, bobbed his head to the assembled delegates and came to the point immediately. The problem which you are discussing has many ramifications. I would like to bring to your attention a few which should be examined with care. First, the choice of colonists must not be on a national basis, nor on one based upon political or monetary prominence. If it is, we, as a race, are doomed. This new planet, no matter how well prepared for us by the Galactic Union, is going to be a challenge such as man has never faced before. This challenge cannot be met by politicians, no matter how glib, nor by wealthy men, no matter how many dollars they possess, nor by titled ones, no matter how old and honored their names. We must pick trained specialists who will be able to meet the problems that arise in the new world. Our Congress recommends that all persons, of all nations, who have college degrees, be given thorough tests both for IQ and for accumulated knowledge, and that the highest 1,000 be chosen irrespective of nation or race. Pundit Harikwanai smiled quietly. May I ask the learned professor a question? Of course. That is why I am here. We want only to have this matter decided on a strictly scientific basis. My poverty-stricken country has a population of possibly 1/5 of the world total, but fewer university men than one of your large cities might boast. Your desire to choose men by their IQ has its merits, but I have no doubt that in my country we have men of tremendous intelligence who cannot even read or write, aside from having a university degree. Must my widely illiterate people go unrepresented in the new world? A muscle twitched in the professor's face. Needless to say, the Congress of American Sciences has considered that. However, we must view this matter in a spirit of sacrifice. The best of the world's population must go to the new world. Possibly whole nations will go without representation. It is too bad, but, unfortunately, necessary. Sven Carlson put up his finger for recognition. It seems to me there is another serious loophole in the professor's recommendation. He wants the 1,000 to be made up of university graduates of high IQ and considerable accumulated knowledge. I am afraid I foresee the new world being populated with elderly scholars. He smiled. Like the professor himself, who, I understand, has a phenomenal IQ. Monsieur Duclos nodded. He is right. We must consider the need to send perfect physical specimens. He looked down at his own small and bent body. Gentlemen, he said wryly, has it occurred to you that none of us here at this conference are suitable to be represented among the 1,000? They ignored him. A pale-faced delegate in black, who had thus far said nothing, spoke up softly. I have been instructed to inform you that our organization demands that all of the colonists be of the true faith. His words were drowned by the shouting of half a dozen of the conference delegates. Loud above them all could be heard the bellow of Maxim Gregorov. Our union now includes the population of approximately half the world. Our allotment, consequently, will be 500 colonists, of the 1,000. We will choose them by our own methods. Lord Harriman murmured, undoubtedly, by starting at the top of the party membership list and taking the first 500 names beginning with your leader. The President of the United States ran his hand through his hair and then roughly down the side of his face. A messenger handed him a slip of paper. He read it and intensified his pounding on the table. "Gentlemen," he shouted. "If Professor Menkelthorpe is through, we have here a request from the International Physical Culture Society to have their representative heard." "I know," Sven Carlson said. "He wants all of the colonists to be able to chin themselves 25 times as the first requisite." At the end of the 5-year period the spaceship came again, settling into the identical field where it had first landed. This time a delegation awaited it, and a multitude that stretched as far as the eye could see. A telepathic message came from the visitor from space almost immediately. "Choose from your number 3 representatives to discuss the situation with us." Within 10 minutes, 3 advanced and entered the ship by way of a port that opened before them as they approached. Among their number was Pierre Duclos. A passage stretched before them, and, seeing no one, they hesitated a moment before following it to its further end. Monsieur Duclos led the way, depending only slightly on his cane to aid his bent body. A door opened and they were confronted by the figure of a man seated at a desk. It was several moments before they realized that the entity before them was masked so cleverly that they had been led to believe him human. He said in faultless English, "I note that you have penetrated my disguise. I thought it would be easier for you if I hid my true appearance. Until your people are used to alien life forms, I must use this measure." Monsieur Duclos bowed. "We appreciate your consideration, but I assure you that our—" The alien waved a gloved hand. "Please, no argument. My appearance would probably nauseate you. But it is of no importance. Pray be seated." He noted the cane, and nodded to the little Frenchman. "You, sir, must be highly thought of to rate being chosen one of the 1,000 in view of your age and health." Although he was not at ease in the presence of the representative of the Galactic Union, Monsieur Duclos allowed himself a wry smile. "You misunderstand. I am not one of the colonists. My presence here at this meeting is an honor that has been awarded me in return for some small services in aiding in the selection of the favored ones." "And what were these services?" "Of no real importance. I suppose you might say that the most important was that I was the first to refuse to be a colonist." Bentley, one of the other Earthmen, spoke up. "Had it not been for Pierre Duclos, it is doubtful if the 1,000 would have been chosen. And even possible that there would be no Earth to which to return for your colonists." Behind the mask the eyes of the alien gleamed. "Enlighten me further, please." Duclos demurred. "You honor me overmuch, Mr. Bentley. Let us approach the problem of the colonists and their transportation." But John Bentley went on. "For more than 2 years after your ship's departure, complete confusion reigned in regard to selection of the 1,000. Happily, all-out warfare between nations had been avoided, although conditions were rapidly coming to a point where it was momentarily expected. Each race, each nation, each religion, even each sex, thought they should have the greater representation. And each of these groups in turn were divided into subgroups by wealth, age, class, education and others. Almost everyone on Earth knew of some reason why he should be one of the colonists. And most of us were willing to take any steps to make our desire come true." The alien said, "That was to be expected." "And then?" "And then Pierre Duclos formed his Society of Racial Preservation, whose first requisite for membership was a refusal to become one of the colonists. The purpose of the organization was to find the 1,000 most suitable colonists without regard to race, nationality, creed, color, education, class, wealth or any other grouping. At first, the growth of membership was slow, but, after a time, man saw that his chance of survival as an individual was practically nil. That his chance of being chosen was at best less than 1 in 2 million. When he realized this, his next desire was to make sure that, even though he as an individual was doomed, the race survived. Membership in the society grew rapidly and internationally. The members, you might say, were fanatical. Why not? They knew that they had less than 5 years to live. Why not sacrifice those last years of life to such a noble cause? As the society grew in strength, nothing could stand before it. Governments that stood in the way were overthrown, social systems abolished, prejudices and institutions that had stood for centuries were wiped out. It became necessary to institute world government, to guarantee to all equal opportunity. Step by step, the society took the measures necessary to ensure the selection of the best specimens Earth had to offer. And scientific development was pushed to the utmost. We wished to send our colonists off with as much as Earth could possibly give them. We eliminated a dozen diseases that have plagued us for centuries, we devised 1,000 new tools and techniques. In short, said the alien, because of this stimulus, man has progressed as much in this past few years as he could have expected in the next 50. That is correct, Pierre Duclos said. It is unfortunate that now we have on our threshold a world really worth living in, that it is fated to be destroyed. I see, said the alien, what would have been a smile on a human face flickered on his. I am glad to report that the danger which confronted the Earth has been removed and the need to populate the new planet with colonists in order to preserve your race is now eliminated. Gentlemen, the Earth is safe. Man may go on with his plans without fear of destruction. Monsieur Duclos fingered his cane thoughtfully while the other 2 Earthmen jumped to their feet, thumped each other's backs, shouted, and otherwise demonstrated their joy. They finally dashed from the room and from the spacecraft to give the news to the world. The alien eyed the little Frenchman. And why have you remained? I do not believe the world was faced with destruction, monsieur. I have come to the conclusion that you have perpetrated a farce upon mankind. The alien sat himself down at the desk again. I see you will need an explanation. But you are wrong, you know. Faced with destruction you were. The destruction, however, was not a matter of collision with some other body, or whatever you might have imagined. The destruction would have come from within. Man was on the verge of destroying himself. One more conflict, or, at most, 2, would have done it. The Galactic Union has long been aware of man who has developed mechanically in a phenomenal manner but has not been able to develop socially to the point where his science is less than a danger. This ship was sent to you in hopes of accomplishing exactly what has been accomplished. We believed your racial instinct would be strong enough to unite you when the race as a whole thought it was threatened with extinction. The alien got to his feet. I am afraid we must leave now. Let me say that I hope that man will soon be able to take his place in the Galactic Union. Monsieur Duclos winced. The Galactic Union, he said. The League of Nations and the United Nations were bad enough. He smiled wryly. And I thought that with the establishment of a world government, we had abolished such conferences forever. I can just see myself as the first delegate from Earth. Heaven forbid. Happy Ending. By Mack Reynolds and Frederick Brown. There were 4 men in the lifeboat that came down from the space cruiser. 3 of them were still in the uniform of the Galactic Guards. The 4th sat in the prow of the small craft looking down at their goal, hunched and silent. Bundled up in a greatcoat against the coolness of space, a greatcoat which he would never need again after this morning. The brim of his hat was pulled down far over his forehead, and he studied the nearing shore through dark-lensed glasses. Bandages, as though for a broken jaw, covered most of the lower part of his face. He realized suddenly that the dark glasses, now that they had left the cruiser, were unnecessary. He slipped them off. After the cinematographic grays his eyes had seen through these lenses for so long, the brilliance of the color below him was almost like a blow. He blinked, and looked again. They were rapidly settling toward a shoreline, a beach. The sand was a dazzling, unbelievable white such as had never been on his home planet. Blue the sky and water, and green the edge of the fantastic jungle. There was a flash of red in the green, as they came still closer, and he realized suddenly that it must be a Marigi. The semi-intelligent Venusian parrot once so popular as pets throughout the solar system. Throughout the system blood and steel had fallen from the sky and ravished the planets, but now it fell no more. And now this. Here in this forgotten portion of an almost completely destroyed world it had not fallen at all. Only in some place like this, alone, was safety for him. Elsewhere, anywhere, imprisonment or, more likely, death. There was danger, even here. 3 of the crew of the space cruiser knew. Perhaps, someday, one of them would talk. Then they would come for him, even here. But that was a chance he could not avoid. Nor were the odds bad, for 3 people out of a whole solar system knew where he was. And those 3 were loyal fools. The lifeboat came gently to rest. The hatch swung open and he stepped out and walked a few paces up the beach. He turned and waited while the 2 spacemen who had guided the craft brought his chest out and carried it across the beach and to the corrugated tin shack just at the edge of the trees. That shack had once been a space radar relay station. Now the equipment it had held was long gone, the antenna mast taken down. But the shack still stood. It would be his home for a while. A long while. The 2 men returned to the lifeboat preparatory to leaving. And now the captain stood facing him, and the captain's face was a rigid mask. It seemed with an effort that the captain's right arm remained at his side, but that effort had been ordered. No salute. The captain's voice, too, was rigid with unemotion. Number 1. Silence. And then, less bitterly. Come further from the boat before you again let your tongue run loose. Here. They had reached the shack. You are right, number. No. I am no longer number 1. You must continue to think of me as Mr. Smith, your cousin, whom you brought here for the reasons you explained to the underofficers, before you surrender your ship. If you think of me so, you will be less likely to slip in your speech. There is nothing further I can do, Mr. Smith. Nothing. Go now. And I am ordered to surrender the... There are no orders. The war is over, lost. I would suggest thought as to what spaceport you put into. In some you may receive humane treatment. In others... The captain nodded. In others, there is great hatred. Yes. That is all? That is all. And, Captain, your running of the blockade, your securing of fuel en route, have constituted a deed of high valor. All I can give you in reward is my thanks. But now go. Goodbye. Not goodbye, the captain blurted impulsively, but hasta la vista, auf Wiedersehen, until the day, you will permit me, for the last time to address you and salute? The man in the greatcoat shrugged. As you will. Click of heels and a salute that once greeted the Caesars, and later the pseudo-Aryan of the 20th century, and, but yesterday, he who was now known as the last of the dictators. Farewell, number 1. Farewell, he answered emotionlessly. Mr. Smith, a black dot on the dazzling white sand, watched the lifeboat disappear up into the blue, finally into the haze of the upper atmosphere of Venus. That eternal haze that would always be there to mock his failure and his bitter solitude. The slow days snarled by, and the sun shone dimly, and the Marigi screamed in the early dawn and all day and at sunset, and sometimes there were the 6-legged baroons, monkey-like in the trees. That gibbered at him. And the rains came and went away again. At nights there were drums in the distance. Not the martial roll of marching, nor yet a threatening note of savage hate. Just drums, many miles away, throbbing rhythm for native dances or exorcising, perhaps, the forest night demons. He assumed these Venusians had their superstitions, all other races had. There was no threat, for him, in that throbbing that was like the beating of the jungle's heart. Mr. Smith knew that, for although his choice of destinations had been a hasty choice, yet there had been time for him to read the available reports. The natives were harmless and friendly. A Terran missionary had lived among them some time ago, before the outbreak of the war. They were a simple, weak race. They seldom went far from their villages. The space radar operator who had once occupied the shack reported that he had never seen one of them. So, there would be no difficulty in avoiding the natives, nor danger if he did encounter them. Nothing to worry about, except the bitterness. Not the bitterness of regret, but of defeat. Defeat at the hands of the defeated. The damned Martians who came back after he had driven them halfway across their damned arid planet. The Jupiter Satellite Confederation landing endlessly on the home planet, sending their vast armadas of spacecraft daily and nightly to turn his mighty cities into dust. In spite of everything. In spite of his score of ultra-vicious secret weapons and the last desperate efforts of his weakened armies, most of whose men were under 20 or over 40. The treachery even in his own army, among his own generals and admirals. The turn of Luna, that had been the end. His people would rise again. But not, now after Armageddon, in his lifetime. Not under him, nor another like him. The last of the dictators. Hated by a solar system, and hating it. It would have been intolerable, save that he was alone. He had foreseen that, the need for solitude. Alone, he was still number one. The presence of others would have forced recognition of his miserably changed status. Alone, his pride was undamaged. His ego was intact. The long days, and the Marigee's screams, the slithering swish of the surf, the ghost-quiet movements of the baroons in the trees and the raucousness of their shrill voices. Drums. Those sounds, and those alone. But perhaps silence would have been worse. For the times of silence were louder. Times he would pace the beach at night and overhead would be the roar of jets and rockets, the ships that had roared over New Albuquerque, his capital, in those last days before he had fled. The crump of bombs and the screams and the blood, and the flat voices of his folding generals. Those were the days when the waves of hatred from the conquered peoples beat upon his country as the waves of a stormy sea beat upon crumbling cliffs. Leagues back of the battered lines, you could feel that hate and vengeance as a tangible thing, a thing that thickened the air, that made breathing difficult and talking futile. And the spacecraft, the jets, the rockets, the damnable rockets, more every day and every night, and 10 coming for every one shot down. Rocket ships raining hell from the sky, havoc and chaos and the end of hope. And then he knew that he had been hearing another sound, hearing it often and long at a time. It was a voice that shouted invective and ranted hatred and glorified the steel might of his planet and the destiny of a man and a people. It was his own voice, and it beat back the waves from the white shore, it stopped their wet encroachment upon this, his domain. It screamed back at the baroons and they were silent. And at times he laughed, and the Marigee laughed. Sometimes, the queerly shaped Venusian trees talked too, but their voices were quieter. The trees were submissive, they were good subjects. Sometimes, fantastic thoughts went through his head. The race of trees, the pure race of trees that never interbred, that stood firm always. Someday the trees. But that was just a dream, a fancy. More real were the Marigee and the Kifs. They were the ones who persecuted him. There was the Marigee who would shriek all is lost. He had shot at it 100 times with his needle gun, but always it flew away unharmed. Sometimes it did not even fly away. All is lost. At last he wasted no more needle darts. He stalked it to strangle it with his bare hands. That was better. On what might have been the 1000th try, he caught it and killed it, and there was warm blood on his hands and feathers were flying. That should have ended it, but it didn't. Now there were a dozen Marigee that screamed that all was lost. Perhaps there had been a dozen all along. Now he merely shook his fist at them or threw stones. The Kifs, the Venusian equivalent of the Terran ant, stole his food. But that did not matter, there was plenty of food. There had been a cache of it in the shack, meant to restock a space cruiser, and never used. The Kifs would not get at it until he opened a can, but then, unless he ate it all at once, they ate whatever he left. That did not matter. There were plenty of cans. And always fresh fruit from the jungle. Always in season, for there were no seasons here, except the rains. But the Kifs served a purpose for him. They kept him sane, by giving him something tangible, something inferior, to hate. Oh, it wasn't hatred, at first. Mere annoyance. He killed them in a routine sort of way at first. But they kept coming back. Always there were Kifs. In his larder, wherever he did it. In his bed. He sat the legs of the cot in dishes of gasoline, but the Kifs still got in. Perhaps they dropped from the ceiling, although he never caught them doing it. They bothered his sleep. He'd feel them running over him, even when he'd spent an hour picking the bed clean of them by the light of the carbide lantern. They scurried with tickling little feet and he could not sleep. He grew to hate them, and the very misery of his nights made his days more tolerable by giving them an increasing purpose. A pogrom against the Kifs. He sought out their holes by patiently following one bearing a bit of food, and he poured gasoline into the hole and the earth around it. Taking satisfaction in the thought of the writhings in agony below. He went about hunting Kifs, to step on them. To stamp them out. He must have killed millions of Kifs. But always there were as many left. Never did their number seem to diminish in the slightest. Like the Martians, but unlike the Martians, they did not fight back. Theirs was the passive resistance of a vast productivity that bred Kifs ceaselessly, overwhelmingly, billions to replace millions. Individual Kifs could be killed, and he took savage satisfaction in their killing, but he knew his methods were useless save for the pleasure and the purpose they gave him. Sometimes the pleasure would pall in the shadow of its futility, and he would dream of mechanized means of killing them. He read carefully what little material there was in his tiny library about the Kif. They were astonishingly like the ants of Terra. So much that there had been speculation about their relationship, that didn't interest him. How could they be killed, en masse? Once a year, for a brief period, they took on the characteristics of the army ants of Terra. They came from their holes in endless numbers and swept everything before them in their devouring march. He wet his lips when he read that. Perhaps the opportunity would come then to destroy, and destroy. Almost, Mr. Smith forgot people and the solar system and what had been. Here in this new world, there was only he and the Kifs. The Barons and the Mariji didn't count. They had no order and no system. The Kifs. In the intensity of his hatred there slowly filtered through a grudging admiration. The Kifs were true totalitarians. They practiced what he had preached to a mightier race, practiced it with a thoroughness beyond the kind of man to comprehend. There's the complete submergence of the individual to the state, there's the complete ruthlessness of the true conqueror, the perfect selfless bravery of the true soldier. But they got into his bed, into his clothes, into his food. They crawled with intolerable tickling feet. Nights he walked the beach, and that night was one of the noisy nights. There were high-flying, high-whining jet craft up there in the moonlight sky and their shadows dappled the black water of the sea. The planes, the rockets, the jet craft, they were what had ravaged his cities, had turned his railroads into twisted steel, had dropped their H-bombs on his most vital factories. He shook his fist at them and shrieked imprecations at the sky. And when he had ceased shouting, there were voices on the beach. Conrad's voice in his ear, as it had sounded that day when Conrad had walked into the palace, white-faced, and forgotten the salute. There is a breakthrough at Denver, number 1. Toronto and Monterey are in danger. And in the other hemispheres, his voice cracked. The damned Martians and the traitors from Luna are driving over the Argentine. Others have landed near New Petrograd. It is a rout. All is lost. Voices crying, number 1, hail. Number 1, hail. A sea of hysterical voices. Number 1, hail. Number 1. A voice that was louder, higher, more frenetic than any of the others. His memory of his own voice, calculated but inspired, as he'd heard it on playbacks of his own speeches. The voices of children chanting, to the, oh number 1, he couldn't remember the rest of the words, but they had been beautiful words. That had been at the public school meet in the new Los Angeles. How strange that he should remember, here and now, the very tone of his voice and inflection, the shining wonder in their children's eyes. Children only, but they were willing to kill and die, for him, convinced that all that was needed to cure the ills of the race was a suitable leader to follow. All is lost. And suddenly the monster jetcraft were swooping downward, and starkly he realized what a clear target he presented, here against the white moonlit beach. They must see him. The crescendo of motors as he ran, sobbing now in fear, for the cover of the jungle. Into the screening shadow of the giant trees, and the sheltering blackness. He stumbled and fell, was up and running again. And now his eyes could see in the dimmer moonlight that filtered through the branches overhead. Stirrings there, in the branches. Stirrings and voices in the night. Voices in and of the night. Whispers and shrieks of pain. Yes, he'd shown them pain, and now their tortured voices ran with him through the knee-deep, night-wet grass among the trees. The night was hideous with noise. Red noises, an almost tangible din that he could nearly feel as well as he could see and hear it. And after a while his breath came raspingly, and there was a thumping sound that was the beating of his heart and the beating of the night. And then, he could run no longer, and he clutched a tree to keep from falling, his arms trembling about it, and his face pressed against the impersonal roughness of the bark. There was no wind, but the tree swayed back and forth and his body with it. Then, as abruptly as light goes on when a switch is thrown, the noise vanished. Utter silence, and at last he was strong enough to let go his grip on the tree and stand erect again, to look about to get his bearings. One tree was like another, and for a moment he thought he'd have to stay here until daylight. Then he remembered that the sound of the surf would give him his directions. He listened hard and heard it, faint and far away. And another sound, one that he had never heard before, faint, also, but seeming to come from his right and quite near. He looked that way, and there was a patch of opening in the trees above. The grass was waving strangely in that area of moonlight. It moved, although there was no breeze to move it. And there was an almost sudden edge, beyond which the blades thinned out quickly to barrenness. And the sound, it was like the sound of the surf, but it was continuous. It was more like the rustle of dry leaves, but there were no dry leaves to rustle. Mr. Smith took a step toward the sound and looked down. More grass bent, and fell, and vanished, even as he looked. Beyond the moving edge of devastation was a brown floor of the moving bodies of kifs. Row after row, orderly rank after orderly rank, marching resistlessly onward. Billions of kifs, an army of kifs, eating their way across the night. Fascinated, he stared down at them. There was no danger, for their progress was slow. He retreated a step to keep beyond their front rank. The sound, then, was the sound of chewing. He could see one edge of the column, and it was a neat, orderly edge. And there was discipline, for the ones on the outside were larger than those in the center. He retreated another step, and then, quite suddenly, his body was afire in several spreading places. The vanguard. Ahead of the rank that ate away the grass. His boots were brown with kifs. Screaming with pain, he whirled about and ran, beating with his hands at the burning spots on his body. He ran head-on into a tree, bruising his face horribly, and the night was scarlet with pain and shooting fire. But he staggered on, almost blindly, running, writhing, tearing off his clothes as he ran. This, then, was pain. There was a shrill screaming in his ears that must have been the sound of his own voice. When he could no longer run, he crawled. Naked, now, and with only a few kifs still clinging to him. And the blind tangent of his flight had taken him well out of the path of the advancing army. But stark fear and the memory of unendurable pain drove him on. His knees raw now, he could no longer crawl. But he got himself erect again on trembling legs, and staggered on, catching hold of a tree and pushing himself away from it to catch the next. Falling, rising, falling again. His throat raw from the screaming invective of his hate. Bushes and the rough bark of trees tore his flesh. Into the village compound just before dawn, staggered a man, a naked terrestrial. He looked about with dull eyes that seemed to see nothing and understand nothing. The females and young ran before him, even the males retreated. He stood there, swaying, and the incredulous eyes of the natives widened as they saw the condition of his body, and the blankness of his eyes. When he made no hostile move, they came closer again, formed a wondering, chattering circle about him, these Venusian humanoids. Some ran to bring the chief and the chief's son, who knew everything. The mad, naked human opened his lips as though he were going to speak, but instead, he fell. He fell, as a dead man falls. But when they turned him over in the dust, they saw that his chest still rose and fell in labored breathing. And then came Alwa, the aged chieftain, and Nrana, his son. Alwa gave quick, excited orders. 2 of the men carried Mr. Smith into the chief's hut, and the wives of the chief and the chief's son took over the earthling's care, and rubbed him with a soothing and healing salve. But for days and nights he lay without moving and without speaking or opening his eyes, and they did not know whether he would live or die. Then, at last, he opened his eyes. And he talked, although they could make out nothing of the things he said. Nrana came and listened, for Nrana of all of them spoke and understood best the earthling's language. For he had been the special protégé of the Terran missionary who had lived with them for a while. Nrana listened, but he shook his head. The words, he said, the words are of the Terran tongue, but I make nothing of them. His mind is not well. The aged Alwa said, Aie. Stay beside him. Perhaps as his body heals, his words will be beautiful words as were the words of the father of us who, in the Terran tongue, taught us of the gods and their good. So they cared for him well, and his wounds healed, and the day came when he opened his eyes and saw the handsome blue-complexioned face of Nrana sitting there beside him, and Nrana said softly, Good day, Mr. Man of Earth. You feel better, no? There was no answer, and the deep-sunken eyes of the man on the sleeping mat glared at him. Nrana could see that those eyes were not yet sane, but he saw, too, that the madness in them was not the same that it had been. Nrana did not know the words for delirium and paranoia, but he could distinguish between them. No longer was the earthling a raving maniac, and Nrana made a very common error, an error more civilized beings than he have often made. He thought the paranoia was an improvement over the wider madness. He talked on, hoping the earthling would talk too, and he did not recognize the danger of his silence. We welcome you, earthling, he said, and hope that you will live among us, as did the father of us, Mr. Gerhardt. He taught us to worship the true gods of the high heavens. Jehovah, and Jesus, and their prophets the men from the skies. He taught us to pray and to love our enemies. And Nrana shook his head sadly, but many of our tribe have gone back to the older gods, the cruel gods. They say there has been great strife among the outsiders, and no more remain upon all of Venus. My father, Alwa, and I are glad another one has come. You will be able to help those of us who have gone back. You can teach us love and kindliness. The eyes of the dictator closed. Nrana did not know whether or not he slept, but Nrana stood up quietly to leave the hut. In the doorway, he turned and said, We pray for you. And then, joyously, he ran out of the village to seek the others, who were gathering bellaberries for the feast of the 4th event. When, with several of them, he returned to the village, the earthling was gone. The hut was empty. Outside the compound they found, at last, the trail of his passing. They followed and it led to a stream and along the stream until they came to the taboo of the green pool, and could go no farther. He went downstream, said Alwa gravely. He sought the sea and the beach. He was well then, in his mind, for he knew that all streams go to the sea. Perhaps he had a ship of the sky there at the beach, Nrana said worriedly. All earthlings come from the sky. The father of us told us that. Perhaps he will come back to us, said Alwa. His old eyes misted. Mr. Smith was coming back all right, and sooner than they had dared to hope. As soon in fact, as he could make the trip to the shack and return. He came back dressed in clothing very different from the garb the other white man had worn. Shining leather boots and the uniform of the Galactic Guard, and a wide leather belt with a holster for his needle gun. But the gun was in his hand when, at dusk, he strode into the compound. He said, I am number 1, the lord of all the solar system, and your ruler. Who was chief among you? Alwa had been in his hut, but he heard the words and came out. He understood the words, but not their meaning. He said, Earthling, we welcome you back. I am the chief. You were the chief. Now you will serve me. I am the chief. Alwa's old eyes were bewildered at the strangeness of this. He said, I will serve you, yes. All of us. But it is not fitting that an earthling should be chief among. The whisper of the needle gun. Alwa's wrinkled hands went to his scrawny neck where, just off the center, was a sudden tiny pin prick of a hole. A faint trickle of red coursed over the dark blue of his skin. The old man's knees gave way under him as the rage of the poisoned needle dart struck him, and he fell. Others started toward him. Back, said Mr. Smith. Let him die slowly that you may all see what happens to. But one of the chief's wives, one who did not understand the speech of earth, was already lifting Alwa's head. The needle gun whispered again, and she fell forward across him. I am number 1, said Mr. Smith, and lord of all the planets. All who oppose me, die by. And then, suddenly all of them were running toward him. His finger pressed the trigger and 4 of them died before the avalanche of their bodies bore him down and overwhelmed him. Nrana had been first in that rush, and Nrana died. The others tied the earthling up and threw him into one of the huts. And then, while the women began wailing for the dead, the men made council. They elected Kaulana chief and he stood before them and said, The father of us, the Mr. Gerhardt, deceived us. There was fear and worry in his voice and apprehension on his blue face. If this be indeed the Lord of whom he told us. He is not a god, said another. He is an earthling, but there have been such before on Venus, many of them who came long and long ago from the skies. Now they are all dead, killed in strife among themselves. It is well. This last one is one of them, but he is mad. And they talked long and the dusk grew into night while they talked of what they must do. The gleam of firelight upon their bodies, and the waiting drummer. The problem was difficult. To harm one who was mad was taboo. If he was really a god, it would be worse. Thunder and lightning from the sky would destroy the village. Yet they dared not release him. Even if they took the evil weapon that whispered its death and buried it, he might find other ways to harm them. He might have another where he had gone for the first. Yes, it was a difficult problem for them, but the eldest and wisest of them, one Gan, gave them at last the answer. O Kaulana, he said, let us give him to the Kifs. If they harm him, and old Ngan grinned a toothless, mirthless grin, it would be their doing and not ours. Kaulana shuddered. It is the most horrible of all deaths. And if he is a god? If he is a god, they will not harm him. If he is mad and not a god, we will not have harmed him. It harms not a man to tie him to a tree. Kaulana considered well, for the safety of his people was at stake. Considering, he remembered how Alwa and Nrana had died. He said, it is right. The waiting drummer began the rhythm of the council and those of the men who were young and fleet lighted torches in the fire and went out into the forest to seek the Kifs, who were still in their season of marching. And after a while, having found what they sought, they returned. They took the earthling out with them, then, and tied him to a tree. They left him there, and they left the gag over his lips because they did not wish to hear his screams when the kifs came. The cloth of the gag would be eaten, too, but by that time, there would be no flesh under it from which a scream might come. They left him, and went back to the compound, and the drums took up the rhythm of propitiation to the gods for what they had done. For they had, they knew, cut very close to the corner of a taboo, but the provocation had been great and they hoped they would not be punished. All night the drums would throb. The man tied to the tree struggled with his bonds, but they were strong and his writhings made the knots but tighten. His eyes became accustomed to the darkness. He tried to shout, "I am number one, Lord of." And then, because he could not shout and because he could not loosen himself, there came a rift in his madness. He remembered who he was, and all the old hatreds and bitterness welled up in him. He remembered, too, what had happened in the compound, and wondered why the Venusian natives had not killed him. Why, instead, they had tied him here alone in the darkness of the jungle. Afar, he heard the throbbing of the drums, and they were like the beating of the heart of night, and there was a louder, nearer sound that was the pulse of blood in his ears as the fear came to him. The fear that he knew why they had tied him here. The horrible, gibbering fear that, for the last time, an army marched against him. He had time to savor that fear to the uttermost. To have it become a creeping certainty that crawled into the black corners of his soul as would the soldiers of the coming army crawl into his ears and nostrils while others would eat away his eyelids to get at the eyes behind them. And then, and only then, did he hear the sound that was like the rustle of dry leaves, in a dank, black jungle where there were no dry leaves to rustle nor breeze to rustle them. Horribly, number one, the last of the dictators, did not go mad again, not exactly, but he laughed, and laughed, and laughed. After some tomorrow. Before the first shots rang out. Alan had been sitting with some 20 young people of the Wolf clan in a grove of aspen approximately halfway between the fields and the citadel on the hilltop. He had been teaching them myth-legend and, as usual, the girls were bored and unbelieving, the boys open-mouthed. He realized, even as he spoke, that the telling had changed even since his own youth. As a boy of 10, before it was definitely known whether or not he was a sterile, he had sat at the feet of the Turtle Clan's husband as open-mouthed as those who sat at his feet now. But the telling was different. Now, had he spoken openly of when men bore weapons and women lived at home with the children, he would have crossed the boundaries of decency. It hadn't been so in his own youth, but then, when he was a boy, they had been one generation nearer to the old days, which weren't so far back after all. Helen complained, "This is so silly, Alan. Why don't you tell us something about, well, about hunting, or true fighting?" He looked at her. Could this be a daughter of his? Tall for her 14 years and straight, clear of eye, aggressive and brooking of no nonsense. The old books told of the femininity of women, but the shots went bang, 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 from below, faint in the half-mile or more of distance. And then bang, bang again in several booms from the new muzzle-loading muskets. Helen was on her feet first, her eyes flashing. Instantly she was in command. "Alan," she snapped. "Quick, to the citadel. All of you boys, hurry. To the citadel." She whirled to her older classmates. "Ruth, Margot, Jenny, Paula. Get stones, sharp stones. You younger girls go with Alan. See if you can help at the citadel. We'll come last. Hurry, Alan." Alan was already off, hurting the boys before him. Possibly all of them were steriles and so wouldn't count. But you never knew. As they climbed the hill, he looked back over his shoulder. Down in the fields he could see the workers scattering for their weapons and for cover. One stumbled and was down. In the distance he couldn't make out whether she had fallen accidentally or been wounded. Further beyond the fields he could see the smoke from a half-dozen or more places where the shots had originated. It didn't seem to be an attack in force. Not far up the hill from the field workers, on a overhanging boulder in a lookout position, he could make out Vivian, the scout chief. She sat, seemingly in unconcerned ease, one elbow supported on a knee as her telescoped rifle went crack, crack, crack. If he knew Vivian, there was more than one casualty among the raiders. Who could it be this time? Deer from the south, coyote or horse from the east? Possibly eagles, crows or dogs from Denver way. The clan couldn't stand much more of this pressure. It was the third raid in 6 months. They couldn't stand it and put in a crop, nor could the drain on the arsenal be maintained. He had heard that the Turtle clan, near Colorado Springs, the clan of his birth, had got to the point where they were using bows and arrows even for defense. If so, it wouldn't be long before they would be losing their husband. He was puffing somewhat by the time they reached the citadel. Helen and her 4 girls were coming much more slowly, watching the progress of the fight below them, keeping their eyes peeled for a possible breakthrough of individual enemies. The stones in their hands were pathetically brave. The rounded citadel building, stone-built, loopholed for rifles, loomed before them. He swung open the door and hurried inside. "Hello, honey," a strange voice said pseudo-pleasantly. "Hey, you're kind of cute." Alan's eyes went from the 2 figures before him, automatic rifles cuddled under their arms, to the 2 Wolf Clan sentries collapsed in their own blood on the floor. They had paid for lack of vigilance with their lives. He could see that the strangers were of different clans by their kilts, one a horse the other a crow. This would mean 2 clans had united in order to raid the wolves, and that, in turn, would mean the wolves were outnumbered as much as 2 to 1. "Relax, darling," the second one said, a lewd quality in her voice. "Nothing's going to happen to you." Her eyes took in the dozen boys ranging in age from 5 to 12. "Look like a bunch of sterilies to me," she sneered. "Get them up above, and those girls too. You stay here where we can watch you, honey." The crow went to a small window, stared down below. "Wanda is holding them pretty well, but they're beginning to work their way back in this direction." She laughed harshly. "These wolves never could fight." Her companion fingered the Bren gun which lay on the heavy table top in the round room center. Aside from 4 equally heavily constructed chairs, the table was the large room's sole furniture. While Alan was ushering the boys and younger girls up to the 2nd floor where they would be safe, the horse said musingly, "We could turn this loose on them even at this distance." The crow shook her head. "No. It'll be better to wait until they're closer. Besides, by that time Peggy and her group'll be coming up from the arroyo. There won't be a wolf left half an hour from now." Alan, his stomach empty, stared out the loophole nearest him. One of the women said, grinning, "You better get away from there, honey. Make you sick. That's a mighty pretty suit you've got on. Make it yourself?" "No," Alan said. As a matter of fact, one of the sterilies had made it. She laughed. "Well, don't be so uppity. You're going to have to learn how to be nice to me, you know." Both of them laughed, but Alan said nothing. He wondered how long the women of these clans had been without a husband. Down below he could make out the progress of the fighting and then realized the battle plan of the aggressors. They must have planned it for months, waiting until the season was such that practically the whole Wolf clan, and particularly the fighters, would be at work in the fields. They'd sent these 2 scouts, probably their best warriors, to take the citadel by stealth. Only 2 of them, more would have been conspicuous. They had then, with a limited force, opened fire on the field workers, pinning them down temporarily. Meanwhile, the main body was ascending the arroyo to the left, completely hidden from the defending forces, although they would have been in open sight from above had the citadel remained uncaptured. Alan could see plainly what the next 15 minutes would mean. The Wolf clan would draw back on the citadel, Vivian and her younger warriors bringing up the rear. When they broke into the clear and started the last dash for the safety of their fortress, they would be in the open and at the mercy of the crossfire from arroyo and citadel. If only these two had failed in their attempt to. The crow woman said, "Look at this. 5 young brats with stones in their hands. What do you say?" It was Helen and her 4 girls. Alan said, "They're only children. You can't. You be quiet, sweetheart. We can't be bothered with you." The horse said, 2 years from now they'll all be warriors. Here, let me turn this on them." Alan closed his eyes and he wanted to retch as he heard the automatic rifle speak out in 5 short bursts. In spite of himself he opened them again. Helen, his firstborn, Paula, his second. Ruth, Margot and Jenny, all his children. They were crumbled like rag dolls, 50 feet from the citadel door. Now he was able to tell himself that he should have called out a warning. 1 or 2 of them, at least, might have escaped. Might have escaped to warn the approaching fighters of the trap behind them. Tradition had been too strong within him, the tradition that a man did not interfere in the business of the warriors, that war was a thing apart. Jenny's body moved, stirred again, and she tried to drag herself away. Little Jenny, 12 years old. The rifle spat just once again and she slumped forward and remained quiet. "Little bitch," the crow woman said. The heavy chair was in his hands and high above his head. He had brought it down on her before the rage of his hate had allowed him to think of what he was doing. The chair splintered but there was still a good half of it in his hands when he spun on the horsewoman. She stepped back, her eyes wide in disbelief. As her companion went down, the side of her face and her scalp welling blood, the horse at first brought up her rifle and then, in despair, tried to reverse it to use its butt as a club. She was stumbling backward, trying to get out of the way of his improvised weapon, when her heel caught on the body of one of the fallen wolf sentries. She tried to catch herself, her eyes still staring horrified disbelief, even as he caught her over the head, and then once again. He beat her hysterically, until he knew she must be dead. He worked now in a mental vacuum, all but unconsciously. He ran to the stair bottom and called, "Come down," his voice was shrill. "Alice, Tommy, all of you." They came, hesitantly, and when they saw the shambles of the room stared at him with as much disbelief as had the enemy women. He pointed a finger at the oldest of the girls. "Alice," he said, "you've been given instruction by the warriors. How is the Bren gun fired?" The 11-year-old bug eyed at him. "But you're a husband, Alan." "How is it fired?" he shrilled. "Unless you tell me, there will be no wolf clan left." He lugged the heavy gun to the window, mounted it there as he had seen the women do in practice. "Tommy," he said to a 13-year-old boy. "Quick, get me a pan of ammunition." "I can't," Tommy all but wailed. "Get it." "I can't. It's unmanly." Tommy melted into a sea of tears, utterly confused. "Maureen," Alan snapped, cooler now. "Get me a pan of ammunition for the Bren gun. Quickly." "Alice, show me how the gun is charged." Alice was at his side, trying to explain. He would have let her take over had she been larger, but he knew she couldn't handle the bucking of the weapon. Maureen had returned with the ammunition, slipped it expertly into place. She too had had instructions in the gun's operation. Alan ran his eyes down the arroyo. There were possibly 40 of them, horses and crows, well armed, he could see. Less than a quarter of them had the new muzzle loaders being resorted to by many as ammunition stocks for the old arms became increasingly rare. The others had ancient arms, rifles, both military and sport, 1 or 2 Tommy guns. He waited another 3 or 4 minutes, one eye cocked on the progress of the running battle below. Vivian, the scout chief, had dropped back to take over command of the younger warriors. She was probably beginning to smell a rat. The intensity of fire wasn't such as to suggest a large body of enemy. The women in the arroyo were placed now as he wanted them. He forced himself to keep his eyes open as he pressed the trigger. Blat, blat, blat. The gun spoke, kicking high the dust and gravel before the horse and crow warriors advancing up the arroyo. They stopped, startled. The citadel was supposedly in their hands. They reversed themselves and scurried back to get out of their exposed position. He touched the trigger again. Blat, blat, blat. The heavy slugs tore up the arroyo wall behind them. They could retreat no further without running into his fire. They stopped, confused. Alan said, "Maureen, get another pan of ammunition. I'll have to hold them there until Vivian comes up. Alice, run down to the matriarch and tell her about the warriors in the arroyo. Quickly, now." Little Alice said sourly, a husband shouldn't interfere in warrior affairs, but she went. When Vivian strode into the citadel, she had her sniper rifle slung over her back and was admiring a Tommy gun she had taken from one of the captured horses. "Perfect," she said, stroking the stock. "Perfect shape. And they seem to have worlds of ammunition too. Must have made some kind of deal with the Denver clans." Her eyes swept the room and her mouth turned down in sour amusement. The horsewoman was dead and the crow had by now been marched off to take her place with the other prisoners who were being held in the stone corral. "What warriors?" she said contemptuously. "A man overcomes 2 of them. 2 of them, mind you." She looked at Alan. The reaction was upon him now and he was white-faced and couldn't keep his hands from trembling. "What a cutie you turned out to be. Who ever heard of such a thing?" Alan said, defensively, "They didn't expect it. I took them unawares." Vivian laughed aloud, her even white teeth sparkling in the redness of her lips. She was tall, shapely, a 25-year-old goddess in her wolf clan kilts. "I'll bet you did, sweetie." One of the other warriors entered from behind Vivian, looked at the dead horsewoman and shuddered. "What a way to die, not even able to defend yourself." She said to Vivian worriedly, "They've got an awful lot of equipment, Chief." Vivian said, "Well, what are you worrying about, Jean? We have it now." The girl said, "They have 3 Tommy guns, 4 automatic rifles, 20 grenades and 40 sticks of dynamite." Vivian was impatient. "They had them, now they're ours." "It's good, not bad." Jean said doggedly, "These raids are coming more and more often. We've lost 10 fighters in less than a year. And each time they come at us they're better equipped and there are more of them." She looked over at Alan. "If it hadn't been for this queer way things worked out, they'd have our husband now and we'd be done for." "Well, it didn't happen that way," Vivian said abruptly, "and we still have our husband and we're going to keep him. This wasn't a bad action at all. They killed 3 of us, we've got more than 40 of them." "Not 3, 8, Jean said. "You forget the 5 girls. In another couple of years they'd have been warriors. And besides, what difference does it make if we've got 40 of them? There are always more of them where they came from. There must be 1,000 women toward Denver without a husband between them." Vivian quieted. "Let's hope they don't all decide on Alan at once," she said. "I wonder if the turtles are having the same trouble." "They're having more," Alan said. He had lowered himself wearily into one of the chairs. The 2 warriors looked at him. "How do you know, sweetie?" Vivian asked him. "I was talking to Warren, a few weeks ago. He's husband of the Turtle clan now, they traded him from the Foxes. Both clans were getting too interbred." "Get to the point, honey," Jean said, embarrassed at this man talk. "The turtles are having more trouble than we are. They have a stronger natural fortress at the center of their farmlands, but they've had so many raids that their arsenal is depleted and half their warriors dead or wounded. They're getting desperate." "That's too bad," Vivian muttered. "They make good neighbors." Jean said, "The matriarch told me to let you know there'd be a meeting this afternoon in the assembly hall. Clan meeting, all present." "What about?" Vivian said, her attention going back to the beauty of her captured weapon again. "About the prisoners. We've got to decide what to do with them. do with them? We'll push them over the side of the canyon. Nobody thought we'd waste bullets on them, did they? Alan said, mildly, the question has come up whether we ought to destroy them at all. Vivian looked at him in gentle annoyance. Sweetie, she said, don't bother your handsome head with these things. You've had enough excitement to last a nice-looking fellow like you a lifetime. Jean said, echoing her chief's disgust, anyway, that's what the meeting is about. Alan, here, has been talking to the matriarch and she's agreed to bring it up for discussion. Vivian said nastily, Sally is beginning to lose her grip. If there's anything a clan needs, it's a strong matriarch. A wise matriarch, Alan amended, knowing he shouldn't. Vivian stared at him for a moment, then threw her head back and laughed. I'm going to have to spank your bottom one of these days, she told him. You get awfully sassy for a man. As chairman, Alan had a voice but not a vote in the meetings of the Wolf clan. He sometimes wondered at the institution which had come down from pre-bomb days. Why was it necessary to have a chairman? Of course, myth-legend had it that men were once just as numerous and active in society's economic, and even martial, life as were women. But that was myth-legend. It all had a basis in reality, perhaps, but some of it was undoubtedly stretched all but to the breaking point. Of course, if all men had been fertile in the old days. But if you started with if, as a beginning point, you could go as far as you wished in any direction. He called the meeting to order in the assembly hall, which stood possibly 100 feet below the citadel in one direction, another 100 from the stone corral which housed their prisoners in the other. The Wolf clan was present in its entirety with the exception of children under 10 and except for 4 scouts who were holding the prisoners. As chairman, Alan sat on the dais flanked by Sally, the matriarch, 35 years of age, tall, Juno-esque, on one side and by Vivian the scout chief, on the other. Before them sat, first, the active warrior workers, some 35 of them. Second, the older women, less than a score. Further back were the Steriles, possibly 20 of these and quite young, only within recent memory had they been allowed to become part of the clan, in the past they had been driven away or killed. Further back still were the children above 10 but too young to join the ranks of either warrior workers or Steriles. Alan called the meeting to order, quieted them somewhat and then invited the matriarch to take the floor. Sally stood and looked out over her clan, the dignity of her presence silencing them where Alan's plea had not. She said, we have 2 matters to bring to our attention. First, I believe the clan should make it clear to Alan, our husband, that such interference in the affairs of women is utterly out of the question. I am speaking of his unmanly activities in the raid this morning. There were mumblings of approval throughout the hall. Alan came to his feet, his face bewildered. But, Sally, what else could I do? If I hadn't overcome the enemy warriors and turned the Bren gun on the others, you would all be gone now. Possibly none of you would have survived. Sally quieted him with a chill look. Let me repeat what is well known to every member of the clan. We consist of less than 60 women, a few more than 35 of whom are active. There are 20 Steriles and 25 or so children. And 1 husband. A few more than 100 in all. Her voice slowed and lowered for the sake of emphasis. All of our women, except for 2 or 3, might die and the clan would live on. The Steriles certainly might all die, and the clan live on. Even the children could all die and the clan live on. But if our husband dies, the clan dies. The greatest responsibility of every member of any clan is to protect the husband. Under no circumstances is he to be endangered. You know this, it should not have to be brought to your attention. There was a strong murmur of assent from those seated before them. Alan said, but, Sally, I saved your lives. And if I hadn't, I would have been captured by the crows and horses and you would have lost me at any rate. This was hard for Sally Wolf, but she said, then, at least, they would have had you. If you had died, in your foolhardiness, you would have been gone for all of us. Alan, 2 clans, husbandless clans, united in this attempt to capture you from us. While we fought to protect our husband, the life of our clan, we hold no rancor against them. In their position, we would have done the same. Much rather would we see you taken by them, than to see you dead. Even though the Wolf clan might die, the race must go on. She added, but not very believably, if they had captured you, perhaps we could have, in our turn, captured a husband from some other clan. The reason we probably couldn't, Vivian said mildly, is that since we've turned to agriculture and settled, our numbers have dropped off by half. We had more than 60 warriors while we were hunter-foragers. That's enough, Vivian, Sally snapped. The question isn't being discussed this afternoon. Ought to be, somebody whispered down in front. Order, Alan said. He knew it was a growing belief in the clan that giving up the nomadic life had been a mistake. From raiders, they had become the raided. Sally said, the second order of business is the disposal of the horse and crow prisoners captured in the action today. Vivian said, we can't afford to waste valuable ammunition. I say shove them into the canyon. Most of those seated in the hall approved of that. Some were puzzled of face, wondering why the matter hadn't been left simply in the scout chief's hands. Sally said, dryly, I haven't formed an opinion myself. However, our chairman has some words to say. Vivian looked at Alan as though he was a precocious child. She shook her head. You cutie, you. You're getting bigger and bigger for your britches every day. 2 or 3 of the warriors echoed her by chuckling fondly. Alan said nothing to that, needing to maintain what dignity and prestige he could muster. He stood and faced them and waited for their silence before saying, you feminine members of the clan are too busy with work and with defense to pursue some of the studies for which we men find time. Vivian murmured, you ain't just a whistlin', honey. But we don't mind. You do what you want with your time, honey. He tried to smile politely, but went on. It has come to the point where few women read to any extent and most learning has fallen into the hands of the men, few as we are. Sally said impatiently, what has this got to do with the prisoners, Alan dear? It would seem that he had ignored her when he said, I have been discussing the matter with Warren of the Turtle Clan and 2 or 3 other men with whom I occasionally come in contact. At the rate the race is going, there will be no men left at all in another few generations. There was quiet in the long hall. Deathly quiet. Sally said, how do you mean, dear? I mean our present system can't go on. It isn't working. Of course it's working, Vivian snapped. Here we are, aren't we? It's always worked, it always will. Here's the clan. You're our husband. After we've had you for 20 years, we'll trade you to another clan for their husband, prevents interbreeding. If you have a fertile son, the clan will either split, each half taking one husband, or we'll trade him off for land, or guns, or whatever else is valuable. Of course, it works. He shook his head, stubbornly. Things are changing. For a generation or 2 after Bomb Day, we were in chaos. By time things cleared we were divided as we are now, in clans. However, we were still largely able to exist on the canned goods, the animals, left over from the old days. There was food and guns for all and only a few of the men were steriles. Vivian began to say something again, but he shook a hand negatively at her, pleading for silence. No, I'm not talking about myth legend now. Warren's great-grandfather, whom he knew as a boy, remembers when there were 4 times or more the number of men we have today and when the steriles were very few. Vivian said impatiently, what's this got to do with the prisoners? There they are. We can kill them or let them go. If we let them go, they'll be coming back, 6 months from now, to take another crack at us. Alan is cute as a button, but I don't think he should meddle in women's affairs. But most of them were silent. They looked up at him, waiting for him to go on. I suppose, Sally said, that you're coming to a point, dear? He nodded, his face tight. I'm coming to the point. The point is that we've got to change the basis of clan society. This isn't working anymore, if it ever did. There's such a thing as planned breeding. It had been hard to say this, and the younger women in the audience, in particular, tittered, and we're going to have to think in terms of it. Sally had flushed. She said now, a certain dignity is expected at a clan meeting, Alan dear. But just what did you mean? Vivian said, this is nonsense, I'm leaving, and she was up from the speaker's table and away. 2 or 3 of her younger girls looked after, scowling, but they didn't follow her out of the hall. I mean, Alan said doggedly, that one of those Crow women has been the mother of 2 fertile men. To my knowledge she is the only woman within hundreds of miles this can be said about. We men have been keeping records of such things. Sally was as mystified as the rest of the clan. Alan said, I say bring these women into the clan. Unite with the turtles and the burrows so that we'll have 3 clans, 5 counting the horses and crows. Then we'll have enough strength to fight off the forager hunters, and we'll have enough men to experiment in selective breeding. Half of the hall was on its feet in a roar. Share you with these desert rats who just raided us, who killed 8 of our clan? Sally snapped, flabbergasted. He stood his ground. Yes. I'll repeat, one of those Crow women has borne 2 fertile men children. We can't afford to kill her. For all we know, she might have a dozen more. This haphazard method of a single husband for a whole clan must be replaced. The hall broke down into chaos again. Sally held up a commanding hand for silence. She said, and if we share you with another 40 or 50 women, to what extent will the rest of us have any husband at all? He pointed out the sterilies, seated silently in the back. It would be healthier if you gave up some of this superior contempt you hold for sterile males and accept their companionship. Although they cannot be fathers, they can be mates otherwise. As it is, how much true companionship do you secure from me, any of you? Less than once a month do you see me more than from a distance. Mate with sterilies, someone gasped from the front row. Yes, Alan snapped back. And let fertile men be used expressly for attempting to produce additional fertile men. Confound it, can't you warriors realize what I'm saying? I have reports that there is a woman among the Crows who has borne 2 fertile male children. Have you ever heard of any such phenomenon before? Do you realize that in the 15 years I have been the husband of this clan, we have not had even one fertile man-child born? Do you realize that in the past 20 years there has been born not one fertile man-child in the Turtle clan? Only one in the Burrow clan? He had them in the palm of his hand now. What does the Turtle clan think of this plan of yours? Sally said. I was talking to Warren just the other day. He thinks he can win their approval. We can also probably talk the Burrows into it. They're growing desperate. Their husband is nearly 60 years old and has produced only one fertile male child, which was later captured in a raid by the Denver foragers. Sally said, and we'd have to share you with all these, and with our prisoners as well? Yes, in an attempt to breed fertile men back into the race. Sally turned to the assembled clan. A heavy explosion, room shaking in its violence, all but threw them to the floor. Half a dozen of the younger warriors scurried to the windows, guns at the ready. In the distance, from the outside, there was the chatter of a machine gun, then individual pistol shots. The corral, Jean the scout said, her lips going back over her teeth. Vivian came sauntering back into the assembly hall, patting the stock of her new Tommy gun appreciatively. Works like a charm, she said. That dynamite we captured was fresh too. Blew them to smithereens. Only had to finish off half a dozen. Alan said, agonizingly, Vivian. You didn't, the prisoners? She grinned at him. Alan, you're as cute as a button, but you don't know anything about women's affairs. Now you be a honey and go back to taking care of the children. Unborn Tomorrow. Betty looked up from her magazine. She said mildly, you're late. Don't yell at me, I feel awful, Simon told her. He sat down at his desk, passed his tongue over his teeth in distaste, groaned, fumbled in a drawer for the aspirin bottle. He looked over at Betty and said, almost as though reciting, "What I need is a vacation." "What," Betty said, "are you going to use for money?" "Providence," Simon told her whilst fiddling with the aspirin bottle, "will provide." But before providing vacations it'd be nice if Providence turned up a missing jewel deal, say. Something where you could deduce that actually the ruby ring had gone down the drain and was caught in the elbow. Something that would net about $50. Simon said, mournful of tone, $50. Why not make it 500? I'm not selfish, Betty said. All I want is enough to pay me this week's salary. Money, Simon said. When you took this job you said it was the romance that appealed to you. I didn't know most sleuthing amounted to snooping around department stores to check on the clerks knocking down. Simon said, enigmatically, now it comes. There was a knock. Betty bounced up with Olympic agility and had the door swinging wide before the knocking was quite completed. He was old, little and had bug eyes behind pince-nez glasses. His suit was cut in the style of yesteryear, but when a suit costs $200 or $300 you still retain caste whatever the styling. Simon said unenthusiastically, "Good morning, Mr. Oyster." He indicated the client's chair. "Sit down, sir." The client fussed himself with Betty's assistance into the seat. Bug-eyed Simon said finally, "You know my name, that's pretty good. Never saw you before in my life. Stop fussing with me, young lady. Your ad in the phone book says you'll investigate anything." "Anything," Simon said. "Only one exception." "Excellent. Do you believe in time travel?" Simon said nothing. Across the room, where she had resumed her seat, Betty cleared her throat. When Simon continued to say nothing she ventured, "Time travel is impossible." "Why?" "Why?" "Yes, why?" Betty looked to her boss for assistance. None was forthcoming. There ought to be some very quick, positive, definite answer. She said, "Well, for one thing, paradox. Suppose you had a time machine and traveled back 100 years or so and killed your own great-grandfather. Then how could you ever be born?" "Confound it if I know," the little fellow growled. "How?" Simon said, "Let's get to the point, what you wanted to see me about." "I want to hire you to hunt me up some time travelers," the old boy said. Betty was too far in now to maintain her proper role of silent secretary. "Time travelers," she said, not very intelligently. The potential client sat more erect, obviously with intent to hold the floor for a time. He removed the pince-nez glasses and pointed them at Betty. He said, "Have you read much science fiction, miss?" "Some," Betty admitted. "Then you'll realize that there are a dozen explanations of the paradoxes of time travel. Every writer in the field worth his salt has explained them away. But to get on. It's my contention that within a century or so man will have solved the problems of immortality and eternal youth, and it's also my suspicion that he will eventually be able to travel in time. So convinced am I of these possibilities that I am willing to gamble a portion of my fortune to investigate the presence in our era of such time travelers." Simon seemed incapable of carrying the ball this morning, so Betty said, "But, Mr. Oyster, if the future has developed time travel, why don't we ever meet such travelers?" Simon put in a word. "The usual explanation, Betty, is that they can't afford to allow the space-time continuum track to be altered. If, say, a time traveler returned to a period of 25 years ago and shot Hitler, then all subsequent history would be changed. In that case, the time traveler himself might never be born. They have to tread mighty carefully." Mr. Oyster was pleased. "I didn't expect you to be so well informed on the subject, young man." Simon shrugged and fumbled again with the aspirin bottle. Mr. Oyster went on. "I've been considering the matter for some time, Anne. Simon held up a hand. There's no use prolonging this. As I understand it, you're an elderly gentleman with a considerable fortune and you realize that thus far nobody has succeeded in taking it with him. Mr. Oyster returned his glasses to their perch, bug-eyed Simon, but then nodded. Simon said, "You want to hire me to find a time traveler and in some manner or other, any manner will do, extort from him the secret of eternal life and youth, which you figure the future will have discovered. You're willing to pony up a part of this fortune of yours, if I can deliver a bona fide time traveler." Right. Betty had been looking from one to the other. Now she said, plaintively, "But where are you going to find one of these characters, especially if they're interested in keeping hid?" The old boy was the center again. "I told you I'd been considering it for some time. The Oktoberfest, that's where they'd be." He seemed elated. Betty and Simon waited. "The Oktoberfest," he repeated. "The greatest festival the world has ever seen, the carnival, feria, fiesta to beat them all. Every year it's held in Munich. Makes the New Orleans Mardi Gras look like a quilting party." He began to swing into the spirit of his description. "It originally started in celebration of the wedding of some local prince a century and a half ago, and the Bavarians had such a bang-up time they've been holding it every year since. The Munich breweries do up a special beer, Marzenbrau they call it, and each brewery opens a tremendous tent on the fair grounds which will hold 5,000 customers apiece. Millions of liters of beer are put away, hundreds of thousands of barbecued chickens, a small herd of oxen are roasted whole over spits, millions of pair of Weisswurst, a very special sausage. Millions upon millions of pretzels." "All right," Simon said. "We'll accept it. The Oktoberfest is one whale of a wingding." "Well," the old boy pursued, into his subject now, "that's where they'd be, places like the Oktoberfest. For one thing, a time traveler wouldn't be conspicuous. At a festival like this somebody with a strange accent, or who didn't know exactly how to wear his clothes correctly, or was off the ordinary in any of a dozen other ways, wouldn't be noticed. You could be a four-armed space traveler from Mars, and you still wouldn't be conspicuous at the Oktoberfest. People would figure they had DTs. But why would a time traveler want to go to a," Betty began. "Why not? What better opportunity to study a people than when they are in their cups? If you could go back a few thousand years, the things you would wish to see would be a Roman triumph, perhaps the rites of Dionysus, or one of Alexander's orgies. You wouldn't want to wander up and down the streets of, say, Athens while nothing was going on, particularly when you might be revealed as a suspicious character not being able to speak the language, not knowing how to wear the clothes and not familiar with the city's layout." He took a deep breath. "No ma'am, you'd have to stick to some great event, both for the sake of actual interest and for protection against being unmasked." The old boy wound it up. "Well, that's the story. What are your rates?" "The Oktoberfest starts on Friday and continues for 16 days. You can take the plane to Munich, spend a week there and—" Simon was shaking his head. "Not interested." As soon as Betty had got her jaw back into place, she glared unbelievingly at him. Mr. Oyster was taken aback himself. "See here, young man, I realize this isn't an ordinary assignment, however, as I said, I am willing to risk a considerable portion of my fortune." "Sorry," Simon said. "Can't be done." $100 a day plus expenses," Mr. Oyster said quietly. "I like the fact that you already seem to have some interest and knowledge of the matter. I liked the way you knew my name when I walked in the door. My picture doesn't appear often in the papers." "No go," Simon said, a sad quality in his voice. "A $50,000 bonus if you bring me a time traveler." "Out of the question," Simon said. "But why?" Betty wailed. Just for laughs, Simon told the two of them sourly, "Suppose I tell you a funny story. It goes like this. I got $1,000 from Mr. Oyster," Simon began, "in the way of an advance, and leaving him with Betty who was making out a receipt. I hustled back to the apartment and packed a bag. Hell, I'd wanted a vacation anyway, this was a natural. On the way to Idlewild I stopped off at the Germany information offices for some tourist literature. It takes roughly 3.5 hours to get to Gander from Idlewild. I spent the time planning the fun I was going to have. It takes roughly 7.5 hours from Gander to Shannon, and I spent that time dreaming up material I could put into my reports to Mr. Oyster. I was going to have to give him some kind of report for his money. Time travel yet? What a laugh. Between Shannon and Munich a faint suspicion began to simmer in my mind. These statistics I read on the Oktoberfest in the Munich tourist pamphlets. 5 million people attended annually. Where did 5 million people come from to attend an overgrown festival in comparatively remote southern Germany? The tourist season is over before September 21st, first day of the gigantic beer bust. Nor could the Germans account for any such number. Munich itself has a population of less than 1 million, counting children. And those millions of gallons of beer, the hundreds of thousands of chickens, the herds of oxen. Who ponied up all the money for such expenditures? How could the average German, with his $25 a week salary? In Munich there was no hotel space available. I went to the Bahnhof where they have a hotel service and applied. They put my name down, pocketed the husky bribe, showed me where I could check my bag, told me they'd do what they could, and to report back in a few hours. I had another suspicious twinge. If 5 million people attended this beer bout, how were they accommodated? The Versailles, the fair ground, was only a few blocks away. I was stiff from the plane ride, so I walked. There are 7 major brewers in the Munich area, each of them represented by one of the circus-like tents that Mr. Oyster mentioned. Each tent contained benches and tables for about 5,000 persons, and from 6 to 10,000 pack themselves in, competing for room. In the center is a tremendous bandstand, the musicians all lederhosen clad, the music as Bavarian as any to be found in a Bavarian beer hall. Hundreds of peasant-garbed Fräuleins darted about the tables with quart-sized earthenware mugs, platters of chicken, sausage, kraut and pretzels. I found a place finally at a table which had space for 20-odd beer bibbers. Odd is right. As weird an assortment of Germans and foreign tourists as could have been dreamed up, ranging from a 70- or 80-year-old couple in Bavarian costume to the bald-headed drunk across the table from me. A desperate waitress bearing 6 mugs of beer in each hand scurried past. They call them masses, by the way, not mugs. The bald-headed character and I both held up a finger, and she slid 2 of the masses over to us and then hustled on. Down the hatch, the other said, holding up his mass in toast. To the ladies, I told him. Before sipping, I said, you know, the tourist pamphlets say this stuff is 18%. That's nonsense. No beer is that strong. I took a long pull. He looked at me, waiting. I came up. Mistaken, I admitted. A mass or 2 apiece later he looked carefully at the name engraved on his earthenware mug. Lowenbrow, he said. He took a small notebook from his pocket and a pencil, noted down the word and returned the things. That's a queer-looking pencil you have there, I told him. German? Venusian, he said. Oops, sorry. Shouldn't have said that. I had never heard of the brand, so I skipped it. Next is the Hofbrau, he said. Next what? Baldy's conversation didn't seem to hang together very well. My pilgrimage, he told me. All my life I've been wanting to go back to an Oktoberfest and sample every one of the 7 brands of the best beer the world has ever known. I'm only as far as Lowenbrow. I'm afraid I'll never make it. I finished my mass. I'll help you, I told him. Very noble endeavor. Name is Simon. Arth, he said. How could you help? I'm still fresh, comparatively. I'll navigate you around. There are 7 beer tents. How many have you got through, so far? 2, counting this one, Arth said. I looked at him. It's going to be a chore, I said. You've already got a nice edge on. Outside, as we made our way to the next tent, the fair looked like every big state fair ever seen, except it was bigger. Games, souvenir stands, sausage stands, rides, side shows, and people. The Hofbrau tent was as overflowing as the last, but we managed to find 2 seats. The band was blaring, and 5,000 half-swacked voices were roaring accompaniment. In München steht ein Hofbrauhaus. 1, 2, Sofa. At the sofa everybody upped with the mugs and drank each other's health. This is what I call a real beer bust, I said approvingly. Arth was waving to a waitress. As in the Lowenbrau tent, a full quart was the smallest amount obtainable. A beer later I said, I don't know if you'll make it or not, Arth. Make what? All 7 tents. Oh. A waitress was on her way by, mugs foaming over their rims. I gestured to her for refills. Where are you from, Arth? I asked him, in the way of making conversation. 2183. 2183 where? He looked at me, closing one eye to focus better. Oh, he said. Well, 2183 South Street, New Albuquerque. New Albuquerque? Where's that? Arth thought about it. Took another long pull at the beer. Right across the way from old Albuquerque, he said finally. Maybe we ought to be getting on to the Skorbrau tent. Maybe we ought to eat something first, I said. I'm beginning to feel this. We could get some of that barbecued ox. Arth closed his eyes in pain. Vegetarian, he said. Couldn't possibly eat meat. Barbarous. Ugh. Well, we need some nourishment, I said. There's supposed to be considerable nourishment in beer. That made sense. I yelled, Fräulein. Zwei new beer. Somewhere along in here the fog rolled in. When it rolled out again, I found myself closing one eye the better to read the lettering on my earthenware mug. It read Augustinerbräu. Somehow we'd evidently navigated from one tent to another. Arth was saying, where's your hotel? That seemed like a good question. I thought about it for a while. Finally I said, haven't got one. Town's jam-packed. Left my bag at the Bahnhof. I don't think we'll ever make it, Arth. How many we got to go? Lost track, Arth said. You can come home with me. We drank to that and the fog rolled in again. When the fog rolled out, it was daylight. Bright, glaring, awful daylight. I was sprawled, complete with clothes, on one of twin beds. On the other bed, also completely clothed, was Arth. That sun was too much. I stumbled up from the bed, staggered to the window and fumbled around for a blind or curtain. There was none. Behind me a voice said in horror, Who, how, oh, Wodo, where'd you come from? I got a quick impression, looking out the window, that the Germans were certainly the most modern, futuristic people in the world. But I couldn't stand the light. Where's the shade? I moaned. Arth did something and the window went opaque. That's quite a gadget, I groaned. If I didn't feel so lousy, I'd appreciate it. Arth was sitting on the edge of the bed holding his bald head in his hands. I remember now, he sorrowed. You didn't have a hotel. What a stupidity. I'll be phased. Phased all the way down. You haven't got a handful of aspirin, have you? I asked him. Just a minute, Arth said, staggering erect and heading for what undoubtedly was a bathroom. Stay where you are. Don't move. Don't touch anything. All right, I told him plaintively. I'm clean. I won't mess up the place. All I've got is a hangover, not lice. Arth was gone. He came back in 2 or 3 minutes, box of pills in hand. Here, take one of these. I took the pill, followed it with a glass of water, and went out like a light. Arth was shaking my arm. Want another mass? The band was blaring, and 5,000 half-swacked voices were roaring accompaniment. In München steht ein Hofbrauhaus. Eins, zwei, Sofa. At the sofa everybody upped with their king-size mugs and drank each other's health. My head was killing me. This is where I came in, or something, I groaned. Arth said, that was last night. He looked at me over the rim of his beer mug. Something, somewhere, was wrong. But I didn't care. I finished my mass and then remembered. I've got to get my bag. Oh, my head. Where did we spend last night? Arth said, and his voice sounded cautious, at my hotel, don't you remember? Not very well, I admitted. I feel lousy. I must have dimmed out. I've got to go to the Bahnhof and get my luggage. Arth didn't put up an argument on that. We said goodbye and I could feel him watching after me as I pushed through the tables on the way out. At the Bahnhof they could do me no good. There were no hotel rooms available in Munich. The head was getting worse by the minute. The fact that they'd somehow managed to lose my bag didn't help. I worked on that project for at least a couple of hours. Not only wasn't the bag at the luggage checking station, but the attendant there evidently couldn't make heads nor tails of the check receipt. He didn't speak English and my high school German was inadequate, especially accompanied by a blockbusting hangover. I didn't get anywhere tearing my hair and complaining from one end of the Bahnhof to the other. I drew a blank on the bag. And the head was getting worse by the minute. I was bleeding to death through the eyes and instead of butterflies I had bats in my stomach. Believe me, nobody should drink a gallon or more of Marzenbrau. I decided the hell with it. I took a cab to the airport, presented my return ticket, told them I wanted to leave on the first obtainable plane to New York. I'd spent 2 days at the Oktoberfest, and I'd had it. I got more guff there. Something was wrong with the ticket, wrong date or some such. But they fixed that up. I never was clear on what was fouled up, some clerk's error, evidently. The trip back was as uninteresting as the one over. As the hangover began to wear off, a little, I was almost sorry I hadn't been able to stay. If I'd only been able to get a room I would have stayed, I told myself. From Idlewild, I came directly to the office rather than going to my apartment. I figured I might as well check in with Betty. I opened the door and there I found Mr. Oyster sitting in the chair he had been occupying 4, or was it 5, days before when I'd left. I'd lost track of the time. I said to him, "Glad you're here, sir. I can report." "Ah, what was it you came for?" Impatient to hear if I'd had any results. My mind was spinning like a whirling dervish in a revolving door. I'd spent a wad of his money and had nothing I could think of to show for it, nothing but the last stages of a granddaddy hangover. "Came for?" Mr. Oyster snorted. "I'm merely waiting for your girl to make out my receipt." "I thought you had already left." "You'll miss your plane," Betty said. There was suddenly a double dip of ice cream in my stomach. I walked over to my desk and looked down at the calendar. Mr. Oyster was saying something to the effect that if I didn't leave today, it would have to be tomorrow. That he hadn't ponied up that $1,000 advance for anything less than immediate service. Stuffing his receipt in his wallet, he fussed his way out the door. I said to Betty hopefully, "I suppose you haven't changed this calendar since I left." Betty said, "What's the matter with you? You look funny. How did your clothes get so mussed? You tore the top sheet off that calendar yourself, not half an hour ago, just before this marble-missing client came in." She added, irrelevantly, "Time travelers yet?" I tried just once more. When did you first see this Mr. Oyster?" "Never saw him before in my life," she said. "Not until he came in this morning." "This morning," I said weakly. While Betty stared at me as though it was me that needed candling by a head shrinker preparatory to being sent off to a pressure cooker, I fished in my pocket for my wallet. Counted the contents and winced at the pathetic remains of the 1,000. I said pleadingly, Betty, listen, how long ago did I go out that door, on the way to the airport? You've been acting sick all morning. You went out that door about 10 minutes ago, were gone about 3 minutes, and then came back. See here, Mr. Oyster said, interrupting Simon's story, did you say this was supposed to be amusing, young man? I don't find it so. In fact, I believe I am being ridiculed. Simon shrugged, put one hand to his forehead and said, that's only the first chapter. There are 2 more. I'm not interested in more, Mr. Oyster said. I suppose your point was to show me how ridiculous the whole idea actually is. Very well, you've done it. Confound it. However, I suppose your time, even when spent in this manner, has some value. Here is $50. And good day, sir. He slammed the door after him as he left. Simon winced at the noise, took the aspirin bottle from its drawer, took 2, washed them down with water from the desk carafe. Betty looked at him admiringly. Came to her feet, crossed over and took up the $50. Week's wages, she said. I suppose that's one way of taking care of a crackpot. But I'm surprised you didn't take his money and enjoy that vacation you've been yearning about. I did, Simon groaned. 3 times. Betty stared at him. You mean? Simon nodded, miserably. She said, but Simon. $50,000 bonus. If that story was true, you should have gone back again to Munich. If there was one time traveler, there might have been. I keep telling you, Simon said bitterly, I went back there 3 times. There were hundreds of them. Probably thousands. He took a deep breath. Listen, we're just going to have to forget about it. They're not going to stand for the spacetime continuum track being altered. If something comes up that looks like it might result in the track being changed, they set you right back at the beginning and let things start, for you, all over again. They just can't allow anything to come back from the future and change the past. You mean, Betty was suddenly furious at him, you've given up. Why this is the biggest thing, why the $50,000 is nothing. The future. Just think. Simon said wearily, there's just one thing you can bring back with you from the future, a hangover compounded of a gallon or so of Marzenbrow. What's more, you can pile one on top of the other, and another on top of that. He shuddered. If you think I'm going to take another crack at this merry-go-round and pile a 4th hangover on the 3 I'm already nursing, all at once, you can think again. The Good Seed. Written as Mark Mallory. They said, as they have said of so many frontiersmen just like him, that there must have been a woman in his past, to make him what he was. And indeed there had, but she was no flesh-and-blood female. The name of his lady was Victoria, whom the Greeks called Nike and early confounded with the Pallas Athena, that sterile maiden. And at the age of 34 she had Calvin Malloy most firmly in her grasp, for he had neither wife nor child. Nor any close friend worth mentioning, only his hungry dream for some great accomplishment. It had harried him to the stars, that dream of his. It had driven him to the position of top survey engineer on the new, raw planet of Mersey, still largely unexplored and unmapped. And it had pushed him, too, into foolishnesses like this latest one. Building a sailplane out of scrap odds and ends around the Mersey Advance Base, a sailplane which had just this moment been caught in a storm and cracked up on an island the size of a city backyard. Between the banks of one of the mouths of the Ads River. The sailplane was gone the moment it hit. Actually it had come down just short of the island and floated quickly off, what was left of it, while Calvin was thrashing for the island with that inept stroke of his. He pulled himself up, gasping, onto the rocks, and, with the coolness of a logical man who has faced crises before, set himself immediately to taking stock of his situation. He was wet and winded, but since he was undrowned and on solid land in the semi-tropics, he dismissed that part of it from his mind. It had been full noon when he had been caught in the storm, and it could not be much more than minutes past that now, so swiftly had everything happened. But the black, low clouds, racing across the sky, and the gusts of intermittent rain, cut visibility down around him. He stood up on his small island and leaned against the wind that blew in and up the river from the open gulf. On three sides he saw nothing but the fast-riding waves. On the fourth, though, shading his eyes against the occasional bursts of rain, he discerned a long, low, curving blackness that would be one of the river shores. There lay safety. He estimated its distance from him at less than 150 yards. It was merely, he told himself, a matter of reaching it. Under ordinary conditions, he would have settled down where he was and waited for rescue. He was not more than 15 or 20 miles from the advance base, and in this storm they would waste no time waiting for him to come in, before starting out to search for him. No sailplane could survive in such a blow. Standing now, with the wind pushing at him and the rain stinging against his face and hands, he found time for a moment's wry humor at his own bad luck. On any civilized world, such a storm would have been charted and predicted, if not controlled entirely. Well, the more fool he, for venturing this far from base. It was in his favor that this world of Mersey happened to be so Earth-like that the differences between the two planets were mostly unimportant. Unfortunately, it was the one unimportant difference that made his present position on the island a death trap. The gulf into which his river emptied was merely a 20th the area of the Gulf of Mexico, but in this section it was extremely shallow, having an overall average depth of around 75 feet. When one of these flash storms formed suddenly out over its waters, the wind could either drain huge tidal areas around the mouths of the adze, or else raise the river level within hours a matter of 30 feet. With the onshore wind whistling about his ears right now, it was only too obvious to Calvin that the river was rising. This rocky little bit sticking some 12 or 15 feet above the waves could expect to be overwhelmed in the next few hours. He looked about him. The island was bare except for a few straggly bushes. He reached out for a shoot from a bush beside him. It came up easily from the thin layer of soil that overlaid the rocks, and the wind snatched it out of his hand. He saw it go skipping over the tops of the waves in the direction of the shore, until a wave slope caught it and carried it into the next trough and out of sight. It at least, he thought, would reach the safety of the river bank. But it would take 1,000 such slender stems, plaited into a raft, to do him any good. And there were not that many stems, and not that much time. Calvin turned and climbed in toward the center high point of the island. It was only a few steps over the damp soil and rocks, but when he stood upright on a little crown of rock and looked about him, it seemed that the island was smaller than ever, and might be drowned at any second by the wind-lashed waves. Moreover, there was nothing to be seen which offered him any more help or hope of escape. Even then, he was not moved to despair. He saw no way out, but this simply reinforced his conviction that the way out was hiding about him somewhere, and he must look that much harder for it. He was going to step down out of the full force of the wind, when he happened to notice a rounded object nestling in a little hollow of the rock below him, about a dozen or so feet away. He went and stood over it, seeing that his first guess as to its nature had been correct. It was one of the intelligent traveling plants that wandered around the oceans of this world. It should have been at home in this situation. Evidently, however, it had made the mistake of coming ashore here to seed. It was now rooted in the soil of the island, facing death as surely as he. If the wind or the waves tore it from its own helplessly anchored roots. "Can you understand me?" he asked it. There was an odd sort of croaking from it, which seemed to shape itself into words, though the how of it remained baffling to the ear. It was a sort of supplemental telepathy at work, over and above the rough attempts to imitate human speech. Some of these intelligent plants they had got to know in this area could communicate with them in this fashion, though most could not. "I know you, man," said the plant. "I have seen your gathering." It was referring to the advance base, which had attracted a steady stream of the plant visitors at first. "Know any way to get ashore?" Calvin asked. "There is none," said the plant. "I can't see any, either." "There is none," repeated the plant. "Everyone to his own opinion," said Calvin. Almost he sneered a little. He turned his gaze once more about the island. "In my book, them that won't be beat can't be beat. That's maybe where we're different, plant." He left the plant and went for a walk about the island. It had been in his mind that possibly a drifting log or some such could have been caught by the island and he could use this to get ashore. He found nothing. For a few minutes, at one end of the island, he stood fascinated, watching a long sloping black rock with a crack in it, reaching down into the water. There was a small tuft of moss growing in the crack about 5 inches above where the waves were slapping. As he watched, the waves slapped higher and higher, until he turned away abruptly, shivering, before he could see the water actually reach and cover the little clump of green. For the first time a realization that he might not get off the island touched him. It was not yet fear, this realization, but it reached deep into him and he felt it, suddenly, like a pressure against his heart. As the moss was being covered, so could he be covered, by the far-reaching inexorable advance of the water. And then this was wiped away by an abrupt outburst of anger and self-ridicule that he, who had been through so many dangers, should find himself pinned by so commonplace a threat. A man, he told himself, could die of drowning anywhere. There was no need to go light years from his place of birth to find such a death. It made all dying, and all living, seem small and futile and insignificant, and he did not like that feeling. Calvin went back to the plant in its little hollow, tight hugging to the ground and half sheltered from the wind, and looked down on its dusky basketball-sized shape. The tough hide swollen and ready to burst with seeds. "So you think there's no way out," he said roughly. "There is none," said the plant. "Why don't you just let yourself go if you think like that?" Calvin said. "Why try to keep down out of the wind, if the waves'll get you anyway, later?" The plant did not answer for a while. "I do not want to die," it said then. "As long as I am alive, there is the possibility of some great improbable chance saving me." "Oh," said Calvin, and he himself was silent in turn. "I thought you'd given up." "I cannot give up," said the plant. "I am still alive. But I know there is no way to safety." "You make a lot of sense." Calvin straightened up to squint through the rain at the dark and distant line of the shore. "How much more time would you say we had before the water covers this rock?" "The 1/8 part of a daylight period, perhaps more, perhaps less. The water can rise either faster or more slowly." "Any chance of it cresting and going down?" "That would be a great improbable chance such as that of which I spoke," said the plant. Calvin rotated slowly, surveying the water around them. Bits and pieces of flotsam were streaming by them on their way before the wind, now angling toward the near bank. But none were close enough or large enough to do Calvin any good. "Look," said Calvin abruptly, "there's a fisheries survey station upriver here, not too far. Now, I could dig up the soil holding your roots. If I did that, would you get to the survey station as fast as you could and tell them I'm stranded here?" "I would be glad to," said the plant. "But you cannot dig me up. My roots have penetrated into the rock. If you tried to dig me up, they would break off, and I would die that much sooner." "You would you?" grunted Calvin. But the question was rhetorical. Already his mind was busy searching for some other way out. For the first time in his life, he felt the touch of cold about his heart. Could this be fear, he wondered. But he had never been afraid of death. Crouching down again to be out of the wind and rain, he told himself that knowledge still remained a tool he could use. The plant must know something that was, perhaps, useless to it, but that could be twisted to a human's advantage. "What made you come to a place like this to seed?" he asked. 20 nights and days ago, when I first took root here," said the plant, "this land was safe. The signs were good for fair weather. And this place was easy of access from the water. I am not built to travel far on land. How would you manage in a storm like this, if you were not rooted down? I would go with the wind until I found shelter, said the plant. The wind and waves would not harm me then. They hurt only whatever stands firm and opposes them. You can't communicate with others of your people from here, can you? Asked Calvin. There are none close, said the plant. Anyway, what could they do? They could get a message to the fishery station, to get help out here for us. What help could help me? Said the plant. And in any case they could not go against the wind. They would have to be upwind of the station, even to help you. We could try it. We could try it, agreed the plant. But first one of my kind must come into speaking range. We still hunt our great improbable chance. There was a moment's silence between them in the wind and rain. The river was noisy, working against the rock of the island. There must be something that would give us a better chance than just sitting here, said Calvin. The plant did not answer. What are you thinking about? Demanded Calvin. I am thinking of the irony of our situation, said the plant. You are free to wander the water, but cannot. I can wander the water, but I am not free to do so. This is death, and it is a strange thing. I don't get you. I only mean that it makes no difference, that I am what I am, or that you are what you are. We could be any things that would die when the waves finally cover the island. Right enough, said Calvin impatiently. What about it? Nothing about it, man, said the plant. I was only thinking. Don't waste your time on philosophy, said Calvin harshly. Use some of that brain power on a way to get loose and get off. Perhaps that and philosophy are one and the same. You're not going to convince me of that, said Calvin, getting up. I'm going to take another look around the island. The island, as he walked around its short margin, showed itself to be definitely smaller. He paused again by the black rock. The moss was lost now, under the water, and the crack was all but under as well. He stood shielding his eyes against the wind-driven rain, peering across at the still visible shore. The waves, he noted, were not extreme, some 4 or 5 feet in height, which meant that the storm proper was probably paralleling the land some distance out in the Gulf. He clenched his fists in sudden frustration. If only he had hung on to the sailplane, or any decent-sized chunk of it. At least going into the water then would have been a gamble with some faint chance of success. He had nowhere else to go, after rounding the island. He went back to the plant. Man, said the plant, one of my people has been blown to shelter a little downstream. Calvin straightened up eagerly, turning to stare into the wind. You cannot see him, said the plant. He is caught below the river bend and cannot break loose against the force of the wind. But he is close enough to talk. And he sends you good news. Me? Calvin hunkered down beside the plant. Good news? There is a large tree torn loose from the bank and floating this way. It should strike the little bit of land where we are here. Strike it? Are you positive? There are the wind and the water and the tree. They can move only to one destination, this island. Go quickly to the windward point of the island. The tree will be coming shortly. Calvin jerked erect and turned, wild triumph bursting in him. Goodbye, man, said the plant. But he was already plunging toward the downstream end of the island. He reached it and, shielding his eyes with a hand, peered desperately out over the water. The waves hammered upon his boots as he stood there, and then he saw it, a mass of branches upon which the wind was blowing as on a sail, green against black, coming toward him. He crouched, wrung with impatience, as the tree drifted swiftly through the water toward him. Too ponderous to rise and fall more than a little with the waves and presenting a galleon-like appearance of mass and invincibility. As it came closer, a fear that it would, in spite of the plant's assurances, miss the island, crept into his heart and chilled it. It seemed to Calvin that it was veering, that it would pass to windward of the island, between him and the dimly seen shore. The thought of losing it was more than he could bear to consider. And with a sudden burst of panic, he threw himself into the waves, beating clumsily and frantically for it. The river took him into its massive fury. He had forgotten the strength of it. His first dive took him under an incoming wave, and he emerged, gasping, into the trough behind, with water exploding in his face. He kicked and threw his arms about, but the slow and futile-seeming beatings of his limbs appeared helpless as the fluttering of a butterfly in a collector's net. He choked for air, and, rising on the crest of one wave, found himself turned backward to face the island, and being swept past it. Fear came home to him then. He lashed out, fighting only for the solid ground of the island and his life. His world became a place of foam and fury. He strained for air. He dug for the island. And then, suddenly, he felt himself flung upon hard rock and gasping, crawling, he emerged onto safety. He hung there on hands and knees, battered and panting. Then the remembrance of the tree cut like a knife to the core of his fear-soaked being. He staggered up, and, looking about, saw that he was almost to the far end of the island. He turned. Above him, at the windward point, the tree itself was just now grounding, branches first, and swinging about as the long trunk, caught by the waves, pulled it around and onward. With an inarticulate cry, he ran toward it. But the mass of water against the heavy tree trunk was already pulling the branches from their tanglings with the rock. It floated free. Taking the wind once more in its sail of leaves, it moved slowly, and then more swiftly on past the far side of the island. He scrambled up his side of the island's crest. But when he reached its top and could see the tree again, it was already moving past and out from the island, too swiftly for him to catch it. Even if he had been the swimmer he had just proved himself not to be. He dropped on his knees, there on the island's rocky spine, and watched it fade in the grayness of the rain, until the green of its branches was lost in a grayish blob. And this in the general welter of storm and waves. And suddenly a dark horror of death closed over him, blotting out all the scene. A voice roused him. "That is too bad," said the plant. He turned his head numbly. He was kneeling less than half a dozen feet from the little hollow where the plant still sheltered. He looked at it now, dazed, as if he could not remember what it was, nor how it came to talk to him. Then his eyes cleared a little of their shock and he crept over to it on hands and knees and crouched in the shelter of the hollow. "The water is rising more swiftly," said the plant. "It will be not long now." "No," said Calvin. The word was lost in the sound of the waves and wind, as though it had never been. Nor, the minute it was spoken, could he remember what he had meant to deny by it. It had been only a response without thought, an instinctive negation. "You make me wonder," said the plant, after a little, "why it hurts you so, this thought of dying. Since you first became alive, you have faced ultimate death. And you have not faced it alone. All things die. This storm must die. This rock on which we lie will not exist forever. Even worlds and suns come at last to their ends, and galaxies, perhaps even the universe." Calvin shook his head. He did not answer. "You are a fighting people," said the plant, almost as if to itself. "Well and good. Perhaps a life like mine, yielding, giving to the forces of nature, traveling before the wind, sees less than you see, of a reason for clawing hold on existence. But still it seems to me that even a fighter would be glad at last to quit the struggle, when there is no other choice." "Not here," said Calvin thickly. "Not now." "Why not here, why not now," said the plant, "when it has to be somewhere and sometime?" Calvin did not answer. "I feel sorry for you," said the plant. "I do not like to see things suffer." Raising his head a little and looking around him, Calvin could see the water, risen high around them, so that waves were splashing on all sides, less than the length of his own body away. "It wouldn't make sense to you," said Calvin then, raising his rain-wet face toward the plant. You're old by your standards. I'm young. I've got things to do. You don't understand. No, the plant agreed. I do not understand. Calvin crawled a little closer to the plant, into the hollow, until he could see the vibrating air sac that produced the voice of the plant. Don't you see? I've got to do something, I've got to feel I've accomplished something, before I quit. What something? Asked the plant. I don't know, cried Calvin. I just know I haven't. I feel thrown away. What is living? It is feeling and thinking. It is seeding and trying to understand. It is companionship of your own people. What more is there? You have to do something. Do what? Something important. Something to feel satisfied about. A wave, higher than the rest, slapped the rock a bare couple of feet below them and sent spray stinging in against them. You have to say, look, maybe it wasn't much, but I did this. What kind of this? How do I know? Shouted Calvin. Something, maybe something nobody else did, maybe something that hasn't been done before. For yourself, said the plant. A higher wave slapped at the very rim of their hollow, and a little water ran over and down to pool around them. Calvin felt it cold around his knees and wrists. Or for the doing? For the doing. For the doing. If it is for the doing, can you take no comfort from the fact there are others of your own kind to do it? Another wave came in on them. Calvin moved spasmodically right up against the plant and put his arms around it, holding on. I have seeded 10 times and done much thinking, said the plant, rather muffledly, for Calvin's body was pressing against its air sac. I have not thought of anything really new, or startling, or great, but I am satisfied. It paused a moment as a new wave drenched them and receded. They were half awash in the hollow now, and the waves came regularly. I do not see how this is so different from what you have done. But I am content. Another and stronger wave rocked them. The plant made a sound that might have been of pain at its roots tearing. Have you seeded? No, said Calvin, and all at once, like light breaking at last into the dark cave of his being, in this 12th hour, it came to him, all of what he had robbed himself in his search for a victory. Choking on a wave, he clung to the plant with frenzied strength. Nothing. The word came torn from him as if by some ruthless hand. I've got nothing. Then I understand at last, said the plant. For of all things, the most terrible is to die unfruitful. It is no good to say we will not be beaten, because there is always waiting, somewhere, that which can beat us. And then a life that is seedless goes down to defeat finally and forever. But when one has seeded, there is no ending of the battle, and life mounts on life until the light is reached by those far generations in which we have had our own small but necessary part. Then our personal defeat has been nothing, for though we died, we are still living, and though we fell, we conquered. But Calvin, clinging to the plant with both arms, saw only the water closing over him. Too late, he choked. Too late, too late. No, bubbled the plant. Not too late yet. This changes things. For I have seeded 10 times and passed on my life. But you, I did not understand. I did not realize your need. The flood, cresting, ran clear and strong, the waves breaking heavily on the drowned shore by the river mouth. The rescue spinner, 2 hours out of base and descending once again through the fleeting murk, checked at the sight of a begrimed human figure, staggering along the slick margin of the shore. Carrying something large and limp under one arm, and with the other arm poking at the ground with a stick. The spinner came down almost on top of him, and the 2 men in it reached to catch Calvin. He could hardly stand, let alone stumble forward, but stumble he did. Cal, said the pilot. Hold up. It's us. Let go, said Calvin thickly. He pulled loose, dug with his stick, dropped something from the limp thing into the hole he had made, and moved on. You out of your head, Cal? Cried the co-pilot. Come on, we've got to get you back to the hospital. No, said Calvin, pulling away again. What are you doing? Demanded the pilot. What've you got there? Think plant. Dead, said Calvin, continuing his work. Let go. He fought weakly, but so fiercely that they did turn him loose again. You don't understand. Saved my life. Saved your life? The pilot followed him. How? I was on an island. In the river. Flood coming up. Calvin dug a fresh hole in the ground. It could have lived a little longer. It let me pull it ahead of time, so I'd have something to float to shore on. He turned exhaustion-bleared eyes on them. Saved my life. The pilot and the co-pilot looked at each other as two men look at each other over the head of a child, or a madman. All right, Cal, said the pilot. So it saved your life. But how come you've got to do this? And what are you doing, anyhow? What am I doing? Calvin paused entirely and turned to face them. What am I doing? He repeated on a rising note of wonder. Why, you damn fools, I'm doing the first real thing I ever did in my life. I'm saving the lives of these seeds. Summit. Two king-sized bands blared martial music, the Internationale and the Star-Spangled Banner, each seemingly trying to drown the other in a Götterdämmerung of acoustics. Two lines of troops, surfacely differing in uniforms and in weapons, but basically so very the same, so evenly matched, came to attention. 1,000 hands slapped 1,000 submachine gun stocks. Marshal Vladimir Ignatov strode stiff-kneed down the long march, the stride of a man for years used to cavalry boots. He was flanked by frozen-visaged subordinates, but none so cold of face as he himself. At the entrance to the conference hall he stopped, turned and waited. At the end of the corridor of troops a car stopped and several figures emerged, most of them in civilian dress, several bearing briefcases. They in their turn ran the gauntlet. At their fore walked James Warren Dunleavy, sprightly, his eyes darting here, there, politician-like. A half-smile on his face, as though afraid he might forget to greet a voter he knew, or was supposed to know. His hand was out before that of Vladimir Ignatov's. Your Excellency, he said. Ignatov shook hands stiffly. Dropped that of the others as soon as protocol would permit. The field marshal indicated the door of the conference hall. There is little reason to waste time, Mr. President. Exactly, Dunleavy snapped. The door closed behind them and the two men, one uniformed and bemedaled, the other nattily attired in his business suit, turned to each other. Nice to see you again, Vovo. How are Olga and the baby? The soldier grinned back in response. Two babies now, you don't keep up on the real news, Jim. How's Martha? They shook hands. Not so good, Jim said, scowling. I'm worried. It's that new cancer. As soon as we conquer one type 2 more rear up. How are you people doing on cancer research? Vovo was stripping off his tunic. He hung it over the back of one of the chairs, began to unbutton his high, tight military collar. I'm not really up on it, Jim, but I think that's one field where you can trust anything we know to be in the regular scientific journals our people exchange with yours. I'll make some inquiries when I get back home, though. You never know, this new strain, I guess you'd call it, might be one that we're up on and you aren't. Yeah, Jim said. Thanks a lot. He crossed to the small portable bar. How about a drink? Whiskey, vodka, rum, there's ice. Vovo slumped into one of the heavy chairs that were arranged around the table. He grimaced, no vodka, I don't feel patriotic today. How about one of those long cold drinks, with the cola stuff? Cuba Libre, Jim said. Coming up. Look, would you rather speak Russian? No, Vovo said, my English is getting rusty. I need the practice. Jim brought the glasses over and put them on the table. He began stripping off his own coat, loosening his tie. God, I'm tired, he said. This sort of thing wears me down. Vovo sipped his drink. Now there's as good a thing to discuss as any, in the way of killing time. The truth now, Jim, do you really believe in a God? After all that's happened to this human race of ours, do you really believe in divine guidance? He twisted his mouth sarcastically. The other relaxed. I don't know, he said. I suppose so. I was raised in a family that believed in God. Just as, I suppose, you were raised in one that didn't. He lifted his shoulders slightly in a shrug. Neither of us seems to be particularly brilliant in establishing a position of our own. Vovo snorted. Never thought of it that way, he admitted. We're usually contemptuous of anyone still holding to the old beliefs. There aren't many left. More than you people admit, I understand. Vovo shook his heavy head. No, not really. Mostly crackpots. Have you ever noticed how it is that the nonconformists in any society are usually crackpots? The people on your side that admit belonging to our organizations, are usually on the wild-eyed and uncombed hair side, I admit it. On the other hand, the people in our citizenry who subscribe to your system, your religion, that sort of thing, are crackpots, too. Applies to religion as well as politics. An atheist in your country is a nonconformist, in mine, a Christian is. Both crackpots. Jim laughed and took a sip of his drink. Vovo yawned and said, How long are we going to be in here? I don't know. Up to us, I suppose. Yes. How about another drink? I'll make it. How much of that cola stuff do you put in? Jim told him, and while the other was on his feet mixing the drinks, said, You figure on sticking to the same line this year? Have to, Vovo said over his shoulder. What's the alternative? I don't know. We're building up to a whale of a depression as it is, even with half the economy running full blast producing defense materials. Vovo chuckled, defense materials. I wonder if ever in the history of the human race anyone ever admitted to producing offense materials. Well, you call it the same thing. All your military equipment is for defense. And, of course, according to your press, all ours is for offense. Of course, Vovo said. He brought the glasses back and handed one to the other. He slumped back into his chair again, loosened 2 buttons of his trousers. Jim, Vovo said, why don't you divert more of your economy to public works, better roads, reforestation, dams, that sort of thing? Jim said wearily, You're a better economist than that. Didn't your boy Marx, or was it Engels, write a small book on the subject? We're already overproducing, turning out more products than we can sell. I wasn't talking about your government building new steel mills. But dams, roads, that sort of thing. You could plow billions into such items and get some real use out of them. We both know that our weapons will never be used, they can't be. Jim ticked them off on his fingers. We already are producing more farm products than we know what to do with. If we build more dams it'll open up new farm lands and increase the glut. If we build more and better roads, it will improve transportation, which will mean fewer men will be able to move greater tonnage, and throw transportation employees into the unemployed. If we go all out for reforestation, it will eventually bring down the price of lumber and the lumber people are howling already. No, he shook his head, there's just one really foolproof way of disposing of surpluses and using up labor power and that's war, hot or cold. Vovo shrugged, I suppose so. It amounts to building pyramids, of course. Jim twisted his mouth sourly. And since we're asking questions about each other's way of life, when is your state going to begin to wither away? How was that? Vovo asked. According to your sainted founder, once you people came to power the state was going to wither away, class rule would be over, and utopia be on hand. That was a long time ago, and your state is stronger than ours. Vovo snorted. How can we wither away the state as long as we are threatened by capitalist aggression? Jim said, "Ha." Vovo went on. "You know better than that, Jim. The only way my organization can keep in power is by continually beating the drums, keeping our people stirred up to greater and greater sacrifices by using you as a threat. Didn't the old Romans have some sort of maxim to the effect that when you're threatened with unease at home, stir up trouble abroad?" "You're being even more frank than usual," Jim said. "But that's one of the pleasures of these get-togethers, neither of us resorts to hypocrisy. But you can't keep up these tensions forever." "You mean we can't keep up these tensions forever, Jim? And when they end?" "Well, personally I can't see my organization going out without a bloodbath." He grimaced sourly, "And since I'd probably be one of the first to be bathed, I'd like to postpone the time. It's like having a tiger by the tail, Jim. We can't let go." "Happily, I don't feel in the same spot," Jim said. He got up and went to the picture window that took up one entire wall. It faced out over a mountain vista. He looked soberly into the sky. Vovo joined him, glass in hand. "Possibly your position isn't exactly the same as ours, but there'll be some awfully great changes if that military-based economy of yours suddenly had peace thrust upon it. You'd have a depression such as you've never dreamed of. Let's face reality, Jim, neither of us can afford peace." "Well, we've both known that for a long time." They both considered somberly, the planet Earth blazing away, a small sun there in the sky. Jim said, "I sometimes think that the race would have been better off, when man was colonizing Venus and Mars, if it had been a joint enterprise rather than you people doing one, and we the other. If it had all been in the hands of that organization." "The United Nations?" Vovo supplied. "Then when Bomb Day hit, perhaps these new worlds could have gone on to, well, better things." "Perhaps," Vovo shrugged. "I've often wondered how Bomb Day started. Who struck the spark?" "Happily there were enough colonists on both planets to start the race all over again," Jim said. "What difference does it make, who struck the spark?" "None, I suppose." Vovo began to button his collar, readjust his clothes. "Well, shall we emerge and let the quaking multitudes know that once again we have made a shaky agreement? One that will last until the next summit meeting. Revolution." Paul Kosloff nodded briefly once or twice as he made his way through the forest of desks. Behind him he caught snatches of tittering voices in whisper. "That's him. The chief's hatchet man. Know what they call him in Central America, a pistola. That means about Iraq. And that time in Egypt. Did you notice his eyes? How would you like to date him? That's him. I was at a cocktail party once when he was there. Shivery, cold-blooded." Paul Kosloff grinned inwardly. He hadn't asked for the reputation, but it isn't everyone who is a legend before 35. What was it Newsweek had called him? The T.E. Lawrence of the Cold War. The trouble was it wasn't something you could turn off. It had its shortcomings when you found time for some personal life. He reached the chief's office, rapped with a knuckle and pushed his way through. The chief and a male secretary, who was taking dictation, looked up. The secretary frowned, evidently taken aback by the cavalier entrance, but the chief said, "Hello, Paul, come on in. Didn't expect you quite so soon." And to the secretary, "Dickens, that's all." When Dickens was gone the chief scowled at his troubleshooter. "Paul, you're bad for discipline around here. Can't you even knock before you enter? How is Nicaragua?" Paul Kosloff slumped into a leather easy chair and scowled. "I did knock. Most of it's in my report. Nicaragua is tranquil. It'll stay tranquil for a while, too. There isn't so much as a parlor pink." "And Lopez?" Paul said slowly, "Last time I saw Raoul was in a swamp near Lake Managua. The very last time." The chief said hurriedly, "Don't give me the details. I leave details up to you. I know, Paul said flatly. His superior drew a pound can of Sir Walter Raleigh across the desk, selected a briar from a pipe rack, and while he was packing in tobacco said, "Paul, do you know what day it is, and what year?" "It's Tuesday. And 1965. The bureau chief looked at his disk calendar. Today the 7-year plan is completed." Paul snorted. The chief said mildly, "Successfully. For all practical purposes, the USSR has surpassed us in gross national product." "That's not the way I understand it." "Then you make the mistake of believing our propaganda." "That's always a mistake, believing your own propaganda. Worse than believing the other man's. Our steel capacity is a third again as much as theirs." "Yes, and currently, what with our readjustment, remember when they used to call them recessions, or even earlier depressions, our steel industry is operating at less than 60% of capacity. The Soviets always operate at 100% of capacity. They don't have to worry about whether or not they can sell it. If they produce more steel than they immediately need, they use it to build another steel mill." The chief shook his head. "As long ago as 1958 they began passing us, product by product. Grain, butter, and timber production, jet aircraft, space flight, and coal." Paul leaned forward impatiently. "We put out more than 3 times as many cars, refrigerators, kitchen stoves, washing machines." His superior said, "That's the point. While we were putting the product of our steel mills into automobiles and automatic kitchen equipment, they did without these things and put their steel into more steel mills, more railroads, more factories. We leaned back and took it easy, sneered at their progress. Talked a lot about our freedom and liberty to our allies and the neutrals and enjoyed our refrigerators and washing machines until they finally passed us." "You sound like a TASS broadcast from Moscow." I've been trying to," the chief said. "However, that's still roughly the situation. The fact that you and I personally, and a couple of 100 million Americans, prefer our cars and such to more steel mills, and prefer our personal freedoms and liberties is beside the point. We should have done less laughing 7 years ago and more thinking about today. As things stand, give them a few more years at this pace and every neutral nation in the world is going to fall into their laps. That's putting it strong, isn't it?" "Strong?" The chief growled disgustedly. "That's putting it mildly. Even some of our allies are beginning to waver. 8 years ago, India and China both set out to industrialize themselves. Today, China is the 3rd industrial power of the world. Where's India, about 20th? 10 years from now China will probably be first. I don't even allow myself to think where she'll be 25 years from now. The Indians were a bunch of idealistic screwballs. That's one of the favorite alibis, isn't it? Actually we, the West, let them down. They couldn't get underway. The Soviets backed China with everything they could toss in." Paul crossed his legs and leaned back. "It seems to me I've run into this discussion a few hundred times at cocktail parties." The chief pulled out a drawer and brought forth a king-size box of kitchen matches. He struck one with a thumbnail and peered through tobacco smoke at Paul Kosloff as he lit up. "The point is that the system the Ruskies used when they started their first 5-year plan back in 1928, and the system used in China, works. If we, with our traditions of freedom and liberty, like it or not, it works. Every citizen of the country is thrown into the grinding mill to increase production. Everybody," the chief grinned sourly, "that is, except the party elite, who are running the whole thing. Everybody sacrifices for the sake of the progress of the whole country." "I know," Paul said. "Give me enough time and I'll find out what this lecture is all about." The chief grunted at him. "The commies are still in power. If they remain in power and continue to develop the way they're going, we'll be through, completely through, in another few years. We'll be so far behind we'll be the world's laughingstock, and everybody else will be on the Soviet bandwagon. He seemed to switch subjects. Ever hear of Somerset Maugham? Sure. I've read several of his novels. I was thinking of Maugham the British agent, rather than Maugham the novelist, but it's the same man. British agent? He was sent to Petrograd in 1917 to prevent the Bolshevik Revolution. The Germans had sent Lenin and Zinoviev up from Switzerland, where they'd been in exile, by a sealed train in hopes of starting a revolution in Tsarist Russia. The point I'm leading to is that in one of his books, The Summing Up, I believe, Maugham mentions in passing that had he got to Petrograd possibly 6 weeks earlier he thinks he could have done his job successfully. Paul looked at him blankly. What could he have done? The chief shrugged. It was all-out war. The British wanted to keep Russia in the Allied ranks so as to divert as many German troops as possible from the Western Front. The Germans wanted to eliminate the Russians. Maugham had carte blanche. Anything would have gone. Elements of the British fleet to fight the Bolsheviks, unlimited amounts of money for anything he saw fit from bribery to hiring assassins. What would have happened, for instance, if he could have had Lenin and Trotsky killed? Paul said suddenly, what has all this got to do with me? We're giving you the job this time. Maugham's job? Paul didn't get it. No, the other one. I don't know who the German was who engineered sending Lenin up to Petrograd, but that's the equivalent of your job. He seemed to go off on another bent. Did you read Gillas the New Class about a decade ago? Most of it, as I recall. One of Tito's top men who turned against the commies and did quite a job of exposing the so-called classless society. That's right. I've always been surprised that so few people bothered to wonder how Gillas was able to smuggle his book out of one of Tito's strongest prisons and get it to publishers in the West. Never thought of it, Paul agreed. How could he? Because, the chief said, knocking the ash from his pipe and replacing it in the rack, there was and is a very strong underground in all the communist countries. Not only Yugoslavia, but the Soviet Union as well. Paul stirred impatiently. Once again, what's all this got to do with me? They're the ones you're going to work with. The anti-Soviet underground. You've got unlimited leeway. Unlimited support to the extent we can get it to you. Unlimited funds for whatever you find you need them for. Your job is to help the underground start a new Russian revolution. Paul Kozlov, his face still bandaged following plastic surgery, spent a couple of hours in the Rube Goldberg department inspecting the latest gadgets of his trade. Derek Stevens said, the chief sent down a memo to introduce you to this new item. We call it a Tracy. Paul frowned at the wristwatch, fingered it a moment, held it to his ear. It ticked and the second hand moved. Tracy, he said. Stevens said, after Dick Tracy. Remember, a few years ago? His wrist two-way radio. But this is really a watch, Paul said. Sure. Keeps fairly good time, too. However, that's camouflage. It's also a two-way radio. Tight beam from wherever you are to the chief. Paul pursed his lips. The transistor boys are really doing it up brown. He handed the watch back to Derek Stevens. Show me how it works, Derek. They spent 15 minutes on the communications device, then Derek Stevens said, here's another item the chief thought you might want to see. It was a compact, short-muzzled handgun. Paul handled it with the ease of long practice. The grip's clumsy. What's its advantage? I don't particularly like an automatic. Derek Stevens motioned with his head. Come into the firing range, Kozlov, and we'll give you a demonstration. Paul shot him a glance from the side of his eyes, then nodded. Lead on. In the range, Stevens had a man-sized silhouette put up. He stood to one side and said, okay, let her go. Paul stood easily, left hand in pants pocket, brought the gun up and tightened on the trigger. He frowned and pressed again. He scowled at Derek Stevens. It's not loaded. Stevens grunted amusement. Look at the target. First time you got it right over the heart. Paul began. He looked down at the weapon in surprise. Noiseless and recoilless. What caliber is it, Derek, and what's the muzzle velocity? We call it the .38 noiseless, Stevens said. It has the punch of that .44 Magnum you're presently carrying. With a fluid motion Paul Kosloff produced the .44 Magnum from the holster under his left shoulder and tossed it to one side. That's the last time I tote that cannon, he said. He balanced the new gun in his hand in admiration. Have the front sight taken off for me, Derek, and the forepart of the trigger guard. I need a quick draw gun. He added absently, how did you know I carried a .44? Stevens said, you're rather famous, Kosloff. The Colonel Lawrence of the Cold War. The journalists are kept from getting very much about you, but what they do learn they spread around. Paul Kosloff said flatly, why don't you like me, Stevens? In this game I don't appreciate people on our team who don't like me. It's dangerous. Derek Stevens flushed. I didn't say I didn't like you. You didn't have to. It's nothing personal, Stevens said. Paul Kosloff looked at him. Stevens said, I don't approve of Americans committing political assassinations. Paul Kosloff grinned wolfishly and without humor. You'll have a hard time proving that even our cloak and dagger department has ever authorized assassination, Stevens. By the way, I'm not an American. Derek Stevens was not the type of man whose jaw dropped, but he blinked. Then what are you? A Russian, Paul snapped. And look, Stevens, we're busy now, but when you've got some time to do a little thinking, consider the ethics of warfare. Stevens was flushed again at the tone. Ethics of warfare? There aren't any, Paul Kosloff snapped. There hasn't been chivalry in war for a long time, and there probably never will be again. Neither side can afford it. And I'm talking about Cold War as well as hot. He scowled at the other. Or did you labor under the illusion that only the commies had tough operators on their side? Paul Kosloff crossed the Atlantic in a supersonic Tu-180 operated by Europa Airways. That in itself galled him. It was bad enough that the commies had stolen a march on the West with the first jet liner to go into mass production, the Tu-104 back in 1957. By the time the United States brought out its first really practical transatlantic jets in 1959, the Russians had come up with the Tu-114, which its designer, old Andrei Tupolev, named the largest, most efficient and economical aircraft flying. In civil aircraft they had got ahead and stayed ahead. Subsidized beyond anything the West could or at least would manage, the airlines of the world couldn't afford to operate the slower, smaller and more expensive Western models. One by one, first the neutrals such as India, and then even members of the Western Bloc began equipping their airlines with Russian craft. Paul grunted his disgust at the memory of the strong measures that had to be taken by the government to prevent even some of the American lines from buying Soviet craft at the unbelievably low prices they offered them. In London he presented a card on which he had added a numbered code in pencil. Handed it over a desk to the British intelligence major. I believe I'm expected, Paul said. The major looked at him, then down at the card. Just a moment, Mr. Smith. I'll see if his lordship is available. Won't you take a chair? He left the room. Paul Kosloff strolled over to the window and looked out on the moving lines of pedestrians below. He had first been in London some 30 years ago. So far as he could remember, there were no noticeable changes with the exception of automobile design. He wondered vaguely how long it took to make a noticeable change in the London street scene. The major re-entered the room with a new expression of respect on his face. His lordship will see you immediately, Mr. Smith. Thanks, Paul said. He entered the inner office. Lord Carroll was attired in civilian clothes which somehow failed to disguise a military quality in his appearance. He indicated a chair next to his desk. "We've been instructed to give you every assistance, Mr. Smith. Frankly, I can't imagine of just what this could consist." Paul said, as he adjusted himself in the chair, "I'm going into the Soviet Union on an important assignment. I'll need as large a team at my disposal as we can manage." "You have agents in Russia, of course?" He lifted his eyebrows. His lordship cleared his throat and his voice went even stiffer. "All major military nations have a certain number of espionage operatives in each other's countries. No matter how peaceful the times, this is standard procedure." "And these are hardly peaceful times," Paul said dryly. "I'll want a complete list of your Soviet-based agents and the necessary information on how to contact them." Lord Carroll stared at him. Finally sputtered, "Man, why? You're not even a British national. This is..." Paul held up a hand. "We're cooperating with the Russian underground." Cooperating isn't quite strong enough a word. "We're going to push them into activity if we can." The British intelligence head looked down at the card before him. "Mr. Smith," he read. He looked up. "John Smith, I assume." Paul said, still dryly, "Is there any other?" Lord Carroll said, "See here, you're really Paul Kozlov, aren't you?" Paul looked at him, said nothing. Lord Carroll said impatiently, "What you ask is impossible. Our operatives all have their own assignments, their own work. Why do you need them? This is the biggest job ever, overthrowing the Soviet state. We need as many men as we can get on our team. Possibly I won't have to use them, but, if I do, I want them available." The Britisher rapped, "You keep mentioning our team, but according to the dossier we carry on you, Mr. Kozlov, you are neither British nor even a Yankee. And you ask me to turn over our complete Soviet machinery." Paul came to his feet and leaned over the desk. There was a paleness immediately beneath his ears and along his jaw line. "Listen," he said tightly, "if I'm not on this team, there just is no team. Just a pretense of one. When there's a real team there has to be a certain spirit. A team spirit. I don't care if you're playing cricket, football or international Cold War. If there's one thing that's important to me, that I've based my whole life upon, it's this, understand? I've got team spirit. Perhaps no one else in the whole West has it, but I do." Inwardly, Lord Carroll was boiling. He snapped, "You're neither British nor American. In other words, you are a mercenary. How do we know that the Russians won't offer you double or triple what the Yankees pay for your services?" Paul sat down again and looked at his watch. "My time is limited," he said. "I have to leave for Paris this afternoon and be in Bonn tomorrow. I don't care what opinions you might have in regard to my mercenary motives, Lord Carroll. I've just come from Downing Street. I suggest you make a phone call there. At the request of Washington, your government has given me carte blanche in this matter." Paul flew into Moscow in an Aeroflot jet, landing at Vnukovo Airport on the outskirts of the city. He entered as an American businessman, a camera importer who was also interested in doing a bit of tourist sightseeing. He was traveling deluxe category, which entitled him to a ZIL complete with chauffeur and an interpreter guide when he had need of one. He was quartered in the Ukraina, on Dorogomilovskaya K, a 28-floor skyscraper with 1,000 rooms. It was Paul's first visit to Moscow, but he wasn't particularly thrown off. He kept up with developments and was aware of the fact that as early as the late 1950s, the Russians had begun to lick the problems of ample food, clothing and finally shelter. Even those products once considered sheer luxuries were now in abundant supply. If material things alone had been all that counted, the Soviet man in the street wasn't doing so badly. He spent the first several days getting the feel of the city and also making his preliminary business calls. He was interested in a new, automated, camera currently being touted by the Russians as the world's best. Fastest lens, foolproof operation, guaranteed for the life of the owner, and retailing for exactly $25. He was told, as expected, that the factory and distribution point was in Leningrad and given instructions and letters of introduction. On the 5th day he took the Red Arrow Express to Leningrad and established himself at the Astoria Hotel, 39 Herzen Street. It was one of the many of the tourist hotels going back to before the revolution. He spent the next day allowing his guide to show him the standard tourist sites. The Winter Palace, where the Bolshevik Revolution was won when the mutinied cruiser Aurora steamed up the river and shelled it. The Hermitage Museum, rivaled only by the Vatican and Louvre. The Alexandrovskaya Column, the world's tallest monolithic stone monument. The modest personal palace of Peter the Great. The Peter and Paul Cathedral. The king-size Kirov Stadium. The Leningrad subway, as much a museum as a system of transportation. He saw it all, tourist fashion, and wondered inwardly what the tourist guide would have thought had he known that this was Mr. John Smith's hometown. The day following, he turned his business problem over to the guide. He wanted to meet, let's see now, oh yes, here it is, Leonid Shvernik, of the Mikoyan Camera Works. Could it be arranged? Of course it could be arranged. The guide went into 5 minutes of oratory on the desire of the Soviet Union to trade with the West, and thus spread everlasting peace. An interview was arranged for Mr. Smith with Mr. Shvernik for that afternoon. Mr. Smith met Mr. Shvernik in the latter's office at 2 and they went through the usual amenities. Mr. Shvernik spoke excellent English, so Mr. Smith was able to dismiss his interpreter guide for the afternoon. When he was gone and they were alone, Mr. Shvernik went into his sales talk. I can assure you, sir, that not since the Japanese startled the world with their new cameras shortly after the Second War, has any such revolution in design and quality taken place. The Mikoyan is not only the best camera produced anywhere, but since our plant is fully automated, we can sell it for a fraction the cost of German, Japanese or American. Paul Kozlov came to his feet, walked quietly over to one of the pictures hanging on the wall, lifted it, pointed underneath and raised his eyebrows at the other. Leonid Shvernik leaned back in his chair, shocked. Paul remained there until at last the other shook his head. Paul said, in English, "Are you absolutely sure?" "Yes." Shvernik said. "There are no microphones in here." "I absolutely know." "Who are you?" Paul said, "In the movement they call you Georgy, and you're top man in the Leningrad area." Shvernik's hand came up from under the desk and he pointed a heavy military revolver at his visitor. "Who are you?" he repeated. Paul ignored the gun. "Someone who knows that you are Georgy," he said. "I'm from America." "Is there any chance of anybody intruding?" "Yes, one of my colleagues. Or perhaps a secretary." "Then I suggest we go to a bar, or some place, for a drink or a cup of coffee or whatever the current Russian equivalent might be." Shvernik looked at him searchingly. "Yes," he said finally. "There's a place down the street." He began to stick the gun in his waistband, changed his mind and put it back into the desk drawer. As soon as they were on the open street and out of earshot of other pedestrians, Paul said, "Would you rather I spoke Russian? I have the feeling that we draw less attention than if we speak English." Shvernik said tightly, "Do the tourist people know you speak Russian? If not, stick to English. Now, how do you know my name?" "I have no contacts with the Americans. I got it through my West German contacts." The Russian's face registered unsuppressed fury. "Do they ignore the simplest of precautions? Do they reveal me to every source that asks?" Paul said mildly, "Herr Ludwig is currently under my direction. Your secret is as safe as it has ever been." The underground leader remained silent for a long moment. "You're an American, and Ludwig told you about me? What do you want now?" "To help," Paul Kozlov said. "How do you mean, to help? How can you help?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Help in any way you want. Money, printing presses, mimeograph machines, radio transmitters, weapons, manpower in limited amounts, know-how, training, anything you need to help overthrow the Soviet government. They had reached the restaurant. Leonid Shvernik became the Russian export official. He ushered his customer to a secluded table. Saw him comfortably into his chair. "Do you actually know anything about cameras?" he asked. "Yes," Paul said, "we're thorough. I can buy cameras from you and they'll be marketed in the States." "Good." The waiter was approaching. Shvernik said, "Have you ever eaten caviar Russian style?" "I don't believe so," Paul said. "I'm not very hungry." "Nothing to do with hunger," Shvernik said. From the waiter he ordered raisin bread, sweet butter, caviar and a carafe of vodka. The waiter went off for it and Shvernik said, "To what extent are you willing to help us?" "Money, for instance." "What kind of money, rubles, dollars? And how much?" "A revolutionary movement can always use money." "Any kind," Paul said flatly, "and any amount." Shvernik was impressed. He said eagerly, "Any amount within reason, eh?" Paul looked into his face and said flatly, "Any amount, period. It doesn't have to be particularly reasonable. Our only qualification would be a guarantee it is going into the attempt to overthrow the Soviets, not into private pockets." The waiter was approaching. Shvernik drew some brochures from his pocket, spread them before Paul Kozlov and began to point out with a fountain pen various features of the Mikoyan camera. The waiter put the order on the table and stood by for a moment for further orders. Shvernik said, "First you take a sizable portion of vodka, like this." He poured them 2 jolts. "And drink it down, bottoms up, you Americans say. Then you spread butter on a small slice of raisin bread, and cover it with a liberal portion of caviar. Good. Then you eat your little sandwich and drink another glass of vodka. Then you start all over again. I can see it could be fairly easy to get stoned, eating caviar Russian style," Paul laughed. They went through the procedure and the waiter wandered off. Paul said, "I can take several days arranging the camera deal with you. Then I can take a tour of the country, supposedly giving it a tourist look-see, but actually making contact with more of your organization. I can then return in the future, supposedly to make further orders. I can assure you, these cameras are going to sell very well in the States. I'll be coming back, time and again, for business reasons. Meanwhile, do you have any members among the interpreter guides in the local and tourist offices?" Shvernik nodded. "Yes. And, yes, that would be a good idea. We'll assign Anna Furtseva to you, if we can arrange it. And possibly she can even have a chauffeur assigned you who will also be one of our people." That was the first time Paul Kozlov heard the name Anna Furtseva. In the morning Leonid Shvernik came to the hotel in a Mikoyan Camera Works car loaded with cameras and the various accessories that were available for the basic model. He began gushing the advantages of the Mikoyan before they were well out of the hotel. The last thing he said, as they trailed out of the hotel's portals was, "We'll drive about town. Giving you an opportunity to do some snapshots and then possibly to my country dacha where we can have lunch." At the car he said, "May I introduce Anna Furtseva? Who's been assigned as your guide interpreter by Intourist for the balance of your stay?" "Anna, Mr. John Smith." Paul shook hands. She was blonde as almost all Russian girls are blonde, and with the startling blue eyes. A touch chubby, by Western standards, but less so than the Russian average. She had a disturbing pixie touch around the mouth, out of place in a dedicated revolutionist. The car took off with Shvernik at the wheel. "You're actually going to have to take pictures as we go along. We'll have them developed later at the plant. I've told them that you are potentially a very big order. Possibly they'll try and assign one of my superiors to your account after a day or 2. If so, I suggest that you merely insist that you feel I am competent and you would rather continue with me." "Of course," Paul said. "Now then, how quickly can our assistance to you get underway?" "The question is," Shvernik said, "just how much you can do in the way of helping our movement. For instance, can you get advanced-type weapons to us? The .38 noiseless slid easily into Paul's hands. Obviously, we can't smuggle sizable military equipment across the border. But here, for instance, is a noiseless, recoilless handgun. We could deliver any reasonable amount within a month. 5,000? Schwernick asked. I think so. You'd have to cover once they got across the border, of course. How well organized are you? If you aren't, possibly we can help there, but not in time to get 5,000 guns to you in a month. Anna was puzzled. How could you possibly get that number across the Soviet borders? Her voice had a disturbing Slavic throatiness. It occurred to Paul Kozlov that she was one of the most attractive women he had ever met. He was amused. Women had never played a great part in his life. There had never been anyone who had really, basically, appealed. But evidently blood was telling. Here he had to come back to Russia to find such attractiveness. He said, the Yugoslavs are comparatively open and smuggling across the Adriatic from Italy, commonplace. We'd bring the things you want in that way. Yugoslavia and Poland are on good terms, currently, with lots of trade. We'd ship them by rail from Yugoslavia to Warsaw. Trade between Poland and USSR is on massive scale. Our agents in Warsaw would send on the guns in well-concealed shipments. Freight cars aren't searched at the Polish-Russian border. However, your agents would have to pick up the deliveries in Brest or Kobrin, before they got as far as Pinsk. Anna said, her voice very low, visiting in Sweden at the Soviet embassy in Stockholm is a colonel who is at the head of the Leningrad branch of the KGB. Department in charge of counter-revolution, as they call it. Can you eliminate him? Is it necessary? Are you sure that if it's done it might not raise such a stink that the KGB might concentrate more attention on you? Paul didn't like this sort of thing. It seldom accomplished anything. Anna said, he knows that both Georgie and I are members of the movement. Paul Kozlov gaped at her. You mean your position is known to the police? Schwernick said, thus far he has kept the information to himself. He found out when Anna tried to enlist his services. Paul's eyes went from one to the other of them in disbelief. Enlist his services? How do you know he hasn't spilled everything? What do you mean he's kept the information to himself so far? Anna said, her voice so low as to be hardly heard, he's my older brother. I'm his favorite sister. How much longer he will keep our secret I don't know. Under the circumstances, I can think of no answer except that he be eliminated. It came to Paul Kozlov that the team on this side could be just as dedicated as he was to his own particular cause. He said, a Colonel Furtsiva at the Soviet embassy in Stockholm. Very well. A Hungarian refugee will probably be best. If he's caught, the reason for the killing won't point in your direction. Yes, Anna said, her sensitive mouth twisting. In fact, Anastas was in Budapest during the suppression there in 1956. He participated. The dacha of Leonid Schwernick was in the vicinity of Petrodvorets on the Gulf of Finland, about 18 miles from Leningrad proper. It would have been called a summer bungalow in the States. On the rustic side. 3 bedrooms, a moderately large living dining room, kitchen, bath, even a carport. Paul Kozlov took a mild satisfaction in deciding that an American in Schwernick's equivalent job could have afforded more of a place than this. Schwernick was saying, I hope it never gets to the point where you have to go on the run. If it does, this house is a center of our activities. At any time you can find clothing here, weapons, money, food. Even a small boat on the waterfront. It would be possible, though difficult, to reach Finland. Right, Paul said. Let's hope there'll never be occasion. Inside, they sat around a small table, over the inevitable bottle of vodka and cigarettes, and later coffee. Schwernick said, thus far we've rambled around hurriedly on a dozen subjects but now we must become definite. Paul nodded. You come to us and say you represent the West and that you wish to help overthrow the Soviets. Fine. How do we know you do not actually represent the KGB or possibly the MVD? Paul said, I'll have to prove otherwise by actions. He came to his feet and, ignoring Anna, pulled out his shirt tail, unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his pants and unbuckled the money belt beneath. He said, we have no idea what items you'll be wanting from us in the way of equipment, but as you said earlier, all revolutions need money. So here's the equivalent of 100,000 American dollars, in rubles, of course. He added apologetically, the smallness of the amount is due to bulk. Your Soviet money doesn't come in sufficiently high denominations for a single person to carry really large amounts. He tossed the money belt to the table, rearranged his clothing and returned to his chair. Schwernick said, a beginning, but I am still of the opinion that we should not introduce you to any other members of the organization until we have more definite proof of your background. That's reasonable, Paul agreed. Now what else? Schwernick scowled at him. You claim you are an American but you speak as good Russian as I do. I was raised in America, Paul said, but I never became a citizen because of some minor technicality while I was a boy. After I reached adulthood and first began working for the government, it was decided that it might be better, due to my type of specialization, that I continue to remain legally not an American. But actually you are Russian? I was born here in Leningrad, Paul said evenly. Anna leaned forward, why then, actually, you're a traitor to Russia. Paul laughed. Look who's talking. A leader of the underground. Anna wasn't amused. But there is a difference in motivation. I fight to improve my country. You fight for the United States and the West. I can't see much difference. We're both trying to overthrow a vicious bureaucracy. He laughed again. You hate them as much as I do. I don't know. She frowned, trying to find words, dropped English and spoke in Russian. The communists made mistakes, horrible mistakes and, especially under Stalin, were vicious beyond belief to achieve what they wanted. But they did achieve it. They built our country into the world's strongest. If you're so happy with them, why are you trying to eliminate the commies? You don't make much sense. She shook her head, as though it was he who made no sense. They are through now, no longer needed. A hindrance to progress. She hesitated, then, when I was a student I remember being so impressed by something written by Nehru that I memorized it. He wrote it while in a British jail in 1935. Listen. She closed her eyes and quoted. Economic interests shape the political views of groups and classes. Neither reason nor moral considerations override these interests. Individuals may be converted, they may surrender their special privileges, although this is rare enough, but classes and groups do not do so. The attempt to convert a governing and privileged class into forsaking power and giving up its unjust privileges has therefore always so far failed. And there seems to be no reason whatever to hold that it will succeed in the future. Paul was frowning at her. What's your point? My point is that the communists are in the position Nehru speaks of. They're in power and won't let go. The longer they remain in power after their usefulness is over, the more vicious they must become to maintain themselves. Since this is a police state, the only way to get them out is through violence. That's why I find myself in the underground. But I am a patriotic Russian. She turned to him. Why do you hate the Soviets so, Mr. Smith? The American agent shrugged. My grandfather was a member of the minor aristocracy. When the Bolsheviks came to power he joined Wrangel's White Army. When the Crimea fell he was in the rear guard. They shot him. That was your grandfather? Schwernick said. Right. However, my own father was a student at the Petrograd University at that time. Left-wing inclined, in fact. I think he belonged to Kerensky's Social Democrats. At any rate, in spite of his upper-class background he made out all right for a time. In fact, he became an instructor and our early life wasn't particularly bad. Paul cleared his throat. Until the purges in the 1930s. It was decided that my father was a Bucharinist right deviationist, whatever that was. They came and got him one night in 1938 and my family never saw him again. Paul disliked the subject. To cut it short, when the war came along, my mother was killed in the Nazi bombardment of Leningrad. My brother went into the army and became a lieutenant. He was captured by the Germans when they took Kharkov, along with 100,000 or so others of the Red Army. When the Soviets, a couple of years later, pushed back into Poland, he was recaptured. Anna said, "You mean liberated from the Germans?" "Recaptured is the better word. The Soviets shot him. It seems that officers of the Red Army aren't allowed to surrender." Anna said painfully, "How did you escape all this?" My father must have seen the handwriting on the wall. I was only 5 years old when he sent me to London to a cousin. A year later we moved to the States. Actually, I have practically no memories of Leningrad, very few of my family. However, I am not very fond of the Soviets. "No," Anna said softly. Schwernik said, "And what was your father's name?" "Theodore Koslov." Schwernik said, "I studied French literature under him." Anna stiffened in her chair, and her eyes went wide. "Koslov," she said. "You must be Paul Koslov." Paul poured himself another small vodka. "In my field it is a handicap to have a reputation. I didn't know it had extended to the man in the street on this side of the Iron Curtain." It was by no means the last trip that Paul Koslov was to make to his underground contacts, nor the last visit to the dacha at Petrodvorets. In fact, the dacha became the meeting center of the Russian underground with their liaison agent from the West. Through it funneled the problems involved in the logistics of the thing. Spotted through the rest of the vast stretches of the country, Paul had his local agents, American, British, French, West German. But this was the center. The Mikoyan camera made a great success in the States. And little wonder. Unknown to the Soviets, the advertising campaign that sold it cost several times the income from the sales. All they saw were the continued orders, the repeated visits of Mr. John Smith to Leningrad on buying trips. Leonid Schwernik was even given a promotion on the strength of his so ably cracking the American market. Anna Furtseva was automatically assigned to Paul as interpreter guide whenever he appeared in the Soviet Union's second capital. In fact, when he made his tourist jaunts to the Black Sea region, to the Urals, to Turkestan, to Siberia, he was able to have her assigned to the whole trip with him. It gave a tremendous advantage in his work with the other branches of the underground. Questions, unthought of originally when Paul Koslov had been sent into the USSR, arose as the movement progressed. On his third visit to the dacha he said to Schwernik and 3 others of the organization's leaders who had gathered for the conference, "Look. My immediate superior wants me to find out who is to be your top man, the chief of state of the new regime when number 1 and the present hierarchy have been overthrown." Leonid Schwernik looked at him blankly. By this stage, he, as well as Anna, had become more to Paul than just pawns in the game being played. For some reason, having studied under the older Koslov seemed to give a personal touch that had grown. Nikolai Kurichenko, a higher-up in the Moscow branch of the underground, looked strangely at Paul then at Schwernik. "What have you told him about the nature of our movement?" he demanded. Paul said, "What's the matter? All I wanted to know was who was scheduled to be top man." Schwernik said, "Actually, I suppose we have had little time to discuss the nature of the new society we plan. We've been busy working on the overthrow of the communists. However, I thought." Paul was uneasy now. Leonid was right. Actually, in his association with both Anna and Leonid Schwernik they had seldom mentioned what was to follow the collapse of the Soviets. It suddenly occurred to him how overwhelmingly important this was. Nikolai Kurichenko, who spoke no English, said in Russian, "See here, we are not an organization attempting to seize power for ourselves. This was a delicate point, Paul sensed. Revolutions are seldom put over in the name of reaction or even conservatism. Whatever the final product, they are invariably presented as being motivated by liberal idealism and progress. He said, I am familiar with the dedication of your organization. I have no desire to underestimate your ideals. However, my question is presented with good intentions and remains unanswered. You aren't anarchists, I know. You expect a responsible government to be in control after the removal of the police state. So I repeat, who is to be your head man? How would we know? Kurichenko blurted in irritation. We're working toward a democracy. It's up to the Russian people to elect any officials they may find necessary to govern the country. Shvernik said, however, the very idea of a head man, as you call him, is opposed to what we have in mind. We aren't looking for a super leader. We've had enough of leaders. Our experience is that it is too easy for them to become misleaders. If the history of this century has proven anything with its Mussolinis, Hitlers, Stalins, Changs, and Maos, it is that the search for a leader to take over the problems of a people is a vain one. The job has to be done by the people themselves. Paul hadn't wanted to get involved in the internals of their political ideology. It was dangerous ground. For all he knew, there might be wide differences within the ranks of the revolutionary movement. There almost always were. He couldn't take sides. His only interest in all this was the overthrow of the Soviets. He covered. Your point is well taken, of course. I understand completely. Oh, and here's one other matter for discussion. These radio transmitters for your underground broadcasts. It was a subject in which they were particularly interested. The Russians leaned forward. Here's the problem, Kurichenko said. As you know, the Soviet Union consists of 15 republics. In addition, there are 17 autonomous Soviet socialist republics that coexist within these basic 15 republics. There are also 10 of what we call autonomous regions. Largely, each of these political divisions speak different languages and have their own cultural differences. Paul said, then it will be necessary to have transmitters for each of these areas? Even more. Because some are so large that we will find it necessary to have more than one underground station. Leonid Shvernik said worriedly, and here is another thing. The KGB has the latest in equipment for spotting the location of an illegal station. Can you do anything about this? Paul said, we'll put our best electronics men to work. The problem, as I understand it, is to devise a method of broadcasting that the secret police can't trace. They looked relieved. Yes, that is the problem, Kurichenko said. He brought up the subject some time later when he was alone with Anna. They were strolling along the left bank of the Neva River, paralleling the Admiralty building, supposedly on a sightseeing tour. He said, I was discussing the future government with Leonid and some of the others the other day. I don't think I got a very clear picture of it. He gave her a general rundown of the conversation. She twisted her mouth characteristically at him. What did you expect, a return to Tsarism? Let me see, who is pretender to the throne these days? Some Grand Duke in Paris, isn't it? He laughed with her. I'm not up on such questions, Paul admitted. I think I rather pictured a democratic parliamentary government, somewhere between the United States and England. Those are governmental forms based on a capitalist society, Paul. Her hair gleamed in the brightness of the sun and he had to bring his mind back to the conversation. Well, yes. But you're overthrowing the communists. That's the point, isn't it? Not the way you put it. Let's set if I can explain. To begin with, there have only been 3 bases of government evolved by man. I'm going to have to simplify this. It isn't my field, but go on, Paul said. She wore less lipstick than you'd expect on an American girl, but it went with her freshness. The first type of governmental system was based on the family. Your American Indians were a good example. The family, the clan, the tribe. In some cases, like the Iroquois Confederation, a nation of tribes. You were represented in the government according to the family or clan in which you were born. Still with you so far, Paul said. She had a very slight dimple in her left cheek. Dimples went best with blondes, Paul decided. The next governmental system was based on property. Chattel slavery, feudalism, capitalism. In ancient Athens, for example, those Athenians who owned the property of the city-state, and the slaves with which to work it, also governed the nation. Under feudalism, the nobility owned the country and governed it. The more land a noble owned, the larger his voice in government. I'm speaking broadly, of course. Of course, Paul said. He decided that she had more an American-type figure than was usual here. He brought his concentration back to the subject. However, that doesn't apply under capitalism. We have democracy. Everyone votes, not just the owner of property. Anna was very serious about it. You mustn't use the words capitalism and democracy interchangeably. You can have capitalism, which is a social system, without having democracy, which is a political system. For instance, when Hitler was in power in Germany, the government was a dictatorship, but the social system was still capitalism. Then she grinned at him mischievously. Even in the United States, I think you'll find that the people who own a capitalist country run the country. Those who control great wealth have a large say in the running of the political parties, both locally and nationally. Your smaller property owners have a smaller voice in local politics. But how large a lobby does your itinerant harvest worker in Texas have in Washington? Paul said, slightly irritated now, this is a big subject and I don't agree with you. However, I'm not interested now in the government of the United States. I want to know what you people have in store for Russia, if and when you take over. She shook her head in despair at him. That's the point the others were trying to make to you. We have no intention of taking over. We don't want to and probably couldn't even if we did want to. What we're advocating is a new type of government based on a new type of representation. He noticed the faint touch of freckles about her nose, her shoulders, to the extent her dress revealed them, and on her arms. Her skin was fair as only the northern races produce. Paul said, all right. Now we get to this third base of government. The first was the family, the second was property. What else is there? In an ultramodern, industrialized society, there is your method of making your livelihood. In the future you will be represented from where you work. From your industry or profession. The Parliament, or Congress, of the nation would consist of elected members from each branch of production, distribution, communication, education, medicine. Syndicalism, Paul said. With some touches of technocracy. She shrugged. Your American technocracy of the 1930s I am not too familiar with, although I understand power came from top to bottom, rather than from bottom to top, democratically. The early syndicalists developed some of the ideas which later thinkers have elaborated upon, I suppose. So many of these terms have become all but meaningless through sloppy use. What in the world does socialism mean, for instance? According to some, your Roosevelt was a socialist. Hitler called himself a National Socialist. Mussolini once edited a socialist paper. Stalin called himself a socialist, and the British currently have a socialist government, mind you, with a queen on the throne. The advantage of voting from where you work rather than from where you live doesn't come home to me, Paul said. Among other things, a person knows the qualifications of the people with whom he works, Anna said, whether he is a scientist in a laboratory or a technician in an automated factory. But how many people actually know anything about the political candidates for whom they vote? I suppose we could discuss this all day, Paul said. But what I was getting to is what happens when your outfit takes over here in Leningrad? Does Leonid become local commissar, or head of police, or, well, whatever new title you've dreamed up? Anna laughed at him, as though he was impossible. Mr. Kozlov, you have a mind hard to penetrate. I keep telling you, we, the revolutionary underground, have no desire to take over and don't think that we could even if we wished. When the Soviets are overthrown by our organization, the new government will assume power. We disappear as an organization. Our job is done. Leonid? I don't know, perhaps his fellow employees at the Mikoyan Camera Works will vote him into some office in the plant, if they think him capable enough. Well, Paul sighed, it's your country. I'll stick to the American system. He couldn't take his eyes from the way her lips tucked in at the sides. Anna said, how long have you been in love with me, Paul? What? She laughed. Don't be so blank. It would be rather odd, wouldn't it, if two people were in love, and neither of them realized what had happened? Two people in love, he said blankly, unbelievingly. Leonid Shvernik and Paul Kozlov were bent over a map of the USSR. The former pointed out the approximate location of the radio transmitters. We're not going to use them until the last moment, he said. Not until the fat is in the fire. Then they will all begin at once. The KGB and MVD won't have time to knock them out. Paul said, things are moving fast. Faster than I had expected. We're putting it over, Leonid. Shvernik said, only because the situation is ripe. It's the way revolutions work. How do you mean? Paul said absently, studying the map. Individuals don't put over revolutions. The times do, the conditions apply. Did you know that 6 months before the Bolshevik Revolution took place, Lenin wrote that he never expected to live to see the communist take over in Russia? The thing was that the conditions were there. The Bolsheviks, as few as they were practically thrown into power. However, Paul said dryly, it was mighty helpful to have such men as Lenin and Trotsky handy. Shvernik shrugged. The times make the men. Your own American Revolution is probably better known to you. Look at the men those times produced. Jefferson, Paine, Madison, Hamilton, Franklin, Adams. And once again, if you had told any of those men, a year before the Declaration of Independence, that a complete revolution was the only solution to the problems that confronted them, they would probably have thought you insane. It was a new line of thought for Paul Kozlov. Then what does cause a revolution? The need for it. It's not just our few tens of thousands of members of the underground who see the need for overthrowing the Soviet bureaucracy. It's millions of average Russians in every walk of life and every strata, from top to bottom. What does the scientist think when some bureaucrat knowing nothing of his specialty comes into the laboratory and directs his work? What does the engineer in an automobile plant think when some silly politician decides that since cars in capitalist countries have 4 wheels, that Russia should surpass them by producing a car with 5? What does your scholar think when he is told what to study, how to interpret it, and then what to write? What does your worker think when he sees the bureaucrat living in luxury while his wage is a comparatively meager one? What do your young people think in their continual striving for a greater degree of freedom than was possessed by their parents? What does your painter think? Your poet? Your philosopher? Shvernik shook his head. When a nation is ready for revolution, it's the people who put it over. Often, the so-called leaders are hard put to run fast enough to say out in front. Paul said, after it's all over, we'll go back to the States. I know a town up in the Sierras called Grass Valley. Hunting, fishing, mountains, clean air, but still available to cities such as San Francisco where you can go for shopping and for restaurants and entertainment. She kissed him again. Paul said, you know, I've done this sort of work. Never on this scale before, of course, ever since I was 19. 19, mind you. And this is the first time I've realized I'm tired of it. Fed up to here. I'm nearly 35, Anna, and for the first time I want what a man is expected to want out of life. A woman, a home, children. You've never seen America. You'll love it. You'll like Americans too, especially the kind that live in places like Grass Valley. Anna laughed softly. But we're Russians, Paul. Our home and our life should be here. In Russia. The new Russia that we'll have shortly. He scoffed at her. Live here when there's California? Anna, you don't know what living is. Why? But, Paul, I'm a Russian. If the United States is a more pleasant place to live than Russia will be, when we have ended the police state, then it is part of my duty to improve Russia. It suddenly came to him that she meant it. But I was thinking, all along, that after this was over we'd be married. I'd be able to show you my country. And, I don't know why, I was thinking we both expected to be making a life for ourselves here. They were silent for a long time in mutual misery. Paul said finally, this is no time to make detailed plans. We love each other, that should be enough. When it's all over, we'll have the chance to look over each other's way of life. You can visit the States with me. And I'll take you on a visit to Armenia. I know a little town in the mountains there which is the most beautiful in the world. We'll spend a week there. A month. Perhaps one day we can build a summer dacha there. She laughed happily. Why, practically everyone lives to be 100 years old in Armenia. Yeah, we'll have to go there sometime, Paul said quietly. He'd been scheduled to see Leonid that night, but at the last moment the other sent Anna to report that an important meeting was to take place. A meeting of underground delegates from all over the country. They were making basic decisions on when to move, but Paul's presence wasn't needed. He had no feeling of being excluded from something that concerned him. Long ago it had been decided that the less details known by the average man in the movement about Paul's activities, the better it would be. There is always betrayal and there are always counter-revolutionary agents within the ranks of an organization such as this. What was the old Russian proverb? When 4 men sit down to discuss revolution, 3 are police spies and the third a fool. Actually, this had been astonishingly well handled. He had operated for over a year with no signs that the KGB was aware of his activities. Leonid and his fellows were efficient. They had to be. The commies had been slaughtering anyone who opposed them for 40 years now. To survive as a Russian underground you had to be good. No, it wasn't a feeling of exclusion. Paul Kozlov was stretched out on the bed of his king-size Astoria hotel room, his hands behind his head and staring up at the ceiling. He recapitulated the events of the past months from the time he'd entered the chief's office in Washington until last night at the dacha with Leonid and Anna. The whole thing. And over again. There was a line of worry on his forehead. He swung his feet to the floor and approached the closet. He selected his most poorly pressed pair of pants, and a coat that mismatched it. He checked the charge in his .38 noiseless, and replaced the weapon under his left arm. He removed his partial bridge, remembering as he did so how he had lost the teeth in a street fight with some commie union organizers in Panama. And replaced the porcelain bridge with a typically Russian gleaming steel one. He stuffed a cap into his back pocket, a pair of steel-rimmed glasses into an inner pocket, and left the room. He hurried through the lobby, past the in-tourist desk, thankful that it was a slow time of day for tourist activity. Outside, he walked several blocks to 25th of October Avenue and made a point of losing himself in the crowd. When he was sure that there could be no one behind him, he entered a pivnaya, had a glass of beer, and then disappeared into the toilet. There he took off the coat, wrinkled it a bit more, put it back on and also donned the cap and glasses. He removed his tie and thrust it into a side pocket. He left, in appearance a more or less average working man of Leningrad, walked to the bus station on Nashimson-Volodarsky and waited for the next bus to Petrodvorets. He would have preferred the subway, but the line didn't run that far as yet. The bus took him to within 1.5 miles of the dacha, and he walked from there. By this time Paul was familiar with the security measures taken by Leonid Shvernik and the others. None at all when the dacha wasn't in use for a conference or to hide someone on the lam from the KGB. But at a time like this, there would be 3 sentries, carefully spotted. This was Paul's field now. Since the age of 19, he told himself wryly. He wondered if there was anyone in the world who could go through a line of sentries as efficiently as he could. He approached the dacha at the point where the line of pine trees came nearest to it. On his belly he watched for 10 minutes before making the final move to the side of the house. He lay up against it, under a bush. From an inner pocket he brought the spy device he had acquired from Derek Stevens' Rube Goldberg department. It looked and was supposed to look considerably like a doctor's stethoscope. He placed it to his ears, pressed the other end to the wall of the house. Leonid Shvernik was saying, "Becoming killers isn't a pleasant prospect, but it was the Soviet who taught us that the end justifies the means. And so ruthless a dictatorship have they established that there is literally no alternative. The only way to remove them is by violence. Happily, so we believe, the violence need extend to only a small number of the very highest of the hierarchy. Once they are eliminated and our transmitters proclaim the new revolution, there should be little further opposition." Someone sighed deeply. Paul was able to pick up even that. "Why discuss it further?" somebody whose voice Paul didn't recognize, asked. "Let's get on to other things. These broadcasts of ours have to be the ultimate in the presentation of our program. The assassination of Number 1 and his immediate supporters is going to react unfavorably at first. We're going to have to present unanswerable arguments if our movement is to sweep the nation as we plan." A new voice injected, "We've put the best writers in the Soviet Union to work on the scripts. For all practical purposes they are completed. We haven't yet decided what to say about the H-bomb, the missiles, all the endless equipment of war that has accumulated under the Soviets, not to speak of the armies, the ships, the aircraft and all the personnel who man them." Someone else, it sounded like Nikolai Kurichenko, from Moscow, said, "I'm chairman of the committee on that. It's our opinion that we're going to have to cover that matter in our broadcasts to the people, and the only answer is that until the West has agreed to nuclear disarmament, we're going to have to keep our own." Leonid said, and there was shock in his voice, "But that's one of the most basic reasons for the new revolution, to eliminate this mad arms race. This devoting half the resources of the world to armament." "Yes, but what can we do? How do we know that the Western powers won't attack? And please remember that it is no longer just the United States that has nuclear weapons. If we lay down our defenses, we are capable of being destroyed by England, France, West Germany, even Turkey or Japan. And consider, too, that the economies of some of the Western powers are based on the production of arms to the point that if such production ended, overnight, depressions would sweep their nations. In short, they can't afford a world without tensions. It's a problem for the future to solve," someone else said. "But meanwhile I believe the committee is right. Until it is absolutely proven that we need have no fears about the other nations, we must keep our own strength." Under his hedge, Paul grimaced, but he was getting what he came for, a discussion of policy, without the restrictions his presence would have put on the conversation. "Let's deal with a more pleasant subject," a feminine voice said. "Our broadcasts should stress to the people that for the first time in the history of Russia we will be truly in the position to lead the world. For 50 years the communists attempted to convert nations into adopting their system, and largely they were turned down. Those countries that did become communist either did so at the point of the Red Army's bayonet or under the stress of complete collapse, such as in China. But tomorrow, and the new Russia? Freed from the inadequacy and inefficiency of the bureaucrats who have misruled us, will develop a productive machine that will be the envy of the world." Her voice had all but a fanatical ring. Someone else chuckled, "If the West thought they had competition from us before, wait until they see the new Russia." Paul thought he saw someone, a shadow, at the side of the clearing. His lips thinned and the .38 noiseless was in his hand magically. False alarm. He turned back to the conversation inside. Kurichenko's voice was saying, "It is hard for me not to believe that within a period of a year or so half the countries of the world will follow our example." Half, someone laughed exuberantly. "The world, comrades. The new system will sweep the world. For the first time in history the world will see what Marx and Engels were really driving at." Back at the hotel, toward morning, Paul was again stretched out on the bed, hands under his head, his eyes unseeingly staring at the ceiling as he went through his agonizing reappraisal. There was Anna. And there was even Leonid Shvernik and some of the others of the underground. As close friends as he had ever made in a life that admittedly hadn't been prone to friendship. And there was Russia, the country of his birth. Beyond the underground movement, beyond the Soviet regime, beyond the Romanov czars. Mother Russia. The land of his parents, his grandparents, the land of his roots. And, of course, there was the United States and the West. The West which had received him in his hour of stress in his flight from Mother Russia. Mother Russia, ha! What kind of a mother had she been to the Koslovs? To his grandfather, his father, his mother and brother? Where would he, Paul, be today had he as a child not been sent fleeing to the West? And his life work? What of that? Since the age of 19, when a normal teenager would have been in school, preparing himself for life. Since 19 he had been a member of the anti-Soviet team. A star, too. Paul Koslov, the troubleshooter, the always reliable, cold, ruthless. Paul Koslov on whom you could always depend to carry the ball. Anti-Soviet, or anti-Russian? Why kid himself about his background? It meant nothing. He was an American. He had only the faintest of memories of his family or of the country. Only because people told him so did he know he was a Russian. He was as American as it is possible to get. What had he told such Westerners, born and bred, as Lord Carroll and Derek Stevens? If he wasn't a member of the team, there just wasn't a team. But then, of course, there was Anna. Yes, Anna. But what, actually, was there in the future for them? Now that he considered it, could he really picture her sitting in the drug store on Montez Street, Grass Valley, having a banana split? Anna was Russian. As patriotic a Russian as it was possible to be. As much a dedicated member of the Russian team as it was possible to be. And as a team member, she, like Paul, knew the chances that were involved. You didn't get to be a star by sitting on the bench. She hadn't hesitated, in the clutch, to sacrifice her favorite brother. Paul Koslov propped the Tracy, the wristwatch-like radio before him, placing its back to a book. He made it operative, began to repeat, "Paul calling. Paul calling." A thin, faraway voice said finally, "Okay Paul. I'm receiving." Paul Koslov took a deep breath and said, "All right, this is it. In just a few days we're all set to kick off. Understand?" "I understand, Paul. Is it possible that anybody else can be receiving this?" "Absolutely impossible." "All right, then this is it. The boys here are going to start their revolution going by knocking off not only number 1, but also 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 of the hierarchy. Number 5 is one of theirs." The thin voice said, "You know I don't want details." "They're up to you." Paul grimaced. "This is why I called. You've got to make, or someone's got to make, one hell of an important decision in the next couple of days. It's not up to me. For once I'm not to be brushed off with that, don't bother me with details, routine. Decision? What decision? You said everything was all ready to go, didn't you?" "Look," Paul Koslov said, "remember when you gave me this assignment? When you told me about the Germans sending Lenin up to Petrograd in hopes he'd start a revolution and the British sending Somerset Maugham to try and prevent it?" Yes, man. What's that got to do with it?" Even over the long distance, the chief's voice sounded puzzled. Supposedly the Germans were successful, and Maugham failed. But looking back at it a generation later, did the Germans win out by helping bring off the Bolshevik Revolution? The Soviets destroyed them for all time as a first-rate power at Stalingrad, 25 years afterwards. The voice from Washington was impatient. "What's your point, Paul?" "My point is this. When you gave me this assignment, you told me I was in the position of the German who engineered bringing Lenin up to Petrograd to start the Bolsheviks rolling. Are you sure that the opposite isn't true? Are you sure it isn't Mom's job I should have? Let me tell you, Chief, these boys I'm working with now are sharp. They've got more on the ball than these commie bureaucrats running the country have a dozen times over. Chief, this is the decision that has to be made in the next couple of days. Just who do we want eliminated? Are you sure you don't want me to tip off the KGB to this whole conspiracy?" Adaptation. Forward. Hardly had man solved his basic problems on the planet of his origin than he began to fumble into space. Barely a century had elapsed in the exploration of the solar system than he began to grope for the stars. And suddenly, with an all but religious zeal, mankind conceived its fantasy dream of populating the galaxy. Never in the history of the race had fervor reached such a peak and held so long. The question of why was seemingly ignored. Millions of Earth-type planets beckoned, and with a lemming-like desperation humanity erupted into them. But the obstacles were frightening in their magnitude. The planets and satellites of Sol had proven comparatively tractable, and those that were suited to man-life were quickly brought under his dominion. But there, of course, he had the advantage of proximity. The time involved in running back and forth to the home planet was meaningless, and all Earth's resources could be thrown into each problem solving. But a planet a year removed in transportation or even communication? This was another thing, and more than once a million colonists were lost before the Earthlings could adapt to new climates, new flora and fauna. New bacteria, artefactors which the most far-out visionary had never fancied, perhaps the lack of something never before missed. So, mad with the lust to seed the universe with his kind, men sought new methods. To 100,000 worlds they sent smaller colonies, as few as 100 pioneers apiece, and there marooned them, to adapt, if adapt they could. For a millennium each colony was left to its own resources, to conquer the environment or to perish in the effort. 1,000 years was sufficient. Invariably it was found, on those planets where human life survived at all, man slipped back during his first 2 or 3 centuries into a state of barbarism. Then slowly began to inch forward again. There were exceptions, and the progress on one planet never exactly duplicated that on another. However, the average was surprisingly close to both nadir and zenith, in terms of evolution of society. In 1,000 years it was deemed by the Office of Galactic Colonization such pioneers had largely adjusted to the new environment and were ready for civilization, industrialization and eventual assimilation into the rapidly evolving galactic commonwealth. Of course, even from the beginning, new and unforeseen problems manifested themselves. From Man in Antiquity. Published in Terra City, Sol. Galactic Year 3502. Chapter 1. The coordinator said, "I suppose I'm an incurable romantic. You see, I hate to see you go." Academician Amschel Mayer was a man in early middle years, Dr. Leonid Plekhanov, his contemporary. They offset one another, Mayer thin and high-pitched, his colleague heavy, slow and dour. Now they both showed their puzzlement. The coordinator added, "Without me." Plekhanov kept his massive face blank. It wasn't for him to be impatient with his superior. Nevertheless, the ship was waiting, stocked and crewed. Amschel Mayer said, "Certainly a last-minute chat can't harm." Inwardly he realized the other man's position. Here was a dream coming true, and Mayer and his fellows were the last thread that held the coordinator's control over the dream. When they left, half a century would pass before he could again check developments. The coordinator became more businesslike. "Yes," he said, "but I have more in mind than a chat. Very briefly, I wish to go over your assignment." Undoubtedly redundant, but if there are questions, no matter how seemingly trivial, this is the last opportunity to air them. What possible questions could there be at this late date? Plekhanov thought. The department head swiveled slowly in his chair and then back again as he talked. You are the first of many, many such teams. The manner in which you handle your task will affect man's eternity. Obviously, since upon your experience we will base our future policies on interstellar colonization. His voice lost volume. The position in which you find yourselves should be humbling. It is, Amschel Mayer agreed. Plekhanov nodded his head. The coordinator nodded, too. However, the situation is as near ideal as we could hope. Rigel's planets are all but unbelievably Earth-like. Almost all our flora and fauna have been adaptable. Certainly our race has been. These two are the first of the seeded planets. Almost 1,000 years ago we deposited small bodies of colonists upon each of them. Since then we have periodically checked, from a distance, but never intruded. His eyes went from one of his listeners to the other. No comments or questions, thus far? Mayer said, this is one thing that surprises me. The colonies are so small to begin with. How could they possibly populate a whole world in 1 millennium? The coordinator said, man adapts, Amschel. Have you studied the development of the United States? During her first century and a half the need was for population to fill the vast lands wrested from the Amerinds. Families of 8, 10, and 12 children were the common thing, much larger ones were not unknown. And the generations crowded one against another. A girl worried about spinsterhood if she reached 17 unwed. But in the next century? The frontier vanished, the driving need for population was gone. Not only were drastic immigration laws passed, but the family shrunk rapidly until by mid-20th century the usual consisted of 2 or 3 children. And even the childless family became increasingly common. Mayer frowned impatiently, but still, 1,000 years. There is always famine, war, disease. Plekhanov snorted patronizingly. 40 to 50 generations, Amschel? Starting with 100 colonists? Where are your mathematics? The coordinator said, the proof is there. We estimate that each of Rigel's planets now supports a population of nearly 1 billion. To be more exact, Plekhanov rumbled, some 900 million on Genoa, 7.5 on Texcoco. Mayer smiled wryly. I wonder what the residents of each of these planets call their worlds. Hardly the same names we have arbitrarily bestowed. Probably each call theirs the world, the coordinator smiled. After all, the basic language, in spite of 1,000 years, is still Ameringlish. However, I assume you are familiar with our method of naming. The most advanced culture on Rigel's first planet is to be compared to the Italian cities during Europe's feudalistic era. We have named that planet Genoa. The most advanced nation of the second planet is comparable to the Aztecs at the time of the conquest. We considered Tenochtitlan, but it seemed a tongue twister, so Texcoco is the alternative. Modernizing Genoa, Mayer mused, should be considerably easier than the task on semi-primitive Texcoco. Plekhanov shrugged, not necessarily. The coordinator held up a hand and smiled at them. Please, no debates on methods at present. An hour from now you will be in space with a year of travel before you. During that time you'll have opportunity for discussion, debate and hair-pulling on every phase of your problem. His expression became more serious. You are acquainted with the unique position you assume. These colonists are in your control to an extent no small group has ever dominated millions of others before. No Caesar ever exerted the power that will be in your educated hands. For a half-century you will be as gods. Your science, your productive know-how, your medicine, if it comes to that, your weapons, are many centuries in advance of theirs. As I said before, your position should be humbling. Mayer squirmed in his chair. Why not check upon us, say, once every decade? In all, our ship's company numbers but 16 persons. Almost anything could happen. If you were to send a department craft each 10 years. The coordinator was shaking his head. Your qualifications are as high as anyone available. Once on the scene you will begin accumulating information which we, here in Terra City, do not have. Were we to send another group in 10 years to check upon you, all they could do would be interfere in a situation all the factors with which they would not be cognizant. Mayer shifted nervously. But no matter how highly trained, nor how earnest our efforts, we still may fail. His voice worried. The department cannot expect guaranteed success. After all, we are the first. Admittedly. Your group is first to approach the hundreds of thousands of planets we have seeded. If you fail, we will use your failure to perfect the eventual system we must devise for future teams. Even your failure would be of infinite use to us. He lifted and dropped a shoulder. I have no desire to undermine your belief in yourselves, but how are we to know? Perhaps there will be a score of failures before we find the ideal method of quickly bringing these primitive colonies into our galactic commonwealth. The coordinator came to his feet and sighed. He still hated to see them go. If there is no other discussion. Chapter 2. Specialist Joseph Chessman stood stolidly before a viewing screen. Theoretically he was on watch. Actually his eyes were unseeing, there was nothing to see. The star pattern changed so slowly as to be all but permanent. Not that every other task on board was not similar. One man could have taken the pedagogue from the solar system to Rigel, just as easily as its 16-hand crew was doing. Automation at its ultimate, not even the steward department had tasks adequately to fill the hours. He had got beyond the point of yawning, his mind was a blank during these hours of duty. He was a stolid, bare of a man, short and massive of build. A voice behind him said, "Second watch reporting. Request permission to take over the bridge." Chessman turned and it took a brief moment for the blankness in his eyes to fade into life. "Hello Kennedy, you on already? Seems like I just got here." He muttered in self-contradiction, "Or that I've been here a month." Technician Jerome Kennedy grinned. "Of course, if you want to stay." Chessman said glumly, "What difference does it make where you are? What are they doing in the lounge?" Kennedy looked at the screen, not expecting to see anything and accomplishing just that. "Still on their marathon argument." Joe Chessman grunted. "Just to be saying something," Kennedy said, "how do you stand in the big debate?" "I don't know. I suppose I favor Plekhanov. How we're going to take a bunch of savages and teach them modern agriculture and industrial methods in 50 years under democratic institutions, I don't know. I can see them putting it to a vote when we suggest fertilizer might be a good idea." He didn't feel like continuing the conversation. "See you later, Kennedy," and then, as an afterthought, formally, relinquishing the watch to third officer. As he left the compartment, Jerry Kennedy called after him, "Hey, what's the course?" Chessman growled over his shoulder, "The same it was last month, and the same it'll be next month." It wasn't much of a joke, but it was the only one they had between themselves. In the ship's combination lounge and mess he drew a cup of coffee. Joe Chessman, among whose specialties were propaganda and primitive politics, was third in line in the expedition's hierarchy. As such he participated in the endless controversy dealing with overall strategy but only as a junior member of the firm. Mayer and Leonid Plekhanov were the center of the fracas and right now were at it hot and heavy. Joe Chessman listened with only half interest. He settled into a chair on the opposite side of the lounge and sipped at his coffee. They were going over their old battlefields, assaulting ramparts they'd stormed 1,000 times over. Plekhanov was saying doggedly, "Any planned economy is more efficient than any unplanned one. What could be more elementary than that? How could anyone in his right mind deny that?" And Mayer snapped, "I deny it. That term planned economy covers a multitude of sins. My dear Leonid, don't be an idiot. I beg your pardon, sir. Oh, don't get into one of your huffs, Plekhanov. They were at that stage again. Technician Nat Roberts entered, a book in hand, and sent the trend of conversation in a new direction. He said, worriedly, I've been studying up on this, and what we're confronted with is two different ethnic periods, barbarism and feudalism. Handling them both at once doubles our problems. One of the junior specialists who'd been sitting to one side said, I've been thinking about that and I believe I've got an answer. Why not all of us concentrate on Texcoco? When we've brought them to the Genoa level, which shouldn't take more than a decade or two, then we can start working on the Genoese, too. Mayer snapped, and by that time we'll have hardly more than half our 50 years left to raise the two of them to an industrial technology. Don't be an idiot, Stevens. Stevens flushed his resentment. Plekhanov said slowly, besides, I'm not sure that, given the correct method, we cannot raise Texcoco to an industrialized society in approximately the same time it will take to bring Genoa there. Mayer bleated a sarcastic laugh at that opinion. Nat Roberts tossed his book to the table and sank into a chair. If only one of them had maintained itself at a reasonable level of development, we'd have had help in working with the other. As it is, there are only 16 of us. He shook his head. Why did the knowledge held by the original colonists melt away? How can an intelligent people lose such basics as the smelting of iron, gunpowder, the use of coal as a fuel? Plekhanov was heavy with condescension. Roberts, you seem to have entered upon this expedition with a lack of background. Consider. You put down 100 colonists, products of the most advanced culture. Among these you have one or two who can possibly repair an IBM machine, but is there one who can smelt iron, or even locate the ore? We have others who could design an automated textile factory, but do any know how to weave a blanket on a hand loom? The first generation gets along well with the weapons and equipment brought with them from Earth. They maintain the old ways. The second generation follows along, but already ammunition for the weapons runs short, the machinery imported from Earth needs parts. There is no local economy that can provide such things. The third generation begins to think of Earth as a legend and the methods necessary to survive on the new planet conflict with those the first settlers imported. By the fourth generation, Earth is no longer a legend but a fable. But the books, the tapes, the films, Roberts injected. Go with the guns, the vehicles, and the other things brought from Earth. On a new planet there is no leisure class among the colonists. Each works hard if the group is to survive. There is no time to write new books, nor to copy the old, and the second and especially the third generation are impatient of the time needed to learn to read. Time that should be spent in the fields or at the chase. The youth of an industrial culture can spend 20 years and more achieving a basic education before assuming adult responsibilities, but no pioneer society can afford to allow its offspring to so waste its time. Nat Roberts was being stubborn. But still, a few would carry the torch of knowledge. Plekhanov nodded ponderously. For a while. But then comes the reaction against these nonconformists, these crackpots who, by spending time at books, fail to carry their share of the load. One day they wake up to find themselves expelled from the group, if not knocked over the head. Joe Chessman had been following Plekhanov's argument. He said dourly, but finally the group conquers its environment to the point where a minimum of leisure is available again. Not for everybody, of course. Amschel Mayer bounced back into the discussion. Enter the priest, enter the warlord. Enter the smart operator who talks or fights himself into a position where he's free from drudgery. Joe Chessman said reasonably, if you don't have the man with leisure, society stagnates. Somebody has to have time off for thinking, if the whole group is to advance. Admittedly. Mayer agreed. I'd be the last to contend that an upper class is necessarily parasitic. Plekhanov grumbled, we're getting away from the subject. In spite of Meyer's poorly founded opinions. It is quite obvious that only a collectivized economy is going to enable these Rigel planets to achieve an industrial culture in as short a period as half a century. Amschel Mayer reacted as might have been predicted. Look here, Plekhanov, we have our own history to go by. Man made his greatest strides under a freely competitive system. Well now, Chessmen began. Prove that. Plekhanov insisted loudly. Your so-called free economy countries such as England, France, and the United States began their industrial revolution in the early part of the 19th century. It took them 100 years to accomplish what the Soviets did in 50, in the next century. Just a moment, now, Mayer simmered. That's fine, but the Soviets were able to profit by the pioneering the free countries did. The scientific developments, the industrial techniques, were handed to her on a platter. Specialist Martin Gunther, thus far silent, put in his calm opinion. Actually, it seems to me the fastest industrialization comes under a paternal guidance from a more advanced culture. Take Japan. In 1854 she was opened to trade by Commodore Perry. In 1871 she abolished feudalism and encouraged by her own government and utilizing the most advanced techniques of a sympathetic West, she began to industrialize. Gunther smiled wryly, soon to the dismay of the very countries that originally sponsored bringing her into the modern world. By 1894 she was able to wage a successful war against China, and by 1904 she took on and trounced Tsarist Russia. In a period of 35 years she had advanced from feudalism to a world power. Joe Chessman took his turn. He said obdurately, your paternalistic guidance, given an uncontrolled competitive system, doesn't always work out. Take India after she gained independence from England. She tried to industrialize and had the support of the free nations. But what happened? Plekhanov leaned forward to take the ball. Yes. There's your classic example. Compare India and China. China had a planned industrial development. None of this free competition nonsense. In 10 years' time they had startled the world with their advances. In 20 years. Yes, Stephen said softly, but at what price? Plekhanov turned on him. At any price, he roared. In one generation they left behind the China of famine, flood, illiteracy, warlords and all the misery that had been China's throughout history. Stephen said mildly, whether in their admitted advances they left behind all the misery that had been China's is debatable, sir. Plekhanov began to bellow an angry retort, but Amschel Mayer popped suddenly to his feet and lifted a hand to quiet the others. Our solution has just come to me. Plekhanov glowered at him. Mayer said excitedly, remember what the coordinator told us? This expedition of ours is the first of its type. Even though we fail, the very mistakes we make will be invaluable. Our task is to learn how to bring backward peoples into an industrialized culture in roughly half a century. The messroom's occupants scowled at him. Thus far he'd said nothing new. Mayer went on enthusiastically. Thus far in our debates we've had two basic suggestions on procedure. I have advocated a system of free competition. My learned colleague has been of the opinion that a strong state and a planned, not to say totalitarian, economy would be the quicker. He paused dramatically. Very well, I am in favor of trying them both. They regarded him blankly. He said with impatience, there are two planets, at different ethnic periods it is true, but not so far apart as all that. Fine, 8 of us will take Genoa and 8 Texcoco. Plekhanov rumbled, fine, indeed. But which group will have the use of the pedagogue with its library, its laboratories, its shops, its weapons? For a moment, Mayer was stopped, but Joe Chessman growled, that's no problem. Leave her in orbit around Rigel. We've got 2 small boats with which to ferry back and forth. Each group could have the use of her facilities any time they wished. I suppose we could have periodic conferences, Plekhanov said. Say once every decade to compare notes and make further plans, if necessary. Nat Roberts was worried. We had no such instructions from the coordinator. Dividing our forces like that. Mayer cut him short. My dear Roberts, we were given carte blanche. It is up to us to decide procedure. Actually, this system realizes twice the information such expeditions as ours might ordinarily offer. Texcoco for me, Plekhanov grumbled, accepting the plan in its whole. The more backward of the two, but under my guidance in half a century it will be the more advanced, mark me. Look here, Martin Gunther said. Do we have two of each of the basic specialists, so that we can divide the party in such a way that neither planet will miss out in any one field? Amschel Mayer was beaming at the reception of his scheme. The point is well taken, my dear Martin, however you'll recall that our training was deliberately made such that each man spreads over several fields. This in case, during our half-century without contact, one or more of us meets with accident. Besides, the pedagogue's library is such that any literate can soon become effective in any field to the extent needed on the Rigel planets. Chapter 3. Joe Chessman was at the controls of the space lighter. At his side sat Leonid Plekhanov and behind them the other 6 members of their team. They had circled Texcoco twice at great altitude, 4 times at a lesser one. Now they were low enough to spot man-made works. Nomadic, Plekhanov muttered. Nomadic and village cultures. A few dozen urbanized cultures, Chessman said. Whoever compared the most advanced nation to the Aztecs was accurate, except for the fact that they based themselves along a river rather than on a mountain plateau. Plekhanov said, similarities to the Egyptians and Sumerians. He looked over his beefy shoulder at the technician who was photographing the areas over which they passed. How does our geographer progress, Roberts? Nat Roberts brought his eyes up from his camera viewer. I've got most of what we'll need for a while, sir. Plekhanov turned back to Chessman. We might as well head for their principal city, the one with the pyramids. We'll make initial contact there. I like the suggestion of surplus labor available. Surplus labor? Chessman said, setting the controls. How do you know? Pyramids, Plekhanov rumbled. I've always been of the opinion that such projects as pyramids, whether they be in Yucatan or Egypt, are make-work affairs. A priesthood, or other ruling clique, keeping its people busy and hence out of mischief. Chessman adjusted a speed lever and settled back. I can see their point. But I don't agree with it, Plekhanov said ponderously. A society that builds pyramids is a static one. For that matter, any society that resorts to make-work projects to busy its citizenry has something basically wrong. Joe Chessman said sourly, I wasn't supporting the idea, just understanding the view of the priesthoods. They'd made a nice thing for themselves and didn't want to see anything happen to it. It's not the only time a group in the saddle has held up progress for the sake of remaining there. Priests, slave owners, feudalistic barons, or bureaucrats of a 20th century police state, a ruling clique will never give up power without pressure. Barry Watson leaned forward and pointed down and to the right. There's the river, he said. And there's their capital city. The small spacecraft settled at decreasing speed. Chessman said, the central square? It seems to be their market, by the number of people. I suppose so, Plekhanov grunted. Right there before the largest pyramid. We'll remain inside the craft for the rest of today and tonight. Nat Roberts, who had put away his camera, said, but why? It's crowded in here. Because I said so, Plekhanov rumbled. This first impression is important. Our flying machine is undoubtedly the first they've seen. We've got to give them time to assimilate the idea and then get together a welcoming committee. We'll want the top men, right from the beginning. The equivalent of the Emperor Montezuma meeting Cortez, eh? Barry Watson said. A real red carpet welcome. The pedagogue space lighter settled to the plaza gently, some 50 yards from the ornately decorated pyramid which stretched up several hundred feet and was topped by a small temple-like building. Chessmen stretched and stood up from the controls. Your anthropology ought to be better than that, Barry, he said. There was no Emperor Montezuma and no Aztec Empire, except in the minds of the Spanish. He peered out one of the heavy ports. And by the looks of this town we'll find an almost duplicate of Aztec society. I don't believe they've even got the wheel. The 8 of them clustered about the craft's portholes, taking in the primitive city that surrounded them. The square had emptied at their approach, and now the several thousand citizens that had filled it were peering fearfully from street entrances and alleyways. Cogswell, a fiery little technician, said, "Look at them. It'll take hours before they drum up enough courage to come any closer." "You were right, Doctor. If we left the boat now, we'd make fools of ourselves trying to coax them near enough to talk." Watson said to Joe Chessman, "What do you mean, no Emperor Montezuma?" Chessman said absently, as he watched, when the Spanish got to Mexico they didn't understand what they saw, being Mussulman rather than scholars. And before competent witnesses came on the scene, Aztec society was destroyed. The conquistadors, who did attempt to describe Tenochtitlan, misinterpreted it. They were from a feudalistic world and tried to portray the Aztecs in such terms. For instance, the large Indian community houses they thought were palaces. Actually, Montezuma was a democratically elected war chief of a confederation of 3 tribes which militarily dominated most of the Mexican Valley. There was no empire because Indian society, being based on the clan, had no method of assimilating newcomers. The Aztec armies could loot and they could capture prisoners for their sacrifices, but they had no system of bringing their conquered enemies into the nation. They hadn't reached that far in the evolution of society. The Incas could have taught them a few lessons. Plekhanov nodded. Besides, the Spanish were fabulous liars. In Cortez's attempt to impress Spain's king, he built himself up far beyond reality. To read his reports you'd think the Pueblo of Mexico had a population pushing 1 million. Actually, if it had 30,000 it was doing well. Without a field agriculture and with their primitive transport, they must have been hard put to feed even that large a town. A tall, militarily erect native strode from one of the streets that debouched into the plaza and approached to within 20 feet of the space boat. He stared at it for at least 10 full minutes, then spun on his heel and strode off again in the direction of one of the stolidly built stone buildings that lined the square on each side except that which the pyramid dominated. Cogswell chirped, "Now that he's broken the ice, in a couple of hours kids will be scratching their names on our hull." In the morning, 2 or 3 hours after dawn, they made their preparations to disembark. Of them all, only Leonid Plekhanov was unarmed. Joe Chessman had a heavy handgun holstered at his waist. The rest of the men carried submachine guns. More destructive weapons were hardly called for, nor available for that matter. Once world government had been established on Earth, the age-old race for improved arms had fallen away. Chessman assumed command of the men, growled brief instructions. "If there's any difficulty, remember we're civilizing a planet of nearly 1 billion population. The life or death of a few individuals is meaningless. Look at our position scientifically, dispassionately. If it becomes necessary to use force, we have the right and the might to back it up. McBride, you stay with the ship. Keep the hatch closed and station yourself at the 50 caliber gun." The natives seemed to know intuitively that the occupants of the craft from the sky would present themselves at this time. Several thousands of them crowded the plaza. Warriors, armed with spears and bronze-headed war clubs, kept the more adventurous from crowding too near. The hatch opened, the steel landing stair snaked out, and the hefty Plekhanov stepped down, closely followed by Chessman. The others brought up the rear: Watson, Roberts, Stevens, Hawkins, and Cogswell. They had hardly formed a compact group at the foot of the spacecraft than the ranks of the natives parted and what was obviously a delegation of officials approached them. In the fore was a giant of a man in his late middle years, and at his side a cold-visaged duplicate of him, obviously a son. Behind these were variously dressed others, military, priesthood, local officials, by their appearance. 10 feet from the newcomers they stopped. The leader said in quite understandable Ameringlish, "I am taller, Khan of all the people. Our legends tell of you. You must be from First Earth." He added with a simple dignity, a quiet gesture, "Welcome to the world. How may we serve you?" Plekhanov said flatly, "The name of this planet is Texcoco and the inhabitants shall henceforth be called Texcicans." "You are correct, we have come from Earth. Our instructions are to civilize you, to bring you the benefits of the latest technology, to prepare you to enter the community of planets." Phlegmatically he let his eyes go to the pyramids, to the temples, the large community dwelling quarters. "We'll call this city Tula and its citizens Tulans." Taller looked thoughtfully at him, not having missed the tone of arrogant command. One of the group behind the Khan, clad in grey flowing robes, said to Plekhanov, mild reproof in his voice, "My son, we are the most advanced people on Texcoco. We have thought of ourselves as civilized. However, we—" Plekhanov rumbled, "I am not your son, old man, and you are far short of civilization. We can't stand here forever. Take us to a building where we can talk without these crowds staring at us. There is much to be done." Taller said, "This is Minner, chief priest of the people." The priest bowed his head, then said, "The people are used to ceremony on outstanding occasions. We have arranged for suitable sacrifices to the gods. At their completion, we will proclaim a festival. And then—" The warriors had cleared a way through the multitude to the pyramid and now the earthlings could see a score of chained men and women, nude save for loincloths and obviously captives. Plekhanov made his way toward them, Joe Chessman at his right and a pace to the rear. The prisoners stood straight and, considering their position, with calm. Plekhanov glared at Taller. "You were going to kill these?" The Khan said reasonably, "They are not of the people. They are prisoners taken in battle." Minner said, "Their lives please the gods." "There are no gods, as you probably know," Plekhanov said flatly. "You will no longer sacrifice prisoners." A hush fell on the Texcicans. Joe Chessman let his hand drop to his weapon. The movement was not lost on Taller's son, whose eyes narrowed. The Khan looked at the burly Plekhanov for a long moment. He said slowly, "Our institutions fit our needs. What would you have us do with these people? They are our enemies. If we turn them loose, they will fight us again. If we keep them imprisoned, they will eat our food. We Tulans are not poor, we have food aplenty, for we Tulans, but we cannot feed all the thousands of prisoners we take in our wars." Joe Chessman said dryly, "As of today there is a new policy. We put them to work." Plekhanov rumbled at him, "I'll explain our position, Chessman, if you please." Then to the Tulans. "To develop this planet we're going to need the labor of every man, woman and child capable of work." Taller said, "Perhaps your suggestion that we retire to a less public place is desirable. Will you follow?" He spoke a few words to an officer of the warriors, who shouted orders. The Khan led the way, Plekhanov and Chessman followed side by side and the other earthlings, their weapons unostentatiously ready, were immediately behind. Minner the priest, Taller's son and the other Tulan officials brought up the rear. In what was evidently the reception hall of Taller's official residence, the newcomers were made as comfortable as fur-padded low stools provided. Half a dozen teenage Tulans brought a cool drink similar to cocoa. It seemed to give a slight lift. Taller had not become Khan of the most progressive nation on Texcoco by other than his own abilities. He felt his way carefully now. He had no manner of assessing the powers wielded by these strangers from space. He had no intention of precipitating a situation in which he would discover such powers to his sorrow. He said carefully, "You have indicated that you intend major changes in the lives of the people. Of all Texcicans," Plekhanov said, "you Tulans are merely the beginning." Minner, the aged priest, leaned forward. "But why? We do not want these changes, whatever they may be. Already the Khan has allowed you to interfere with our worship of our gods. This will mean. Plekhanov growled, be silent, old man, and don't bother to mention, ever again, your so-called gods. And now, all of you listen. Perhaps some of this will not be new, how much history has come down to you I don't know. 1,000 years ago a colony of 100 persons was left here on Texcoco. It will one day be of scholarly interest to trace them down through the centuries, but at present the task does not interest us. This expedition has been sent to recontact you, now that you have populated Texcoco and made such adaptations as were necessary to survive here. Our basic task is to modernize your society, to bring it to an industrialized culture. Plekhanov's eyes went to Toller's son. I assume you are a soldier? Toller said, this is Reef, my eldest, and by our custom, second in command of the people's armies. As Khan, I am first. Reef nodded coldly to Plekhanov. I am a soldier. He hesitated for a moment, then added, and willing to die to protect the people. Indeed, Plekhanov rumbled, as a soldier you will be interested to know that our first step will involve the amalgamation of all the nations and tribes of this planet. Not a small task. There should be opportunity for you. Toller said, surely you speak in jest. The people have been at war for as long as scribes have records, and never have we been stronger than today, never larger. To conquer the world. Surely you jest. Plekhanov grunted ungraciously. He looked to Barry Watson, a lanky youth, now leaning negligently against the wall, his submachine gun, however, at the easy ready. Watson, you're our military expert. Have you any opinions as yet? Yes, sir, Watson said easily. Until we can get iron weapons and firearms into full production, I suggest the Macedonian phalanx for their infantry. They have the horse, but evidently the wheel has gone out of use. We'll introduce the chariot and also heavy carts to speed up logistics. We'll bring in the stirruped saddle, too. I have available for study, works on every cavalry leader from Tamerlane to Jeb Stuart. Yes, sir, I have some ideas. Plekhanov pursed his heavy lips. From the beginning we're going to need manpower on a scale never dreamed of locally. We'll adopt a policy of expansion. Those who join us freely will become members of the state with full privileges. Those who resist will be made prisoners of war and used for shock labor on the roads and in the mines. However, a man works better if he has a goal, a dream. Each prisoner will be freed and become a member of the state after 10 years of such work. He turned to his subordinates. Roberts and Hawkins, you will begin tomorrow to seek the nearest practical sources of iron ore and coal. Wherever you discover them will direct our first military expeditions. Chessman and Cogswell, you'll assemble their best artisans and begin their training in such basic advancements as the wheel. Toller said softly, you speak of advancement, but thus far you have mentioned largely war and on such a scale that I wonder how many of the people will survive. What advancement? We have all we wish. Plekhanov cut him off with a curt motion of his hand. He indicated the hieroglyphics on the chamber's walls. How long does it take to learn such writing? Minner, the priest, said, this is a mystery known only to the priesthood. One spends 10 years in preparation to be a scribe. We'll teach you a new method which will have every citizen of the state reading and writing within a year. The Tullans gaped at him. He moved ponderously over to Roberts, drew from its scabbard the sword bayonet the other had at his hip. He took it and slashed savagely at a stone pillar, gouging a heavy chunk from it. He tossed the weapon to Reef, whose eyes lit up. What metals have you been using? Copper, bronze? Probably. Well, that's steel. You're going to move into the Iron Age overnight. He turned to Toller. Are your priests also in charge of the health of your people? He growled. Are there cures obtained from mumbo-jumbo and a few herbs found in the desert? Within a decade, I'll guarantee you that not one of your major diseases will remain. He turned to the priest and said, or perhaps this will be the clincher for some of you. How many years do you have, old man? Minner said with dignity, I am 64. Plekhanov said churlishly, and I am 233. He called to Stevens, I think you're our youngest. How old are you? Stevens grinned, 113, next month. Minner opened his mouth, closed it again. No man but would prolong his youth. Of a sudden he felt old. Plekhanov turned back to Toller. Most of the progress we have to offer is beyond your capacity to understand. We'll give you freedom from want. Health. We'll give you advances in every art. We'll eventually free every citizen from drudgery, educate him, give him the opportunity to enjoy intellectual curiosity. We'll open the stars to him. All these things the coming of the state will eventually mean to you. Tula's Khan was not impressed. This you tell us, man from first earth. But to achieve these you plan to change every phase of our lives and we are happy with Tula, the way it is. I say this to you. There are but 8 of you and many, many of us. We do not want your state. Return from whence you came. Plekhanov shook his massive head at the other. Whether or not you want these changes they will be made. If you fail to cooperate, we will find someone who will. I suggest you make the most of it. Toller arose from the squat stool upon which he'd been seated. I have listened and I do not like what you have said. I am Khan of all the people. Now leave in peace, or I shall order my warriors. Joe, Plekhanov said flatly. Watson. Joe Chessman took his heavy gun from its holster and triggered it twice. The roar of the explosions reverberated thunderously in the confined space, deafening all, and terrifying the Tulans. Bright red colored the robes the Khan wore, colored them without beauty. Bright red splattered the floor. Leonid Plekhanov stared at his second in command, wet his thick lips. Joe, he sputtered. I didn't expect you to be so hasty. Joe Chessman growled, we've got to let them know where we stand, right now, or they'll never hold still for us. Cover the doors, Watson, Roberts. He motioned to the others with his head. Cogswell, Hawkins, Stevens, get to those windows and watch. Toller was a crumbled heap on the floor. The other Texkicans stared at his body in shocked horror. All except Reef. Reef bent down over his father's body for a moment, and then looked up, his lips white, at Plekhanov. He is dead. Leonid Plekhanov collected himself. Yes. Reef's cold face was expressionless. He looked at Joe Chessman who stood stolidly to one side, gun still in hand. Reef said, you can supply such weapons to my armies? Plekhanov said, that is our intention, in time. Reef came erect. Subject to the approval of the clan leaders, I am now Khan. Tell me more of this state of which you have spoken. Chapter 4. The sergeant stopped the small company about a quarter of a mile from the city of Bari. His detachment numbered only 10 but they were well armed with short swords and blunderbusses and wore mail and steel helmets. On the face of it, they would have been a match for 10 times this number of merchants. It was hardly noon but the sergeant had obviously already been at his wine flask. He leered at them. And where do you think you go? The merchant who led the rest was a thin little man but he was richly robed and astride a heavy black mare. He said, to Bari, soldier. He drew a paper from a pouch. I hold this permission from Baron Mannerheim to pass through his lands with my people and chattels. The leer turned mercenary. Unfortunately, city man, I can't read. What do you carry on the mules? Personal property, which, I repeat, I have permission to transport over Baron Mannerheim's lands free from harassment from his followers. He added, in irritation, the Baron is a friend of mine, fond of the gifts I give him. One of the soldiers grunted his skepticism, checked the flint on the lock of his piece, then looked at the sergeant suggestively. The sergeant said, "As you say, merchant, my lord the Baron is fond of gifts. Aren't we all? Unfortunately, I have received no word of your group. My instructions are to stop all intruders upon the Baron's lands and, if there is resistance, to slay them and confiscate such properties as they may be carrying." The merchant sighed and reached into a small pouch. The eyes of the sergeant drooped in greed. The hand emerged with 2 small coins. "As you say," the merchant muttered bitterly, "we are all fond of gifts. Will you do me the honor to drink my health at the tavern tonight?" The sergeant said nothing, but his mouth slackened and he fondled the hilt of his sword. The merchant sighed again and dipped once more into the pouch. This time his hand emerged with half a dozen bits of silver. He handed them down to the other, complaining, "How can a man profit in his affairs if every few miles he must pass another outstretched hand?" The sergeant growled, "You do not seem to starve, city man. Now, on your way. You are fortunate I am too lazy today to bother going through your things. Besides," and he grinned widely, "the Baron gave me personal instructions not to bother you." The merchant snorted, kicked his heels into his beast's sides and led his half-dozen followers toward the city. The soldiers looked after them and howled their amusement. The money was enough to keep them soused for days. When they were out of earshot, Amschel Mayer grinned his amusement back over his shoulder at Jerome Kennedy. "How'd that come off, Jerry?" The other sniffed, in mock deprecation. "You're beginning to fit into the local merchant pattern better than the real thing. However, just for the record, I had this, grease gun, trained on them all the time." Mayer frowned. "Only in extreme emergency, my dear Jerry. The Baron would be up in arms if he found a dozen of his men massacred on the outskirts of Bari, and we don't want a showdown at this stage. It's taken nearly a year to build this part we act." At this time of day the gates of the port city were open and the guards lounged idly. Their captain recognized Amschel Mayer and did no more than nod respectfully. They wended their way through narrow, cobblestone streets, avoiding the crowds in the central market area. They pulled up eventually before a house both larger and more ornate than its neighbors. Mayer and Kennedy dismounted from the horses and left their care to the others. Mayer beat with the heavy knocker on the door and a slot opened for a quick check of his identity. The door opened wide and technician Martin Gunther let them in. "The others are here already?" Mayer asked him. Gunther nodded. "Since breakfast. Baron Leonar, in particular, is impatient." Mayer said over his shoulder, "All right, Jerry, this is where we put it to them." They entered the long conference room. A full score of men sat about the heavy wooden table. Most of them were as richly garbed as their host. Most of them in their middle years. All of them alert of eye. All of them confidently at ease. Amschel Mayer took his place at the table's end and Jerome Kennedy sank into the chair next to him. Mayer took the time to speak to each of his guests individually, then he leaned back and took in the gathering as a whole. He said, "You probably realize that this group consists of the 20 most powerful merchants on the continent." Older man nodded. "We have been discussing your purpose in bringing us together, Honorable Mayer. All of us are not friends." He twisted his face in amusement. "In fact, very few of us are friends." "There is no need for you to be," Mayer said snappishly, "but all are going to realize the need for cooperation. Honorables, I've just come from the city of Ronda. Although I'd paid heavily in advance to the 3 barons whose lands I crossed. I had to bribe myself through a dozen roadblocks, had to pay exorbitant rates to cross 3 ferries, and once had to fight off supposed bandits." One of his guests grumbled, who were actually probably soldiers of the local baron who had decided that although you had paid him transit fee, it still might be profitable to go through your goods. Mayer nodded. "Exactly, my dear Honorable, and that is why we've gathered." Older man had evidently assumed spokesmanship for the others. Now he said warily, "I don't understand. Genoa, if you'll pardon the use of this name to signify the planet upon which we reside, will never advance until trade has been freed from these bandits who call themselves lords and barons. Eyebrows reached for hairlines. Olderman's eyes darted about the room, went to the doors. Please, he said, the servants. My servants are safe, Mayer said. One of his guests was smiling without humor. You seem to forget, Honorable Mayer, that I carry the title of Baron. Mayer shook his head. No, Baron Leonar. But neither do you disagree with what I say. The businessman, the merchant, the manufacturer on Genoa today, is only tolerated. Were it not for the fact that the barons have no desire to eliminate such a profitable source of income, they would milk us dry overnight. Someone shrugged. That is the way of things. We are lucky to have wrested, bribed and begged as many favors from the lords as we have. Our 20 cities all have charters that protect us from complete despoliation. Mayer twisted excitedly in his chair. As of today, things begin to change. Jerry, that platen press. Jerry Kennedy left the room momentarily and returned with Martin Gunther and 2 of the servants. While the assembled merchants looked on, in puzzled silence, Meyer's assistants set up the press and a stand holding 2 fonts of 14-point type. Jerry took up a printer's stick and gave running instructions as he demonstrated. Gunther handed around pieces of the type until all had examined it, while his colleague set up several lines. Kennedy transposed the lines to a chase, locked it up and placed the form to one side while he demonstrated inking the small press, which was operated by a foot pedal. He mounted the form in the press, took a score of sheets of paper and rapidly fed them, one by one. When they were all printed, he stopped pumping and Gunther handed the still wet finished product around to the audience. Olderman stared down at the printed lines, scowled in concentration, wet his lips in sudden comprehension. But it was Merchant Russ who blurted, "This will revolutionize the inscribing of books. Why, it can well take it out of the hands of the temple. With such a machine I could make 100 books." Mayer was beaming. Not 100, Honorable, but 100,000. The others stared at him as though he was demented. 100,000, one said. There are not that many literate persons on the continent. There will be, Mayer crowed. This is but one of our levers to pry power from the barons. And here is another. He turned to Russ. Honorable Russ, your city is noted for the fine quality of its steel, of the swords and armor you produce. Russ nodded. He was a small man fantastically rich in his attire. This is true, Honorable Mayer. Mayer said, tossing a small booklet to the other, I have here the plans for a new method of making steel from pig iron. The Bessemer method, we'll call it. The principle involved is the oxidation of the impurities in the iron by blowing air through the molten metal. Amschel Mayer turned to still another. And your town is particularly noted for its fine textiles. He looked to his assistants. Jerry, you and Gunther bring in those models of the power loom and the spinning jenny. While they were gone, he said, my intention is to assist you to speed up production. With this in mind, you'll appreciate the automatic flying shuttle that we'll now demonstrate. Kennedy and Gunther re-entered accompanied by 4 servants and a mass of equipment. Kennedy muttered to Amschel Mayer, I feel like the instructor of a handicrafts class. Half an hour later, Kennedy and Gunther wound up passing out pamphlets to the odd merchant guests. Kennedy said, this booklet will give details on construction of the equipment and its operation. Mayer pursed his lips. Your people will be able to assimilate only so fast, so we won't push them. Later, you'll be interested in introducing the mule spinning frame, among other items. He motioned for the servants to remove the printing press and textile machinery. We now come to probably the most important of the devices I have to introduce to you today. Because of size and weight, I've had constructed only a model. Jerry Kennedy brought to the heavy table a small steam engine, clever in its simplicity. He had half a dozen attachments for it. Within moments he had the others around him, as enthusiastic as a group of youngsters with a new toy. By the Supreme, Baron Leonar blurted, "Do you realize this device could be used instead of water power to operate a mill to power the loom demonstrated an hour ago?" Honorable Russ was rubbing the side of his face thoughtfully. "It might even be adapted to propel a coach. A coach without horses. Unbelievable." Mayer chuckled in excitement and clapped his hands. A servant entered with a toy wagon which had been slightly altered. Martin Gunther lifted the small engine, placed it in position atop the wagon, connected it quickly and threw a lever. The wagon moved smoothly forward, the first engine-propelled vehicle of Genoa's Industrial Revolution. Martin Gunther smiled widely at Russ. "You mean like this, Honorable?" Half an hour later they were reseated, before each of them a small pile of pamphlets, instructions, plans, blueprints. Mayer said, "I have just one more device to bring to your attention at this time. I wish it were unnecessary, but I am afraid otherwise." He held up for their inspection a .45 caliber bullet. Jerry Kennedy handed around samples to the merchants. They fingered them in puzzlement. "Honorables," Mayer said, "the barons have the use of gunpowder. Muskets and muzzle-loading cannon are available to them both for their wars against each other and their occasional attacks upon our supposedly independent cities. However, this is an advancement on their weapons. This unit includes not only the bullet's lead, but the powder and the cap which will explode it. They lacked understanding, and showed it." Mayer said, "Jerry, if you'll demonstrate." Jerry Kennedy said, "The bullet can be adapted to various weapons, however, this is one of the simplest." He pressed, one after another, a full 20 rounds into the gun's clip. "Now, if you'll note the silhouette of a man I've drawn on the wooden frame at the end of the room." He pressed the trigger, sent a single shot into the figure. Older man nodded. "An improvement in firearms. But," Kennedy said, "however, if you are confronted with more than one of the bad guys." He grinned and flicked the gun to full automatic and in a Götterdämmerung of sound in the confines of the room. Emptied the clip into his target, sending splinters and chips flying and all but demolishing the wooden backdrop. His audience sat back in stunned horror at the demonstration. Mayer said, "Now, the weapon is simple to construct, any competent gunsmith can do it. It is manifest, Honorables, that with your people so equipped your cities will be safe from attack, and so will trading caravans and ships." Russ said shakily, "Your intention is good, Honorable Mayer, however it will be but a matter of time before the barons have solved the secrets of your weapon. Such cannot be held indefinitely. Then we would again be at their mercy." "Believe me, Honorable," Mayer said dryly, "by that time I will have new weapons to introduce, if necessary. Weapons that make this one a very toy in comparison." Older man resumed his office as spokesman. "This demonstration has astounded us, Honorable Mayer, but although we admire your abilities, it need hardly be pointed out that it seems unlikely all this could be the product of one brain." "They are not mine," Mayer admitted. "They are the products of many minds." "But where?" The Earthman shook his head. "I don't believe I will tell you now." "I see." The Genoese eyed him emotionlessly. "Then the question becomes, why?" Mayer said, "It may be difficult for you to see, but the introduction of each of these will be a nail in feudalism's coffin. Each will increase either production or trade, and such increase will lead to the overthrow of feudal society." Baron Leonar, who had remained largely silent throughout the afternoon, now spoke up. "As you said earlier, although I am a lord myself, my interests are your own. I am a merchant first. However, I am not sure I want the changes these devices will bring. Frankly, Honorable Mayer, I am satisfied with my world as I find it today." Amschel Mayer smiled wryly at him. "I am afraid you must adapt to these new developments." The Baron said coldly, "Why? I do not like to be told I must do something. Because, my dear Baron, there are 3 continents on the planet of Genoa. At present there is little trade due to inadequate shipping. But the steam engine I introduced today will soon propel larger craft than you have ever built before. Russ said, "What has this to do with our being forced to use these devices?" "Because I have colleagues on the other continents busily introducing them. If you don't adapt, in time competitors will invade your markets, capture your trade, drive you out of business." Mayer wrapped it up. "Honorables, modernize or go under. It's each man for himself and the devil take the hindmost, if you'll allow a saying from another era." They remained silent for a long period. Finally Olderman stated bluntly, "The Barons are not going to like this." Jerry Kennedy grinned. "Obviously, that's why we've introduced you to the Tommy gun. It's not going to make any difference if they like it or not." Russ said musingly, "Pressure will be put to prevent the introduction of this equipment." "We'll meet it," Mayer said, shifting happily in his seat. Russ added, "The temple is ever on the side of the barons. The monks will fight against innovations that threaten to disturb the present way." Mayer said, "Monks usually do." "How much property is in the hands of the temple?" Russ admitted sourly, "The monks are the greatest landlords of all. I would say at least 1/3 of the land and the serfs belong to the temple." "Ah," Mayer said. "We must investigate the possibilities of a reformation. But that can come later. Now I wish to expand on my reason for gathering you. Honorables, Genoa is to change rapidly. To survive, you will have to move fast. I have not introduced these revolutionary changes without self-interest. Each of you are free to use them to his profit, however, I expect a 30% interest." There was a universal gasp. Olderman said, "Honorable Mayor, you have already demonstrated your devices. What is there to prevent us from playing you false?" Mayer laughed. "My dear Olderman, I have other inventions to reveal as rapidly as you develop the technicians, the workers, capable of building and operating them. If you cheat me now, you will be passed by next time." Russ muttered, 30%. "Your wealth will be unbelievable. As fast as it accumulates, honorables, it shall be invested. For instance, I have great interest in expanding our inadequate universities. The advances I expect will only be possible if we educate the people. Field serfs are not capable of running even that simple steam engine Jerry demonstrated." Baron Leonar said, "What you contemplate is mind-shaking. Do I understand that you wish a confederation of all our cities? A joining together to combat the strength of the present lords?" Mayer was shaking his head. "No, no. As the barons lose power, each of your cities will strengthen and possibly expand to become nations. Perhaps some will unite. But largely you will compete against each other and against the nations of the other continents. In such competition you'll have to show your mettle, or go under. Man develops at his fastest when pushed by such circumstance." The Earthling looked off, unseeing, into a far corner of the room. "At least, so is my contention. Far away from here a colleague is trying to prove me wrong. We shall see." Chapter 5. Leonid Plekhanov returned to the pedagogue with a certain ceremony. He was accompanied by Joe Chessman, Nat Roberts, and Barry Watson of his original group, but 4 young, hard-eyed, hard-faced and armed Tullans were also in the party. Their space lighter swooped in, nestled to the pedagogue's hull in the original bed it had occupied on the trip from Terra City, and her port opened to the corridors of the mother ship. Plekhanov, flanked by Chessman and Watson, strode heavily toward the ship's lounge. Nat Roberts and 2 of the Tullans remained with the small boat. 2 of the other natives followed, their eyes darting here, there, in amazement, in spite of their efforts to appear grim and untouched by it all. Amschel Mayer was already seated at the officers' dining table. His face displayed his irritation at the other's method of presenting himself. "Good heavens, Plekhanov, what is this, an invasion?" The other registered surprise. Mayer indicated the Texkikans. "Do you think it necessary to bring armed men aboard the pedagogue?" Frankly, I have not even revealed to a single Genoese the existence of the ship. Jerry Kennedy was seated to one side, the only member of Myers' team who had accompanied him for this meeting. Kennedy winked at Watson and Chessman. Watson grinned back but held his peace. Plekhanov sank into a chair, rumbling, "We hold no secrets from the Texkikans. The sooner they advance to where they can use our libraries and laboratories, the better. And the fact these boys are armed has no significance. My Tullans are currently embarked on a campaign to unite the planet. Arms are sometimes necessary, and Tula, my capital, is somewhat of an armed camp. All able-bodied men." Mayer broke in heatedly, "And is this the method you use to bring civilization to Texcoco? Is this what you consider the purpose of the Office of Galactic Colonization? An armed camp? How many persons have you slaughtered thus far?" "Easy," Joe Chessman growled. Amschel Mayer spun on him. "I need no instruction from you, Chessman. Please remember I'm senior in charge of this expedition and as such rank you." Plekhanov thudded a heavy hand on the table. "I'll call my assistants to order, Mayor, if I feel it necessary. Admittedly, when this expedition left Terra City you were the ranking officer. Now, however, we've divided, at your suggestion, please remember. Now there are two independent groups and you no longer have jurisdiction over mine." "Indeed?" Mayer barked. "And suppose I decide to withhold the use of the pedagogues' libraries and laboratories to you? I tell you, Plekhanov." Leonid Plekhanov interrupted him coldly. "I would not suggest you attempt any such step, Mayer." Mayer glared but suddenly reversed himself. "Let's settle down and become more sensible. This is the first conference of the 5 we have scheduled. 10 years have elapsed. Actually, of course, we've had some idea of each other's progress since team members occasionally meet on trips back here to the pedagogue to consult the library. I am afraid, my dear Leonid, that your theories on industrialization are rapidly being proven inaccurate." "Nonsense," Mayer said smoothly. "In the decade past, my team's efforts have more than tripled the Genoese industrial potential. Last week one of our steamships crossed the second ocean. We've located petroleum and the first wells are going down. We've introduced a dozen crops that had disappeared through misadventure to the original colonists. And, oh yes, our first railroad is scheduled to begin running between Bari and Ronda next spring. There are 6 new universities and in the next decade I expect 50 more." "Very good, indeed," Plekhanov grumbled. "Only a beginning. The breath of competition, of unharnessed enterprise is sweeping Genoa. Feudalism crumbles. Customs, mores and traditions that have held up progress for a century or more are now on their way out." Joe Chessman growled, "Some of the boys tell me you've had a few difficulties with this crumbling feudalism thing. In fact, didn't Buchwald barely escape with his life when the barons on your western continent united to suppress all chartered cities?" Myers' thin face darkened. "Never fear, my dear Joseph, those barons responsible for shedding the blood of Western Hemisphere elements of progress will shortly pay for their crimes." "You've got military problems too, then?" Barry Watson asked. Myers' eyes went to him in irritation. "Some of the free cities of Genoa are planning measures to regain their property and rights on the Western Hemisphere. This has nothing to do with my team, except, of course, in so far as they might sell them supplies or equipment." The lanky Watson laughed lowly. "You mean like selling them a few quick-firing breech loaders and trench mortars?" Plekhanov muttered, "That'll be enough, Barry." But Myers' eyes had widened. "How did you know?" He whirled on Plekhanov. "You're spying on my efforts, trying to negate my work." Plekhanov rumbled, "Don't be a fool, Mayor. My team has neither the time nor interest to spy on you." "Then how did you know?" Barry Watson said mildly, "I was doing some investigation in the ship's library. I ran into evidence that you people had already used the blueprints for breech loaders and mortars. Jerry Kennedy came to his feet and rambled over to the messroom's bar. "This seems to be all-out spat, rather than a conference to compare progress," he said. "Anybody for a drink? Frankly, that's the next thing I'm going to introduce to Genoa, some halfway decent liquor. Do you know what those benighted heathens drink now?" Watson grinned. "Make mine whiskey, Jerry. You've no complaints. Our benighted heathens have a national beverage fermented from a plant similar to cactus. Ought to be drummed out of the human race." He spoke idly, forgetful of the Toulon guards stationed at the doorway. Kennedy passed drinks around for everyone save Mayer, who shook his head in distaste. If only for a brief spell, some of the tenseness left the air while the men from Earth sipped their beverages. Jerry Kennedy said, "Well, you've heard our report. How go things on Texcoco?" "According to plan," Plekhanov rumbled. Mayer snorted. Plekhanov said ungraciously, "Our prime effort is now the uniting of the total population into one strong whole, a superstate capable of accomplishing the goals set us by the coordinator." Mayer sneered, "Undoubtedly, this goal of yours, this superstate, is being established by force." "Not always," Joe Chessman said. "Quite a few of the tribes join up on their own." "Why not? The state has a lot to offer." "Such as what?" Kennedy said mildly. Chessman looked at him in irritation. "Such as advanced medicine, security from famine, military protection from more powerful nations. The opportunity for youth to get an education and find advancement in the state's government, if they've got it on the ball." "And what happens if they don't have it on the ball?" Chessman growled, "What happens to such under any society? They get the dirty end of the stick jobs." His eyes went from Kennedy to Mayer. "Are you suggesting you offer anything better?" Mayer said, "Already on most of Genoa it is a matter of free competition. The person with ability is able to profit from it." Joe Chessman grunted sour amusement. "Of course, it doesn't help to be the son of a wealthy merchant or a big politician." Plekhanov took over. "In any society the natural leaders come to the top in much the same manner as the big ones come to the top in a bin of potatoes, they just work their way up." Jerry Kennedy finished his drink and said easily, "At least, those at the top can claim they're the biggest potatoes. Remember back in the 20th century when Hitler and his gang announced they were the big potatoes in Germany and men of Einstein's stature fled the country, being small potatoes, I suppose." Amschel Mayer said, "We're getting away from the point." "Pray go on, my dear Leonid. You say you are forcibly uniting all Texcoco." "We are uniting all Texcoco," Plekhanov corrected with a scowl. "Not always by force. And that is by no means our only effort. We are ferreting out the most intelligent of the assimilated peoples and educating them as rapidly as possible. We've introduced iron. And use it chiefly for weapons," Kennedy murmured. "Antibiotics and other medicines, a field agriculture, are rapidly building roads." "Military roads," Kennedy mused. "To all sections of the state, have made a beginning in naval science, and, of course, haven't ignored the arts." On the face of it, Mayer nodded, hardly approaching Genoa. Plekhanov rumbled indignantly, "We started 2 ethnic periods behind you. Even the Toulons were still using bronze, but the Genoese had iron and even gunpowder. Our advance is a bit slow to get moving, Mayer, but when it begins to roll." Mayer gave his characteristic snort. "A free people need never worry about being passed by a subjected one." Barry Watson made himself another drink and while doing so looked over his shoulder at Amschel Mayer. "It's interesting the way you throw about that term free. Just what type of government do you sponsor?" Mayer snapped, "Our team does not interfere in governmental forms, Watson. The various nations are free to adapt to whatever local conditions obtain. They range from some under feudalistic domination to countries with varying degrees of republican democracy. Our base of operations in the Southern Hemisphere is probably the most advanced of all the chartered cities, Barry. It amounts to a city-state somewhat similar to Florence during the Renaissance. And your team finds itself in the position of the Medici, I imagine. You might use that analogy. The Medici might have been, well, tyrants of Florence, dominating her finances and trade as well as her political government, but they were benevolent tyrants. Yeah, Watson grinned. The thing about a benevolent tyranny, though, is that it's up to the tyrants to decide what's benevolent. I'm not so sure there's a great basic difference between your governing of Genoa and ours of Texcoco. Don't be an ass, Mayer snapped. We are granting the Genoese political freedoms as fast as they can assimilate them. Joe Chessman growled, but I imagine it's surprising to find just how slowly they can assimilate. A moment ago you said they were free to form any government they wished. Now you say you feed them what you call freedom, only so fast as they can assimilate it. Obviously we encourage them along whatever path we think will most quickly develop their economies, Mayer argued. That's what we've been sent here to do. We stimulate competition, encourage all progress, political as well as economic. Plekhanov lumbered to his feet. Amschel, obviously nothing new has been added to our respective positions by this conference. I propose we adjourn to meet again at the end of the second decade. Mayer said, I suppose it would be futile to suggest you give up this impossible totalitarian scheme of yours and reunite the expedition. Plekhanov merely grunted his disgust. Jerry Kennedy said, one thing. What stand have you taken on giving your planet immortality? Immortality? Watson said. We haven't it to give. You know what I mean. It wouldn't take long to extend the lifespan double or triple the present. Amschel Mayer said, at this stage progress is faster with the generations closer together. A man is pressed when he knows he has only 20 or 30 years of peak efficiency. We on Earth are inclined to settle back and take life as it comes. You younger men are all past the century mark, but none have bothered to get married as yet. Plenty of time for that, Watson grinned. That's what I mean. But a Texcocan or Genoese feels pressed to wed in his 20s, or earlier, to get his family underway. There's another element, Plekhanov muttered. The more the natives progress the more nearly they'll equal our abilities. I wouldn't want anything to happen to our overall plans. As it is now, their abilities taper off at 60 and they reach senility at 70 or 80. I think until the end we should keep it this way. A cold-blooded view, Kennedy said. If we extended their life expectancy, their best men would live to be of additional use to planet development. But they would not have our dream, Plekhanov rumbled. Such men might try to subvert us, and, just possibly, might succeed. I think Leonid is right, Mayer admitted with reluctance. Later, in the space lighter heading back for Genoa, Mayer said speculatively, did you notice anything about Leonid Plekhanov? Kennedy was piloting. He seems the same irascible old curmudgeon he's always been. It seems to me he's become a touch power mad. Could the pressures he's under cause his mind to slip? Obviously, all isn't peaches and cream in that attempt of his to achieve world government on Texcoco. Well, Kennedy muttered, all isn't peaches and cream with us, either. The barons are far from licked, especially in the West. He changed the subject. By the way, that banking deal went through in Pola. I was able to get control. Fine, Mayer chuckled. You must be quite the richest man in the city. There is a certain stimulation in this financial game, Jerry, isn't there? Jerry told him. Of course, it doesn't hurt to have a marked deck. Marked deck, the other frowned. It's handy that gold is the medium of exchange on Genoa, Jerry Kennedy said. Especially in view of the fact that we have a machine on the ship capable of transmuting metals. Chapter 6. Leonid Plekhanov, Joseph Chessman, Barry Watson, Con Reef and several of the Toulon Army staff stood on a small knoll overlooking a valley of several square miles. A valley dominated on all sides but the sea by mountain ranges. Reef and the three Earthlings were bent over a military map depicting the area. Barry Watson traced with his finger. There are only two major passes into this valley. We have this one, they dominate that. Plekhanov was scowling, out of his element and knowing it. How many men has Minner been able to get together? Watson avoided looking into the older man's face. Approximately 500,000 according to Hawkins' estimate. He flew over them this morning. 500,000. Including the nomads, of course, Joe Chessman said. The nomads fight more like a mob than an army. Plekhanov was shaking his massive head. Most of them will melt away if we continue to avoid battle. They can't feed that many men on the countryside. The nomads in particular will return home if they don't get a fight soon. Watson hid his impatience. That's the point, sir. If we don't break their power now, in a decisive defeat, we'll have them to fight again, later. And already they've got iron swords, the crossbow and even a few muskets. Given time and they'll all be so armed. Then the fat'll be in the fire. He's right, Joe Chessman said sourly. Reef nodded his head. We must finish them now, if we can. The task will be twice as great next year. Plekhanov grumbled in irritation. 500,000 of them and something like 40,000 of our Tullans. Reef corrected him. Some 30,000 Tullans, all infantrymen. He added, and 8,000 allied cavalry, only some of whom can be trusted. Reef's 10-year-old son came up next to him and peered down at the map. What's that child doing here? Plekhanov snapped. Reef looked into the other's face. This is Taller Second, my son. You from First Earth have never bothered to study our customs. One of them is that a Khan's son participates in all battles his father does. It is his training. Watson was pointing out features on the map again. It will take 3 days for their full army to get in here. He added with emphasis, in retreat, it would take them the same time to get out. Plekhanov scowled heavily. We can't risk it. If we were defeated, we have no reserve army. We'd have lost everything. He looked at Joe Chessman and Watson significantly. We'd have to flee back to the pedagogue. Reef's face was expressionless. Barry Watson looked at him. We won't desert you, Reef, forget about that aspect of it. Reef said, I believe you, Barry Watson. You are a soldier. Dick Hawkins' small biplane zoomed in, landed expertly at the knoll's foot. The occupant vaulted out and approached them at a half-run. Hawkins called as soon as he was within shouting distance. They're moving in. Their advance cavalry units are already in the pass. When he was with them, Plekhanov rubbed his hand nervously over heavy lips. He rumbled, the cavalry, eh? Listen, Hawkins, get back there and dust them. Use the gas. The pilot said slowly, I have 4 bullet holes in my wings. Bullet holes. Joe Chessman snapped. Hawkins turned to him. By the looks of things, McBride's whole unit has gone over to the rebels. Complete with their double-barreled muskets. A full 1,000 of them. Watson looked frigidly at Leonid Plekhanov. You insisted on issuing guns to men we weren't sure of. Plekhanov grumbled, confound it, don't use that tone of voice with me. We have to arm our men, don't we? Watson said, yes, but our still comparatively few advanced weapons shouldn't go into the hands of anybody but trusted citizens of the state, certainly not to a bunch of mercenaries. The only ones we can really trust even among the Tullans, are those that were kids when we first took over. The ones we've had time to indoctrinate. The mistakes made. It's too late now, Plekhanov said. Hawkins, go back and dust those cavalrymen as they come through the pass. Reef said, it was a mistake, too, to allow them the secret of the crossbow. Plekhanov roared, I didn't allow them anything. Once the crossbow was introduced, it was just a matter of time before its method of construction got to the enemy. Then it shouldn't have been introduced, Reef said, his eyes unflinching from the Earthman's. Plekhanov ignored him. He said, Hawkins, get going on that dusting. Watson, pull what units we already have in this valley back through the pass we control. We'll avoid battle until more of their army has fallen away. Hawkins said with deceptive mildness, I just told you those cavalrymen have muskets. To fly low enough to use gas on them, I'd get within easy range. Point 1, this is the only aircraft we've built. Point 2, McBride is probably dead, killed when those cavalrymen mutinied. Point 3, I came on this expedition to help modernize the Texkikans, not to die in battle. Plekhanov snarled at him. Coward, eh? He turned churlishly to Watson and Reef. Start pulling back our units. Barry Watson looked at Chessman. Joe? Joe Chessman shook his head slowly. He said to Reef, Con, start bringing your infantry through the pass. Barry, we'll follow your plan of battle. We'll anchor one flank on the sea and concentrate what cavalry we can trust on the hills on the right. That's the bad spot, that right flank has to hold. Plekhanov's thick lips trembled. He said in fury, is this insubordination? Reef turned on his heel and followed by young Toller and his staff hurried down the knoll to where their horses were tethered. Chessman said to Hawkins, if you've got the fuel, Dick, maybe it'd be a good idea to keep them under observation. Fly high enough, of course, to avoid gunfire. Hawkins darted a look at Plekhanov, turned and hurried back to his plane. Joe Chessman, his voice sullen, said to Plekhanov, we can't afford any more mistakes, Leonid. We've had too many already. He said to Watson, be sure and let their cavalry units scout us out. Allow them to see that we're entering the valley too. They'll think they've got us trapped. They will have. Plekhanov roared. I countermand that order, Watson. We're withdrawing. Barry Watson raised his eyebrows at Joe Chessman. Put him under arrest, Joe growled sourly. We'll decide what to do about it later. By the third day, Minner's rebel and nomad army had filed through the pass and was forming itself into battle array. Rank upon rank upon rank. The Toulon infantry had taken less than half a day to enter. They had camped and rested during the interval, the only action being on the part of the rival cavalry forces. Now the 30,000 Toulons went into their phalanx and began their march across the valley. Joe Chessman, Hawkins, Roberts, Stevens and Con Reef and several of his men again occupied the knoll which commanded a full view of the terrain. With binoculars and wrist radios from the pedagogue they kept in contact with the battle. Below, Barry Watson walked behind the advancing infantry. There were 6 divisions of 5,000 men each, 24-foot sarissas stretched before their 16-man deep line. Only the first few lines were able to extend their weapons. The rest gave weight and supplied replacements for the advanced line's casualties. Behind them all the Toulon drums beat out the slow, inexorable march. Cogswell, beside Watson with the wrist radio, said excitedly, here comes a cavalry charge, Barry. Reef says right behind it the nomad infantry is coming in. Cogswell cleared his throat. All of them. Watson held up a hand in signal to his officers. The phalanx ground to a halt, received the charge on the hedge of sarissas. The enemy cavalry wheeled and attempted to retreat to the flanks but were caught in a bloody confusion by the pressure of their own advancing infantry. Cogswell, his ear to the radio, said, their main body of horse is hitting our right flank. He wet his lips. We're outnumbered there something like 10-1. At least 10-1. They've got to hold, Watson said. Tell Reef and Chessman that flank has to hold. The enemy infantrymen in their hundreds of thousands hit the Toulon line in a clash of deafening military thunder. Barry Watson resumed his pacing. He signaled to the drummers who beat out another march. The phalanx moved forward slowly, and slowly went into an echelon formation, each division slightly ahead of the one following. Of necessity, the straight lines of the Nomad and Rebel front had to break. The drums went boom, ah, boom, ah, boom, ah, boom. The Toulon phalanx moved slowly, obliquely across the valley. The hedge of spears ruthlessly pressed the mass of enemy infantry before them. The sergeants paced behind, shouting over the din, "Dress it up. You there, you've been hit, fall out to the rear." "I'm all right," the wounded spearman snarled, battle lust in his voice. "Fall out," I said, the sergeant roared. "You there, take his place." The Toulon phalanx ground ahead. One of the sergeants grinned wanly at Barry Watson as his men moved forward with the preciseness of the famed rockets of another era. "It's working," he said proudly. Barry Watson snorted, "Don't give me credit. It belongs to a man named Philip of Macedon, a long ways away in both space and time." Cogswell called, "Our right flank cavalry is falling back. Joe wants to know if you can send any support." Watson's face went expressionless. "No," he said flatly. "It's got to hold. Tell Joe and the con it's got to hold. Suggest they throw in those cavalry units they're not sure of. The ones that threatened mutiny last week." Joe Chessmen stood on the knoll flanked by the con's ranking officers and the balance of the Earthmen. Nat Roberts was on the radio. He turned to the others and worriedly repeated the message. Joe Chessmen looked out over the valley. The 30,000-man phalanx was pressing back the enemy infantry with the precision of a machine. He looked up the hillside at the point where the enemy cavalry was turning the right flank. Given cavalry behind the Toulon line and the battle was lost. "Okay, boys," Chessmen growled sourly, "we're in the clutch now." "Hawkins." "Yeah," the pilot said. "See what you can do. Use what bombs you have including the napalm. Fly as low as you can in the way of scaring their horses." He added sourly, "Avoiding scaring ours, if you can." "You're the boss," Hawkins said, and scurried off toward his scout plane. Joe Chessmen growled to the others, "When I was taking my degree in primitive society and primitive military tactics, I didn't exactly have this in mind. Come on." It was the right thing to say. The other Earthmen laughed and took up their equipment, submachine guns, riot guns, a flamethrower, grenades, and followed him up the hill toward the fray. Chessmen said over his shoulder to Reef, "Con, you're in the saddle. You can keep in touch with both Watson and us on the radio." Reef hesitated only a moment. "There is no need for further direction of the battle from this point. A warrior is of more value now than a con. Come my son." He caught up a double-barreled musket and followed the Earthmen. The 10-years-old taller scurried after with a revolver. Nat Roberts said, "If we can hold their cavalry for only another half hour, Watson's phalanx will have their infantry pressed up against the pass they entered by. It took them 3 days to get through it, they're not going to be able to get out in hours." "That's the idea," Joe Chessmen said dourly, "let's go." Chapter 7. Amschel Mayer was incensed. "What's got into Buchwald and MacDonald?" he spat. Jerry Kennedy, attired as was his superior in fur-trimmed Genoese robes, signaled one of the servants for a refilling of his glass and shrugged. "I suppose it's partly our own fault," he said lightly. He sipped the wine, made a mental note to buy up the rest of this vintage for his cellars before young Mannerheim or someone else did so. "Our fault?" Mayer glared. The old boy was getting decreasingly tolerant as the years went by, Kennedy decided. He said soothingly, "You sent Peter and Fred over there to speed up local development. Well, that's what they're doing. Are you insane?" Mayer squirmed in his chair. "Did you read this radiogram? They've squeezed out all my holdings in rubber, the fastest growing industry on the Western continent. Why, millions are involved. Who do they think they are?" Kennedy put down his glass and chuckled. "See here, Amschel, we're developing this planet by encouraging free competition. Our contention is that under such a socio-economic system the best men are brought to the lead and benefit all society by the advances they make. So, what has this got to do with MacDonald and Buchwald betraying my interests? Don't you see? Using your own theory, you have been set back by someone more efficiently competitive. Fred and Peter saw an opening and, in keeping with your instructions, moved in. It's just coincidence that the rubber they took over was your property rather than some Genoese operators. If you were open to a loss there, then if they hadn't taken over someone else could have. Possibly Baron Leonard or even Russ. That reminds me, Mayer snapped, our Honorable Russ is getting too big for his britches in petroleum. Did you know he's established a laboratory in Amorous? Has 100 or more chemists working on new products. Fine, Kennedy said. Fine. What do you mean? Dean is our man in petroleum. Look here, if Russ can develop the industry even faster than Mike Dean, let him go ahead. That's all to our advantage. Mayer leaned forward and tapped his assistant emphatically on the knee. Look here, yourself, Jerry Kennedy. At this stage we don't want things getting out of our hands. A culture is in the hands of those who control the wealth. The means of production, distribution, communication. Theirs is the real power. I've made a point of spacing our men about the whole planet. Each specializes, though not exclusively. Gunther is our mining man, Dean heads petroleum, MacDonald shipping, Buchwald textiles, Rykov steel, and so forth. As fast as this planet can assimilate we push new inventions, new techniques, often whole new sciences, into use. Meanwhile, you and I sit back and dominate it all through that strongest of power mediums, finance. Jerry Kennedy nodded. I wouldn't worry about old man Russ taking over Dean's domination of oil, though. Mike's got the support of all the pedagogues' resources behind him. Besides, we've got to let these Genoese get into the act. The more the economy expands, the more capable men we need. As it is, I think we're already spread a little too thin. Amschel Mayer had dropped the subject. He was reading the radiogram again and scowling his anger. Well, this cooks MacDonald and Buchwald. I'll break them. His assistant raised his eyebrows. How do you mean? I'm not going to put up with my subordinates going against my interests. In this case, what can you do about it? Business is business. You hold quite a bit of their paper, don't you? You know that. Most of our team's finances funnel through my hands. We'll close them out. They've become too obsessed with their wealth. They've forgotten why the pedagogue was sent here. I'll break them, Jerry. They'll come crawling. Perhaps I'll send them back to the pedagogue. Make them stay aboard as crew. Kennedy shrugged. Well, Peter MacDonald's going to hate that. He's developed into quite a high liver, gourmet food, women, one of the swankiest estates on the eastern continent. Ha! Mayer snorted. Let him go back to ship's rations and crew's quarters. A servant entered the lushly furnished room and announced, Honorable Gunther calling on the Honorables Mayer and Kennedy. Martin Gunther hurried into the room, for once his calm ruffled. On the western continent, he blurted. Dean and Rossetti. The temple got them, they've been burned as witches. Amschel Mayer shot to his feet. That's the end, he swore shrilly. Only in the west have the barons held out. I thought we'd slowly wear them down, take over their powers bit by bit. But this does it. This means we fight. He spun to Kennedy. Jerry, make a trip out to the pedagogue. You know the extent of Genoa's industrial progress. Seek out the most advanced weapons this technology could produce. Kennedy came to his own feet, shocked by Gunther's news. But, Amschel, do you think it's wise to precipitate an intercontinental war? Remember, we've been helping to industrialize the West, too. It's almost as advanced as our continent. Their war potential isn't negligible. Nevertheless, Mayer snapped, we've got to break the backs of the barons and the temple monks. Get messages off to Baron Leonar and young Mannerheim, to Russ and Older Man. We'll want them to put pressure on their local politicians. What we need is a continental alliance for this war. Gunther said, should I get in touch with Rykov? He's still over there. Mayer hesitated. No, he said. We'll keep Nick informed, but he ought to remain where he is. We'll still want our men in the basic positions of power after we've won. He might get hurt, Gunther scowled. They might get him too, and we've only got 6 team members left now. Nonsense, Nick Rykov can take care of himself. Jerry Kennedy was upset. Are you sure about this war, Chief? Isn't a conflict of this size apt to hold up our overall plans? Of course not, Mayer scoffed. Man makes his greatest progress under pressure. A major war will unite the nations of both the Western continent and this one as nothing else could. Both will push their development to the utmost. He added thoughtfully, which reminds me. It might be a good idea for us to begin accumulating interests in such industries as will be affected by a war economy. Jerry Kennedy chuckled at him, Merchant of Death. What? Nothing, Kennedy said. Something I read about in a history book. Chapter 8. At the decade's end, once again the representatives of the Genoese team were first in the pedagogue's lounge. Mayer sat at the officer's table, Martin Gunther at his right. Jerry Kennedy leaned against the ship's bar, sipping appreciatively at a highball. They could hear the impact of the space boat from Texcoco when it slid into its bed. Poor piloting, Gunther mused. Whoever's doing that flying doesn't get enough practice. They could hear ports opening and then the sound of approaching feet. The footsteps had a strangely military ring. Joe Chessman entered, followed immediately by Barry Watson, Dick Hawkins, and Nat Roberts. They were all dressed in heavy uniform, complete with decorations. Behind them were 4 Texkicans, including Reef and his teenage son Toller. Mayer scowled at them in way of greeting. Where's Plekhanov? Leonid Plekhanov is no longer with us, Chessman said dourly. Under pressure his mind evidently snapped and he made decisions that would have meant the collapse of the expedition. He resisted when we reasoned with him. The 4 members of the Genoese team stared without speaking. Jerry Kennedy put down his glass at last. You mean you had to restrict him? Why didn't you bring him back to the ship? Chessman took a chair at the table. The others assumed standing positions behind him. I'm afraid we'll have to reject your views on the subject. 20 years ago this expedition split into 2 groups. My team will accomplish its tasks, your opinions are not needed. Amschel Mayer glared at the others in hostility. You have certainly come in force this time. Chessman said flatly, this is all of us, Mayer. All of you. Where are Stevens, Cogswell, McBride? Barry Watson said, Plekhanov's fault. Lost in the battle that broke the back of the rebels. At least Cogswell and McBride were. Stevens made the mistake of backing Plekhanov when the showdown came. Joe Chessman looked sourly at his military chief. I'll act as team spokesman, Barry. Yes, sir, Watson said. Broke the back of the rebels, Jerry Kennedy mused. That opens all sorts of avenues, doesn't it? Chessman growled. I suppose that in the past 20 years your team had no obstacles. Not a drop of blood shed. Come on, the truth. How many of your team has been lost? Mayer shifted in his chair. Possibly your point is well taken. Dean and Rossetti were burned by the formerly dominant religious group. Rykov was killed in a fracas with bandits while he was transporting some gold. He added, musingly, we lost more than £500,000 Genoese pounds in that robbery. Only 3 men lost, eh? Mayer stirred uncomfortably, then flushed in irritation at the other's tone. Something has happened to Buchwald and MacDonald. They must be insane. They've broken off contact with me, are amassing personal fortunes in the Eastern Hemisphere. Hawkins laughed abruptly. Free competition, he said. Chessman growled, let's halt this bickering and get to business. First let me introduce Reef, Texkikan State Army Chief of Staff, and his son Taller. And these other Texkikans are Whis and Fokin, both of whom have gone far in the sciences. The Tullans shook hands, Earth-style, but then stepped to the rear again, where they followed the conversation without comment. Mayer said, you think it wise to introduce natives to the pedagogue? Of course, Chessman said. Following this conference, I'm going to take Fokin and Whis into the library. What are we here for if not to bring these people up to our level as rapidly as possible? Very well, Mayer conceded grudgingly. And now I have a complaint. When the pedagogue first arrived we had only so many weapons aboard. You have appropriated more than half in the past 2 decades. Chessman shrugged it off. We'll return the greater part to the ship's arsenal. At this stage we are producing our own. I'll bet, Kennedy said. Look, any of you fellows want a real Earthside whiskey? When we were crewing this expedition, why didn't we bring someone with a knowledge of distilling, brewing and such? Mayer snapped at him, Jerry, you drink too much. The hell I do, the other said cheerfully. Not near enough. Barry Watson said easily, a drink wouldn't hurt. Why re we so stiff? This is the first get-together for 10 years. Jerry, you're putting on weight. Kennedy looked down at his admittedly rounded stomach. Don't get enough exercise, he said, then reversed the attack. You look older. Are you taking your rejuvenation treatments? Barry Watson grimaced. Sure, but I'm working under pressure. It's been one long campaign. Kennedy passed around the drinks. Dick Hawkins laughed. It's been one long campaign, all right. Barry has a house as big as a castle and 6 or 8 women in his harem. Watson flushed, but obviously without displeasure. Martin Gunther, of the Genoese team, cocked his head. Harem? Joe Chessman said impatiently, man adapts to circumstances, Gunther. The wars have lost us a lot of men. Women are consequently in a surplus. If the population curve is to continue upward, it's necessary that a man serve more than one woman. Polygamy is the obvious answer. Gunther cleared his throat smoothly, so a man in Barry's position will have as many as 8 wives, eh? You must have lost a good many men. Watson grinned modestly. Everybody doesn't have that many. It's according to your ability to support them, and, also, rank has its privileges. Besides, we figure it's a good idea to spread the best seed around. By mixing our blood with the Texkikan we improve the breed. Behind him, Taller, the Tulan boy, stirred, without notice. Kennedy finished off his highball and began to build another immediately. Here we go again. The big potatoes coming to the top. Watson flushed. What do you mean by that, Kennedy? Oh, come off it, Barry, Kennedy laughed. Just because you're in a position to push these people around doesn't make you the prize stud on Texcoco. Watson elbowed Dick Hawkins to one side in his attempt to get around the table at the other. Chessman rapped, Watson. That's enough. Knock it off or I'll have you under arrest. The Texkikan team head turned abruptly to Mayer and Kennedy. Let's stop this nonsense. We've come to compare progress. Let's begin. The 3 members of the Genoese team glared back in antagonism, but then Gunther said grudgingly, he's right. There is no longer amiability between us, so let's forget about it. Perhaps when the 50 years is up, things will be different. Now let's merely be businesslike. Well, Mayer said, our report is that progress accelerates. Our industrial potential expands at a rate that surprises even us. In the near future we'll introduce the internal combustion engine. Our universities still multiply and are turning out technicians, engineers, scientists at an ever-quickening speed. In several nations illiteracy is practically unknown and per capita production increases almost everywhere. Mayer paused in satisfaction, as though awaiting the others to attempt to top his report. Joe Chessman said sourly, almost everywhere per capita production increases. Why almost? Mayer snapped, obviously, in a system of free competition, all cannot progress at once. Some go under. Whole nations? Temporarily whole nations can receive setbacks as a result of defeat in war, or perhaps due to lack of natural resources. Some nations progress faster than others. Chessman said, the whole Texican state is one great unit. Everywhere the gross product increases. Within the foreseeable future the standard of living will be excellent. Jerry Kennedy, an alcoholic lisp in his voice now, said, you mean you've accomplished a planet-wide government? Well, no. Not as yet. Chessman's sullen voice had an element of chagrin in it. However, there are no strong elements left that oppose us. We are now pacifying the more remote areas. Sounds like a rather bloody program, especially if Barry Watson, here, winds up with 8 women, Martin Gunther said. Watson started to say something but Chessman held up a restraining hand. The Texican state is too strong to be resisted, Gunther. It is mostly a matter of getting around to the more remote peoples. As soon as we bring in a new tribe, we convert it into a commune. Commune? Kennedy blurted. Joe Chessman raised his thick eyebrows at the other. The most efficient socioeconomic unit at this stage of development. Tribal society is perfectly adapted to fit into such a plan. The principal difference between a tribe and a commune is that under the commune you have the advantage of a state above in a position to give you the benefit of mass industries, schools, medical assistance. In return, of course, for a certain amount of taxes, military levies and so forth. Martin Gunther said softly, I recall reading of the commune system as a student, but I fail to remember the supposed advantages. Chessman growled, they're obvious. You have a unit of tens of thousands of persons. Instead of living in individual houses, each with a man working while the woman cooks and takes care of the home, all live in community houses and take their meals in mesh halls. The children are cared for by trained nurses. During the season all physically capable adults go out en masse to work the fields. When the harvest has been taken in, the farmer does not hole up for the winter but is occupied in local industrial projects, or in road or dam building. The commune's labor is never idle. Kennedy shuddered involuntarily. Chessman looked at him coldly. It means quick progress. Meanwhile, we go through each commune and from earliest youth, locate those members who are suited to higher studies. We bring them into state schools where they get as much education as they can assimilate, more than is available in commune schools. These are the Texicans we are training in the sciences. The march to the anthill, Amschel Mayer muttered. Chessman eyed him scornfully. You amuse me, old man. You with your talk of building an economy with a system of free competition. Our Texicans are sacrificing today but their children will live in abundance. Even today, no one starves, no one goes without shelter nor medical care. Chessman twisted his mouth wryly. We have found that hungry, cold or sick people cannot work efficiently. He stared challengingly at the Genoese leader. Can you honestly say that there are no starving people in Genoa? No inadequately housed, no sick without hope of adequate medicine? Do you have economic setbacks in which poorly planned production goes amok and depressions follow with mass unemployment? Nevertheless, Mayer said with unwonted calm, our society is still far ahead of yours. A mere handful of your bureaucracy and military chiefs enjoy the good things of life. There are tens of thousands on Genoa who have them. Free competition has its weaknesses, perhaps, but it provides a greater good for a greater number of persons. Joe Chessman came to his feet. We'll see, he said stolidly. In 10 years, Mayer, we'll consider the position of both planets once again. 10 years it is, Mayer snapped back at him. Jerry Kennedy saluted with his glass. Cheers, he said. On the return to Genoa, Amschel Mayer said to Kennedy, "Are you sober enough to assimilate something serious?" "Sure, Chief, of course." Well then, begin taking the steps necessary for us to place a few men on Texcoco in the way of, intelligence agents." "You mean some of our team?" Kennedy said, startled. "No, of course not. We can't spare them, and, besides, there'd be too big a chance of recognition and exposure. Some of our more trusted Genoese. Make the monetary reward enough to attract their services." He looked at his lieutenants significantly. "I think you'll agree that it might not be a bad idea to keep our eyes on the developments on Texcoco." On the way back to Texcoco, Barry Watson said to his chief, "What do you think of putting some security men on Genoa, just to keep tabs?" "Why?" Watson looked at his fingers, nibbled at a hangnail. "It just seems to me it wouldn't hurt any." Chessmen snorted. Dick Hawkins said, "I think Barry's right. They can bear watching. Besides, in another decade or so they'll realize we're going to beat them. Meyer's ego isn't going to take that. He'd go to just about any extreme to keep from losing face back on Earth." Nat Roberts said worriedly, "I think they're right, Joe. Certainly it wouldn't hurt to have a few security men over there. My department could train them and we'd ferry them over in this space boat." "I'll make the decisions," Chessmen growled at them. "I'll think about this. It's just possible that you're right though." Behind them, Reef looked thoughtfully at his teenage son. Chapter 9. Down the long palace corridor strode Barry Watson, Dick Hawkins, Nat Roberts, the aging Reef and his son Toller, now in the prime of manhood. Their faces were equally wan from long hours without sleep. Half a dozen Toulon infantrymen brought up their rear. As they passed security police guards, to left and right, eyes took in their weapons, openly carried. But such eyes shifted and the guards remained at their posts. Only one sergeant opened his mouth in protest. "Sir," he said to Watson, hesitantly, "you are entering number one's presence armed." "Shut up," Nat Roberts rapped at him. Reef said, "That will be all, Sergeant." The security police sergeant looked emptily after them as they progressed down the corridor. Together, Watson and Reef motioned aside the two Toulon soldiers who stood before the door of their destination, and pushed inward without knocking. Joe Chessman looked up wearily from his map and dispatch-laden desk. For a moment his hand went to the heavy military revolver at his right, but when he realized the identity of his callers, it fell away. "What's up now?" he said, his voice on the verge of cracking. Watson acted as spokesman. "It's everywhere the same. The communes are on the fine edge of revolt. They've been pushed too far, they've got to the point where they just don't give a damn. A spark and all Texcoco goes up in flames." Reef said coldly, "We need immediate reforms. They've got to be pacified. An immediate announcement of more consumer goods, fewer state taxes, above all a relaxation of security police pressures. Give an immediate promise of these, we might maintain ourselves." Joe Chessman's sullen face was twitching at the right corner of his mouth. Young Toller made no attempt to disguise his contempt at the other's weakness in time of stress. Chessman's eyes went around the half-circle of them. "This is the only alternative? It'll slow up our heavy industry program. We might not catch up with Genoa as quickly as planned." Watson gestured with a hand in quick irritation. "Look here, Chessman, don't we get through to you? Whether or not we build up a steel capacity as large as Amschel Meyer's isn't important now. Everything's at stake." "Don't talk to me that way, Barry," Chessman growled truculently. "I'll make the decisions. I'll do the thinking." He said to Reef, "How much of the Toulon army is loyal?" The aging Toulon looked at Watson before turning back to Joe Chessman. "All of the Toulon army is loyal, to me." "Good." Chessman pushed some of the dispatches on his desk aside, letting them flutter to the floor. He bared a field map. If we crush half a dozen of the local communes, crush them hard. Then the others. Watson said very slowly and so low as hardly to be heard, "You didn't bother to listen, Chessman. We told you, all that's needed is a spark." Joe Chessman sat back in his chair, looked at them all again, one by one. Re-evaluating. For a moment the facial tic stopped and his eyes held the old alertness. "I see," he said. "And you all recommend capitulation to their demands?" "It's our only chance," Hawkins said. "We don't even know it'll work. There's always the chance if we throw them a few crumbs they'll want the whole loaf. You've got to remember that some of them have been living for 25 years or more under this pressure. The valve is about to blow." "I see," Chessman grunted. "And what else?" "I can see in your faces there's something else." The three Earthmen didn't answer. Their eyes shifted. He looked to young Toller and then to Reef. "What else?" "We need a scapegoat," Reef said without expression. Joe Chessman thought about that. He looked to Barry Watson again. Watson said, "The whole Texcocan state is about to topple. Not only do we have to give them immediate reform, but we're going to have to blame the past hardships and mistakes on somebody. Somebody has to take the rap, be thrown to the wolves. If not, maybe we'll all wind up taking the blame." "Ah," Chessman said. His red-rimmed eyes went around them again, thoughtfully. "We should be able to dig up a few local chieftains and some of the security police heads." They shook their heads. "It has to be somebody big," Nat Roberts said thickly. "A few of my security police won't do it." Joe Chessman's eyes went to Reef. "The Khan is the highest-ranking Texcocan of all," he said, finally. "The Khan and some security police heads would satisfy them." Reef's face was as frigid as the Earthman's. He said, "I am afraid not, Joseph Chessman. You are number one. It is your statue that is in every commune square. It is your portrait that hangs in every distribution center, every mess hall, every schoolroom. You are the number one, as you have so often pointed out to us. My title has become meaningless." Joe Chessman spat out a curse, fumbled the gun into his hand and fired before the Toulon soldiers could get to him. In a moment they had wrested the weapon from his hand and had his arms pinioned. It was too late. Reef had been thrown backward 2 paces by the blast of the heavy-calibered gun. Now he held a palm over his belly and staggered to a chair. He collapsed into it, looked at his son, let a wash of amusement pass over his face, said, "Khan," meaninglessly, and died. Nat Roberts shrilled at Chessman, "You fool, we were going to give you a big, theatrical trial. Sentence you to prison and then, later, claim you died in your cell and smuggle you out to the pedagogue." Watson snapped to the guards, "Take him outside and shoot him." The Toulons began dragging the snarling, cursing Chessman to the door. Toller said, "A moment, please." Watson, Roberts, and Hawkins looked to him. Toller said, "This perhaps can be done more effectively." His voice was completely emotionless. "This man has killed both my father and grandfather, both of them Khans of Tula, heads of the most powerful city on all Texcoco, before the coming of you Earthlings." The guards hesitated. Watson detained them with a motion of his hand. Toller said, "I suggest you turn him over to me, to be dealt with in the traditional way of the people." "No," Chessman said hoarsely. "Barry, Dick, Nat, send me back to the pedagogue. I'll be out of things there. Or maybe Mayer can use me on Genoa." They didn't bother to look in his direction. Roberts muttered savagely, "We told you all that was needed was a spark. Now you've killed the Khan, the most popular man on Texcoco. There's no way of saving you." Toller said, "None of you have studied our traditions, our customs. But now, perhaps, you will understand the added effect of my taking charge. It will be a more profitable manner of using the downfall of this this power-mad murderer. Chessman said desperately, "Look, Barry, Nat, if you have to, shoot me. At least give me a man's death. Remember those human sacrifices the Tullans had when we first arrived? Can you imagine what went on in those temples? Barry, Dick, for old time's sake, boys." Barry Watson said to Toller, "He's yours. If this doesn't take the pressure off us, nothing will." Chapter 10. At the end of the third decade, the Texcocan delegation was already seated in the Pedagogues' Lounge when Jerome Kennedy, Martin Gunther, Peter MacDonald, Frederick Buchwald and 3 Genoese, Baron Leonard and the Honorables Russ and Modron appeared. The Texcocan group consisted of Barry Watson, Dick Hawkins and Nat Roberts to one side of him, Generalissimo Toller and 6 highly bemedaled Texcocans on the other. Before taking a seat, Barry Watson barked, "Where's Amschelmayer? I've got some important points to cover with him." "Take it easy," Kennedy slurred. "For that matter, where's Joe Chessman?" Watson glared at the other. "You know where he is." "That I do," Kennedy said. "He's purged, to use a term of yesteryear. At the rate you laddybucks are going, there won't be anything left of you by the time our half-century is up." He snapped his fingers and a Genoese servant who'd been inconspicuously in the background, hurried to his side. "Let's have some refreshments here." "What'll everybody have?" "You act as though you've had enough already," Watson bit out. Kennedy ignored him, insisted on everyone being served before he allowed the conversation to turn serious. Then he said, slyly, "I see we've been successful in apprehending all of your agents, or you'd know more of our affairs." "Not all our agents," Watson barked. "Only those on your southern continent." "What happened to Amschelmayer?" Peter MacDonald, who, with Buchwald, was for the first time attending one of the decade-end conferences, had been hardly recognized in his new girth by the Texcocan team. But his added weight had evidently done nothing to his keenness of mind. He said smoothly, "Our good Amschel is under arrest. Imprisoned, in fact." He shook his head, his double chin wobbling. "A tragedy. Imprisoned. By whom?" Toller scowled. "I don't like this. After all, he was your expedition's head man." Barry Watson rapped, "Don't leave us there, MacDonald." "What happened to him?" MacDonald explained. The financial and industrial empire he had built was overextended. A small crisis and it collapsed. Thousands of investors suffered. In brief, he was arrested and found guilty. Watson was unbelieving. "There is nothing you could do?" "The whole team. Couldn't you bribe him out? Rescue him by force and get him back to the ship? With all the wealth you characters control." Jerry Kennedy laughed shortly. "We were busy bailing ourselves out of our own situations, Watson. You don't know what international finance can be. Besides, he dug his grave, that is, he made his bed." Kennedy signaled the servant for another drink, said, "Let's cut out this dismal talk. How about our progress reports?" "Progress reports," Barry Watson said. "That's a laugh. You have agents on Texcoco, we have them on Genoa. What's the use of having these conferences at all?" For the first time, one of the Genoese put in a word. Baron Leonard, son of the original Baron who had met with Amschelmayer 30 years before, was a man in his mid-40s. He said quietly, "It seems to me the time has arrived when the two planets might profit by intercourse. Surely in this time one has progressed beyond the other in this field, but lagged in that. If I understand the mission of the pedagogue, it is to bring us to as high a technological level as possible in half a century. Already 3 decades have passed." The Texcocans studied him thoughtfully, but Jerry Kennedy waved in negation with the hand that held his glass. "You don't get it, Baron. You see, the thing is we want to find out what system is going to do the most the quickest. If we cooperate with Barry's gang, everything will get all mixed up." The Honorable Russ, now a wizened man of at least 70, but still sharply alert, said, however, Texcoco and Genoa might both profit. Kennedy said happily, what do we care? You gotta take the long view. What we're working out here is going to be used on 500,000 planets eventually. He tried to snap his fingers. These two lousy planets don't count that much. He succeeded in snapping them this time. Not that much. Barry Watson said, you're stoned, Kennedy. Why not? Kennedy grinned. Finally perfected a decent brandy. I'll have to send you a few cases, Barry. How would you go about that, Jerry? Watson said softly. Shucks, man, our space lighter makes a trip to Texcoco every month or so. Gotta keep up with you boys. Maybe throw a wrench or so in the works once in a while. Peter MacDonald said, shut up, Jerry. You talk too much. Don't talk to me that way. You'll find yourself having one hell of a time floating that loan you need next month. How about another drink, everybody? This party's dead. Watson said, how about the progress reports? Briefly, we've all but completely united Texcoco. Minor setbacks have sometimes deterred us, but the march of progress goes on. Minor setbacks, Kennedy chortled. Must have had to bump off 5 million of the poor slobs before that commune revolt was finished with. Watson said coldly, we always have a few reactionaries, religious fanatics, misfits, crackpots, malcontents to deal with. However, these are not important. Our industrial potential has finally begun to roll. We doubled steel production this year, we'll do the same next. Our hydroelectric installations tripled in the past 2 years. Coal production is 4 times higher, lumber production 6 times. We expect to increase grain harvest 40% next season. The Honorable Modron put in gently, please, Honorable Watson, your percentage figures are impressive only if we know from what basis you start. If you produced but 5 million tons of steel last year, then your growth to 10 million is very good, but it is still not a considerable amount for an entire planet. Buchwald said dryly, if our agents are correct, Texcocon's steel production is something like a quarter of our own. I assume your other basic products are at about the same stage of development. Watson flushed. The thing to remember is that our economy continues to grow each year. Yours spurts and stops, jerks ahead a few steps, then grinds to a halt or even retreats. Everything comes to a pause if you few on the top stop making a profit. All that counts in your economy is making money. Which reminds me, how in the world did you ever get out of that planet-wide depression you were in 3 years ago? Peter MacDonald grunted his disgust. Planet-wide depression, indeed. A small recession. A temporary readjustment due to overextension in certain economic and financial fields. From the other side of the table, Dick Hawkins laughed at him. Where'd you pick up that line of gobbledygook, Peter? He asked. Peter MacDonald came to his feet. I don't have to put up with this sort of impudence, he snapped. Watson lurched to his own feet. Nor do we have to listen to your snide cracks about the real progress Texcoco is making. We don't seem to be getting anywhere. He snapped to his associates, Hawkins, Toller, Roberts. Let's go. 10 years from now, there'll be another story to tell. Even a blind man will see the difference. They marched down the pedagogue's corridor toward their space boat. Kennedy called after them, 10 years from now every family on Genoa will have a car. Wait till you see. Television, too. We're introducing TV next year. And civil aviation. Be all over the place in 2-3 years. The Texcocans slammed the spaceport after them. Kennedy sloshed some more drink into his glass. Slobs can't stand the truth, he explained to the others. Chapter 11. With the exception of a few additional delegates composed of high-ranking Texcocan and Genoese political and scientific heads. The lineup at the end of 40 years was the same as 10 years earlier, except for the absence of Jerry Kennedy. Extra tables had been set up, and chairs to accommodate the added numbers. To one side were the Genoese, Martin Gunther, Frederick Buchwald, Peter MacDonald, with such repeat delegates as Baron Leonar and the Honorables Modron and Russ and half a dozen newcomers. On the other were Barry Watson, Dick Hawkins and Nat Roberts, Toller and such Texkicans as the scientists Wyss and Fokin, army heads, security police officials and other notables. Notepads had been placed before each of them and both Watson and Gunther were equipped with gavels. While chairs were still being shuffled, Barry Watson said over the table to Gunther, "Jerry?" Martin Gunther shrugged. "Jerry's indisposed. As a matter of fact, he's at one of the mountain sanitariums, taking a cure. He'll be all right." "Good," Dick Hawkins said. "We've lost too many." Watson pounded with his gavel. "Let's come to order. Gunther, do you have anything to say in the way of preliminaries?" "Not especially. I believe we all know where we stand, including the newcomers from Genoa and Texcoco. In brief, this is the fourth meeting of the Earth teams that were sent to these two planets to bring backward colonists to an industrialized culture. It would seem that we are both succeeding, possibly at different rates. 40 years have passed, 10 remain to us." For a moment there was silence. Finally Robert said, "Possibly you have already discovered this through your agents, but we have released the information on prolonging of life." Peter MacDonald said wryly, "We, too, were pressured into such a step." Baron Leonar said, "And why not?" Toller, across the table from him, nodded. Martin Gunther tapped twice on the table with his gavel. "The basic reason for our meeting is to report progress and to reconsider the possibilities of new elements having entered into the situation which might cause us to re-examine our policies. I think we already have a fairly good idea of each other's development." His voice went wry. "At least our agents do a fairly good job of reporting yours." "And ours, yours," Watson rapped. "However," MacDonald said, "now that we are drawing near the end of our half-century, I think it becomes obvious that Amschel-Meyer's original contention, that a freely competitive economy grows faster than one restricted by totalitarian bounds, has been proven." Barry Watson snorted amusement. "Do you?" he said. "To the contrary, MacDonald. The proof is otherwise. On Genoa you still have comparative confusion. True enough, several of your nations, particularly those on your southern continent, are greatly advanced and with a high living and cultural standard, when times are good. But at the same time you have other whole peoples who are little, if any, better off, than when you arrived. On the western continent you even have a few feudalistic regimes that are probably worse off, mostly as a result of the wars you've crippled them with." Nat Roberts said, his voice musing, "But even that isn't the important thing. The coordinator sent us here to find a method of bringing backward cultures to industrialization. Have you got a blueprint to show him, when you return? Can you trace out the history of Genoa for this past half-century and say, this war was necessary for progress, but that should have been avoided? Or is this whole free competition program of yours actually nothing but chaos which sometimes works out wonderfully for some nations, but actually destroys others? You have scorned our methods, our collectivized society, but when we return, we'll have a blueprint of how we arrived where we are." Gunther banged the table with his gavel. "Just a moment. Is there any reason why we have to listen to these accusations when—" Watson held up a hand, curtly, "Let us finish. If you have something to say, we'll gladly listen when we're through." Gunther was flushed but he snapped, "Go ahead then, but don't think any of we Genoese are being taken in." Watson said, "True enough, it took us a time to unite our people." "Time and blood," Peter MacDonald muttered. "But once underway the Texcocan state has moved on in a progression unknown in any of the Genoese nations. To industrialize a society you must reach a certain taking-off point, a point where you have sufficient industry, particularly steel, sufficient power, sufficient scientists, technicians and skilled workers. Once that point has been reached you can move in almost a geometric progression. You build a steel mill, and with the steel produced you build 2 more mills the following year, which in turn gives you the material for the next year. Buchwald grunted his disbelief. Watson looked up and down the line of Genoese, the Earthmen as well as the natives. On Texcoco we have now reached that point. We have a trained, eager population of over 1 billion persons. Our universities are turning out highly trained effectives at the rate of more than 20 million a year. We have located all the raw materials we will need. We are now underway. He looked at them in heavy amusement. By the end of the next decade we will bury you. Martin Gunther said calmly, "Are you through?" "Yes." For the time, Watson nodded. "Very well. Then this is our progress report. In the past 40 years we have eliminated feudalism in all the more advanced countries. Even in the remote areas the pressures of our changing world are bringing them around. The populace of these countries will no longer stand to one side while the standard of living on the rest of Genoa grows so rapidly. On most of our planet, already the average family not only enjoys freedom but a way of life far in advance of that of Texcoco. Already modern housing and household appliances are everywhere. Already both land cars and aircraft are available to the majority. The nations have formed an intercontinental league of governments so that it is unlikely that war will ever touch us again. And this is merely a beginning. In 10 years, continuing our freely competitive way of developing, all will be living on a scale that only the wealthy can afford today. He came to an end and stared antagonistically at the Texcicans. Toller said, "There seems to be no agreement." Across the table from him the ancient Honorable Russ said, "It is difficult to measure. We seem to count refrigerators and privately owned automobiles. You seem to ignore personal standards and concentrate on steel tonnage." The Texcican scientist, Wyss, said easily, "Given the steel mills, and eventually automobiles and refrigerators will run off our assembly lines like water, and will be available for everyone. Not just those who can afford to buy them." Eventually, Peter MacDonald laughed nastily. The atmosphere was suddenly hostile. Hostile beyond anything that had gone before in earlier conferences. And then Martin Gunther said without inflection, "I note that you have removed from the pedagogue's library the information dealing with nuclear fission." "For the purpose of study," Dick Hawkins said smoothly. "Of course," Gunther said. "Did you plan to return it in the immediate future?" "I'm afraid our studies will take some time," Watson said flatly. "I was afraid so," Gunther said. "Happily, I took the precaution of making microfilms of the material involved more than a year ago." Barry Watson pushed his chair back. "We seem to have accomplished what was possible by this conference," he said. "If anything." He looked to right and left at his cohorts. "Let's go." They came stiffly erect. Watson turned on his heel and started for the door. As they left, Nat Roberts turned for a moment and said to Gunther, "One thing, Martin. During this next 10 years you might consider whether or not half a century has been enough to accomplish our task. Should we consider staying on? I would think the coordinator would accept any recommendation along this line that we might make." The Genoese contingent looked after him, long after he was gone. Finally Martin Gunther said, "Baron Leonard, I think it might be a good idea if you began putting some of your men to work on making steel alloys suitable for spacecraft. The way things are developing, perhaps we'll be needing them." Buchwald and MacDonald looked at him unblinkingly. Chapter 12. It was 50 years to a day since the pedagogue had first gone into orbit about Rigel. 5 decades have passed. Half a century. Of the original crew of the pedagogue, 6 now gathered in the lounge of the spaceship. All of them had changed physically. Some of them softer to the point of flabbiness. Some harder both of body and soul. Barry Watson, Nat Roberts, Dick Hawkins, of the Texcican team. Martin Gunther, Peter MacDonald, Frederick Buchwald, of the Genoese. The gathering wasn't so large as the one before. Only Toller and the scientist Wyss attended from Texcoco, only Baron Leonar and the son of Honorable Russ from Genoa. From the beginning they stared with hostility across the conference table. Even the pretense of amiability was gone. Watson rapped finally, "I am not going to dwell upon the measures you have been taking that can only be construed as military ones aimed eventually at the Texcocan state." Martin Gunther laughed nastily. "Is your implication that your own people have not taken the same measures, in fact, inaugurated them?" Watson said, "As I say, I have no intention of even discussing this. Surely we can arrive at no agreement. There is one point, however, that we should consider on this occasion." The corpulent Peter MacDonald wheezed, "Well, out with it." Nat Roberts said, "I mentioned the matter to you at the last meeting." "Ah, yes," Gunther nodded. "Just as you left. We have considered it." The Texcocans waited for him to go on. "If I understand you," Gunther said, "you think we should reconsider returning to Terra City at this time." "It should be discussed," Watson nodded. "Whatever the, temporary difficulties between us, the original project of the pedagogue is still our duty." The three of the Genoese team nodded their agreement. "And the problem becomes, have we accomplished completely what we set out to do? And, further, is it necessary, or at least preferable, for us to stay on and continue administration of the progress of the Rigel planets?" They thought about it. Buchwald said hesitantly, "It has been my own belief that Genoa is not quite ready for us to let loose the, reins. If we left now, I am not sure." Roberts said, "Same applies to Texcoco. The state has made fabulous strides, but I am not sure what would happen if we leaders were to leave. There might be a complete collapse." Watson said, "We seem to be in basic agreement. Is a suggestion in order that we extend, for another 25 years, at least, this expedition's work?" Dick Hawkins said, "The Office of Galactic Colonization." MacDonald said smoothly, "Will undoubtedly send out a ship to investigate. We shall simply inform them that things are not as yet propitious to our leaving, that another 25 years is in order. Since we are on the scene, undoubtedly our recommendation will be heeded." Watson looked from one Earthman to the next. "We are in agreement?" Each in turn nodded. Peter MacDonald said, "And do you all realize that here we have a unique situation that might be exploited for the benefit of the whole race?" They looked to him, questioningly. "The dynamic we find in Genoa, and Texcoco, too, for that matter, though we disagree on so many fundamentals, is beyond that in the solar system. These are new planets, new ambitions are alive. We have at our fingertips man's highest developments, evolved on Earth. But with this new dynamic, this freshness, might we not in time push even beyond old Earth?" "You mean," Nat Roberts said. MacDonald nodded. "What particular of value is gained by our uniting Genoa and Texcoco with the so-called Galactic Commonwealth? Why not press ahead on our own? With the vigor of these new races we might well leave Earth far behind." Watson mused, "Carrying your suggestion to the ultimate, who is to say that one day Rigel might not become the new center of the human race, rather than Sol?" "A point well taken," Gunther agreed. "No," Toller said softly. The 6 Earthmen turned hostile eyes to him. "This particular matter does not concern you, Generalissimo," Watson rapped at him. Toller smiled his amusement at that and came to his feet. "No," he said. "I am afraid that hard though it might be for you to give up the powers you have held so long, you Earthlings are going to have to return to Terra City, from whence you came." Baron Leonar said in gentle agreement, "Obviously." "What is this?" Watson rapped. "I'm not at all amused." The Honorable Russ stood also. "There is no use prolonging this. I have heard you Earthlings say, more than once, that man adapts to preserve himself. Very well, we of Genoa and Texcoco are adapting to the present situation. We are of the belief that if you are allowed to remain in power we of the Rigel planets will be destroyed, probably in an atomic holocaust. In self-protection we have found it necessary to unite, we Genoese and Texicans. We bear you no ill will, far to the contrary. However, it is necessary that you all return to Earth. You have impressed upon us the aforementioned truism that man adapts, but in the pedagogue's library I have found another that also applies. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. There were heavy automatics in the hands of Nat Roberts and Dick Hawkins. Barry Watson leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrow. How'd you ever expect to get away with this sort of treason, Toller? Martin Gunther blurted, or you, Russ? Wyss, the Texican scientist, held his wrist radio to his mouth and said, come in now. Dick Hawkins thumbed back the hammer of his handgun. Hold it a minute, Dick, Barry Watson said. I don't like this. To Toller he rapped, what goes on here? Talk up, you're just about a dead man. And it was then that they heard the scraping on the outer hull. The 6 Earthmen looked at the overhead, dumbfounded. I suggest you put up your weapons, Toller said quietly. At this late stage I would hate to see further bloodshed. In moments they heard the opening and closing of locks and footsteps along the corridor. The door opened and in stepped Joe Chessman, Amschel Mayer, Mike Dean, Louis Rossetti, and an emaciated Jerry Kennedy. Their expressions ran the gamut from sheepishness to blank haughtiness. MacDonald bug-eyed. Dean. Rossetti, the temple priests burned you at the stake. They grinned at him, shamefaced. Guess not, Dean said. We were kidnapped. We've been teaching basic science, in some phony monastery. Watson's face was white. Joe, he said. Yeah, Joe Chessman growled. You sold me out. But Toller and the Texicans thought I was still of some use. Amschel Mayer snapped, bitterly, and now if you fools will put down your stupid guns, we'll make the final arrangements for returning this expedition to Terra City. Personally, I'll be glad to get away. Behind the 5 resurrected Earthmen were a sea of faces representing the foremost figures of both Texcoco and Genoa in every field of endeavor. At least 50 of them in all. As though protectively, the 11 Earthmen ganged together at the far side of the mess table they'd met over so often. Martin Gunther, his expression dazed, said, I don't. Toller resumed his spokesmanship. From the first the most progressive elements on both Texcoco and Genoa realized the value of your expedition and have been in fundamental sympathy with the aims the pedagogue originally had. Primitive life is not idyllic. Until man is free from nature's tyranny and has solved the basic problems of sufficient food, clothing, shelter, medical care and education for all, he is unable to realize himself. So we cooperated with you to the extent we found possible. His smile was grim. I am afraid that almost from the beginning, and on both planets, your very actions developed an underground, I believe you call it. Not an overt one, since we needed your assistance to build the new industrialized culture you showed us was possible. We even protected you against yourselves, since it soon became obvious that if left alone you'd destroy each other in your addiction to power. Baron Leonar broke in, don't misunderstand. It wasn't until the past couple of decades that this underground which had sprung up independently on both planets, amalgamated. Barry Watson blurted, but Joe Chessman, he refused to meet the eye of the man he'd condemned. Toller said, from the first you made no effort to study our customs. If you had, you'd have realized why my father allied himself to you after you'd killed Toller first. And why I did not take my revenge on Chessman after he'd killed Reef. A Khan's first training is that no personal emotion must interfere with the needs of the people. When you turned Joe Chessman over to me, I realized his education, his abilities were too great to destroy. We sent him to a mountain university and have used him profitably all these years. In fact, it was Chessman who finally brought us to space travel. That's right, Buchwald blurted. You've got a spaceship out there. How could you possibly? Toller said mildly, there are but a handful of you, you could hardly keep track of 2 whole planets and all that went on upon them. Mayer said bitingly, all this can be gone over on our return to Terra City. We'll have a full year to explain to ourselves and each other why we became such complete idiots. I was originally head of this expedition, before my supposed friends railroaded me to prison. Does anyone object if I take over again? No, Joe Chessman growled. The others shook their heads. Toller said, there is but one other thing. In spite of how you may feel at this moment of embarrassment, basically you have succeeded in your task. That is, you have brought Texcoco and Genoa to an industrialized culture. We hold various reservations about how you accomplished this. However, when you return to your coordinator of galactic colonization, please inform him that we are anxious to receive his ambassadors. The term is ambassadors, and we will expect to meet on a basis of equality. Surely in all Earth's millennia of social evolution man has worked out something better than either of your teams have built here. We should like to be instructed. Dick Hawkins said stiffly, we can instruct you on Earth's present socioeconomic system. I am afraid we no longer trust you, Richard Hawkins. Send others, uncorrupted by power, privilege or great wealth. When they had gone and the sound of their departing spacecraft had faded, Mayer snapped, we might as well get underway. And cheer up, confound it, we have lots of time to contrive a reasonable report for the coordinator. Jerry Kennedy managed a thin grin, almost reminiscent of the younger Kennedy of the first years on Genoa. Say, he said, I wonder if we'll be granted a good long vacation before being sent on another assignment.